Chapter 281. When Dole saw this, he communicated with the magic circle silently with his mental power, and sealed the door of the laboratory again. He glanced at the wizard, and it seemed that his attention was not on him, so he relaxed a lot. Humph, as an inspector, Shilon, what are you going to do? The wizard snorted coldly, and shook his hand. Shilon, who was still struggling, suddenly softened and fell to the ground and fell into a coma. When everyone saw this, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Dole looked at the wizard, a little confused. Who is this guy? He was invited by the other party. What is he doing now? The wizard dealt with Shilon, let out a breath, and said, My name is Onlai. I am also the inspector of the Northwest Honor Wizard Alliance. This time, I came to the Honor Alliance in what city to take office? I met Shilon halfway. I was just planning to come and see her, but I didn't expect that she would actually attack you. Onlai just contacted Shilon yesterday, and was pulled here today. I don't know what happened, but look at this guy's performance today. Onlai frowned deeply. This is simply smearing the Honor Wizard Alliance. He slowly put away his mental power. The room quickly returned to normal. Everyone relaxed. Dole thought about it. Northwest Inspector and Supervisor, these two systems don't seem to be on the same track? He paused for a moment, and said calmly, Lord Onlai, I know Shilon's purpose. He came for Rosa, not to cause trouble for me. I am just a stumbling block. Onlai was stunned. Rosa, the little girl who rejected her? Dole nodded and said yes. Onlai lowered his head, and thought for a moment, then I know. Shilon is a respected inspector with supervisory powers. It's fine if she acts arrogantly on weekdays, but she actually threatened others in front of him. This matter will be discussed after returning. He glanced around the room, and his tone softened. He said, I will take Shilon away. She will not come again. Your laboratory is good. I heard that you are building your own independent magic tower. Dole didn't know what he meant, so he nodded. Onlai said, It's still a little dangerous to do these experiments here. It would be best if you can build your own magic tower. I asked someone to check your potion. The quality is very high. How about it? Are you interested in developing in my Northwest Glory Wizard Alliance? Hearing this, Lamb, Worth and John next to him looked at each other. But they didn't dare to speak at this time. A level 5 wizard could decide their lives at will. Dole didn't think much about it. He refused directly, I hope I can be independent, not join any forces. I came to Arangel College as a lecturer because of the recommendation of Vice Dean Lamb. When my magic tower is built, and some level 4 pharmacists are trained, I will leave here and find a place of my own. The room became quiet, and everyone looked at Dole. So this guy's wish is like this? Lamb fell into deep thought, and Worth and John's hearts sank. Onlai raised his eyebrows, and smiled slightly. It is the dream of every wizard to have an independent training place. But wizards are human after all. Training requires resources, and it is still inevitable to deal with people. Dole had recovered from the crisis just now. Onlai had no ill intentions, so he relaxed. I won't stay too far away from the crowd. I just want to practice quietly. Onlai nodded, looked at him with some surprise, and said, Okay, you have such an idea, and you are a real wizard. Nowadays, with the development of society, most wizards are caught up in the so-called family honor and the pursuit of fame and fortune. They know that strength is the foundation. If you have the strength of level 6 or even level 7, some things are simply within your reach. Okay, I also know what's going on here. I will take Shilon away, and she will never come again. When Onlai didn't exude his aura, he seemed like a quiet, handsome man. When he said this, he quietly put on his hood, turned around and left. Behind him, Shilon was like a dead fish, caught in the air by an invisible hand, and soon disappeared at the door. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. This happened so magically. Originally, I thought that Shilon came to cause trouble, and this man was his helper, but I didn't expect that she actually found an inspector who was specifically responsible for supervising the existence of inspectors like them. It was so unexpected. Worth and John looked at each other, said goodbye to Dole, and walked out at the same time. They were going to report today's situation to Dean Arangel. Lamb looked at Dole's side, and turned to walk out. He didn't have any requirements for Dole, and Dole also said that helping them train some 4th-level pharmacists was enough. Soon, Dole was the only one left in the room. The room was empty. At this time, a door suddenly opened and a little head appeared. A timid voice sounded, Brother Dole. Dole glanced at her and said, It's none of your business. Practice well. In a few days, when we move into the magic tower, things will be much better. Dole was more eager to live in his magic tower than anything else. As long as he had the magic tower, no fourth-level wizard would pose any threat to him. From now on, he had to spend all his time on the magic tower. Thinking of this, he turned his wrist, took out a book, sat on the balcony, found a comfortable position, and studied it carefully. Seeing this, Rosa also went back to her room silently and meditated silently. A ranger tapped the table with one finger, raised his head, and looked at Worth. Did he say that? Worth nodded and said yes. A ranger nodded and said, only the three of you know about what happened today. Don't tell anyone else. In addition, I will go to Valen City in a few days, and the four of you will go with me. Worth and John nodded at the same time and said, yes, teacher. A ranger nodded, his heart sank. This damn Shilon, he was too bold. What did he think of as the dean? If his original body had not reached the most important stage, how could he tolerate the other party's presumptuousness? His figure suddenly turned into a bubble, and disappeared like a dream. If Shilon really took Dole away, Eranger actually had no way to do it. He was now at the most critical moment, and could not come out at all. Walking out of the room, John glanced at Worth. This kid has already taken shape. Don't let Nicole target him, John said thoughtfully. Worth nodded. Okay, senior brother. Thinking of the things in Dole Lab, Worth was full of caution, and even a little afraid. Those things would be difficult for them to deal with even if they were level 4, not to mention the ordinary people in the family. If it really came to a fight to the death, no one would be able to bear it as long as he made a move. John nodded, lowered his head, and said heavily, I'm going to give him the potion I made. Worth was stunned, then shocked. What are you doing? John said, I've kept that formula for many years. It's time to take it out. After that, he walked away without looking back. Chapter 282. In the following days, Dole put aside his cultivation. In addition to refining and studying potions, he spent the rest of his time in the magic tower, branding the Chris Furnace magic pattern on the furnace. The lowest level Chris Furnace is also as high as level 4, with more than 60 magic arrays embedded in it. The number of magic patterns in each magic array exceeds 300. In general, it takes about 10,000 to 20,000 magic patterns, which is a very large project. However, many basic magic patterns are level 1 and level 2, and Dole can even brand dozens of them in an instant, so it seems that there are many, but it is not very difficult. But to complete the furnace, he has to spend several months to think and study. As for Bernard and Carl, Dole would never give them the magic pattern of the Chris Furnace. This thing is of unknown origin, and it is easy to make people suspicious. Time passed slowly, and soon 2 months passed. Spring came. At this time, Carl, who was staying here, also said goodbye and left. His time was up, and the caravan summoned him back. Everything on Earth revived. As the sun moved northward, the warm weather arrived. The little bit of green on the ground soon covered the entire Earth, and the air began to become moist. The Earth turned green. Standing on the tower and looking around, people felt relaxed and happy. Dole took a rest, took a look outside, and then came to the front of the furnace. With a sudden jump, he jumped into the air and successfully jumped onto the furnace. He stood on it, and magic power surged from his body. Smoke-like magic power quickly formed strange magic patterns in front of him. After the magic pattern was formed, it was imprinted on the furnace in an instant. Dwellai's mental power was very concentrated. After dozens of small magic patterns were formed, the magic power surged wildly, and soon a large magic pattern in the shape of a flame was formed on his body. The speed of formation of this magic pattern was a bit slow, and it emitted very powerful flame energy before it was formed. I don't know how long it took, but the red magic pattern was formed. The magic pattern that was more than 1 person tall looked majestic and fiery, giving people a sense of materialized flame. Dwellai's face was sweating. After seeing the magic pattern formed, he pushed forward fiercely, and the magic pattern quickly fell to the bottom of the furnace. As the magic pattern fell, red light emanated from the magic pattern, and went to the 4 walls of the furnace. Wherever the red light passed, all the magic patterns were activated. The whole furnace turned red. At the same time, a faint suction force came out from the furnace, and the magic elements in the surrounding world were drawn over and drilled into the furnace. Seeing this, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. He jumped out of the furnace with a sudden leap. When he was in midair, he waved his hand, and a series of magic crystals flew out of his hand and fell into the furnace. The magic crystals fell into the furnace. Soon, the furnace emitted a huge suction force. With the furnace as the center, the magic elements of the entire world were quickly thrown into the furnace. Moreover, as time went by, the energy in the furnace became stronger and stronger, and the power became stronger and stronger. Soon, The entire magic tower was shrouded in red light, and then spread to the outside. All the magic patterns on the magic were activated, and all the magic patterns lit up in various colors. The entire magic tower was wrapped in colorful light. The light was the magic fluctuation. As the light radiated outward little by little, the whole world was shrouded in strong magic fluctuations. The movement of the magic tower immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Tallinn. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at the magic tower. The first person to pay attention to Dole was the wizard Lamb. When he saw the magic tower light up, Lamb felt a little cold in his heart. This guy finally got his wings hard. The magic tower is formed. Is he going to leave soon? He thought of this and sighed in his heart. But then he sensed that the magic fluctuations of Dole's magic tower seemed a bit strong, and it was pure fire. The power was so strong, Worth, John and other disciples of Arangel also woke up from their respective retreats at this time, raised their heads, and looked outside. The tower masters, vice presidents, and managers all looked outside. Dole opened the magic tower, which alarmed almost all wizards. Dole was already standing on the tower at this time, communicating with the magic circle with his mental power. He was familiar with the power and many wonderful uses of the magic circle. After the Chris furnace was formed, the magic tower was basically formed. Now we just need to find a craftsman to fill the tower. This speed will be very fast. My main goal has been achieved, Dole thought. It takes some time to open the magic circle. He needs to absorb enough magic elements to activate the magic circle of the entire tower. At least he needs to fill the Chris furnace. The furnace Dole chose is large enough, and it is estimated that it will take at least 3 days. Thinking of this, he communicated with the tower. Under the blessing of the magic circle, his mental power surged rapidly. With the continuous entry of magic power, magic patterns were instantly generated around him, and entered various parts of the tower. The core of the Chris magic circle is the Chris furnace. After the furnace is up, he also needs to draw the Chris chain defense array, and the Chris magic fire double pupil. This is a complete set of Chris magic circle. Dole stayed here for 7 days in a row. He didn't go anywhere during these 7 days, and even missed a class. The light of the magic tower became brighter and brighter, and more magic elements were taken in, and the furnace was filled. On the 7th day, the light of the magic circle disappeared with a bang, and the whole tower was restored to the way it was when it was built, no different from other magic towers. Dole fell down from the tower lightly, and stood on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and he almost fell to the ground. He didn't care about his embarrassment, and slowly entered the tower, climbed to the 3rd floor, and lay on the ground and fell asleep. This sleep lasted another 3 days. Behind Tallinn, a group of wizards stood in front of Dole's magic tower. Some of them were envious, some were jealous, and some were excited. Lecturer Dole's magic tower is finally almost built. Once the magic circle is completed, the next thing will be easy. Morris wanted to shout excitedly. Beside him, Sano and Guduz also nodded at the same time. Guduz sighed and said, "When I met him, he was still a first-level wizard. Now, hey, people are different. I have to take advantage of the rich in the future." Sano looked at Guduz and smiled. "Okay, Master Dole is not arrogant, just be content. An ordinary 3rd-level wizard will not pay attention to you." "I want to book a room," Raman said quietly. "Me too, I want to book a big one." "Bullshit, do you know how Dole wizards will set prices?" "Big ones?" Sketch said disdainfully. Morris and Sano glanced at the others. Although these people are civilian wizards, they have good qualifications to be promoted to 3rd-level pharmacists, and they are getting along well now. Morris thought for a moment and said, "Wizard Dole once said that the fee would not be too high, but not everyone with money could enter." Raman nodded and said, "We should all be able to enter, but I don't know what will happen to others." He turned his head and glanced at Bernard. Bernard looked ahead and felt relieved. This guy finally had his own magic tower, and he was finally safer. Chapter 283. A level 3 wizard, plus a level 3 magic tower, can definitely resist a level 4 wizard. Moreover, the magic circle that Dole got from nowhere seems to be quite powerful. In the past few days, even the level 4 wizards from Arangel College have come to observe. Obviously, the magic circle is of high level. At this moment, everyone bowed their heads at the same time. The lecturer has woken up, and the class is about to start. Tell everyone to put down their things and prepare for class. Morris shouted in all directions. The people around him immediately dispersed, leaving only the wizards, who were not pharmacists, to continue to envy. What the noble wizards could not do was done by Dole, a wizard from the north. He had his own magic tower. This ability and strength shocked all the wizards in What City. At this time, not only at Angel College, but also many wizards in What City, some people even regretted it secretly. From morning to 5 in the afternoon, after 2 classes in one go, Dole returned to the Magic Potion Hall with a dry mouth. At this time, Lamb was already urging him to pay for the renovation. The Magic Tower was just a frame now, and the renovation was still to come. Dorai took out all his inventory, and his pocket became clean again. He had to speed up the refining of a batch of potions in the next few days, otherwise he would be poor. He had not refined potions recently, but it was not completely without gain. In the process of completing the Chris Magic Circle, his control over mental power was further improved. He felt that he could challenge the level 6 potion with a slightly lower difficulty. Pharmacy is a process of accumulation. Dual Eye has no shortage of materials and resources. His proficiency is rising rapidly. His mental control is strong. It seems that it is a little early to learn to be a level 6 pharmacist, but the time is just right for him. Level 6 corresponds to the level 4 profession. The slightly simpler ones are like the Scarlet Potion. It's just that different potions have different materials. The materials of slightly higher level potions are very scarce, so it is difficult for pharmacists above level 6 to advance. The materials of Scarlet Potion are very common. When the time comes, just ask the military office to send it. There are many level 4 masters there, and this kind of thing should be very scarce. Thinking of this, he relaxed and began to prepare the goods for the Rose Chamber of Commerce. This is his biggest source of funds at present, and he can't be careless at all. As the moon rises, Angel College becomes more lively than during the day, especially around Tallinn, where many people are here. Tallinn is surrounded by magic lights, which illuminate this area brightly, and there are people all around, which is very lively. This is the scene Dole saw when he walked out of the potion hall. He was stunned for a moment, then walked through the crowd indifferently, entered the Tallinn area, and soon entered the Magic Tower. At this time, the Magic Tower was under construction. Driven by money, the ordinary craftsmen were divided into 3 groups, working day and night without stopping for a moment, and the progress was touching. In just one day, Dole saw that most of the first floor had been cleaned up. He nodded slightly, greeted the wizard apprentice in charge, and went up to the 3rd floor. This Magic Tower is a hexagonal tower, about 30 meters wide, and currently has only 3 floors. The wood used alone exceeds more than 500,000 gold coins, and many of them are sponsored for free by the students. The other materials and labor, added up, have long exceeded the hundreds of thousands of gold coins that Dole had originally envisioned. With his own earnings and the magic crystals compensated by the Glory Wizard Guild, the whole structure was barely supported. The decoration didn't cost much. Standing in front of the big tripod, Dole closed his eyes and communicated with the magic circle. Soon, the whole tower was in his consciousness. After scanning the whole tower thoroughly, Dole's mouth curled up. Not bad. At this moment, he lowered his head and frowned slightly. Not long after, he turned and left the 3rd floor. On the Angel Magic Tower, layers of magic fluctuations began to ripple from the bottom, and layers of light rose slowly from the bottom to the top like a belt, and soon covered the entire Magic Tower. The extremely strong magic fluctuations rushed into the sky, and colorful lights radiated from the tower, quickly lighting up the entire night. Seeing this movement, the people around desperately ran in all directions, fearing that they would be swept by the light. These lights are the magic energy passports opened by the Angel Wizard Tower, with a level as high as the 6th extraordinary level. If you are swept by it, half of your life will be gone. At the same time, the magic towers around them simultaneously released infinite light, echoing the Angel Wizard Tower. Dole happened to be outside at this time, standing in the distance and looking up at the Angel Wizard Tower, with a solemn face. Angel is about to be promoted to level 6. There was a wave of magic next to Dole, and Lamb's figure appeared beside him. Dean Angel is going to be promoted to level 6, and the city of What's will be lively in the future. Dole glanced at Lamb, hummed, and said, Level 6 is also a top master in the entire Northwest. If Dean Angel successfully promotes to level 6 this time, I'm afraid he will be selected as an honorary elder of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Although the Glory Empire is ruled by warriors, the Glory Wizard Alliance is indeed the largest force, more powerful than the royal family. The Glory Wizard Alliance in each region is the top leader, but wizards generally only manage the wizard world and rarely interfere in local administration, so the current situation has been formed. The Northwest Glory Wizard Alliance is the entire Northwest, an organization larger than the 2 provinces in the Northwest. If you can become an elder in it, you will naturally be powerful. In the future, Arangel College will have a much better life. At least it will not be suppressed by colleges like the Dark Gate, and there will be a chance to become a higher college. Speaking of which, the two were still very excited. After all, they witnessed the birth of a 6th level. At this moment, the magic tower in front of them suddenly burst into infinite light, and circles of energy expanded outward. The huge energy pushed everything around them outward, and even the two began to stand unsteadily. At this moment, Dole stretched out his hand, and a force emerged from the magic tower in the distance. He borrowed the power by force, stabilized his body, and pulled Lamb, and the two flew towards the Dole magic tower. Soon, the two stood on the top of the tower. At this time, they saw that the whole tower was covered by light, and the magic light above their heads broke through the sky, reaching more than 1,000 meters, forming a very fierce light column that pierced the sky. It was hard not to notice this kind of power. At this time, the two looked towards the direction of Waz City together, but saw a magnificent magic tower flying from a distance, standing in the distance, looking at Arangel Academy from afar. In the dark night, only a beam of light could be seen standing in the air, and no one could be seen in it. At this time, Lamb lowered his head, then formed seals with his hands, and communicated with others. Dole looked at it, without paying too much attention, but focused on the Arangel magic tower. It is estimated that Arangel's movement will not end for 3 to 5 days. At this time, it is possible to visit the structure of the tower, and the structure of the magic circle. Chapter 284. The magic tower is the foundation of the wizard, and the magic circle is the top priority, which is related to the future of the owner of the magic tower. Although he didn't know much about the magic circle, Dual Eye saw at once that this magic circle was a very standard 6th level magic circle, which was quite standard. Its biggest advantage was that it could gather the abilities of all the wizard towers with the same attributes around it. The disadvantage was that the defense of a single wizard tower was not very high. When all the wizard towers around were combined, even a real 6th level wizard could not break the defense of the magic tower. Dual Eye analyzed it bit by bit, and at the same time summarized what he saw and thought carefully. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, 3 days had passed here. As Dual Eye guessed, on the 3rd day, the light of the magic tower weakened, and the power was greatly reduced. The magic elements quickly rolled inward, and went to the Arangel magic tower. The power of the wizard tower began to decrease rapidly, but in the wizard tower, a tyrannical force quickly expanded, like a fierce gale, going out from the Arangel tower. That was Arangel's spiritual power. Feeling this spiritual power that was 3 times stronger than before, Dole thought to himself he succeeded. Dole was slightly surprised. Lamb was also surprised at this time. The dean succeeded. Success? At this time, Talon was silent, and the surrounding world was also silent. In the wilderness in the distance, the wizard tower belonging to the Glory Wizard Alliance suddenly flashed, left its original place, and flew towards What City. The grand promotion process ended. Everyone inside and outside Arangel College looked at this side, and most people's faces were extremely excited. From today, Arangel Academy will be promoted to a high-level academy. The Glory Wizard Alliance will soon transfer resources to it, and the academy will be prosperous. Then, a strong cheer broke out in the academy. Arangel was promoted to level 6. This is a grand event for the entire academy, and even for the city of Huazi. Feeling the huge mental power, Dole felt a little pressure. If this guy reaches level 6, will it be difficult for him to leave? Thinking of this, he sighed. However, it will take at least many days to consolidate this guy's promotion to level 6. At least, he doesn't have to face him now. Dole thought for a while, and then returned to the tower. Lamb glanced at Dole, sighed, and returned to the Lamb Tower. It was time for him to break through and upgrade. Arangel entered level 6, and would not be in seclusion for a short time. He could relax a lot. For himself, it was at least a good thing. The promotion of Arangel made the whole city of Huazi boil. Various forces, organizations, and families sent congratulations and gifts. The 3 families that had not dealt with each other before also sent generous gifts at this time, which were accepted by Arangel's 4 disciples. After reaching level 6, Arangel became the undisputed #1 master in Huazi City, and he also had a level 5 octagonal magic tower. He was simply invincible. Even the 3 families did not dare to challenge him at this time. After Arangel entered level 6, all forces in Huazi City were completely calm, and all the focus was placed on the new city. The development speed of the new city was greatly improved, and the pressure on the Magic Potion Hall was greatly increased. In addition to the military office and the city lord's mansion, people from the rivers and lakes and ordinary families also began to place orders. Of course, This order is not limited to the Magic Hall, but also to the Apothecary Guild. Both parties are making a lot of money at this time. A month passed quickly. On the first day of June, Dole stood in front of the Magic Tower with a solemn look on his face. The Magic Tower has been completed. In a few days, when the smell of decoration inside has dissipated, it can be officially occupied. He plans to move in first, familiarize himself with the various applications of magic arrays, and then recruit students to move in. It is not easy to run a magic tower. First of all, the daily consumption is fixed, the consumption of magic arrays, and the consumption of energy. If you just live there, you definitely can't afford it, at least not at this stage. Recruiting other people to live in is the best thing, and the profits collected can be saved to facilitate the increase of the number of floors of the tower in the future. Now it is a 3-story magic tower, and it will be added in the future, 5 floors, 7 floors, or even 10 floors. The higher the number of floors of the magic tower, the more it can accommodate a large magic array, and the greater the power. Dole is ready to put this matter on the agenda, and at least 6 floors are required. Thinking of this, he walked in slowly. 3rd floor. The Cris furnace exudes a very terrifying high temperature, like a volcano. The furnace is full of various flame energies, which are supplied to Cris to refine the defense array, Cris Magic Fire Double Pupil. Cris Magic Fire Double Pupil is the offensive means of the magic tower, and its power is close to the top of level 4. This is the main offensive means of the magic tower. However, according to the current situation, the Magic Fire Double Pupil can only send out 3 supplies at most, and the energy of the furnace will be exhausted. Dole needs to transform the Cris furnace, add more magic patterns, add more solid materials, increase the capacity of the furnace, and further improve the storage of elements and the quality of mana. There are a total of 16 rooms on the 3rd floor. Dole plans to use more than half of these 16 rooms as his own laboratory, leaving only a few as storage rooms and lounges. As for the living room, it is completely unnecessary. This is his private place. Thinking of this, he turned and left the room, preparing to move the laboratory here first. It took 2 days for Dole to move all the laboratories here without anyone noticing. The main function of the magic tower is to practice. Most of the magic arrays inside have the effect of concentrating the mind, which can greatly improve the efficiency of practice. Moreover, the magic tower can absorb more magic elements. The elements inside are active and abundant, and practice is faster. Any wizard will regard owning a magic tower as the highest honor. When Dole was about to finish moving, Bernard appeared from nowhere and found him in the potion hall, looking at him excitedly. Dole glanced at him unhappily and said, "It will take a few days. The smell of the decoration on the 1st and 2nd floors has not yet dissipated. I am moving my own things." Bernard smiled innocently and said, "I can help move." Dole stared at him unhappily. "You will die?" Bernard's expression froze, and he dared not speak. There were too many dangerous and deadly things in Dole's laboratory. He was so excited that he almost forgot. After Dole finished the things in batches, he let Rosa and Bernard enter the magic tower together. It was the first time for Rosa to come to Dole's magic tower. She looked left and right, and always felt that this place was different from other people's magic towers. Although the architectural style was the same, Dole's magic tower was full of more massive energy and tended to be fire-based, as if it was a volcano. The surrounding space was full of various manic energies, but these energies could be restrained together with very little, which was very strange. Chapter 285. There are 30 rooms on the 1st floor, and 30 rooms on the 2nd floor. Each room has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The 1st floor is the place with the lowest energy density. You too can choose a place on the 2nd floor. As for the 3rd floor, the entire 1st floor is my territory. Dole briefly introduced it and said, "I will take you to the 2nd floor, and you can choose a room each. Oh, by the way, the energy density of each floor is the same. If you want to increase the effect of cultivation, you can invest magic crystals yourself to improve the energy quality in the room." Bernard and Rosa looked around and nodded together. There was still a smell of paint in the air, which had not dissipated yet, but the entire magic tower had been completely decorated. According to Dole's personality, the decoration style here tends to be simple and practical, without too many fancy things. There are 2 stairs to the 2nd floor, one on the left and one on the right. They went up the stairs on the right. After just looking for a while, Rosa and Bernard each chose a room. "When will I give you the money?" At this time, Bernard said with a gleaming look. He was afraid that Dole would regret it. Dole shook his head and said, "Wait until we officially move in. 3 days later, I will open the magic circle to dredge the air here and wait until the smell is gone. The two siblings breathed a sigh of relief and started to move things. Duolai put things into the laboratory one by one, quietly, and at night. Except for the two siblings, almost no one knew that Duolai had moved. He had a comfortable life in the past 6 months. No one disturbed him, and no one made trouble. Duolai still liked it. The meditation method of the Son of Storm has also entered the right track. This meditation method is much more difficult to practice than the Son of Fire element. Just controlling the dense wind flow in the storm requires a lot of his energy to stabilize. After the storm element was formed, he released most of his mental power and had the spare energy to do other things. This month is July. It is the end of the last semester. There is still one class to finish, and this semester will be over. However, it is a bit surprising that there are more than 30 third-level pharmacists this semester, but there is not a fourth-level pharmacist. It is really strange. He thinks that he has explained it in detail, but no one has learned it completely. The mental control of these students is still too poor. He plans to create a method to train mental control according to the basic silver coin method and let these people practice. Otherwise, no one will succeed in a semester, which is too embarrassing. Returning to the magic potion hall, he carefully studied it and thought about the feasibility of various methods. As soon as the sky was slightly bright, Duolai packed up his things and slowly came to the teaching area. Along the way, many students greeted him, and Duolai greeted them one by one. Except for the students of the potion department, almost everyone knows him now, and everyone knows him. Even many talented students among the students are polite to Duolai. They are scared by Duolai's method of cutting off medicine. Whoever dares to disobey, the potion hall will cut off his medicine, no matter if he is a noble or a second-generation official. As long as he dares to do things in secret and offend the people of the potion hall, his medicine will be cut off without saying a word, and even the dishonest people will become extremely honest. At this moment, a loud voice came. Dole turned around and saw that it was Gary, the top student in the academy who liked adventure. He was also very talented, but his family was not very well off. He walked quickly and came to Dole, then whispered mysteriously, "Lecturer Dole, I found what you said." Dole stopped, looked at Gary, and came up to him and said, "Is it that thing?" Gary nodded fiercely. Dole raised his eyebrows, turned his wrist, took out 1,000 gold coins, handed them to Gary, and said, "These commissions, I will go back and take a look." 1,000 gold coins is a big bag, heavy, and Gary's face flashed with excitement, saying, "It is our purpose to serve Lecturer Dole. Lecturer Dole, we also found a flying insect somewhere, which is very powerful." He roughly talked about the appearance characteristics and power of the insect. Dole thought for a while, took out another 1,000 gold coins, and said, "It seems that my idea is right. Those two things should be mutually dependent. You did a good job. Go back and get 2 bottles of level 4 vitality potion from Morris." Gray was overjoyed. "Thank you, lecturer. Thank you, lecturer." Dole was relieved at this time and said slowly, "I have to go to class, talk later." The last ingredient of the super vitality potion has finally been found, and Lord Ball has a chance to return to level 7. Super vitality potion is a potion above level 6, which can directly activate the potential of the human body, use the huge vitality, and completely repair most of the damage on the body, especially for internal injuries. It has a miraculous effect, and can even activate the potential of the flesh to a certain extent and increase strength. This kind of medicine does not exist in this world. It is an outside world medicine provided by Boss Ball himself. Boss Ball also spent a lot of money to recover. Dole didn't know what kind of injury Ball suffered, but he could beat a level 7 creature seriously and nearly die, so the injury must be serious. Boss Ball has not said anything about the injury for so many years, but it must be serious. Thinking of this, he rushed to the classroom while thinking about the prescription of the medicine. Soon, he came to the classroom. Standing at the door and taking a look, everyone was there. No one was absent, and there were 2 more. He frowned. This is the last class of this semester. After finishing it, he can only wait until the next semester. So far, there has not been a level 4 pharmacist in the class. In fact, he is a little dissatisfied. At this time, the classroom was silent. He came to the front of the desk, coughed, and said slowly, "Today is the last class of this semester. In this semester, I have talked about the extraction and purification methods of about 26 4th-level medicinal materials. I don't know why none of you have made a 4th-level potion yet. Do you have to wait for me to demonstrate the processing steps of each medicinal material of a potion step by step before you can do it?" In the classroom, a group of people lowered their heads in shame. After a while, Bernard raised his hand weakly and whispered, "Lecturer, I should be almost there. I can make a 4th level potion in less than a month." Dole snorted. He looked back and saw the 2 strangers, and said, "This class will take 6 hours as a summary of this year. Those 2 people, I don't care who asked you to come here and pay 100 gold coins." The 2 looked at each other. They were wearing ordinary magic robes, but their figures, sitting postures, and eyes showed that they were not ordinary people. After hearing what Dole said, one of them was about to speak, but the other stopped him. He stood up slowly, bowed slightly and said, "Sir Dole, we too came here in a presumptuous way. Please forgive us. We will pay 100 gold coins and give it to the squad leader later." The squad leader was Morris. Dole glanced at the man who spoke. He was polite, and seemed to have a good temper and good upbringing. He looked at another person and said, "Who is this? He seems a little reluctant." Chapter 286. The man was immediately furious, but when he thought of the purpose of coming, he held his breath and said, "No, I don't have it. Let's pay." Dole looked at the man, his mouth twitching slightly. "That's good. Let's go to class." Since the other party admitted his defeat, Dole didn't want to be too aggressive. He thought for a while and said, "In the recent period, I felt that your progress was limited, so I followed a meditation method and slightly modified it into a method of training mental power. The main course today is to explain this method of training mental power. I call it the Vortex method." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How could this be possible? The lecturer actually created a method of training mental power himself. Dole didn't give them too many opportunities. The mental power communication magic screen was demonstrated on it. This Vortex method is actually a method of training mental power that he created based on the general form of the Son of Storm. First, use mental power to form ice blades or wind blades, rotate around the center point, and form a natural vortex, just like the most basic form of a storm. Then continue to add ice blades or wind blades. These wind blades and ice blades cannot collide and run according to their own trajectories. Finally, 200 wind blades are stuffed in, which is the first stage. The second stage is 2,000, and the third stage is 20,000. Seeing such a terrifying training method, everyone gasped and was extremely shocked. If you continue to train in this way, your mental power control will definitely be abnormal. Is this created by a 3rd-level wizard? Someone raised his hand. Dole looked and saw that it was Ramen, so he motioned him to speak, and said, "Teacher, how many can you do?" Dole thought to himself, "I'm waiting for you to ask." So he nodded and said, "You can control the scale of the wind blade or ice blade of the vortex method by yourselves. According to the calculation of one wind blade or ice blade with 1 point of magic power, I can control about 30,000 to 40,000. Kutong. Some people fell under the table in shock. How could this be possible? The lecturer has reached the 3rd stage. After seeing this method, with their control, 2,000 is difficult. Dole ignored their shock. Next, he explained in detail the operation mode and principle of the vortex method, as well as the method of controlling mental power, striving for precision. This took about 3 hours. You guys can handle the rest by yourselves. I watched from the side. If you don't know how to do it, come and ask me. This method is not only applied to mental power, you can also use magic, like I did. He raised his hand casually, and a stream of wind appeared in his hand. The wind continuously formed a series of white wind blades, and then rotated around the center. At first, there were only a dozen wind blades forming a small vortex magic. With the addition of Dole's magic power, the number of wind blades increased, and the size of the vortex became larger and larger. Not long after, Dole's hand contained thousands of tiny wind blades. The vortex in his hand was as high as 1 meter, rolling up the surrounding air, as if he was holding a storm in his hand, which looked very scary. The wind was rolling in the classroom, and for a moment, it felt like a 4-7 or 8 gale was raging here. Everyone's faces tightened when they saw this. This was not a way to exercise control, but a terrifying magic. If this was thrown out, who could withstand it? Never contradict the instructor in the future. This vortex spell will kill you. Everyone took a deep breath, and even the 2 newcomers' faces tightened. Dole was very satisfied with the effect, so he smiled lightly. People with talent can also use wind blades and ice blades together, like this. He casually made a move, and the water elements in the surrounding heaven and earth quickly condensed into ice blades, which he grabbed and threw into the storm vortex. These ice blades were thrown in without causing any ripples, and they were perfectly integrated without touching any ice blades. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were straight. This was too terrifying. Dole saw this and felt that he had demonstrated it almost, so he dispersed the magic in his hand. He was originally trying to intimidate these people. Practice on your own. If you don't know, come up and ask me. He pushed the magic screen to the front, took a stool, sat next to it, picked up a book, and read it seriously. My God, big brother, this trip is really worth it. This vortex wind blade, I'm afraid that few people in the Glory Wizard Academy can do it so easily. The young man who was a little reckless at the beginning also calmed down at this time, and was a little scared. The calm man looked at him, his heart was a little nervous. Not only is it impossible, even the top 10 geniuses can't do it like this. This kind of precise control, plus his own huge power, can do it like this. I even doubt whether this person is a third-level wizard. Well, I won't say it anymore. I have to try it too. I can't fall behind others. He closed his eyes, and simulated it in his spiritual consciousness. At first, he thought it was quite simple, but soon he frowned. When the number increased to more than 2,000, he soon couldn't support it. Although he could increase the volume of the vortex, but after taking into account the trajectory of each wind blade, the degree of mental power consumption increased greatly. This requires extremely precise control and thinking speed. He muttered a little, what would it be like if it was replaced by the top 10 geniuses? However, even with their abilities, they would only reach the top of the second level, and they still couldn't beat this so-called pharmacist lecturer. The magic that looked like a practice just now could form tens of thousands of ice blades and wind blades to attack together. The degree of destruction was almost no less than that of the fourth-level intermediate magic, and the power was quite terrifying. He no longer dared to underestimate this pharmacist. He heard that he also had an independent magic tower. In fact, even the top-level wizards of level 4 were not his opponents. What a terrifying genius! At this moment, the reckless young man looked at him with an ugly face and said, Brother Wang, how many do you have? 3,100. The man smiled bitterly, I just got 2,000. This guy is really abnormal. What kind of meditation method is he practicing? Is it worth spending these 100 gold coins? It's really worth it. I ask him later if he sells this method. If he does, we can announce the tuition fee and let everyone practice it. The gentleman man was stunned for a moment. I guess he sells it. He announced it directly. High-level wizards are extremely powerful both physically and mentally. It is common for them to go without food and water for 6 hours. Until the class ended at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was frowning and competing with themselves. Even Dole didn't know when he would leave. Back at the potion hall, Dole greeted Rosa and prepared to move to the magic tower. Rosa ran out with her small bag, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Dole smiled, touched her head, and said, Let's go, we don't need to stay here anymore. Rosa didn't like Dole touching her head, but she had no choice but to puff up her cheeks and follow him. The academy was on vacation. Dole only stayed in the academy for 3 days. After finishing the laboratory, he took Ball out of the academy quietly, crossed the Arangel Mountains, and flew west. The place Jerry told him was not close. He needed to fly for a day to reach his destination, so he went early and came back early. The last medicine was called the immortal bacteria. Ordinary people like to call it Tai Sui. This thing was rarely seen, so he issued the task. Chapter 287. The immortal bacteria, that is Tai Sui, has super strong biological activity, and is a must-have in the super vitality potion. Without it, it is impossible to refine the vitality potion, so he must find it. In this world, Tai Sui is also called the messenger of Hades, and is regarded as an ominous thing. Touching it will bring bad luck and disaster, so ordinary people will not easily touch this thing, which brings a touch of mystery to it, so few people spread it everywhere. Flying over the Arangel Mountains, Dole quickly came to the other side of the mountain and flew towards the eternal forest. Flying in the sky, in addition to controlling the airflow, you also need to converge your mental power, control the light, and hide yourself. Otherwise, the various Warcraft overlords, who can fly will annoy him to death, especially the Sky Overlord, various eagles, falcons, eagles, and other large creatures, will definitely chase him. While flying, generally observe the surrounding environment. I have to say that it is really good to be able to fly. If I could fly back then, I wouldn't have to follow the flame caravan for such a long distance. As he flew, he observed the surrounding scenery, and soon he flew to another mountain range further north. After passing this mountain range, further north, it was the range of the eternal forest, beyond the border of the Glory Empire. Seeing this mountain range, Dual Eye floated in the air, looked around carefully, compared the characteristics, and then flew towards a valley. This mountain range is called the Evil Spirit Mountain. It is not as large as the famous mountain, but it is many times larger than a rangeal, and it is very long, and the peaks are very high. In the distance, you can see that some of the peaks are still snow-capped mountains. It is the natural boundary that divides the Glory Empire and the Eternal Forest. It is very large. This mountain range is also a restricted area for humans. In the territory of the Glory Empire, there are 3 counties similar to the city of Wutz. Dole has a detailed map, so he naturally does not need to go to the city to find someone to guide him. He flies directly to the mountain. As a 3rd-level wizard, Dole is now confident enough. From XX County, there is a wide path where you can see a prosperous town. Go in from the back of the town and go to the 3rd peak on the left. There is a huge square stone on the top of the 1st peak, which can be seen at a glance. Dole flew while observing the terrain, and soon found the prosperous town they said. Looking to the left along the town, he soon saw the peak with the stone. When he got here, he basically arrived. At the same time, he also saw many adventure groups and mercenary groups on the mountain. It was summer now, and the schools were out. It was the time for adventure groups and mercenary groups to recruit soldiers and go out for adventure. The town was indeed more prosperous than other ordinary towns. People could be seen everywhere, all kinds of professionals, wizards. Dole looked at the town and flew towards the mountain. Not long after, he landed lightly on the stone on the top of the mountain. He picked up the note in his hand and took a look. 15 miles into the valley, you can see a small black pool. Above the pool is a place that looks moist and humid. That's where the undead bacteria are. Dole just took a look, put down the note, and started to change clothes. He dressed himself up as a 2nd-level warrior, who looked inconspicuous. Of course, he was indeed a 2nd-level warrior. Although the meditation method has been washed away, the dragon flame attached to the Son of Elements is gone, but the dragon power in the blood still exists, and it is more suitable to disguise as a 2nd-level warrior. Originally, I wanted to fly directly, but Boss Ball noticed that there were 4 or 5-level monsters in the distant mountains, so I gave up. Safety first. At this time, Boss Ball had already run away, and I didn't know where to eat snacks. After packing up everything, Dual Eye looked around and saw no one, so he threw the change top on the ground, with a slight disdain on the corner of his mouth, and jumped off the stone into the bottomless valley. Behind Dual Eye, 2 groups of people followed in batches. One group was a wizard holding a compass. There were several wizards flying close to the ground, fearing that they would be discovered by Dual Eye in front. The other group had 4 people, all wizards. They were flying at high altitude, looking at the direction where Dual Eye was going, full of surprise and uncertainty. These 4 wizards are all level 3, and one is even level 4. The leader is the polite young man in the class. He looked at the direction where Dole went, and the people following him. A small mirror in his hand emitted a faint and gentle light, covering them. From the outside, this place was just a ball of air. Whether from the breath or the light, there was no one here. Good guy, it would be fine if this guy didn't come out, but once he came out, it would be trouble. Who is the person in front? It seems that he is not friendly. The elegant young man frowned. Next to him, the reckless young man snorted and said, Andrew, who cares who he is, just wait and see the show. Dole is a level 5 pharmacist. Maybe he has already dealt with various level 6 poisons. In addition, after Shilon suffered a big loss last time, the intelligence provided by the Honor Wizard Alliance showed that this guy is obviously not easy to deal with. These people don't have specific equipment. It's really a death wish to find trouble with the damn Dole. Although he was very unhappy with Dole, he still knew his own limitations. As a powerful pharmacist who also studied poison, there was no way to kill him without special tools. Andrew smiled faintly. Andre, you still have self-knowledge. Andre snorted disdainfully. You are the same, aren't you? You even brought the 2 adults here. Andrew said calmly, I am doing this for safety. After this guy was promoted to level 5 pharmacist, I don't know how many people are watching him. If he is promoted to level 6 in a short period of time, it will attract the attention of many major forces. It is reasonable for us to make arrangements in advance. Besides, he has contributed more than half of the current development of the Rose Chamber of Commerce, Walt's branch. Andre nodded. The pharmacy industry in Walt City is booming, and our Rose Chamber of Commerce has taken advantage of this to make a fortune. We have to thank this guy a lot. Unfortunately, he ran too fast, otherwise we could sit down and discuss it. Andrew nodded. Don't worry, there is plenty of time anyway. I suspect that Dole has already known what happened later. We are not in a hurry, just stay away for now. Andre nodded. He was well aware of Dole's danger. It is also said that he is related to another level 6 and got the mysterious corpse worm. If it is true, I am afraid that as long as he is not a level 5 or 6, the risk factor is still quite high. Onik, Finny, and 10 other people were together. At this time, the compass-like thing had been handed over to Onik. Through the relationship with Dole, they secretly put something that could track his whereabouts on every piece of clothing on him. As soon as Dole walked out of the academy, they found his traces. The tracking authority was in the hands of Onik. After getting the news that Dole had come out, he hurriedly reported and directly brought people to follow. As long as Dole could be taken into the pocket, it would be a source of wealth in the future, which would be of great benefit to them, the Guehua bird. The Rose Caravan in the city is a living example. It was originally just a station for a large caravan and had no reputation. Now, relying on the relationship with Dole, it has transformed into a high-level potion output caravan, and its value has increased greatly. Chapter 288. We must get him, and Nico has confidence in himself and others. As they followed, they carefully checked their equipment. This time, Dole did not bring the magic tower with him, which was the best news for them. If Dole brought the magic tower, they would not dare to come at all, and this time, it should be the only chance for them. A bottle of chaos potion above level 6 used to deal with wizards costs up to 2,000 gold coins. The small isolation barrier used against wizards is very valuable. The level 6 spiritual thorn scroll, the level 6 lost scroll, etc., all of them, just to deal with Dole alone, they spent more than 100,000 gold coins. More than 100,000 gold coins, for the strange fire sparrow, is also a considerable amount. They quietly came to the bottom of the mountain and tracked Dole's position. The compass showed that he was above. Not long after, they carefully came to the bottom of the platform. At this moment, someone touched his nose, frowned, and whispered, "Why do I feel a musty smell?" Someone rolled his eyes at him and whispered, "This is a forest, with rotten leaves and dead small animals and insects everywhere. How can there be no rotten smell?" The man frowned and said, "No, it seems to be some kind of fungus." He suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly closed his nose, and picked his nose. At the same time, the magic power on his body was strong, and energy flowed through his body. They used voice to communicate because they were afraid that Dole would notice, and did not release magic fluctuations. Now this person's magic fluctuations were so strong that everyone was stunned. At this time, they thought of something at the same time, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly opened the magic shield and ran outside, but it was too late at this time. At this time, in the invisible subtle scene in the air, tiny black things flew from above to below and landed around. As long as they entered the range, they would attach to the skin, pores, and drill into the body. The magic shield blocked some of the black dots, but there were still many black dots that passed through their magic shields and attached to their bodies. Everyone retreated in an orderly manner. At this moment, someone screamed miserably, and everyone looked back, only to see that this person was covered with black mushrooms all over his body, from his head, neck, face, and his hands. He waved his hands and frantically grabbed these things. Mushroom fragments fell from his body, but there were still mushrooms growing from his body. The skin was completely ulcerated and covered with mushrooms. After this person used magic power, these mushrooms seemed to be stimulated by these energies and grew faster. His skin shrank quickly, and his body quickly became like a mummy, like a dead branch covered with mushrooms. His breath became weaker and weaker. Pain. He fell down without a sound. This process developed very quickly. From beginning to end, it took less than 3 seconds. Seeing this, everyone was already stunned. At this time, they found that they were also starting to grow this kind of thing on their bodies. Ah, what the hell is this thing? What should I do? Use magic to remove it. Can't use magic. That thing will absorb magic energy to grow. Finny was sharp-eyed and had discovered this situation a long time ago. She also felt that something on her body was absorbing her flesh and blood at this time, and she was panicked, but she soon discovered that this thing would grow very slowly unless it was suppressed by magic. At this moment, another scream was heard. Someone couldn't help but panic and use magic, so he quickly turned into a huge mushroom, rolled to the ground, fell into the mountain, and let out a shrill scream in the air. Horror, weirdness, horror, everyone was stunned. Finny was also extremely panicked at this time, but she was still calm. She told others about her discovery, and everyone quickly came to her. Hurry up, and take the potion to treat spores. Onyx's face became quite ugly at this time. She also felt the strangeness on her body. She was going to suppress it with magic at the first time, but she felt that the power was lost very quickly, and the thing seemed to be growing wildly, so she didn't continue to suppress it. At this time, her skin, face, and hair were all covered with black spots. In order to prevent them from growing, she even unlocked the magic shield. This damn Dole, his methods are really weird. No matter how much defense she took, she still fell into his trap. She now seriously suspects that the other party came out this time to deal with them. There weren't many potions to treat the spores. Soon, everyone took a bottle and the abnormality on their bodies was slightly relieved, but they could still feel something else on their bodies. It was terrible. At this time, everyone had already run to a place about a mile away from the top of the mountain, and everyone was still in shock. There were only 6 people left alive, and 3 level 3 wizards died in the attack just now. Aniko and Finny looked at each other, and there was a trace of fear and surprise in their eyes. Retreat, this thing on us doesn't seem to be dead yet. Aniko was already panicking at this time, and she said directly. Finny gritted his teeth, it's the only way. I didn't expect that we would be tricked even if we went out together. Anik looked around and said with lingering fear, if you want to leave, leave quickly. I suspect he is nearby. Finny was shocked by this sentence, and raised his head. His mental power surged wildly, and went to investigate in all directions. The moment his mental power came out, she was stunned. He saw that the surrounding world seemed to be full of this black thing, which was tiny, and not easy to detect, but extremely powerful. Before they came, they got the relevant news that this guy had a lot of poisons, but they didn't take it seriously. Now they finally learned from it. Her face changed wildly. Let's go! Others followed her without thinking and went away together. Dole didn't pay any attention to them at this time. After making his move, he left the mountain platform and went into the mountain. Those black spores only target people, not other creatures. If a person is hit, those below level 3 will die in 9 out of 10 cases. If there is nothing targeted at level 4, they will also die. The black spores can only exist in the air for 3 hours at most, and will die automatically after 3 hours, and will not have any impact on the surrounding environment. Many biological technologies of Wushu were obtained by Dole. He can now say that he is a veritable poison master. At least many level 6 poison masters are not as good as him. If this is discovered, he will be called a black wizard, but Dole doesn't care about this. His poison is generally only used on enemies, and they dare not advertise it everywhere. The place where Tai Sui is located must be a place rich in various nutrients and cool. In the mountain, the ground is not rich in various nutrients, but very barren. It is almost impossible to find Tai Sui in the mountains. Tai Sui usually appears in places where various biological populations appear, such as human settlements, various large biological settlements, etc. This mountain range belongs to the border between the Glory Empire and the Eternal Forest. Entering this mountain range, it is actually not far from the Eternal Forest. There are not only various monsters and ghosts in this mountain, but also other races and creatures. Dole is actually still looking forward to it. At this moment, he looked back at the distance, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. 6 died, 6 escaped, it's really lucky. He can sense the state of spores at a certain distance, so he is very clear about his results. Chapter 289. He turned his head, and looked at the top of the mountain, then he flew up the mountain along the side of the ridge without looking back. It was time to do his own thing. In addition to Finny, and the incident on Mingyang Mountain, Dole already believed that the history of the Tracy family must be very dark. The Sand Scorpion Adventure Group and the Strange Fire Sparrow were all related to this family, and even their family members. It was obvious that the largest underground forces near what city should all be controlled by the Tracy family. The other 2 families should know about it, either standing idly by or having interests involved. In short, the 3 major families are not good people. However, Dole believed that these things should only be known by the core members, and other people should not know, otherwise it would not be so calm on the surface. Human nature is extremely complex, contradictory and crazy, especially the more complex the family, the more incredible the backstory. Dole didn't want to find out, but he wasn't afraid of being retaliated by others. He planned to investigate the Tracy family, if he had the chance, and fight back. In the sky, Andre and Andrew hid in a small cloud. Looking at the scene below, their mouths twitched. I think we seem to be doing too much. This guy is simply a humanoid killing weapon. Andre muttered. What Dole did on the platform was a bit bloody and scary. Now he didn't dare to go down to observe. 6 level 3 wizards died in one breath, and they didn't have any resistance. This was too outrageous. Andrew looked at the direction where Dole left, with a serious expression, and said, this guy has a very strong sense of crisis. He probably discovered something and arranged it specially. He used this large-scale lethal thing so casually. He glanced at the old man next to him and said, "Can we collect some specimens?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes, but we don't know what kind of spores he used so far. It's very risky to go down rashly." Andrew stood in front of the mirror, operating the mirror with both hands, and quickly magnified the picture displayed inside 1,000 times. At 1,000 times, the air was empty, and there was nothing to see. He gritted his teeth, and continued to inject mana to magnify. Soon, they saw some black dots hidden in the air. They floated everywhere with the air, very subtle. Seeing this black dot, the old man nodded and said, "I know, Prince, please wait a moment." He then walked out of the cloud, and disappeared into the air. Not long after, the old man returned with a tightly tied bag of tin foil. The bag was sealed very tightly, leaving no gaps at all, completely isolating the inside and outside. Seeing the bag, everyone subconsciously took a step back. The old man smiled and said, "This thing won't hurt anyone if you don't touch it. It's okay." Andre felt that his behavior was a bit embarrassing, so he forced himself to be alert, took a step forward, and probed in with his mental power. Soon, he felt his scalp tingling. Andre took a step back. Andrew took a step forward and probed in with his mental power. After a while, he took a step back, touched his chin and said, "This biotechnology is very advanced, even comparable to the old researchers of the Imperial Magic Court. Where did he get it from? Could it be that Wushu?" Andre thought for a moment and said, "It is very likely that Dole's whereabouts are very simple and easy to determine." Andrew's scalp was a little numb, a 5th-level pharmacist who also studied biology. If this guy grows up in the future, he will be a terrible figure, maybe even on par with Lord Albert. Andre laughed immediately. "You say he is powerful, I admit it, but I don't believe who Lord Albert is. He is a 9th-level pharmacist, and a 7th-level biology, the medicine god of my glory empire." Andrew glanced at Andre and said, "Although his meditation looks only 5th level on the surface, didn't you notice? He changed his meditation method again?" Dole walked all the way, although he hid his traces, but they saw it all. The magic power was obviously different from the previous fire element meditation method. Andrew said in his heart, "This guy must have a secret, and he dared to come out alone. He must have a reason, but I don't know what it is." Dole did not notice the Andrew brothers in the sky, and even Ball did not notice them. His real strength is only level 6 now, and he has not recovered to the level 7 master. After entering the mountain, he began to rush into danger. Not long after, the number of beasts that fell under his hands, the number of level 1 and level 2 monsters, exceeded 10 fingers. Dole's precise control of mental power, as long as these monsters showed the slightest intention to attack him, they would immediately be hit by the long-range attack of wind blades or ice blades. He did not even stop his steps, only heard a series of swishing sounds, and something fell around him. Dole's storage bracelet has limited space, and it can't hold too many things, so he was too lazy to collect materials from those level 1 and level 2 monsters. Soon, he climbed to the top of the first mountain and looked into the towering Evil Spirit Mountain. Evil Spirit Mountain is the most important mountain range in the Western Ring continent. From here to the north, it is the Northern Land, the Eternal Forest, the Western Desert, and the Northern Countries. The mountain range is extremely long and borders the Eternal Forest. There are all kinds of monsters, elves, and other intelligent races living in the mountain. The geographical environment is extremely complex. According to the records that Dole saw, there is even a very dark and complex underground world under the mountain. The official caravan of the Glory Empire has transactions with the underground world, which laid the foundation for many factors of the Empire's prosperity. Looking into the mountain from here, every mountain range of the Evil Spirit Mountain is very long, ups and downs in the mountain, very spectacular, and the valleys in the mountain are like winding long snakes, going back and forth on the complex land, connecting the 4 sides of the land. At a glance, the highest mountain in the distance is 7 or 8,000 meters high, reaching into the sky, and the lowest mountain is the outermost mountain under his feet, which is also more than 1,000 meters high. Looking down from the top of the mountain, you can see wide streams and rivers rushing into the distance. Dole took a look, identified the direction, then jumped off the mountain and flew towards one of the rivers. The deeper you go into the mountain, the more active the magic elements in the mountain are, and the higher the probability of magical creatures appearing in the mountain. After only a short while, you found a lot of herbs on the ground. Although the level is a bit low, there are a lot of them. The trees in the mountain are also very lush, and many of them are magical creatures. Of course, there are also many dangers in the mountain. He gently flew down the mountain area, and quickly got into the jungle and disappeared. This place is about 400 kilometers away from the mountain range where Rangel is located. It is close to the north. There are too many different plants on the top and bottom of the mountain. There are mostly pine, cypress and fir trees with relatively tenacious vitality on the top of the mountain, while the bottom of the mountain is similar. There are also differences between the wild beasts and various small animals in the mountain. Dole has learned a lot along the way. Following the small valley, he went down all the way. As the sky became narrower and narrower, he went deeper into the mountain. Soon, he followed the stream and climbed up the second mountain. There were basically no powerful creatures in the two outermost mountains. At most, they were level 2. The magic beasts were slightly stronger than humans because of their talents and size, but the difference in rank made Duolai feel like he was in an unmanned place here. Chapter 290. The second mountain is slightly higher than the first mountain, and the magic elements in the air are richer. Duolai climbed the mountain successfully after killing a poisonous snake that wanted to attack him. Since he came here on foot, his speed was relatively slow, and he was in a hurry. It was almost dark at this time. Looking along the ridge, the sun was just setting from the ridge far away. The sky in the west was full of rosy clouds, which was very beautiful. Duolai likes to watch the scenery and feels that this place is not bad. As the sunset fell, the last ray of afterglow in the sky disappeared, and the whole world seemed to be quiet. At this time, an extremely loud and crisp cry suddenly appeared in the mountain. The cry was not loud, but the crisp and bright sound appeared in the ears unusually clear. Duolai thought to himself, what kind of animal is this? He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a fiery red mountain eagle rising from the mountain in the distance and rushing into the sky. At this time, the sky had a thick cloud, which was so dense that it covered the sky above that world, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. At the same time, flashes of light appeared in the clouds, red, purple, and white, like snakes, which seemed to be lightning. Seeing this, Duolai was a little confused. This scene seemed to be crossing the tribulation. When the 6th level is promoted to the 7th level, it is inevitable to experience a baptism of the energy of heaven and earth, which is called crossing the tribulation. The more powerful the creature is, the stronger its own strength is, and the stronger the tribulation is. As long as one can survive the heavenly tribulation, one will be promoted. If not, the lightest is serious injury, and the worst is that one will be reduced to ashes on the spot. Therefore, level 6 is generally the pinnacle of strength. Whether it is human or other races, there are very few level 7s. The biggest reason is that very few creatures can survive the level 7 tribulation. But once the heavenly tribulation is survived, the strength will undergo a drastic change, and they will be able to completely defeat any number of level 6s. That number will soon be made up. Ball is level 7, so Duolai has a deep understanding of this. Even if Lord Ball fell to level 6, he has been promoted to the present by relying on his own rank. Although he has not returned to level 7, he can still defeat any level 6. Duolai stood in the mountains, looking at the fiery red figure, his expression full of envy. He dared to face the heavenly tribulation, no matter what. He was a warrior. At this moment, Baal's figure appeared next to Duolai, and he also looked at the horizon with a solemn face. You don't have to envy her. You can do it in the future. But this guy is very brave. It's not easy to survive the heavenly tribulation, especially for birds. Dole turned his head and was a little confused. Is there any explanation for this? Baal said, birds have great advantages by nature. They fly in the sky, have sharp eyes, and are powerful. However, they also have a fatal weakness, which is that their defense is generally low. The heavenly tribulation is the intersection of the energy of heaven and earth, and it is born with the strength of the creature itself. The stronger the strength, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. If the defense is not enough, you will die. Dole frowned and thought, there is such a saying. He looked Baal up and down. Does this guy have strong defense? Baal rolled his eyes. Our Hellhound clan's defense is also ranked first in the demon world. What are you looking at, you weak human? Dole curled his lips and said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I believe I can survive the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the son of the storm itself has great resistance to lightning, no matter what kind of lightning it is, and humans have equipment such as magic towers, so it will be easier for them to survive the tribulation than other creatures. Baal lowered his head and became annoyed. I almost forgot, otherwise, I would have seen someone being struck to death by lightning. The corner of Duolai's mouth twitched. This guy has a bad personality. At this time, in the mountains far away, the thick clouds had accumulated to the extreme, and the red figure had been waiting for it below. There was no living creature around the heavenly calamity. For fear of being affected, Nothing dared to come out and take advantage of the fire. Thick black clouds and terrifying lightning of various colors were brewing in the sky. Ball glanced into the distance, his eyes shining. In fact, for higher creatures, thunder tribulation is an important level. By using the huge energy between heaven and earth and stimulating both inside and outside, one can get rid of the mortal body and achieve the supreme divine body. For example, our purgatory clan, when we are born, our physical strength is not much different from other creatures, at most a little stronger. The stronger the strength, the more it can improve its own talent. After passing the thunder tribulation, it can have 3 directions of strengthening. Some like to strengthen the body, and can practice to become the purgatory true body, which is immortal and almost immortal. Some like to strengthen the spirit, and can practice to become the purgatory true God. Controlling the energy between heaven and earth is as simple as drinking water. Some people strengthen on average. Although it doesn't look good, the future development is much better than simply strengthening one thing. The most important thing is to look at talent. It was the first time that Dole heard something above level 7, and he felt that his cognition was refreshed again. Talent can continue to be strengthened. Thunder tribulation is the key. He thought about it, and kept this in mind. His own talent is pretty good. Although he is not at the top level in elemental skills, and is even just above average, he has a good talent in alchemy and is also SOSO. As long as he reaches level 7 in the future, he can strengthen his elemental skills. The terrifying thunder tribulation continued, but Dual Eye was no longer in the mood to observe it. The terrifying power emanating from the thick clouds made him feel uncomfortable from such a long distance. Ball looked at the thunder tribulation and was eager to try. In fact, the thunder tribulation is also very useful for us above level 7. Although the thunder tribulation is terrifying, the damage to those above level 7 is average. The alien energy contained in the thunder tribulation can help us recover. This Bifong's thunder tribulation is so tempting. Dual Eye looked at the big bird and was shocked. This is the creature in the legend, Bifong? The distance is too far. Even if the magic power is used, only a red shadow can be seen. Dual Eye can't see the specific image of Bifong. He only knows that this creature itself has amazing talent, and is ranked in the sequence of god-level creatures. It is very powerful. If this can be passed and become level 7, it will be another powerful person like Boss Ball. He glanced at Ball and said, "Don't think about it. If you go there now, you will definitely be besieged by the Bifong population." Ball glanced at him and said with disdain, "Life, like us, usually comes and goes alone and does not have a population, but maybe, forget it, my strength has not recovered yet, so I won't cause trouble. Hurry up to find Tai Sui, find it, I will be liberated." He jumped forward and fell into the mountain. He was actually more anxious to find Tai Sui than Dual Eye. Dual Eye glanced at the mountain in front of him, then at Ball's figure and smiled. He didn't need to rush to find it. Anyway, with Boss Ball there, he would always find it. It was just right to look for medicinal herbs or something. The second mountain was already sparsely populated. Under the condition of rich magic elements, magical plants can be seen everywhere in the surrounding mountains and forests. Many of them are medicinal herbs. Level 1 and 2 are everywhere, and level 3 and 4 can also be seen. Medicinal herbs above level 5 have not been seen yet. Chapter 291. High-level medicinal materials are scarce in human society, and those above level 7 are even more scarce. If Dual Eye wants to be promoted to level 6 now, he needs some medicinal materials of at least level 6 to study their medicinal properties and quenching methods. How can he do it without materials? He took a deep breath and jumped down the mountain. He had just entered the second mountain, and there was still a long distance from the inside. At this time, he was not far from Tai Sui. After all, the students in the academy had limited strength and could not run far. After entering the mountain, Dual Eye never used magic again. He used physical strength to hurry on the road to avoid exposing himself. He walked very slowly. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Except for the thunderclouds in the distance that kept flashing with bright lights, he could hardly see anything bright. He thought about it, and decided to find a place to spend the night. At night, losing vision and running around in the mountains was no less than courting death. Going down the mountain, he soon found a relatively gentle valley. He turned on the dark night vision, and slowly went down along the ridge. Soon, there was a small stream in the valley. Not far away, he saw a broken place in the valley, and there was a small flat land below, just right for camping. Dual Eye saw that place, looked around with a simple gaze, found nothing, and walked forward slowly. At this time, the mountain was extremely quiet, without any sound of birds, beasts, insects, or fish. In the distant mountains, the sound of thunder and lightning came clearly, and Duolai knew that the tribulation had begun. He did not go to see it, because it was meaningless. It would be bad if he left a demon barrier in his heart after seeing it. Facing the power of nature, the mountains were quiet. At this time, Dole was walking while looking around vigilantly. At this time, he saw something glowing behind a tree. He turned his eyes, and looked carefully, and suddenly a happy look appeared on his face. Fluorescent mushrooms, level 5 poison. But his face fell immediately, and he looked around vigilantly. This was not safe, so he released his mental power directly. After releasing his mental power, he felt that his mental power was a little heavy. There was something powerful in the surrounding world, which was constantly suppressing his mental power. He quickly understood, so he raised his head and looked into the mountain. Damn, it can affect here even if it is almost 200 or 300 kilometers away, Dole complained in his heart. No wonder the mountain was so quiet. He forced his mental power to release and scan the surroundings. The next moment, his mental power was next to the fluorescent mushroom. Then, a group of small things appeared in Dole's mental power, and then the group of things also sensed him, and quickly came to him. It was a group of centipedes, with colorful bodies, but all legs were completely black. In the night, it was naturally impossible to see what form he was in, but his mental power could. These centipedes were actually highly poisonous. The grade was as high as 3-level colorful centipedes. If they were bitten, those below level 3 would die, and the survival rate of level 3 would be reduced to 10%. Dole's heart sank. He turned his wrist and took out 2 small bottles. One small bottle was red, and the other small bottle was white. He unscrewed the white bottle and poured the powder on his feet, trouser legs, clothes, and hands, then covered the bottle, put it away, and opened the red bottle. While walking towards the mushrooms, he looked at the centipedes vigilantly. The size of the colorful centipede is not small. Each one is as big as the sole of a foot, and it is very fast. When Dole just finished all this, the centipede sensed Dole's next move, and had already jumped out of the bushes, and pounced directly on him. Dole had been waiting for these things for a long time. When he saw that thing coming, he pointed the bottle directly in the direction of the centipede, waved his hand, and sprinkled it, and the red dust immediately filled every place in front of him. Those centipedes rushed into the red powder mist one after another, as many as 7. Dole did not dodge, allowing them to pass through the powder mist and fall on his clothes. The centipede fell on his clothes, and his skin had dimmed at this time. The energy on his body was violently intertwined. They lay on Dole's clothes and struggled violently. All the centipedes were trembling all over, and none of them took the initiative to bite Dole. Dole showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. The tactics worked. These things are really afraid of this thing. Hallucinogenic drugs, plus the poisonous powder of red fire ants, directly knocked them down. Red fire ants are also highly toxic, and the toxicity of the colorful centipede is comparable. The colorful centipede passed through the red powder, and was stained with the poison of the red fire ants. The toxicity counteracted each other, and the body went limp. When it encountered the hallucinogenic drug, it fell down. Seeing this, Duolai flipped his wrist, took out a big bottle and tweezers, and put all these big guys in. Because they are living things, they cannot be put into the storage bracelet, so he has to carry these things with him. Only when the alchemy skill is higher than level 5 can you learn the magic pattern of storage. Duolai spent a little time, and although he barely raised the alchemy to level 5, he has not seen the magic pattern of storage, and now there is no way to refine the kind of things that can store goods. Hang the bottle on your waist, and dig mushrooms carefully. The fluorescent mushrooms at night are very dazzling. In the night, they are like bright lights in the dark. They are very eye-catching. Everything can see them, but if you think they are dangerous, you are wrong. Fluorescent mushrooms are not only not dangerous, but also very safe. Creatures below level 5 will hardly look at them, and creatures above level 5 will not look at them unless they are poisonous. This thing is only toxic, and there is nothing else to study. Carefully dig out the fluorescent mushrooms, make them, and put them in the storage bracelet. Then he lifted the magic shield, and breathed a sigh of relief. There is a layer of fluorescent powder on the fluorescent mushrooms. This thing is highly toxic, and cannot be touched. After finishing, he looked around. In the dark valley, he could only see a range of less than 100 meters. He thought about it, and decided to camp here. There are poisonous centipedes here, and there are fluorescent mushrooms. There should be no other things nearby. It is safe here. Set up a tent, rest, and Duolai will study the space magic pattern by the way. He felt that the bracelet in his hand was not enough, and it was not worth buying another one. The next step was to arrange the space magic pattern in the magic tower, at least to make the magic tower bigger or smaller. The current magic tower did not have this function for the time being, which was one of the main reasons why he did not open the magic tower. The evening breeze blew gently, the humidity gradually rose, and it was a little cold. The mountain gradually became a little cold. This place is located in the north. Although it is the hottest time of the year, it is still a little cold in the mountains. Dole sat in the tent, holding a big book in his hand. He spent a little energy on meditation, and most of his energy was on this book. The book Holy's Magic House is full of various magic circles for residential types, from giant magic circles of wizard schools, with a range of up to a whole mountain range, to miniature magic circles of miniature tents, with very rich content. Chapter 292. In the tent, there is a dim magic lamp in each of the four corners, with a little light inside, but outside, no light can be seen inside. The tent is like spring, and the air simulates the outside and flows slowly. There is a table, a small stool, and a small exquisite alchemy table in the middle of the tent, which is convenient for experiments at any time. This small tent is Dual-Eye's masterpiece. Now what he has to do is to add space magic patterns to it, so that it has the characteristics of zooming in and out. In the future, there is no need to move things from inside to outside, just pack them up directly. Dual-Eye watched with relish, and from time to time, he made a move directly to form a complete magic pattern. The low-level magic pattern is not difficult, the high-level magic pattern is extremely difficult, and the space magic pattern is the strongest among the strong. He has tried many times but failed. But Dual-Eye has plenty of time, he can grind slowly. At this moment, he felt a familiar breath coming from a distance, so he opened the door of the tent. Ball's huge body of more than 10 meters slowly shrank, slowly becoming the appearance of an ordinary puppy, and walked into the tent. After entering, he looked at the tent and was slightly stunned. Not bad, your skills are unparalleled, and it's only been half a year. Duo nodded and said, the magic circles in the book Holy's Magic House are all about accommodation magic circles. I have been studying this for more than a year. If there is no result, I will just eat black powder and die. Ball snorted, found a comfortable place, and slowly laid down. You humans are really perverted, I can't learn these things. I have had them for decades, but I haven't learned even a high-level magic pattern. Dole put down the book and looked at Ball, and immediately became interested. Does that mean that you have mastered the low-level magic patterns? Ball hummed, even if you are a pig, you will learn it if you look at it more. Okay, no more talk, take a rest first. I will go to find Tai Sui tomorrow, I found a place. Dole gave a thumbs up and said, Lord Ball really cares about you. Go away, I don't care about you and I still expect you to be slow. Dole laughed and said, it's not easy to come out, don't rush back, just treat it as a trip and relax. Ball snorted again and fell to the ground. When you reach level 7, you will have a long life, and you can relax as you want. Dole raised his eyebrows. That's right, after level 7, you can live for at least 1,000 years, and you have plenty of time to play. After surviving the Thunder Tribulation, the life form will change greatly, and the lifespan will be greatly improved. Ball is an example. With the advantage of race, I don't know how long this guy has lived. No words for the whole night. In the morning, Dole had a piece of cloth in his hand. He put down the cloth in his hand, and with a thought, the cloth enlarged, shrunk, enlarged again, and shrunk again, changing back and forth many times. He felt a little strange. The space magic pattern was really magical. He just constructed it now, and did not understand the distance in it. It would be great if he could understand the principle. This is just the most basic type of space magic pattern, space expansion. He played with it for a while, and put down the cloth. With a thought, the top of the tent slowly became transparent. The sky in the east was a little brighter. He thought about it, started to pack up, and prepared to continue his journey. After waking up Lord Ball, the man and the dog quickly disappeared into the forest. In a secret basement in the backyard of the Tracy family. Enoch's pretty face had turned completely black at this time, and her entire head seemed like an ugly black mushroom, emitting a strange and dangerous aura. With him was Finny. Unlike her, Finny's two hands were completely invisible and covered with ugly black substances, like burnt black tree roots, weird and terrifying. In addition to the two of them, there were 12 people who were the same as them, but different parts of their bodies turned black. In the room, no one spoke, and everyone's expressions were hideous, terrifying, and terrified. At the door of the room, a layer of transparent energy shield separated the inside and outside. 2 middle-aged men, 3 young men, and 2 pharmacists in white clothes stood outside, looking inside, with equally ugly faces. Finny and Enoch were important contacts and important persons in charge of the strange fire sparrow. Now that the two of them had become like this, many things of the strange fire sparrow could not be carried out. It was really abominable. That Dole was really damned. The superiors warned them last time, but they didn't take it seriously, and now it has really happened. The middle-aged man looked at the man in white clothes with a serious expression. What's the situation now? The man in white clothes was holding a notebook and writing something on it. His tone was more relaxed. Now it is basically under control. The next step is to crack the way and basic principle of its spread. There shouldn't be any big problem. The middle-aged man did not feel relieved by what the man in white clothes said. In one day, since they came back, more than 30 people have died, and all of them are professionals. This thing seems to only spread professionals, and ordinary people have no effect. Thank you very much. We will pay you double this time. The other man in white shook his head and said, No, we are also very enlightened this time. We can also conduct related research when we go back this time. I really want to see the person who cultivates bacteria. What a genius idea. The middle-aged man snorted. That person has been with the black wizard Wushu for a while. It is possible that he learned it from her. The two men in white were stunned at the same time. Wushu? Then they shuddered. Wushu has a very high status among the black wizards in the northwest region. As an ancient strange insect, the Xianxia worm can be mastered by a person who is not a lich, zombie, or undead, and upgraded to level 5. This is simply a miracle. It's a pity that Wushu didn't join their group. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to be so silent in the entire Northwest. They would have grown and developed long ago, and competed with the Glory Empire. Almost all black wizards don't want to live underground. Dole didn't know that he had brought so much trouble to the Tracy family just by randomly collecting some poisonous fungi. At this time, he had crossed 3 valleys, and came to a shady place on the back of a mountain. There was a spring above the valley. The spring was flowing from above. After passing through several outlets, it gradually became larger and formed a small waterfall when it passed a cliff. Next to the waterfall, there was a messy grassland with various corpses piled on the grassland. The smell of decay could be smelled from miles away. Dole's figure was like the wind, passing through the entire valley and coming to the grassland. At this time, Ball had arrived first. After seeing the lawn, Dole subconsciously opened the magic shield to filter out the alien smell in the air. There were white bones, black bones, golden bones, long and short, thick and thin bones on the ground. Some bones were left by unknown horrible creatures. The thigh bones were thicker than Dole's waist. This is where Tai Sui was discovered. The students in the academy came here accidentally. They were so scared when they saw this scene that they quickly observed it, took some rare monster bones, and then ran away, leaving some traces behind. Chapter 293. Disgusting, horrible, weird. Dole covered his nose with one hand, feeling a little cold at the sight. Ball had regained his terrifying size, more than 3 times taller than Dole, like an elephant in dog form. He looked at the bones under his feet, and said casually, This is left by the ogre race. They only eat meat, not bones. He pointed to a corner and said to Dole, The Tai Sui is there, go pick it up and leave. The ogre is a semi-intelligent race, and its whereabouts are uncertain. They may come back soon. They are going through the tribulation over there, and the pressure from heaven and earth is intense. It is not certain that those guys will come back soon. Dole was a little surprised and said, Then you can just eat them. Ball showed a disgusting expression. Ogre meat is quite unpalatable. Dole nodded, and he glanced at the ground, feeling surprised. How big must the ogre be to be able to hunt so many huge creatures? He saw that some creatures were even bigger than Ball. Dole had seen records of ogres in books, but he thought that such creatures lived in more distant mountains. Unexpectedly, they existed in the Evil Spirit Mountains. Ogres exist in the form of families. Seeing an ogre is like seeing a family, so he had to act quickly. There was no hope of relying on Ball. This guy didn't want to do anything at all. Dole acted quickly, and soon he found a soft, gray thing similar to bacteria in the ditch next to him. There were all kinds of brown things in the ditch. They should be the dried blood that condensed with the surrounding sewage to form nutrient-rich substances. In addition, the ogres didn't eat cleanly, so there were pieces of meat everywhere, and the rotten things were also extremely nutritious, which happened to be the environment that Tai Sui liked the most. Put on gloves and carefully dig out the Tai Sui. The whole Tai Sui is slightly larger than a human head, like a round ball of meat, without roots, which makes people look a little incredible. Dole carefully observed it, and found that all the things that look like meat can absorb substances, as if every part is a root system. Picking up the Tai Sui, putting it in the bag that has been prepared long ago, and putting it into the storage bracelet, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. He called Ball, and turned around to retreat. At this moment, a low horn suddenly came from under the waterfall next to him. Behind the water curtain under the waterfall, a huge monster suddenly fell from midair, and fell into the water, with a painful sound. The thing was very huge, splashing water everywhere, and the water vapor of the smell even fell beside Dole, who was more than 100 meters away. Dole was stunned. Water curtain cave. There is a cave under this waterfall. He looked at the pool. The thing was huge. The pool was 7 or 8 meters deep. After the guy jumped down, half of his head was exposed. The head alone was almost 80 or 90 centimeters high. It can be seen that the guy's real height was almost 10 meters. He looked extremely ugly. It looked like a human head, but it was extremely scary. There were big canine teeth, and the flesh on his face was flying. It was ugly and ferocious. It looked very scary, but the thing was looking at the top of the waterfall instead of looking at him. Dole was a little confused. What the hell is this? Is it an ogre? He quietly retreated and turned around to take a look, but found that Lord Ball had disappeared from his sight. Dual-Eye cursed inwardly, and his heart felt a little cold. Although this thing can't fly, its strength is a real level 5, and it can definitely kill him in seconds. He quietly crouched down and turned to sneak behind the mountain. He didn't dare to release any breath. The sound of the waterfall was very loud, which perfectly covered his footsteps. Above the waterfall, Ball stood straight, like a howling moon wolf. He squinted his eyes and looked at Dual-Eye, with a dramatic smile on his dog face. He just found this ogre, but he deliberately didn't say it. Dual-Eye is smart, but he can't let him rely too much on himself. He has to let him find a way to survive. This ogre is just a good test. At this time, the second ordinary sound of the waterfall came out, and a large piece of water splashed again. This is the second ogre jumping out from behind the waterfall. Dual-Eye was terrified. He came to the back of the cliff, looked at the wall, took out a small dagger in each hand, and inserted it into the wall. The dagger was very sharp and sank directly into it. Dole tried, holding the dagger with one hand, pulling himself up, and then inserting the other dagger into the wall above, and then pulling himself up a little bit. In this way, he climbed up with two hands alternately, and the speed was not slow. When the ogres were born, they were still infants. Their strength was level 3, and their magic resistance was extremely high. He was a level 3 wizard, and he could not kill them except by poison, so he could only run at this time, and he could not emit any magic fluctuations, otherwise he would be looking for death. The waterfall was ordinary, and the water splashed everywhere. Soon, Dole counted, including the first one, there were 8 ogres falling. He thought, I don't know what is behind the waterfall, but it is incredible that there are so many huge creatures. He climbed very fast, and soon reached a height of more than 20 meters. He was about to climb up. At this time, he heard the sound of footsteps on the ground, and was startled. An ogre came up from the pool. While he was slightly startled, Dual-Eye's speed became faster. At this time, he was less than 5 meters away from the top. The ogre was huge, and a single ogre was more than 10 meters high. For Dual-Eye, some high cliffs were just small puddles in the eyes of the ogre. At this time, the ogre who came up at the beginning looked at the ground with some doubts, sniffed his nose, and seemed to be more confused. Dual-Eye looked back and thought it was bad. The ogre was huge, and his sense of smell was not very good, but his vision was amazing. He stayed here for a long time, and he could always leave a little breath. As he climbed up, he usually looked back, for fear that the guy would raise his head. At this time, he was less than 1 meter away from the top. Dalina worked hard and climbed up in one go. At this moment, the large ogre below roared, and the sound waves rolled towards Dolan. Dolan climbed up and looked back, only to see that the large ogre was looking at him at this time, and a huge bone appeared in his hand. Dolan just took a look and lowered his head in a hurry. Whoosh! The huge bone flew over his head, and hit the mountain not far in front of him. The powerful force broke all the bones instantly, making a huge sound, and a vibration came from the ground. Feeling the vibration from the ground, Dolan was shocked. This force, if it hit the city wall, the wall would crack. Since he was discovered, he didn't pretend anymore. The wind element on his body increased rapidly, and the whole person jumped up and flew into the sky. The ogres below suddenly shouted angrily, and powerful blood and energy burst out from them. With a step, the leading ogre immediately came to the bottom of the cliff, stepped on the wall, took 2 steps at a time, and quickly jumped to the top of the mountain as if walking on flat ground, chasing in the direction of Dual-Eye. Dual-Eye saw this and thought to himself that this thing's physical strength was indeed invincible. He had a clearer understanding of the combat effectiveness of both sides. At this time, there was only one word: escape. Chapter 294. The flying technique suddenly stopped in the sky, and Dole rushed to the mountain, flying close to the ground. At the same time, he threw some black spores behind him. Once these things were released, they completely merged into the air, and could no longer be seen. The ogre roared and jumped into the air, landing above the waterfall. Seeing Dole close to the ground, he picked up a tree that was nearly 10 meters high. With a light pull, the soil on the ground cracked, and the trunk was held in his hand with almost no resistance. With a wave of his hand, he smashed it towards Dole in the air. The more than 10-meter high tree trunk was held in his hand, as light as nothing. It seemed that he smashed it lightly, but the air around him exploded violently, making a roaring sound like a hurricane. Hearing the sound, Dole jumped to the left without thinking. The spell model of the flying technique had been developed to the extreme by him, and he dodged this at a very fast speed. Almost rumble. The tree trunk hit the ground and broke into pieces. The powerful force hit the ground, and the soil and leaves flew everywhere. Dole was almost hit by a small piece of soil that flew up, and he was scared and sweating. He flew close to the ground, not daring to fly too high. The next moment, he burst out all his speed and flew dozens of meters away in one breath. The ogres below finally reacted, but those ogres did not come up, and watched the top ogre roaring. Seeing Dole fly away, the ogre roared again. This time, he did not chase him, but bent down, and his huge right hand scooped up the ground, like a huge engineering machine, grabbed a handful of stones and soil, and then threw it suddenly, smashing it in the direction of Dole. While flying, Dole observed the back, and his face turned pale when he saw this. He hurriedly opened the magic shield, dodging while looking for the part with the least throwing objects. Boom, boom, boom. Even so, he was hit by several stones. The impact of the mud and stones directly broke several layers of magic shields. The powerful impact instantly hit him like a ball, and hit him into the distant mountains. Boom. Dole hit into the mud. This thing is so fierce. At this time, the ogre also did not move. He felt something was wrong with his body, as if something was attached to his body. He hurriedly slapped himself. Layers of black things grew on his skin, and he couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard he hit them. However, this layer of black things didn't seem to be strong, just a little itchy. He scratched his body hard. Dole was hit so hard that he struggled to crawl out of the soil, and looked at the ogre. Seeing that the ogre didn't chase him, he hurriedly flew out again, and hurriedly went far away. The black fungus took effect, so he left quickly. However, the black fungus only had a great influence on level 3 and 4 creatures, and it was not clear about level 5. This ogre was obviously level 5, very powerful. Boss Ball ran really fast, and I couldn't trust his dog character in the future. After crossing the mountain, Dole stuck to the mountain, and quickly flew down the mountain. He didn't even dare to distinguish the direction. He just wanted to stay away from here. Although the level 5 troll can't fly, its physical close combat ability is almost invincible. On the ground, it is a real turret-level player. The troll with extremely excellent eyesight can use stones and trees to shoot down any high-altitude creature within 300 or 400 meters. He didn't dare to fly high at all. As early as the ancient, medieval and recent times, the trolls had given many teaching lessons to the wizards of the human race, and these were all bloody lessons. Dole flew close to the ground and didn't need to look back at all. He flew over 3 hills in one breath and ran dozens of kilometers before landing on a slightly lower hill, looking back in shock. It was true that no trolls came, but he could hear roars from a few hills. It was estimated that his black bacteria had infected other trolls, and those guys were furious. With his mental power, he looked out, and there was no danger around, so Dole could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This was a level 5 creature that could trample him to death in a few minutes. However, the troll had a huge disadvantage, which was that it was not flexible. Dole could always escape as long as he calmed down. He looked around and his heart was suddenly startled. This place was closer to the center of the mountain, and the heavenly calamity that was still brewing in the distance was even more huge at this time, and it seemed that it was about to begin. Dole did not dare to look up. His mental power was suppressed a little bit. The huge pressure from the sky became more and more obvious. He seemed to have a feeling that if he extended his mental power again, there would be a thunderbolt in the sky, which would kill him. He gathered his mental power, took out the tent, and went in directly after finishing it. After Dole went in, the tent disappeared. Sitting in the tent, he formed a seal with his hands and sent a message. Not long after, Ball came to the door quietly, the tent opened, and Ball walked in. "You are really fast," Dual Eye said sarcastically. Ball snorted and looked at him with disdain. "Isn't this to train you? I'm just watching from the side. It's nothing serious." Dual Eye snorted and stopped arguing about this topic. He said, "Now that everything is found, I will help you refine it here." When Ball heard this, he was immediately refreshed, and a huge wave surged in his heart. He said, "Okay, I keep watch outside." This is related to whether he can return to level 7, so he naturally can't be careless. After so many years, he is finally going to recover. Ball is actually looking forward to it. Although he didn't say it, he was still very grateful to Dual Eye Ball, otherwise, he wouldn't be so dedicated to a weak human race. Dual Eye is definitely the best nobleman he has ever met in his dog life. At this time, Dual Eye took out his set of alchemy tools from the storage bracelet and frowned. The space of the storage bracelet is really too small now. He wants to ask Ball for a big one, but he can't bring himself to do it. "Forget it, I'd better wait until I have time to make one myself." Take out all the materials, put them aside, activate the alchemy table, and start tempering one by one. The super-activating potion can activate the ultimate potential of any living organism, promote the body to grow again, strengthen the body, fundamentally activate the ultimate potential hidden at the bottom of the vitality, and repair any injuries of the body, including tissue loss, broken arms, and other major disabilities. There are many materials in it that are biological, involving a lot of biological sciences, which are very complicated. Fortunately, he stayed with Wushu for half a year, otherwise Dual Eye would not dare to try it at all. Not long after, he tempered all the materials, leaving only Tai Sui. Take out Tai Sui. This thing is the size of a human head, chubby, and looks motionless, but if you look closely, you can find that every part of his body, every tiny body tissue can inhale and exhale air, absorb any organic matter around, and his vitality is extremely tenacious. He took out a sterile knife and cut a thumb-sized piece on it. Tai Sui did not change at all, did not react at all, and did not even move. Cutting him was like cutting a piece of tofu. Chapter 295. Dole carefully sensed the surrounding mountains and rivers, and sensed the heaven and earth, and it seemed that there was no change. There is a folk legend that Tai Sui is an ominous thing. Whoever touches Tai Sui is equivalent to offending an ominous god, and will definitely be unlucky. But it seems that there is no feeling. After getting everything ready and mixing it, without any omissions, Dole put everything together, and completed the final potion. About half an hour later, a small piece of green solution appeared in the glassware. Dole breathed a sigh of relief, separated the green solution, put it into a 10 milliliters glass bottle, and then carefully put it into the storage bracelet. "It's done." He left 2 bottles, and called Ball in. Ball had been waiting for a long time, and he was already impatient at this time. He heard Dole calling him, and immediately got up from outside. As soon as he came in, he saw 2 bottles of green solution on the table, and his mental power surged out. Feeling the amazing active power inside, he felt a little relieved in his heart. This is the kind of thing. This bottle would cost millions of gold coins in the Abyss world, but this world doesn't seem to have this kind of potion. The materials are relatively easy to find, but Tai Sui is hard to find, and the price is not clear. After finding Tai Sui, Ball was looking forward to it. Now that it's done, his dog face showed a rare smile of surprise. He looked at the bottle, then at Dual Eye, sighed slightly, and said, "Dual Eye, you saved my life, and now I have to rely on you to recover my strength. I am really ashamed." Dual Eye shrugged, "Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for you, I might still be digging stones now. Let's take what we need. Stop talking nonsense and drink it quickly. See if 2 bottles are enough. If not, I have a few more bottles here." Ball was somewhat touched. Dole looked expressionless, but he knew that this little guy valued friendship very much. He nodded and walked up. When he opened his mouth, 2 bottles automatically entered his mouth. Soon, the complete bottles were spit out again, but there was no green solution in them. Ball felt uncomfortable when the medicine entered his mouth. A hot stream of heat spread from his stomach to all directions of his body. Under the stimulation of this heat, every tissue in his body was greedily absorbing the surrounding energy, strengthening, growing, and every cell was returning to the vitality of the youngest time. The injured places died one by one, and the aging tissues were being discharged and replaced by new tissues. He felt a heat and pain all over his body. He opened his mouth painfully and said, "Another bottle." Dole looked at Ball and observed his changes. This guy was indeed undergoing great changes. His body was developing in a younger direction. He could sense that there was a very strong vitality in Ball's body that was transforming him. This thing is really effective. After hearing what Ball said, he threw a bottle of medicine into Ball's mouth. Ball bit the bottle in pain and his body trembled even more. Dole remembered something and pushed Ball out of the tent with his mental power. This guy will definitely return to his original form soon, and his small tent can't bear his power. At the same time, Dole controlled the tent and flew down the mountain. As soon as he left, Ball on the top of the mountain howled in pain, and his whole body returned to a giant size of more than 10 meters, with a shiny black hard hair, and a giant terrifying dog face showing a ferocious expression. Aoao. The voice was deep, loud, and terrifying, and it echoed in the mountains within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Dole's heart trembled. Ball was a hellhound. There was a strange power in his cry, which shook his blood and chi. This guy was too strong. Dole felt that the power in Ball was rising rapidly, and it seemed to be more ferocious than the fiery red bird that was undergoing the tribulation in the distance. The abnormal state of Ball made the whole forest a commotion. Many eyes were looking at the originally silent mountains. When they saw this behemoth, some creatures had great doubts, and some creatures were shocked. Hell creatures actually appeared in this world, and they were as high as level 7. The creatures around were full of shock. All creatures remembered that what the old dragon said was true. Although there was a commotion, no creature around dared to come over to check, and Ball kept suppressing the power in his body, so the power explosion of his body was not too strong. Dole had already run far away. He didn't want to get into trouble at this time, but fortunately, after more than 10 minutes, he didn't see anything coming. He breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the energy reaction of Boss Ball began to slowly decrease, and Dole also relaxed. He looked around. He retreated to a valley. The magic elements around him were extremely dense. This place was already inside the mountain, and Dole didn't worry much about the density of magic elements. At this moment, he sensed something around him spying on him. He hurriedly suppressed the magic fluctuations on his body and looked into the distance. On a mountain peak not far away, a huge black lizard-like thing that did not hide its body was staring at him from afar. He had strong limbs, was thick and huge, and the surface of his body was covered with black scales, which shone in the sun, and his vertical pupils looked extremely terrifying. Dole's heart trembled. A mountain black lizard. The mountain black lizard has the blood of a black dragon, and its body is very strong. It walks in the mountains and forests, like walking on flat ground. Its diet is also very wide, from small things like rabbits to jungle elephants. Its strength is very high. Dole glanced at the mountain black lizard, and then looked at Ball, who had recovered his strength in the distance, and his heart seemed a little more stable. I didn't see it just now, but now I see this black lizard blatantly hanging around Ball. This is obviously not taking Ball seriously. This is not a provocation, but a manifestation of strength. This guy's strength may not be worse than Ball. Dole's heart trembled. The black lizard stared at him, making him feel a little scared. It didn't release hostility or murderous intent, but just looked at him. Dole felt as if he was facing a natural enemy. Touch, dare to move or not? Don't dare to move. Dole's heart sank. I don't know how long it has been, but the power reaction of Ball on the top of the mountain behind him has finally been reduced to the lowest. Ball shook his head, and the pain in his body disappeared like a tide. Every muscle felt full of vitality and strength. At the same time, he also felt a heat flowing from his stomach to his limbs, enriching his potential. The medicinal properties of the Super Vitality Potion have not yet been fully exerted. He looked around and saw that there were as many as 10 creatures of the same level staring at him, of which 3 were obvious, and only one was the most obvious. The offspring of the black dragon and the lizard, the mountain black lizard, is now brewing a heavenly calamity in the distance. Only the strongest creatures of the same level dare to pay attention to him. Chapter 296. Bar drooled at the corner of his mouth. This mountain black lizard seemed to be confused. He was a creature of purgatory, and had a top bloodline. How could he, a hybrid of a black dragon, dare to challenge him? Did he think that he was the boss of this mountain area after surviving the heavenly tribulation? He really overestimated his own abilities. Bar glanced at Dole under his feet. At this time, Dole stood there, not daring to move, like a frightened quail. He was a little amused. Thinking of this, he quickly turned around and squatted suddenly. The next moment, his huge body shot himself out of the ground like a cannonball. As a welcome to the return of this big boss, you black lizard should be a snack. The mountain black lizard climbed up from the ground lazily, and it seemed that it did not take the purgatory demon dog seriously. When Bar flew over, the power on his body began to slowly radiate, and the mountain black lizard felt something was wrong. Purgatory creatures? Purgatory laws? At this time, Ball was covered with a layer of light black mist, which contained powerful laws, suppressing, and distorting everything. Before he reached the front of the mountain black lizard, he felt that the world around him became suppressed and distorted, and his own strength was greatly restricted. The mountain black lizard suddenly became energetic and jumped up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to the middle of the mountain. He actually ran away without saying a word. Bear's figure was bent in midair and chased directly. The black mist on his body became more and more obvious and stronger, echoing with the black clouds in the sky, and it seemed that a second heavenly tribulation was about to form. Two powerful creatures, one chasing the other, were extremely eye-catching in the mountains. Seeing this, Delay took a breath of cold air. Ball was really lawless. He had to get away quickly, otherwise it would be too dangerous here. He looked at the direction, twisted the light around him, and hurried out of the mountain. Yes, he ran, and did not dare to use witchcraft, for fear that the energy reaction would be discovered by other creatures. He felt that the lowest creatures here were all level 3. If he was not careful, he would die here. He did not dare to go along the valley, but along the ridge, using the power of his body to quietly leap in the mountains. I don't know how long it has been. He passed through 2 mountains in one breath, and did not encounter any powerful creatures, so he relaxed. The creatures in this place are not so powerful. He quietly went down the mountain and came to the valley. At this moment, he saw several figures. They were fully armed, coming from the bottom of the valley to the top of the valley. Delay did not dare to release his mental power to observe the surroundings. When he jumped into the valley, although he reduced his weight, the small-scale vibration cause still allowed the other party to discover him. The team of figures stopped immediately, and the leader looked towards Delay vigilantly. They saw Delay, and Delay also saw them at this time. Delay just glanced at these people, and was secretly shocked. These people were really powerful. The lowest was level 4, and the highest was level 5. They were incredibly powerful. And those people also saw Delay and frowned. Although Delay's power was very subtle, they still found that Delay was just a 3rd-level wizard based on the difference in rank. The 3rd-level little wizard came here. He was really brave. The man relaxed, waved his hand, and the team set off again and continued to move forward. Soon, they came not far in front of Dual Eye. Dual Eye didn't want to deal with adventurers, so he prepared to avoid them and jumped to the ridge. His speed was not slow, and he was about to leave. At this time, a pleasant female voice came from the team. Little wizard in front, wait a minute, we want to buy some things. Can we exchange them with other things? Dual Eye stopped and looked at the team. The leading man in the team looked back at the woman and frowned, wondering what this woman was doing. The woman came to the front from the back of the team. She was a sturdy woman in her 30s, wrapped in thin leather armor all over her body, and the leather armor was covered with layers of magic patterns. Obviously, it was not an ordinary equipment. She had a slender sword hanging on her waist, which was very long and almost fell to the ground. The valley was a little chilly, and the mountain wind blew, and everyone was alert and focused. Dole looked at the woman with a vigilant look, and he said slowly, "Madam, what do you want?" The woman had a mask on her face, so her true appearance could not be seen clearly. You could only see it when you walked up to her. Her body was also very strong, and she exuded an explosive sense of power from head to toe. The woman stopped 30 meters away from Dole. This distance was the safest distance for a wizard. If she took another step forward, Dole would have fled. Dole looked at her. The woman's crisp voice came from behind the mask, "Little guy, I know you. How about we buy some healing medicine machines and insect repellents from you?" Dole touched his chin and thought, is he so famous? He showed his true appearance, not disguised. He looked at the woman and didn't know her. So he said, "What do you want? Tell me the quantity and price. I still have a lot of stock here." The people in the team realized that this was what the second sister meant. Could this wizard be a pharmacist? Everyone looked at Dole in surprise, including the middle-aged man in front. The middle-aged man wanted to step forward, but the woman in front waved her hand and shook her head, "Don't come up. This Dole wizard is not only a pharmacist, but also a very powerful poisoner." The others were shocked and didn't dare to step forward. Dole looked at the woman and realized that the woman really knew him. Don't be afraid of a strong enemy, just be afraid of a foolish enemy. Now things will be easy. The woman turned her head and took off her mask, revealing a dark and beautiful face, but a scar on her face destroyed her wild beauty. We need medicine for external injuries and internal injuries. We will take whatever we have. In addition, we will take whatever we can sell for anthelmintics and detoxification. Dole thought to himself, His tone was quite arrogant. He had a lot of things in his hands. If he sold them all, he would at least have hundreds of thousands of gold coins. He had made sufficient preparations for this trip, but for such a large adventure group, money was the least important. So he thought about it and said, I don't want money. I need all the herbs and minerals you have. We can exchange them. The woman smiled faintly. That's what I meant. Dole took out a small box and put a lot of potions in it. These things didn't look like much, but they were quite expensive. The woman saw this and motioned the male team leader to come up. The male team leader saw this and no longer doubted Dole's identity. He was indeed a pharmacist, but he didn't dare to be careless. A pharmacist is also a poisoner. If you offend a poisoner in the wild, it is definitely a death sentence. He looked at what Dole had put in the small box and said in a deep voice, We won't take advantage of you. We charge you 30% higher than the market price. We've got a lot of magic cores here, and we can exchange them with you. Chapter 297. After hearing this, Dole glanced at the man and said, That would be the best. For wizards, the best thing on a monster is naturally the magic core. Other things are not important unless they have medicinal value. This group of people is powerful. They should have a lot of magic cores after hunting monsters. This is indeed the case. They looked at the medicine Dole took out, estimated the price, and then took out magic cores of equal value and put them on the ground. Unlike Dole, who used a storage bracelet, they all carried it on their bodies and in their bags. Many things were difficult to carry. When they were replaced with potions, the volume was reduced, which made them much easier to carry. Everyone was happy. The transaction was relatively simple. Dole put the medicine box on the ground, and they also put their things on the ground, then retreated 100 meters. Dole came over and took away all the things, then retreated more than 100 meters, and they took the medicine box away. The process looks simple, but it is actually full of tension. No one trusts each other. If something goes wrong, it is easy to cause irreversible consequences. The process went smoothly. Dole took the magic core and put it into the storage bracelet with satisfaction. Some of these magic cores were still warm and bloody, but he didn't mind. Both sides were happy. The middle-aged man looked at Dole and his expression eased. He had just checked the potion, so he smiled faintly. Dole, pharmacist, right? We will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Your potion is very good. Dole looked at him with a blank expression. The middle-aged man frowned and was about to get impatient. The woman came forward, stood in front of the middle-aged man, and smiled to save him. Boss, I am in charge of the potion hall of an academy. The quantity we want is not even 1,000th of what I have. Don't belittle me. The entire Northwest Province supplies high-end level 5 potions from me. Yes, for Dole, this is just unexpected wealth, but it is not considered to be a fortune. At most it is a small fortune. The man's face changed immediately. He knew what the woman said very well. He saluted with both hands, his eyes solemn. Dole looked at the middle-aged man and said, There is a super strong 6th level creature in the mountain, who is undergoing tribulation. If I were you, I would stop here and don't go any further. If I go any further, I will be targeted by creatures above the 6th level. After Dole finished speaking, he looked at everyone and walked into the forest next to him and disappeared quickly. The magic core is the crystallization of magic power in the body of the monster. After the monster dies, the spirit will dissipate, and the magic core will become pure energy. If the properties of the magic core match your own properties, then you don't need to absorb the energy between heaven and earth, and you don't need to go through this process. You can directly absorb the energy in the magic core, which can save a lot of time for cultivation. Dole sensed it while walking, picked out 3 magic cores, held 2 in one hand and 1 in the other hand, and absorbed the magic power inside with all his strength. In fact, if he had enough magic cores, he could quickly pass the early and middle stages of level 3 and enter the late stage. But this is too difficult. The value of magic cores is a bit too high. For large forces, it is okay to cultivate 1 or 2 such geniuses, but not more, not to mention that he is just one person. However, the magic core in his hand is as high as level 4, and the magic power is enough. Dole only walked a short distance and felt that he had not met these people in vain. The magic power has been raised to the state of overflowing at the primary level, and the next step is the middle stage of level 3. He has to find a place to retreat for a while. After crossing the mountain in front of him, Dole walked out 1 more level, and the safety factor was higher. He stood on the top of the mountain, looked around, and found a cliff. There was a flat land in front of the cliff, so he moved his feet and controlled the wind element to float away. There are no strong creatures here, so you don't have to be too careful. Use whatever you need. Coming to the platform, he carefully observed the surroundings. There was indeed nothing. Dual-Eye took out the tent, opened it, got in, and began to retreat silently. After the third level, the bottleneck between each small stage will become very obvious. There will be an invisible shackle in the sea of consciousness, blocking the way forward. In the early stage of the third level, after the promotion to the middle stage of the third level, in addition to the further improvement of the storm element, the size of the sea of consciousness will also increase, and the size of the sea of consciousness will block the promotion. The size of the storm element is very large among many meditation methods. Dual-Eye has practiced for more than a year, and the storm element has made the sea of consciousness much larger than others, but in the early stage of the third level, it has still experienced a long accumulation, and the size of the sea of consciousness is far from enough. Now, he was ready to contact the magic core and expand the size of the storm element, so as to make the sea of consciousness expand again and accommodate more power. This process was not difficult, and did not require any perception, but only the impact of the sea of consciousness. Dole sank all his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, and into the storm element. Soon, the external magic power was infused into the storm element, and the power in the storm element began to stir and impact in all directions. A transparent film appeared in the boundless sea of consciousness at this time, binding all his power. It was weak but very resilient. It expanded with the impact of the storm element, but it just did not break. Dole continued to pour the power of the magic core into the storm element. Soon, the size of the storm element increased by 1/10 compared to before. The strong force pushed the film outward. He continued to increase the power without slacking off for a moment. Finally, after reaching a certain level, the film suddenly relaxed and quickly disappeared, disappearing directly from Dole's perception. The storm element expanded again, extending its body, occupying the previous position and expanding again. The middle stage of the third level. Dole felt that his strength had improved a little, but the increase was not large. At this time, the energy flowing in from the outside world gradually decreased. Not long after, Dole opened his eyes, and the magic core in his hand had become only the size of a finger, and turned black. Dole threw the magic core away, and took out another one. He suddenly thought that if all the high-level potions were used to exchange for magic cores, he might be able to get a large number of magic cores, allowing him to quickly pass the third-level wizard stage. Especially now that he has the super vitality potion, it is effective against level 7, not to mention level 6 or so. As long as the body is injured and has not caused fatal effects, the super vitality potion can heal it. As long as this thing is taken out, it will be a sky-high price. It can be used to operate a few things in exchange for a large number of magic cores. In fact, there are still many magic cores in the human world. After all, where do all the things made by so many adventure groups, mercenary groups, and adventurers go? They are all in the hands of big families and large forces. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered how to use the super vitality potion. This thing does not exist in this world, and he is the only one. If it is open to injured masters of level 5 and level 6, it should be able to sell at a sky-high price. Thinking of this, Dole first thought of the Northwest Glory Wizard Alliance. Among them, there was a level 6 master who was beaten and almost couldn't take care of himself. Chapter 298. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened the tent, identified the direction, and prepared to go directly. At this moment, behind the darkness and gloom, a ray of light suddenly crossed the sky, illuminating his world like a piece of white snow, and then, an extremely grand, loud, deafening, and heart-shaking voice came from the mountain, and the entire mountain range under his feet seemed to tremble because of this vibration. When Dole heard this voice, it was as if someone hit his heart hard. His eyes went black, and he almost couldn't stand still. This voice seemed to hit his heart. Rumble, the sound was endless, echoing wildly in the valley, and the sound came back from all directions. He knelt down hurriedly, and turned to look into the mountain. In the distance of the mountain, the thick clouds in the sky had accumulated for an unknown period of time, and now they had completely brewed. A trace of light just passed through the air, and the afterimage just disappeared. Under the black cloud, the flame figure rose again from below. The aura on her body seemed to be a little dim, but she was still very tenacious. Dual-Eye thought to himself, the heavenly tribulation has begun. When the heavenly tribulation begins, except for life of a certain level, no other creature can look directly at the heavenly tribulation, and Dual-Eye is no exception. When the first thunderbolt struck, he could still look at it, but the second time, he was suppressed by the strong pressure and dared not look up. It felt like he was facing a catastrophe at any time. This road in the sky is not feasible, and you can only walk on the ground. At this moment, the second huge thunderbolt sound came from a distance, and the huge sound hit the heart directly. Duolai felt that his eyes were black, and he almost suffocated. He stumbled, and without even turning his head, he turned over and went down the mountain. The higher the place, the stronger the transmission of sound vibrations, so he should go down the mountain. The heavenly tribulation is too fierce. At this time, the mountain was silent, except for the sound of the heavenly tribulation. Even the sound of the wind was silent. Crackling. The third heavenly tribulation came soon, and the loud noise shook the world again. Duolai, who was still in the air, was directly shocked. His feet softened, and he rolled down the mountain. Fortunately, he quickly struggled to stabilize his body, adjusted his state, and quickly grabbed the small tree next to him and hurried down. Too embarrassed. Duolai had never felt that the way down the mountain was so long. Not long after, he came to the valley in a panic, found a flat place, and lay quietly on the ground, not daring to move. The heavenly tribulation will last for some time. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation is determined by the strength of the individual. The lowest one will be struck 27 times, and the highest one will be struck 81 times. The bird is so powerful that it must be struck at least 40 times. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation will become more and more fierce as time goes on. Now it is just the beginning. With each vibration, Duolai felt very uncomfortable. No wonder the creatures are stronger the deeper they go into the mountains. If they are not strong, they can't resist others' heavenly tribulation. However, Duolai has discovered in the past few days that even many creatures of level 4 and 5 seem to have run to the periphery of the evil spirit mountain. It is very likely that there are creatures who want to pass the tribulation, and they are afraid that they can't resist it. Rumble, crackle. The huge vibration sound resounded through the world. Duolai felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer. This power from heaven and earth is not only aimed at his physical body, but also at his spirit. However, it should have no effect on ordinary creatures. At most, it may feel a little bit louder. The most powerful part of the heavenly tribulation is still the pressure from heaven and earth. It targets creatures with wisdom and spiritual power. Duolai did not dare to release his spiritual power, and looked at the sky with a look of despair. At this time, he felt something, raised his head, and looked further away. There was a group of monsters lying in the ravine like him, not daring to move. He did not have time to look in the panic just now, but he did not expect that there were so many neighbors. He counted and found that there were more than a dozen powerful monsters of different races, lying on the ground honestly, not daring to move, and each of them only dared to roll their eyes, not daring to move. Every time the thunder in the sky struck, their bodies trembled once, which felt very fun. Duolai himself was the same. The heavenly tribulation struck from dawn to dusk, and it did not end. The heavenly tribulation became more and more severe, and Duolai did not dare to look up. I don't know how long it took, as the last heavenly tribulation struck, then, the pressure of heaven and earth began to slowly dissipate. Duolai did not go through the heavenly tribulation, and at this time, he felt that the creatures below him began to run in all directions, and some creatures even ran towards him. It's over. He raised his head suddenly, and saw 3 fox-like creatures approaching him quickly. The pressure from heaven and earth ended, and Duolai's mental power returned to normal. He jumped up immediately, and the staff appeared in his hand. As soon as he raised his hand, his mental power surged wildly, and the wind around him was strong. Huge wind blades formed around him. At the same time, electric arcs appeared in his left hand that did not hold the staff. Whoosh, 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 the wind blade flew out directly, and the electric arc was also thrown out by him. The 3 foxes saw this and jumped in the woods one after another, opened their mouths and spit out pink energy to hit Duolai. Seeing this, Duolai jumped back. At the same time, wind blades formed around him, and hit the pink energy ball in the air. The wind blades whistled, collided with the pink energy ball in the air, exploded, and instantly formed a circle of energy shock waves. At this time, Duolai's lightning had also worked. The powerful lightning directly penetrated the pink energy, and struck one of the foxes. It immediately twitched all over, and pieces of black appeared on its body, and then it fell to the ground. Duolai was a little stunned. To deal with such fast-moving creatures, lightning magic is still useful. It is fast, powerful, and almost impossible to avoid. However, at this time, the 2 foxes saw one of the foxes being struck down, and they were frightened and fled into the mountains and forests, and soon disappeared. Duolai stopped and looked around vigilantly. After a while, he felt that the hostility had disappeared, and then he slowed down. The levels of these foxes were not very high. They were only at the 3rd level. They were injured by him as soon as they met. He came to the injured fox, snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning was generated again, like a lightning arrow, shooting into the fox's body. The lightning penetrated the fox's body and shot out directly. The fox twitched, and then there was no sound. Dole thought about it, and his lightning power seemed to be a little stronger than others. Could it be because of the staff? He picked up the staff and took a look. The effect of this section of lightning-struck locust wood was very strong in itself, and with the divine will of heavenly thunder in it, Dole's attainments in lightning were indeed stronger than those in wind and water. Dole didn't think too much, picked up the fox's body in his hand, looked around, identified the wind direction, and went out of the mountain. It was very smooth when entering, and it was not difficult to get out. Dole didn't encounter other more powerful creatures. After dealing with a few blind guys, he came to the last mountain. This trip out was finally relatively smooth. Just as he was about to go down the mountain, he keenly felt a slight movement behind him. He just turned around with a slightly ugly expression on his face. He saw a wizard in a black magic robe standing quietly not far from him without knowing when. Chapter 299. This kind of dress is only worn by black wizards. Dole turned his wrist and crushed a medicine bottle. The black wizard saw Dole's action and lifted the hood on his head, revealing a charming and crazy face. Dole's expression froze. Lord Wushu? He knew Wushu's strength, and he had no chance to resist, not to mention that this guy might have been promoted to level 6 now. Wushu looked at Dole with a wicked smile on his face. It's not easy to find you. Now it seems that between the two of us, you get more benefits than I do. She licked her lips and looked at Dole's body, almost drooling. Seeing her expression, Dole swallowed his saliva, and his heart tightened a little. Ahem, Lord Wushu, if you have anything to tell me, I will definitely help you do it. Can you put away your expression? I'm a little scared. Wushu also knew that he was too obvious. She put away her expression, snorted, and said, I followed your method and refined an avatar. The avatar carries the power of all the Xianxia insects. Now it has reached level 6. I also got a blessing in disguise and promoted to level 6, but now I am being hunted down. I need your protection. Dole was stunned. You got the benefit and upgraded to become a powerful level 6. Why do you still need me? He felt a little bitter in his heart. I'm only level 3, how can I protect you? You're kidding me? Wushu snorted and said, my avatar will attract firepower outside, and my real body will hide in your magic tower. Is this feasible? Dole thought about it, and it seemed that this was also possible. He thought about it, and said, then you have to promise me that you are not allowed to move around casually. Wushu actually played a very important role for him. How much can he learn in half a year? A 6th level biological wizard, Dole is definitely not the one who suffers. Wushu looked at Dole expressionless. Do you think I dare to move around casually now? Dole thought about it, and said, then I have no problem. In addition, I have a companion, I hope you don't mind. Wushu turned his head, looked at the horizon, and smiled faintly. I know there are many people living in your magic tower, don't worry, I won't walk around. Dole thought to himself, when you meet Ball, just don't wet your pants. Wushu refined a 6th level clone, which was something Dole didn't expect. He thought this woman would fight the Xianxia worm with her real body in this life. Xianxia worms feed on corpses, and from a biological nature, they are not suitable for living people. She still wants to have children and spend her life with a man, so it is impossible for her real body to combine with Xianxia worms. Dole looked into the distance. The 2 teams that followed him at the beginning had disappeared long ago, and there was no one following him. He looked behind him, and he didn't know whether the Bifong had survived the catastrophe, and whether Lord Ball had eaten the black lizard. The mountains are actually not bad, with abundant magic elements and quiet surroundings. If he wants to set up his own business in the future, it would be a good idea to choose a mountain. Dole thought of this, stood up, turned around and flew south. After being promoted to the middle stage of level 3, Dole's speed was already very fast. It took less than 2 hours to completely cross the distance of hundreds of kilometers. After crossing the Arangel Mountains, one can feel the breath of the magic tower. As long as he gently summons it, the magic tower can fly over at any time. Dole felt a little relieved, and then went to the academy. After being promoted to level 3, he could fly in and out at will, and directly fell from the sky to the tower forest in the backyard of the academy. At the entrance of the magic tower, Dole lifted his invisibility and walked in directly. Soon, he came to the entrance of the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was the center of the formation, and there were also a few unused houses around it symbolically. Dole pointed to the house next to him and said, you live here, And you will be fine if you don't leave the 3rd floor. There is a formation here to block prying. A layer of black clothes on Dole's body automatically flew up, turned into tens of thousands of small insects, fell to the ground, and reformed into a body of wushu. She took a look at the layout around her, nodded, then pushed open the door, and walked into the next room. Not long after, the door slammed shut. Dole didn't care about her, and walked into the main room on the 3rd floor. After putting some things on the 3rd floor, he sent a message. Not long after, all the messages were fed back. Dole thought for a moment, walked out of the magic tower, and walked towards the Archangel Mage Tower. Before he arrived at the tower, the door at the bottom of the tower opened automatically. Dole did not act pretentiously, and went straight to the top floor. Archangel's aura was more restrained and simple than before. Seeing Dole, he smiled lightly and said, "You definitely wouldn't come here if you had nothing to do. What are you doing this time?" Dole smiled, "I want to repay you a favor." Archangel frowned and thought to himself, this guy must have something to rely on. He owed me a favor, but what could he exchange for a favor of life and death? He racked his brains, but he couldn't think of what a level 5 pharmacist Dole could do to help him. So he said in a deep voice, "Tell me, if you can really help me, why not I owe you a favor?" Dole's face became solemn, and he said, "I have a medicine on hand that can cure the internal injuries of any strong man of level 6 and below, remove all hidden dangers, increase their potential, and there is no side effect at all. Can this help you?" When Archangel heard this, he jumped up from the stool with his eyes wide open. "Are you serious?" Dole nodded and said, "I have invested a lot to repay the Dean for this favor." Archangel was thinking frantically in his heart, what can he do with this medicine? What to do? There are too many things that can be done. In the Northwest region alone, there are too many masters who have suffered a series of disastrous consequences due to injuries. Level 6 involves surviving a catastrophe. If you are not careful, you will die. If Dole's medicine can eliminate all these hidden dangers, it is no less than a new life. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up with a heavy expression. "What you said is too serious, I need to verify it." Dole smiled. "Verification is necessary, but you have to choose the right person for verification, otherwise, 1,000,000 gold coins will be wasted." Erlang nodded and said solemnly, "Can you guarantee the efficacy of the medicine? Have you tested it?" Dole nodded and said, "Of course there is a test, but the opponent's strength is level 7. Erlang's heart sank suddenly, and his expression changed when he looked at Dole. He always felt that this guy was sometimes too quiet and calm. A level 7 friend, just his level 7 friend was injured? Now he is cured. If this is really the case, then the efficacy of this medicine is self-evident. This favor is too big, or it is definitely more than enough, even a little redundant." He thought for a while and said, "If you give me the medicine, we will be even. In addition, I want to meet your level 7 friend." Dole smiled brightly. Not long after, Dole walked out of the Archangel Tower with satisfaction. No matter who Archangel went to see, he was advertising himself in the end. Once the advertisement was released, he would have more ways to go. At that time, he would use all of them to exchange for the 3 magic crystals of wind, thunder and water. It would be no problem to pass the 3rd level within a year. Chapter 300. After planning everything, Dole returned to the magic tower and started practicing day after day again. The summer in the north was still hot, and the sun at noon baked the earth. There were only a few figures in the Sultry Academy. During the holidays, there were not many people in the academy, especially on the warrior side. At most, there were some young wizards who liked to do research. Wizards were relatively withdrawn, and did not like to stay in crowded places. During the holidays, the academy became a paradise for wizards. The day after Dole came back, the news was passed on. Morris, Sano, and the first batch of students, who were promoted to the 3rd level of the Tao, handed in their applications one after another. Dole did not think too much about it. He let some people in, some refused, and others signed temporary contracts. Goodaz also wanted to come in, but was ruthlessly rejected by Dole. In the end, he compensated him with a lot of potions, and the guy returned satisfied. Seeing this, Dole knew that he was fooled. He laughed and scolded him a few times and sent him away. After a few days of selling all the quotas for the magic tower, Dole had more money in his hand, and he planned to use the money to buy magic cores. Archangel also left the academy on the 2nd day, and his whereabouts were unknown, but Dole knew that his destination should be the center of the Glory Wizard Alliance in the Northwest Province. Only those people were worthy of Archangel's investment. As a person who turned from black to white, it was better to win over people in the management department than to win over other more powerful people. He needed strong enough backstage protection, and the Glory Wizard Alliance just satisfied him. Dole rested for 3 days, and left Arangel on the 4th day. His destination was also the capital center of the Northwest Province, Watzenberg. Huazi City is only a county-level city with limited resources. If he wants to collect magic cores, the auction houses and adventurer unions in the Northwest are rich in resources. He did not tell anyone, and went there quietly. In the Glory Empire, the Glory Wizard Alliance is the same as the Empire Administrative Center, but the Glory Wizard Alliance does not assume any administrative duties. It only serves as the highest combat force to protect the 4 directions. The functions within the Glory Wizard Alliance are not complicated. They are to cooperate with the local government to protect the local area, monitor the normal operation of various institutions, and prevent various strange events similar to witchcraft. As a separate institution, the Glory Wizard Alliance has the right to do anything that is not within the administrative authority, such as conducting business activities, such as taking various jobs, etc. Watzenberg is in the south of Huazi City. It takes about half a day to fly there. It has to pass through several counties, and 2 mountain ranges. It is not safe for one person. Dole knows his situation. He has offended the Sand Scorpion Adventure Group, the Strange Fire Sparrow, and even the Tracy family. As long as he goes out openly, there will be tales following him, so he could only act quietly. He planned to wait until he was promoted to level 4 before dealing with the matter of the Strange Fire Sparrow. The Tracy family was too annoying. A few days ago, at the Evil Spirit Mountain, it was estimated that the group of people would be taught a lesson after returning, and would cause trouble for him. Dole guessed correctly. Not long after he left Arangel College, the poison master of the Strange Fire Sparrow solved the black fungus he left behind, but correspondingly, many people of the Strange Fire Sparrow died this time. They had to recruit manpower from the peripheral organizations, hated Dole to the bone, and at the same time had a clearer understanding of his horror and weirdness. Of course, for the nobles, this was nothing short of a slap in their faces, so they decided to make a more careful plan. Without Bar, Dole had to be careful all the time. It would have taken at most 1 day to go there in a swaggering manner, but for the sake of safety, he spent an extra day, and it took 2 days to reach the center of the Northwest Province, Watzenberg. Watzenberg is much larger than Wat City, and there are many buildings, which are more than twice as high as Wat City. The whole thing looks like a castle in the air. The place where he built it is also interesting. It is in a basin, surrounded by low mountains. There are various watchtowers built on the mountains, which surround Watzenberg. There are 4 main passages, which pass through the mountains from 4 directions and enter the periphery of Watzenberg. If you want to attack Watzenberg, you need to take down these mountains outside. In addition, Watzenberg can easily close the passages on all sides and deploy people on the high ground of the mountains to guard from a high position. This place is simply easy to defend and difficult to attack. Dole received a warning from the Honor Wizard Alliance 100 kilometers away. He slowly approached and landed outside the mountain. Then, like everyone else, he slowly entered the city from the north entrance at the bottom of the mountain. At this time, he had put on makeup and dressed up as a nobleman, with a purple sword hanging around his waist, looking chic and handsome. But the only flaw was that he was walking, not riding a horse. In the mountain, a canyon appeared in sight, and at the bottom of the canyon was the passage. The passage was very spacious, enough to accommodate 7 or 8 carriages entering and exiting. At this time, both sides of the road were full of people of all kinds, and there were many carriages, densely packed. It was dusk now, and the red sunset shone from the side, adding a different style to the canyon. Dole followed the majority, and prepared to walk in slowly. Just then, a loud voice came from the top of the mountain next to him, and fell directly into his ears. "Wizard Dole, please fly up. Come to the 3rd lookout." Dole looked around, and no one responded. This person should only be talking to him. He touched his chin. Is he so famous now? He slowly left the main road, and then his feet were full of wind, and he quickly flew to the mountain next to him. On the lookout on the top of the mountain, there were 2 wizards at this time, one of whom had sweat on his forehead. A 5th-level pharmacist. How dare you let him in so brazenly? Another wizard showed an indifferent expression. His identity is clean, he has never attacked anyone, and he has a good reputation. What's the big deal? I think you are just nervous. The wizard with sweat on his forehead snorted, and said with some fear, as far as I know, he is a 6th-level poisoner. The man also snorted, it's not certified yet. What are you afraid of? He came to our empire to learn, not to kill people. You are afraid of nothing, and he is a lecturer in Arangel College, who has produced countless 3rd-level pharmacists, And he is also an honorary elder of pharmacists. You are worried about nothing. Both of them are third-level wizards, more than enough to guard a watchtower. At this moment, they saw a warrior dressed up from below, with wind surging around him and distorted light. It is obvious that he does not want others to see him, but as a wizard, he can easily see it. Dole came in front of the two people, slowly landed on the observation deck, and looked at the observation deck. From a distance, this thing looked like a castle. When you get closer, it is a complete stone room with a front yard, a backyard, and multiple rooms. There are also several slave-like people in the backyard who are cleaning things and cooking. It is obvious that their living conditions are good. Chapter 301. There is a huge watchtower near the mountain in the courtyard. Two third-level wizards stand on the watchtower, so he naturally has to land here. Slowly landing, Dole saluted the two and said, "Dole greets you too. I want to enter Watzenberg. Do you have any other ideas?" After seeing Dole, the two wizards looked at each other and thought, "What a guy. So young, even younger than the youngest genius in Watzenberg. This is going to be fun." The wizard with sweat on his head smiled and said, "Wizard Dole, it's not a big deal, but foreign wizards need to report to Watzenberg, especially wizards like you who are pharmacists. You need to report before you can enter. You stay here for a while. We need to go in and report something." Dole thought for a while and said, "Okay, it's a good opportunity to ask you two about the news of Watzenberg." The two nodded. In fact, the news had already been passed in. The wizard who spoke casually said at this time, "Wizard Dole, you have a good talent. You have reached the third level at such a young age. It is really enviable." He did not have much hostility towards Dole, but rather some admiration. Dole smiled. "If you were a pharmacist, you would have to have enough resources to be so fast. I got to this level by taking medicine." The two wizards twitched their mouths at the same time. It was the first time they had seen such a straightforward person. He was really humble. "Hey, you have to have money to take medicine. Many family children don't have many opportunities to take medicine. It's too expensive." The two shook their heads at the same time. "What are you doing here this time? Can you tell me?" Dole smiled faintly and said mysteriously, "What else can I do as a pharmacist? Of course I'm here to sell medicine, but I can't say what medicine it is. It will appear in the auction house in a few days." Seeing Dole's mysterious expression, both of them raised their eyebrows at the same time. Not long after, both of them received the message at the same time. "Okay, you can go in. McLaren Wizard of the Pharmacist Union will guarantee you. You can go to the Glory Wizard Alliance to see him." Dole nodded. He didn't expect that McLaren would guarantee him. With the pass, he didn't have to walk down. He could just fly down from here. Soon, he came to the outside of the city wall of Watzenberg. Looking at Watzenberg from a distance, the city wall here is incredibly wide, and the thickness is also extremely amazing. You can only see this place outside the city gate. The city wall here is indeed terrifyingly thick. A 5x2x4 long strip of granite can be covered with hundreds of pieces in just one layer. This shows that the magic pattern energy flows in the city wall, and it is obvious that there are magic patterns. At the gate of the city gate is also very thick. It is an alchemical creation. If the city gate is closed, Dole estimates that he can't do anything about the city gate even if he bombards it with fireballs for 3 days and 3 nights. Dole was a little emotional. After passing through the more than 10-meter-long city gate, he came to the city and saw what real prosperity looked like. At this time, he was still dressed as a warrior, like a country bumpkin, looking left and right, and walking into the city. The city defense of Watzenberg is naturally self-evident, very thick, plus the natural mountain defense outside. It is almost impossible to break here, but there is also a natural constraint, that is, the city scale cannot be expanded again, and the current scale is the top. Dole could not deny this. The city was indeed more prosperous than he imagined, and the modernization process here was relatively high. People's lives were relatively rich. You almost never see ordinary people wearing linen clothes, they all wear silk clothes, and rarely see beggars. People come and go on the streets, a lively scene. At the city gate, caravans were repairing here. Each caravan occupied a large area. Some traded individually, while others traded in bulk. It looked very lively. Dole just glanced at it and didn't care. He walked into the city. His goal was to honor the Wizard Alliance. It has been a few days now. Arangel should have arrived here. Maybe he has found someone to exchange favors. He just needs to wait patiently. As long as someone advertises for him, then this matter will be done. All he has to do now is to wait patiently for a few days. McLaren guaranteed himself, so he went to meet this person first. He only met him once last time, and this time is just right to cultivate feelings. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, called a carriage, and rushed to the Glory Wizard Alliance. The carriage started slowly, and drove slowly on the street. After a while, Dole felt that this place was indeed the center of the Northwest Province. There were tall buildings all around, and the three-dimensional sense was very sufficient. The various buildings were full of various humanistic feelings. The decorations, renovations, and arrangements were many times more upscale than those in What City. At a glance, it felt like a real city. Not to mention anything else, even the carriages that were casually summoned under the buttocks looked more high-end. Of course, the price was also a little higher. The carriage drove slowly on the road, looking while walking. At this time, he saw several people riding huge strange beasts that were more than twice as tall as other people's horses coming from a distance. Wherever they passed, almost everyone gave way to them, pedestrians avoided them, and even some large-scale adventure groups were avoiding them. Dole's carriage was also avoiding them. He was a little confused, so he asked the driver, "Who are these people and why are they so arrogant? Doesn't the city lord's mansion care?" The driver glanced at Dole and said, "You just came, right? Those people are geniuses from several major families in Wutzenberg. Who dares to stop them?" Dole raised his eyebrows. At this time, those people passed by him, and the tall horses rushed forward with heavy power, which was indeed unstoppable. He had only seen such huge horses in the army of the Northern Kingdom. As cavalry, they were indeed unstoppable and very terrifying. On the horse, several teenagers, who looked about the same size as him, whipped their horses wantonly, and seemed to not take other people seriously at all. Dole shook his head, and sighed in his heart. Nobles are nobles, and they will never learn to be humble. This was just a small episode. Soon, the Glory Wizard Alliance arrived. The Honorable Wizard Alliance was in the direction of the city center, occupying a site that was only slightly smaller than the provincial government. There were 8 huge magic towers with more than 20 floors, standing in octagonal positions. Each tower was the largest octagonal tower. The area occupied by the bottom alone was extremely large, with a length and width of about 100 meters, and the scale was very large. Each magic tower was emitting strong magic energy at this time, strolling around the octagonal tower and strolling in all directions of Wutzenberg, as if it was connected to all the magic facilities around and protecting all directions. Huge, majestic, solemn, and terrible. The carriage stopped at a distance, and there was a red circle in front of the carriage. Taking out 2 silver coins and handing them to the coachman, Dole jumped off the carriage, took a look at the layout of the Honorable Wizard Alliance, and then walked towards the first tower. There were 8 towers, 3 of which were open to the public. Dole said messages while walking. Soon, he got the message, then turned in a direction, and went to tower number 3, where the McLaren Wizard was. He usually doesn't go to the Pharmacist Guild, but stays in the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this moment, Dole felt that someone was watching him. He turned his head and looked behind, only to see a small group of mercenaries passing by, but when he looked, he didn't see who was looking at him. Chapter 302. He was in disguise, but someone still recognized him? Then it must be someone from the Wizard Alliance, who told others about it. The enemy's intelligence system is really powerful. He took a close look at those people, and wrote down their facial features. In the Glory Empire, if you really want to find someone, it is actually very easy. The Wizard Alliance's formation can identify any wizard through the waist badge, and basically no one can escape. No matter how well he disguises himself outside, he can't fake it in the city, unless he uses someone else's waist badge. But if he uses someone else's waist badge, the nature is even worse. If he is discovered, he will be arrested or killed directly. Thinking of this, Dole turned his head and looked at the wizard tower again. It was not peaceful here either. He quickly came to the bottom of tower number 3. The bottom of the wizard tower was relatively quiet. There were only 2 or 3 people walking around. They were all internal staff of the wizard tower, wearing wizard robes and serious expressions. Dole came to the bottom of tower number 3, showed the token, and explained who he was looking for before he was allowed to pass. McLaren stood in the hall, looking at Dole at the door, and smiled gently. "Welcome, welcome. I didn't expect you to come so soon. You have to stay a few more days this time. It just so happens that the Pharmacist Union has a lecture for senior pharmacists. Did you get the news in advance?" Dole walked in and was a little stunned when he heard this. "I met Wizard McLaren. I didn't know this news. I came here this time because I had other things to do, and took a look at Wutzenberg by the way, that's all." McLaren was a little confused, All the pharmacists above level 5 in the entire Northwest province have been notified. How could you not know? Dole thought for a moment, and said awkwardly, maybe I was still out and about those days. Dole glanced at Wizard McLaren. This was the second time he had met him, and they were not acquaintances. Now it seemed that he was a nice guy. I don't really care about the lecture. I came here to sell something that is worth a lot, so I have to bother you for a few days. McLaren nodded. Dole is undoubtedly a person with great talent. He is only 18 years old this year, but he is already a level 5 pharmacist. He will have great talent in the future. Such a person is rare even in the Watzenberg Pharmacist Guild. He wants to sell something here, so it is obvious that this thing must be worth a lot of money. He smiled and said, sure, you can find a place to stay here in the Magic Tower or at the Pharmacist Guild. I arrange it for you. How many days do you want to stay? Dole thought for a while and said, I don't know yet, but it's probably about 10 days. McLaren thought it was only 3 or 4 days, but when he heard it was such a long time, his eyes lit up. So he said, that's a long time. Can you help me these days? I heard that you have some research in biotechnology, and I would like to ask you to help me figure it out. Dole was stunned. What was he going to do with biological research? But in the spirit of liking new things, he cheered up and said, no problem. It takes time for a Rangel, and it also takes time for him. There are many masters in Wassenberg, and he needs to ask a few questions to see who has a good place to sell, and can sell at a good price. McLaren was indeed hospitable. As Dole intended to stay, he immediately made arrangements. Not long after, Dole had a room badge. It was in Tower number 3. It was a lower-level room, but not bad either. This was an 8th-level magic tower with abundant magic elements, much stronger than the outdoor ones. After Dole settled down, McLaren couldn't wait to gather his disciples to conduct experimental research. McLaren has 4 disciples, 2 of whom came to help. One is a female disciple, in her 30s, who looks very rigid, meticulous in doing things, and serious. Her name is Elena. The other is a male disciple, who is a little younger, about 24 or 25 years old, named Curry. Both of them are level 5 pharmacists. When they heard that Dole was also a level 5 pharmacist, their eyes sparkled. According to the news, Dole has come to Watzenberg and is resting in the Wizard Guild. I don't know what he is going to do, but this is good news. In a gorgeous room, 2 people sat face to face, chatting and laughing. The man on the other side smiled and said, an 18-year-old pharmacist, without a backer, without a mentor to support him, such a person is unwilling to join any force, and it is not up to him. You should contact him now, and make sure he joins our life temple. The man on the other side nodded and said, there are many competitors in Watzenberg. Do you want to find something for them to do? The man nodded and said, yes, but don't go too far. Although we have a lot of resources, they are not strong enough. The man on the other side nodded and laughed, saying, I will go down and arrange it. A small-scale plague broke out in Mingza County, which should be enough for them to be busy for a while. The man frowned slightly and nodded. At the same time, the news of Dole's arrival spread throughout the Pharmacist Guild. In the Pharmacist Guild, many small forces were also ready to win over. Dole didn't know all this, he was helping McLaren. McLaren wanted to do a microbiological treatment project, through the dual treatment effects of medicine and microorganisms, to achieve the purpose of treatment. This kind of project is very common for pharmacists above level 5, and Dole has also done it, but the final difficulty of this project is very difficult, because McLaren wants to achieve the purpose of regenerating broken limbs, which is a bit outrageous. The potion he used is not bad, called Holy Light Water, which is a very high-end potion among the level 6 potions. It can repair limbs to a certain extent, but the effect is average, so he thought of using biological methods. Through learning with Wushu, Dole knew several such things, but why did he tell McLaren? The 4 stood in front of the experimental table, arming themselves tightly. McLaren said at this time, currently, the most useful organism for delivering broken limbs is this kind of worm. It can secrete a magical substance that allows the broken bone cells in the body to grow again, grow complete bones, and then cover the skin and flesh through the ability of the medicine. But the problem is that the effect of this worm is uncontrollable. Although the bones grown are hard enough and have the characteristics of bones, the shape is very strange and the shape is uncontrollable. We have tried many times and have not succeeded. McLaren seemed to be sighing, but he was actually explaining his ideas to Dole. Elena's expression was meticulous. She had participated in this experiment for a long time. Her thoughts had long been dry, and she couldn't think of any good ideas at this time. Curry glanced at Dole on the side, ready to see what this genius thought. Dole thought in his heart that the best way to regenerate broken limbs is to merge with the worm body. Just like Wushu, he is the worm, and the worm is him. This requires a formal level 5 or above strength, and a biological level 7 or above attainment. He also saw this kind of worm in Wushu's records. Although the effect is okay, the uncontrollable factor is too great. He thought for a moment and said, if the uncontrollable size is too large, it will easily cause bone deformity. However, we can change our thinking. If we let the bones grow first, no matter what shape they grow into, and then use surgical methods to repair them into the shape we want, then it will work. The only problem is that the experimental period is a bit long. Chapter 303. Curry smiled and said, we have tried this method before. First let the bones grow straight, and then grind them, but in this way, the new bones are very brittle, and cannot meet the requirements for use. It is okay for ordinary people, but it is not feasible for professionals. Dole blinked. After grinding, the bones are too brittle? Bones are brittle. The reason why our bones are hard is that there is a layer of periosteum covering the outside of the bones. After the bones are repaired, the periosteum can be planted to solve this problem. Elena, Curry, and McLaren lowered their heads at the same time, frowning. Although their biological level is good, they are suspected of not thinking carefully. When Dole said this, they understood Gulai. Their specialty is medicine, and they have some understanding of the human body structure, but not in depth. When Dole said this, they immediately started to use their brains. McLaren only thought for less than 3 seconds, then he raised his head, straightened his chest, and his eyes were bright. Elena, go and gather an experimenter. We will conduct a live experiment immediately. Such an experiment will not cause any damage to the human body, at most it will waste some time. So they are all live, and there are many injured mercenaries and adventurers in Wassenberg, and many of them have broken limbs. They are eager to come to be experimenters. Dole put his hands aside at this time and stopped talking. He was also thinking about the difficulty. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a strong blood and a cane came to the door. His eyes were bright, and he looked in good spirits. Seeing this person, McLaren was a little surprised. Sir Jeline, you. At this time, the 2 disciples also hurried up and supported the middle-aged man. Jeline laughed and said, I heard that you have a new idea, so I hurried over. Anyway, I can't go out, so I might as well come here to take a look. Dole saw that Jeline was missing a leg, but his blood and chi were strong, and his fighting spirit was very strong. It was obvious that he was a disabled warrior with a strong will. At least his character was optimistic, which was very good. Jeline looked around, greeted everyone, and stayed on Dole for a while. McLaren said, we have a new idea, so we want to find someone to try it. You are the best. This is a level 5 pharmacist in what city? He is good at biology, and I asked him to help you. Jeline glanced at Dole, and felt a chill in his heart. The other party was a biological pharmacist, and he immediately felt uneasy. Elena and Curry saw Jeline like this, and they also felt a little bit of the same emotion in their hearts, and smiled at the corners of their mouths. The deterrence of the biological pharmacist was too strong. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Dole's mouth twitched. Is it so scary? He smiled helplessly and said, hello, Lord Tuolin. Wizard McLaren has a very good potion that can promote bone growth and grow a new leg, but it requires some surgical operations, which I happen to know. Jeline swallowed his saliva, made up his mind, and said, okay, let's get started. There's no need to waste time. He thought in his heart that with McLaren here, nothing should go wrong. McLaren nodded at this time and said, well, I need to adjust the direction of the potion. In the wizard tower number 4, an extremely powerful old man spread his hands, looked at his body, and showed an incredible look. His mental power was fully developed, perfectly matched with his physical body, without any grudges, and almost reached the peak state when he was not injured. In this state, in a few years, he can try to advance to level 7. When he thought of this, he trembled. Alan stood by and breathed a sigh of relief. Dole's medicine was really overbearing, and the effect was really strong. A person who had been injured for many years, and could no longer improve could return to the peak. This medicine was really a miracle medicine. He calmed down at this time and said with a smile, Lord Alan, you are right, I said it's okay. Alan's momentum was very strong. Although it was limited to a small range, it also caused him enough pressure. Alan looked at Erangel, his eyes slightly moist. How many years have passed? I finally waited for this day. Erangel, I owe you a life. Erangel's eyes were serious, and he said, my lord, you are serious. Back then, you overcame all odds, and let me return to the arms of the White Wizard. I was so grateful that I thought of you immediately when I got the new medicine this time. Alan was not overwhelmed by joy. Compared with the 2 words he said casually back then, Erangel's gift was really generous and a little scary. It was like giving him another life. He waved his hand and said, "Don't mention this matter again. Back then, I just saw that you had good qualifications and didn't want you to fall, so I said a few words. Now you have given me another life. This is not equivalent. Tell me, what do you want? I can give you everything I have, including everything in my magic tower. As long as he is still there, the magic tower is nothing worth mentioning. It's no big deal if it's given. Now it's back to the peak. This is the most important thing. As long as there is hope of sprinting to level 7, you don't need anything." When Erangel heard this, he was relieved and said, "Actually, although I only got 1 bottle of this medicine, the manufacturer still has several bottles. He wants to use this medicine to exchange all for magic crystals for his cultivation." Alan was shocked and immediately shook. He rushed over desperately and grabbed Erangel's shoulder and said, "How many bottles are there? Are you serious?" Erangel was caught and smiled without caring at all. "Of course I am serious. He still has several bottles. Now you just need to stand up and prove the efficacy of the medicine." Erangel was immediately angry and said, "Ridiculous. How can this medicine be auctioned? It will only be sold to those damn useless nobles. If that person really wants to sell it, I can contact several buyers, and he can make any conditions. There are countless wizards who are stuck at level 6 for life because of injuries. If there is such a medicine that can give them a future, they will probably meet the other party's requirements even if they give up everything, just like themselves." Alan Good was stunned for a moment. What Wizard Alan said made sense. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I contact him. Tell him about it. Once this medicine appears, it will inevitably cause a fight among the nobles. Not many wizards can get it. Although some of us wizards are very rich, most wizards don't have much cash, and they will still snatch it away. As long as he can set a price, I believe that any wizard will fight to the death to satisfy it in the next period of time. As long as he can be promoted to level 7, his life will be greatly improved. Who will care about that little money? Alan himself is like this. He feels that he has ushered in a new life and has a promising future." The news that Alan has recovered his vitality spread throughout the entire Northwest Glory Wizard Alliance in a very short time. A level 6 disaster level wizard has fully recovered and is likely to impact the level 7 natural disaster level horror wizard in the future. This news is definitely the most explosive in the Northwest Glory Wizard Alliance in recent years. For this reason, Alan appeared in public and received many praises and gifts. The Honor Wizard Alliance also readjusted Alan's position, changing him from the main vice president to the deputy vice president, so that he could have more time to practice and accumulate again to welcome the 7th level. The 5th level wizard is called the Destruction level. At this time, a wizard can almost destroy a medium-sized town, so it is called the Destruction level. The 6th level wizard is called the Disaster level. The destructive ability is further improved, just like floods, mudslides, and other disasters. Above the 7th level, a single person can destroy an entire city, so it is called the Natural Disaster level. The entire Northwest branch of the Honor Wizard Alliance only has 3 natural disaster levels to fight against the 7th level of other races. If there is one more, it will definitely be an epic advancement for the Northwest. Chapter 304. For a while, the news of the entire Northwest branch was flying everywhere, and I don't know how many people were asking how Alan recovered. Alan didn't tell anyone. After he recovered, he stayed in the Wizard Tower in high spirits, practicing while waiting for others to come. Less than 3 hours after returning to the Magic Tower, 2 big figures Lianju came to the door. At this time, Alan smiled. Time quickly came to 3 days later. In the laboratory, Jillian's bones had grown out, but they had grown into a huge tumor, hanging at the root of his thigh, which looked very scary. Generally speaking, this experiment was considered a failure, and this bone had to be removed. It was useless. At this time, it was Dole's turn to take action. He took out the grinding tools and cutting tools, and spent 3 hours to reshape the bones. After the thigh, calf, and sole bones were done, he asked Macallan to take the already refined periosteum out of the frozen place. The periosteum cannot be from ordinary creatures, but from creatures with similar strength to Jillian, otherwise it will break easily and fail to protect. Carefully stick the periosteum on and fix it, then it's McLaren's job. Restimulate muscle growth, regrow skin, and then the calves, soles, etc. The whole process took about 15 days before all the work was completely completed. During this period, Jillian went from numbness to surprise, and then to ecstasy. He could no longer express his excitement in words. This was not the first time he participated in McLaren's test. From the initial excitement to the numbness, and then to the present, it really brought him enough surprises. The newly grown legs are still a little uncomfortable. According to the young wizard, this is because the nerve conduction signals need to adapt for a period of time. After about a year and a half, he will be able to regain his strength. This is simply too shocking. Elena and Curry were also deeply shocked by Dole at this time. This guy's attainments in biology far exceed those of ordinary biological pharmacists, and even made them feel scared. How many people did this guy dissect to achieve such a level of surgery? It's too scary. As third-level wizards, the two felt that the gap between them and Dole was a bit big. Dole also gained something at this time. The experiment is verification, and he also gained a lot of experience in human anatomy. At this time, he also received the news from outside, and had a clearer understanding of Arrangel's ability to do things. As early as 3 days ago, he should have left here, but for the experiment, he stayed for another 3 days. Now that the experiment is completed, he should leave. McLaren looked at Dole with a bright look in his eyes. The news outside has been everywhere these days, and he guessed it. Dole, the Northwest Alliance is a complex place. You should try to protect yourself. McLaren's sincere blessing. Dole was a little scared a few days ago, but he is no longer afraid these days, because Lord Barr has returned. Therefore, confidence can be seen on his face. He smiled and said, "Well, I believe that no one should be able to deal with me, a pharmacist who can skillfully use level 6 poison." McLaren's mouth twitched. Dole's words have already expressed all his determination. Level 6 poison, although it may not have much effect on wizards above level 5, but if he is angry, it will definitely be a natural disaster for ordinary people and low-level professionals. No wizard, any organization or force can afford this price. Thinking of this, he still said, "Then you still have to be careful. There are many other poisoners. Be careful not to be knocked over." Dole nodded, then walked out of Tower Number 3 and headed straight for Tower Number 4. Tower Number 4 is not open to the public, but when Dole just arrived at the door opened automatically, revealing a dark hole. Dole sorted out his mood and walked into the Magic Tower. At this time, there were many big figures in Magic Tower Number 4, many of whom were the mainstays of the Gory Wizard Alliance, standing on the 25th floor. Some people came with the purpose of questioning, some came with the purpose of hope, and some even came with full expectations. Everyone knew Alan's injury, but he was now healed and qualified to impact the 7th level. This matter could not be faked. The founder of Ulungar in what city was here? He brought medicine, and others were qualified to identify it. Arangel was also a little unconfident at this time. He had understood the principle of this medicine through Alan's personal experiment. It basically stimulated the wizard's potential and restored it in the same way as regeneration. It was very useful for people like Alan who had internal injuries, but not necessarily for others. However, it was too late to do it at this time. If this thing succeeded, he would have a position among the Northwest Glory Wizards. Even if it didn't work, at least he would gain Alan's friendship. He had just been promoted to level 6, and now he had gained the friendship of a senior level 6 wizard, which was self-evident for his future development. After all, there were only a few level 6 wizards in the entire Northwest, and even in the entire Glory Wizards, there were only a few level 6 wizards in the entire Empire. He was confident in his future. There are 4 people standing in front of him now, but 2 of them have old injuries, and the other 2 are here on behalf of others. These 2 people are called Fengdu and Fengchen. They used to be brothers. Many years ago, they were injured by a level 7 poisonous dragon, and have not recovered yet. You can imagine how anxious they are. At this moment, the door opened and a young figure appeared. Seeing this figure, the 2 wizards Fengdu and Fengchen looked at each other, and saw that it was a level 3 little wizard. They understood in their hearts that it was no wonder that Alan and Alan were sent out. It turned out that the opponent's strength was low. With this magical medicine, it is indeed not suitable for him to act alone. Fengdu and Fengchen were impatient, and were about to step forward immediately. At this time, the other 2 people spoke. One of them looked at Dole, and said to Alan from top to bottom, "Is this the owner of the medicine you mentioned?" Alan nodded, and said slowly, "Yes, the medicine has been verified on 2 people. Lord Alan is the second one, and the first one is a level 7, but he used a larger amount." It was the first time that the man heard the news, and he took a breath of cold air. It is effective for level 7. The other people were also a little stunned at this time, including Alan. He turned his head and looked at Dole. "Is this medicine so powerful? It can even be used for level 7, but the amount used is large? That's a bit of expectation." Fengdu Fengchen was also a bit expectant at this time. The 2 men immediately stood up, And Fengdu said impatiently, "Little wizard Duolai, what price do you need? I heard that you need a lot of magic cores. Magic cores are a bit of a waste for you. I am willing to exchange them with other more expensive and valuable things." Duolai was stared at by many bigwigs when he walked in, feeling a little depressed. He glanced at the two men and felt a sudden shock in his heart. As expected, they were both level 6. Although the other party did not release any momentum, he felt extremely uncomfortable just relying on the life instinct of level 6, as if an ant saw an elephant. Except for Arangel, he didn't know anyone. When he heard the person opposite him talking, he thought for a while, and said, "Hello, sir. At this stage, I only need magic cores, or things that can quickly pass the level 3 stage. I don't need other things." Everyone was silent. For a level 6 disaster wizard, there are many ways to let a level 3 wizard quickly pass the accumulation stage. Chapter 305. Fengdu is an alchemist. He thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We will buy the magic core for you, and help you get through the entire 3rd level. In addition, we heard that you have a magic tower. We will help you build the wizard tower to the 12th floor, and provide wizard formations that can quickly gather magic elements. How about that? The potion that can heal internal injuries. If it is put up for auction, there will be no share for the two of them. For Alan's sake, they are ready to spend a lot of money. You know, in order to treat injuries over the years, they have even been to the Elf Kingdom." Dole thought for a moment and said, "Okay, please ask, is it 1 or 2? The two of them suddenly felt depressed. Fengdu was about to speak when Fengshen spoke. He stared at Dole with burning eyes. "If your medicine is really effective, why not 1? Dole smiled faintly. "It's not that the price you paid is not enough, but one of the main ingredients of this medicine is the branch of the world tree. I also spent a lot of means to get it, and used a lot of favors to get it. In addition, the other main ingredients also cost a lot of money, through other chambers of commerce, and private adventure groups, so please understand that this thing is not simple to refine. The branches of the world tree, the other two people thought about it, this thing is not easy to get, money is not enough, you also need power and connections, and you also need to have a relationship with the Eternal Forest or other elf races. This kid is really extraordinary. But for them, it is still easy to get a branch, but the value is not low, and it is a waste of favors." Thinking of this, Fengdu and Fengshen looked grim. They didn't have much stock. At this time, Alan looked at the 4 people and smiled faintly. "You two are alchemy masters, you can just take it out and sell some equipment." When Lord Alan heard that I had this medicine, he planned to give me the magic tower. "What are you reluctant to give up?" A cough came from the side, and Alan blushed a little. He was desperate at that time. Anyway, there was a tower if there were people, and nothing if there were no people. These words hit the hearts of the 4 people like a sledgehammer. Before Fengdu and Fengshen said anything, one of the other 2 immediately said, "We can provide you with the number of magic cores for you to survive the 3rd level, only 1 person, but you must ensure the efficacy. In addition, how much medicine is left? For how many people to use?" Dole thought for a while and said, "If it is level 6, there is no particularly serious external injury, it is only enough for 5 people. I don't have enough materials on hand, and it will take several years to refine the next batch." Hearing this, everyone speculated about the difficulty of refining this medicine. He has a level 7 as his backer. If 2 people work together to refine it, the difficulty is really not low. The level 7 master didn't show up now. Obviously it's not appropriate to show up. Originally, they were going to force the sale, but when they heard about the level 7, everyone put down their thoughts. A level 7 easily beats the level 6. There are only 5 level 7s in the entire Glory Wizard Alliance, and each of them is a dominant figure. This little wizard is not simple. Fengdu and Fengshen looked at each other at this time, gritted their teeth, and said, "Okay, but we need to operate it. Although there are a lot of level 3 and level 4 magic cores, it is not difficult to collect them. How many magic cores do you need for the meditation method you practice?" Dole needed magic cores, not just for his own promotion, otherwise he would not have asked for all magic cores. It was not enough for 1 person to pay enough magic cores to cure a level 6 injury. However, the amount of magic cores in the world was not low, but most of them were in the hands of big forces, and it was not easy for them to collect them. Dole thought about it and smiled. "You two, 1 provides magic cores, and the other helps me upgrade the magic tower. The transaction is established. We will trade here in 10 days. He turned his head and looked at the other 2, saying, "What are your rules?" "There are only 3 bottles of potion left." The 2 looked at each other and nodded. "We will trade here in a month. In addition, we also want your last potion." You name the price. Dole glanced at Arangel and smiled faintly. Okay, in that case, I said, I need a level 10 identity of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. The first level of the Glory Alliance wizard represents 2 levels of authority. For example, the first level wizard represents the first and second levels of authority. Just entering the extraordinary level is the first level authority, and the peak of the first level is the second level authority. The 10th level authority represents the peak of the 5th level. Dual Y is obviously not qualified now. He is only at the 3rd level. Even if he successfully passes the 3rd level, he is only at the 4th level, and at most the 7th level of authority. This, Dual Y spread his hands, that's all I ask for. The last bottle of potion, I believe there are many people willing to take it. In the crowd, Alan glanced at Arangel and thought, this little guy asked so much, I'm afraid Arangel didn't get any benefit from him. This guy can give Arangel a whole bottle of potion. I'm afraid the next step is to leave Arangel Academy and set up his own business. But Arangel didn't suffer any loss. Everyone got what they needed. This kid is not simple. However, who is the level 7 behind him? At this moment, everyone is thinking about this question. If Arangel hadn't said this just now, they would have revealed their true colors. The other two hadn't thought about it yet, and before they spoke, Alan said again, I can help you with the authority issue. Can you sell me the potion? Dole smiled and said yes. He immediately raised his hand and took out a bottle of potion. Everyone's eyes looked at Dole's hand. At this moment, they could clearly feel the amazing activity and powerful vitality contained in the potion. This is indeed a potion that can heal injuries, and it seems to be really powerful. Everyone looked at each other, then their eyes were calm, and they said goodbye and left. The names of Alan and Arangel differ by only one pronunciation, but they are not brothers, and they don't even have any relationship. After the 4 of them left, Alan looked at Dole and smiled lightly. I will help you arrange the level 10 authority. To be honest, for some people, a bottle of such a powerful medicine, in exchange for a level 10 authority, is too low. Dole bowed slightly to Alan and said lightly, that depends on the person who needs it. Alan has lived for so long, so he can naturally hear the implication of Dole's words. He nodded and said, you stay in the Glory Wizard Alliance these days, and we 2 level 6 wizards will protect you. It should be fine, but because there are many injured wizards stuck at level 6, many of them are black wizards, you also need to be careful after the news is passed on. Dole nodded and said, I will pay attention. He glanced at Arangel, and the two understood. Dole just told him that he had a backer, and was very powerful. Arangel directly made up a level 7. Although it was just a fabrication, he was really confused by this guy. Dole was too lazy to explain, and Arangel had more concerns in his mind at this time. This guy acted so calmly, there might really be a powerful person behind him, but who is it? Chapter 306. Level 7 is a natural disaster wizard. The damage it can cause is unimaginable. For ordinary people, it is simply the destruction of heaven and earth. If someone is really blind to deal with him, it may be very bad. This kid is very secretive. His storage bracelet and many of his doubts can be explained clearly. After leaving Tower 4, Dole quickly returned to Tower 3. Back to McLaren's laboratory, the 3 people were still doing experiments. He and his 2 apprentices were busy and excited. After Dole's proof was confirmed, McLaren had a new world in front of him. As a pharmacist, curing diseases and saving lives is his duty, but money is the first priority. For wizards, without money, they can't move forward. With this technology, it is difficult for them not to make a fortune. When Dole came, his laboratories had already received many customers, all of whom were powerful warriors with huge blood. He, a small level 3 wizard, stood in front of these warriors, as if he could be melted at any time. When Dole just walked in, one of the warriors smiled and said to McLaren, "Is this your new disciple? How come I haven't seen him before?" McLaren knew it was Dole who came back without turning around. He had a solemn expression and was about to speak, but Elena next to him said, "Brother Edmund, this is Dole the pharmacist. You can recover, but it all depends on Dole's advice. He is a biological wizard." Hearing the word biological wizard, Dole felt that the atmosphere of the entire laboratory changed and became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at him with shock and fear. Dole touched his nose, a little indifferent. "You are not afraid of me, so I am embarrassed to speak." He smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Dole, currently a 4th level pharmacist lecturer at Arangel College." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became lively again. That Edmund breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Dole, sighed slightly, and said, "You are still a lecturer, nice to meet you." After that, he stopped talking. Dole continued to touch his nose. At this time, Elena and the other two looked at each other, with different expressions on their faces. Biological wizards have always been synonymous with black wizards. Wherever they go, there are wailing and casualties everywhere. This sentence is not empty talk. Biological wizards have always been the targets of control and crackdown by the entire world without exception. Little Wizard Dole is an exception. He has almost never abused poisons. Maybe he has used them, but at least there are no real victims at present. McLaren felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he smiled and said, "Dole, you proposed it, so we will give you 1/10 of our income. I hope you don't mind." Dole shook his head and said, "No, I make money quickly. You should keep it for yourself, and I will stay for a few more days." Elena and Curry were immediately delighted. I couldn't ask for more. Although Dole's strength is not as good as theirs, his knowledge is very broad, especially in pharmacy. If it weren't for his status, both of them wanted to go to a Rangel college. Curry said at this time, "How about Dole, come to Wassenberg and set up a pharmacist college by yourself, and I guarantee that no one will embarrass you. If someone embarrasses you, all of us pharmacists will support you. Yes, your perostum idea is a blessing for all disabled patients," McLaren said. Elena doesn't like to talk, but she also showed a hopeful expression at this time. Dole was slightly stunned and thought seriously. He wanted to have his own independent territory, but he didn't expect to open a college here alone. He hesitated for a while and said, "I think about it. Creating a college is not a simple matter, and the funding in this regard is also a huge problem." He also thought of one thing, that is, the suppression from other senior pharmacists. The Glory Empire treats wizards very well, but it does not mean that all wizards can live in peace. There are many dirty things in the middle, and Rangel College is a microcosm of them. In the past few days, his affairs have been spread by people with ulterior motives. It is estimated that someone will come to him openly or secretly soon, so he really needs to be careful. But Lord Barr has returned, so Dole doesn't need to be so careful. Soon, 3 days passed. Under McLaren's care, he rented a small magic laboratory, practiced, bought some materials, and completed some biological wizard's conjectures. The biggest advantage of cooperating with Wushu is that you can learn a lot of things. The old woman has been playing with various biotechnologies all her life, and there are many things she can learn. These are all things that Dual Eye needs to study for a lifetime. The skill of clones, from ancient times to the present, can only be done by biological wizards, who can directly clone with the flesh. People like Rangel can only be puppet clones or elemental clones at most, and they can't clone the flesh like real people. Dual Eye has a Xianxia worm on hand, and he is ready to refine a Xianxia worm clone like Wushu. Xianxia worm is an ancient strange worm, and the fully mature body is as high as level 8. As long as it can be fully cultivated, Dual Eye will not need Ball's care, and he will be completely free. At that time, he can go wherever he wants. This is his current idea. In the early morning, when the sky just got bright, Dual Eye frowned, he stretched out his hand, and the magic pattern in his hand appeared for a while, emitting a series of words. Not long after, the magic pattern disappeared. The news came from the Pharmacist Guild. Someone wanted him to hand over the formula of that strange potion. Dual Eye was silent for a while, and decided to ignore it. Not to mention handing it over, Dual Eye didn't even want them to know his name. He thought that the pressure from the top was coming. Thinking of this, he put down the experiment at hand, waved his hand casually, and a burst of lightning crackled, destroying all the experimental equipment and experimental contents. He turned on the cleaning function of the laboratory, and then put the Honor Wizard Alliance token in his hand into the storage bracelet, directly isolated it, and then changed his appearance and went out. He couldn't stay here. Half an hour later, Dole appeared on the top floor of a restaurant, and the smaller version of Ball appeared next to him at some point. "How are you now?" Dole asked as he walked. Ball hummed proudly and said, "Of course, I have recovered as before. My strength has been slightly damaged, but the impact is not great. I will be able to recover to my original appearance within 3 months." Dole did not look back, and came to the private room on the top floor and ordered a table of dishes. Soon there was no one in the room. Ball's figure quickly changed on the ground, turning into a strong man taller than Dole, which was the human image he usually used, strong and aggressive. People could see at a glance that he was a very powerful strong man. Dole was a little curious and asked, "How badly were you injured back then?" Ball looked at him unhappily. "I almost died." "How badly did you say that was?" "I didn't even have the strength to find food." Dole curled his lips. "That's pretty serious, but let's celebrate today." Lord Ball has returned to the status of king. Ha ha ha. Ball continued to snort and said, returning to the king, what a fart. Our Hellhound clan is level 6 when they grow up, and those with good qualifications usually reach level 7. My qualifications are average, not even level 8, not to mention the top creatures of level 9, I'm still a long way off. Chapter 307. Dole looked at him, and smiled faintly, don't be dissatisfied. In our world, a strong country can only have 3 or 4 level 7s at most. You are already very powerful. Bar shook his head, the energy level of your world is still a little low. In our purgatory world, level 7 can only be considered as barely self-protective, and level 9 is the real boss. Dole was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard of such a thing as energy level. At this time, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and the two kept silent. Not long after, the dishes were served. Dole is currently only level 3, and his body cannot be freed from the constraints of food for the time being. He can starve for 3 or 4 days, but over time, his body will decline significantly. This situation will be alleviated at level 4, and it can only be completely solved after reaching level 5. This is one of the reasons why he wants to advance quickly. There are still 7 days before the transaction. Although Arangel and Alan guarantee their safety, Dole will not take their words to heart. It is more practical to rely on himself. The two quickly feasted. After a while, after eating half full, Ball stopped eating, looked at Dole, and smiled faintly. It's rare to find someone as alert as you who likes to do research. If there's something wrong, you should quickly disguise yourself and slip away. Dole would not waste food. While eating, he said vaguely, like someone said, life is only once, so cherish it. I don't want to die early, nor do I want to be imprisoned, and I don't want to live for other people's ideas. I am who I am. Ball thought about this question seriously, touched his chin, and then nodded, saying, that makes sense. What should I do next? Wait. Dole looked at the various dishes on the table. Let's finish the work first, and then go back to Arangel Academy. If Arangel can't protect me, I can only run away. Your super-activating potion is really powerful, attracting so many monsters and demons. Bar curled his lips. You are the one who dares to take it out and exchange it for things. Dole closed his mouth and stopped talking. He was indeed a little eager for quick success and careless. After eating a full table of food, he activated his mental power to prompt his body to digest quickly. It seems that his stomach is still a little bloated. The two then slowly walked out of the city, unnoticed. When they came to the outside of the outermost mountain, Dole, dressed up as an ordinary hunter, walked into the wilderness, found a quiet place at random, took out the tent, and planned to stay outside for a few days. What? That person is missing. In the Pharmacist Union, a gloomy wizard was furious. What are you doing? You can't even take care of a third-level pharmacist. What can you do? I still expect you to do something in the future. In front of him, 7 elemental wizards lowered their heads and dared not look up. The formula of this potion must be obtained, no matter what method is used. It must be a medicine that can fundamentally treat level 6 or even level 7. If you can't do it, don't come back. All the wizards said in unison, trembling, yes, sir. Everyone filed out and quickly disappeared at the door. At the same time, this kind of thing happened in various places. Irang and Alan sat opposite each other, with a table in the middle and hot drinks on the table. Alan smiled and drank a cup by himself, saying, if they can catch Dole, I will admire them. What I said yesterday about him having a level 7 behind him is not false, but true. Unless that adult takes action personally, there is no way, and it will be futile for more people to go. Alan picked up the cup and looked at Alan with a serious expression. Even so, with so many pharmacists taking action together, I'm afraid the level 7 behind that person can't stand it, right? Many poisons can target level 7? Alan shook his head and said, I have a junior sister, Wushu, do you know her? Alan suddenly became solemn and said, what's wrong, that black wizard? Was she caught? Alan shook his head and said, no, what I want to say is that she is following Dole now. She is a very powerful biological potion master. To say that Dole. If I hadn't learned his methods, I would definitely not believe it. Alan was shocked. Are you sure? Wushu is a wanted person by the Honor Wizard Alliance. He is actually with that little guy Dole? Alan shook his head. Don't be nervous. It's because they are together that I feel she is safe. At least, she won't kill innocent people outside. If I'm not mistaken, she might have been promoted to level 6. Hey! Alan lowered his eyes. I understand what you mean. She is following the little wizard Dole now, so she won't harm others, and Dole has her ability. Although his own strength is not strong, He will have many methods. As long as he is not a level 6 or 7 wizard, he may not be able to do anything to him. But if Dole is forced into a corner, it will inevitably make him develop in the direction of a black wizard. Erangel curled his lips. No, the Pharmacist Guild will not let them do this. Dole is a talent, a super genius. I guess there is obviously a countermeasure from above, and it should be mainly to win him over. He was instigated in this way, which caused his master to be furious and almost massacred the city to force the Glory Wizard Guild. Unfortunately, in the end, he was killed on the spot by a level 8 big man in a rage, and he didn't even have the chance to do evil. When he thought of this, he felt emotional. That incident was the key factor for his black to white afterwards. On the 5th day in the wilderness, which was also the 8th day, when Dole was staying here with nothing to do, a small incident broke out in the wilderness. In the evening, Dole returned to the small tent and prepared to sleep, but saw a small group of horses coming from a distance. Dole didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but the group of horses just passed by him. They were riding rare red-maned horses, and they were very fast. Dole found them, and analyzed them carefully. They were not far away. The most important thing is that there is a group of people following behind them, who seem to be chasing the noodle pincher. The people in front are busy hurrying on their way, while the people behind are busy tracking. The sound of the horses' hooves is very small, and they are all wrapped in cloth, obviously not wanting to be discovered by Dole. Dole is in stealth mode, ready to watch a good show quietly, because the backgrounds of both parties are not simple. He soon saw that the person running in front seemed to be in a bad state, as if he was poisoned, and the person behind, although he looked like an adventurer, was more like a robber, a fierce bandit, with a bandit aura on his body. The people in front soon reached Dole less than 100 meters away. Dole saw the faces of the people, who looked like a family. The people in front were also carrying children. They looked pale and bloodless, especially the children, who were lying on the horse's back, and seemed to be almost out of breath. Their clothes are also very particular. They are not ordinary people. They should be rich and powerful people in the local area. Dole glanced at the people in front, and then at the fierce bandits behind, and almost instinctively wanted to make trouble. He thought about it, let the person in front of him pass, and then sprinkled some clear poison powder in the air. Chapter 308. 2 teams of horses passed by Dole without even looking at him, and quickly went forward. Not long after, the horses behind them began to pant, and fell down one after another after a moment, foaming at the mouth in the dusk. The gang of bandits soon became furious and cursed in the wilderness. They didn't find out who had done it. Dole stood in the darkness, with a slight smile on his face, and then went back into the tent to continue resting. The matter was done, and the Buddha left, hiding his merits and fame. On the morning of the 9th day, Dole received the news. After getting out of the tent, I saw the sun just rising in the east sky, the blood-red light shining on the earth, with a little bit of purple. Dole said seriously, Lord Ball, today will be the day for me to rise, witness it. Ball turned back into a puppy at this time, and walked out dissatisfied. Rise up, wait until you reach level 6. Dole smiled, when I have enough magic cores, it will be very easy. Ball looked at Dole, a little dissatisfied. This guy relied on his good qualifications, and became more and more arrogant recently. Hee, you think it's that easy to get promoted. To level 4, you need to understand the essence of meditation to get promoted. To level 5, you need to fully understand the rules of some elements. Otherwise, the power will be insufficient. To get promoted to level 6 is easy. To maximize the destructive power of a witchcraft, you also need to have a certain understanding of witchcraft, spell models, and the natural world. To reach level 7, you need to survive the heavenly tribulation. That's not that easy. If it were really that easy, the whole world would be full of level 6, 7, and 8. Dole was speechless. Can't you just make me happy? He was so shocked by the blow from Ball that his face fell. He looked at the sky in the east. The sun was rising slowly, and turned into a red round cake, so he began to pack up the tent. Not long after, he had arrived at the gate of Watsonburg and entered the city with other caravans. He found a place, and restored his original appearance. He rushed to the 4th wizard tower without stopping. Just when he was about to reach the front of the wizard tower, a small group of wizards, who seemed to be visiting nearby, stopped him. The leading wizard was a middle-aged man who seemed to have a strong desire to attack. He looked at Dole and said in a condescending tone, I don't know what they were thinking. They actually listed you as a member of the Young Wizard Plan. On behalf of the Watsonburg Wizard Association, I officially inform you that starting from September 1st, you will officially become a member of the Watsonburg Young Wizard Sequence. I hope you don't lose face for our Watsonburg. This middle-aged man was very powerful. Standing in front of him, Dole felt oppressed. Hearing him say this, Dole was a little confused and said, "I don't know what the Young Wizard program is, and I have never joined it. Sorry, please get out of the way." With his current ability, he still needs support from others. What a joke. The middle-aged man seemed to have expected Dole to say this. He put away his expression and put on another gentle face, smiling, "Haha, I was trying to hit you just now, but now I'm officially notifying you that in 3 days, the Northwest Honor Wizard Alliance hopes that you can participate in an event. The official letter will be delivered to you tomorrow." Facing the two faces of the middle-aged man, Dole was a little puzzled. What the hell was this? There were several young people behind the middle-aged man, both men and women, and their expressions were different at this time. Dole noticed them at this time. These young people seemed to be very strong and had good backgrounds. They looked down at him and seemed to be dissatisfied with him, but they didn't say anything because of the middle-aged man. Dole was about to say something, but saw the middle-aged man's face change, turned around and looked at the people behind him, and said, "Make way, those people are dissatisfied." Although those young people were dissatisfied, they did not dare to neglect and made way. Dole glanced at the young people, paying attention to the lady, and the others didn't care. It wasn't that he paid special attention to the ladies, but these female wizards were too beautiful, especially two of them. One had a slender figure, cold and proud as snow, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in her eyes, while the other had a hot figure, but she was wearing very thin clothes, revealing her slender thighs and arms. The clothes on her upper body did not support her uprightness, revealing a large area of snow white, which made him look at them twice more. He just looked at them twice more, and then hurried to Tower Number 4. Everyone saw Dole's series of actions. All of them were members of the youth plan, and they were proud geniuses and teenagers in the entire Northwest province. The young people looked at Dole with arrogant and disdainful expressions, while the middle-aged man looked at them quietly at this time, carefully observing their expressions and movements. Of course, Dole's eyes could not escape the observation of the middle-aged man. This little guy, no one else looked at him, but he looked at the two ladies carefully, haha. However, the cold and proud girl ignored the other party, while the hot girl seemed to be interested in Dole, and seemed to appreciate Dole's gaze. The middle-aged man had a headache. He looked at everyone, coughed, and said, "That person is the only professional in this class, a pharmacist, and he also studied biological potion science. If you underestimate him, then I think you are all blind. He alone, under certain circumstances, can fight all of you alone." Hearing about biological potion science, the young people were stunned. What, biological potion science? The Empire actually let him wander around outside. Some people even felt cold in their hearts, and the magic shield was opened in response, covering the surface of their bodies. There were 10 of them in total, but only 8 of them came now, and 1 of them had not yet reported. 4 men and 4 women just made up 4 pairs. Biological potion science, he is also a 3rd-level wizard? How is it possible? After all, a person's experience is limited. It is impossible to achieve such a high achievement in elements and have better achievements in other aspects. The middle-aged man curled his lips. He is a 5th-level pharmacist. His level of biological magic is unknown, but from the current information, he should be above level 5. So, don't underestimate anyone. You are still 1 short. When will the girl from the Lei family come? No one spoke. At this time, the cold woman spoke. She should come tomorrow. Their family may be examining her qualifications recently. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up slightly. What a boring family. A genius is a genius. No matter how you try to stop him, it is useless, not to mention the purple thunder body. The rulers of the Lei family are really worse than the previous generation. Everyone is a genius. When they heard about the purple thunder body, they were all moved and dissatisfied. One of the rebellious teenagers stood up and said, "The purple thunder body also needs resources. If the Lei family doesn't give her resources, she probably can't do anything." The middle-aged man looked at the teenager and said sarcastically, "I know you are all geniuses, but I'm afraid you haven't really experienced the horror of the elemental body. The family may have warned you not to offend the elemental body easily. Do you know why? Because the elemental body itself is equivalent to an elemental tower, constantly pulling elements into the body. Even if he doesn't practice, he can automatically enter the 3rd level at the age of 18. If the practice method is advanced enough, it is not difficult to reach the 5th level at the age of 18. The Lei family really buried talents. Chapter 309. These people are all geniuses, so they are naturally dissatisfied, but no one stands up to refute. Their physiques are very excellent, but they are a little bit worse than the Purple Thunder body. This is understandable, so the only way to see the truth is in strength. Watching Dual Eye leave, everyone felt that the man in front of them was a bit exaggerated. The youth program of the Glory Wizard Guild, which is launched once every 5 years, attracts the most powerful young talents in the Northwest and focuses on training. The other party actually doesn't appreciate it. This is a bit exaggerated. Even people like them, with amazing identities and no shortage of resources, are also eager for the youth program, but they don't want to agree at all. What is this person's identity, pharmacist? Elementalist? Although they are all favored by heaven, they don't know Dual Eye's true identity. Dole walked while smacking the words youth plan in his mouth. He was a little confused. Isn't the Glory Wizard Alliance a selection? Why is there a training? Those young people are really amazing. They are not much older than him, but they are all high-level 3rd-level wizards, only 1 step away from 4th level. They are really geniuses among geniuses. Moreover, the men are handsome and the women are beautiful. They are really rare talents. What is the Glory Wizard Alliance doing? Why haven't I heard about it a few times before? He walked and thought. Soon, he came to the front of Tower number 1. He walked around Tower number 1 and walked towards Tower number 4. At this time, he felt many eyes on him, and someone was checking him with extremely powerful mental power. He released a mental barrier to block these mental powers. Although some people have strong mental power in this place, as long as he doesn't want to, the other party will not be too presumptuous, otherwise it will trigger the backlash of the surrounding magic array. It is said that there is an 8th level array arranged here, which is very powerful. Dole came to the 4th magic tower with some fear, and then walked up slowly. Came to the 2nd to last floor, and opened the door. What came into view were dozens of wizards. The strength of these wizards was above level 5 or 6, emitting strong mental fluctuations. Although they were very restrained, Dole was just a small 3rd-level wizard after all. Although he was calm in his heart, he felt a little trembling in his calves at this time. Among these people, Fengdu and Fengchen showed joy on their faces, while Ering and Alan showed solemnity, and the others looked at him with scrutiny or the same eyes. As for some others, he didn't know any of them. Dole thought to himself, these people might come with bad intentions. He thought about it, and still stepped into the room. Fengdu and Fengchen stepped forward immediately, showing their joy. They held a storage bracelet, and handed it to Dual Eye. We have collected all our things, Dual Eye. Take a look first. Dual Eye took the bracelet, and took a look with his mental power. Wow, the bracelet is a good bracelet with a large space. The number of magic cores inside also made him very satisfied. According to the requirements, they are all about the 3 systems of wind, thunder and water. He is very satisfied. This number is also enough, almost enough for him to be promoted to the 4th level. As for upgrading the magic tower, that is a matter for the future. He put the bracelet on his wrist quietly, then turned his wrist, took out 2 bottles of potion, and handed them to the 2. If you are worried, please take it in the magic tower so that I can provide after-sales service. The 2 of them were impatient for a long time. They took the medicine and immediately said goodbye to Dole, and couldn't wait to go to the next room to take it. After the 2 left, there were still more than 10 wizards left in the room. The other 2 people who had an appointment with him were 1 month later, so there was no rush now. Dole glanced at Arangel and Alan, bowed to the other wizards, and turned to leave. At this moment, a deep voice sounded, Dole, we represent the Pharmacist Union and want to make a deal with you. Dole stopped, turned around, and looked at everyone. If it's about the formula, forget it, that person doesn't allow me to disclose the formula. Someone sneered and stood up and said, we have checked all your origins very clearly. There is no one behind you, otherwise you would not be coerced by Wushu, a small 5th-level wizard. Hand over the formula quickly, and we will give you enough compensation. As he spoke, he released his momentum and enveloped Dole. Seeing this, Arangel and Alan's faces changed, and they immediately took action to stop the momentum. Alan recovered his strength and his momentum went up a level. After he stopped the momentum of the man, he sneered and said, what is the Pharmacist Union going to do? When did you become like this? I, Alan, have never done such a thing. The man's momentum was strong, and he was crazy against Alan's momentum, but he couldn't do anything to Alan's momentum. Between the 2, the void was electrified, the air was rippling, and a small black crack appeared from time to time. Not long after, the man's face changed slightly, and he slowly withdrew his momentum, and said with an unsightly face, Lord Alan, it seems that you have recovered well. Alan sneered and said, whether I recover correctly or not has nothing to do with you, you useless piece of shit. How much money have I been cheated by you? The man's face turned pale. Dole raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It seemed that Alan had spent a lot of time on the treatment. Hearing the conversation between the two, the other wizards also looked a little ugly. At this time, the wizard who had just spoken said, "Dole, you have to do this to hand over the formula. As long as you can propose conditions, we can agree. A potion formula that can treat level 6 injuries is worth it for them to do so." At this time, everyone's face changed. They could sense that in another room, the momentum of two people was slowly rising. It was Fengdu and Fengchen who were recovering. As long as the two recovered successfully, Dole would benefit. Dole did not sense the situation next to him. There were too many magic circles in the magic tower, and he could not sense anything at all. He looked at the people from the Pharmacist Guild and said calmly, "It's not that I don't want to trade, but this formula is not mine. If you can find a level 7 wizard named Ball, as long as he agrees, I will give you the formula." Hearing the name Ball, everyone smacked their lips. Who is Ball? The level 7 boss is called Ball? Or is it a pseudonym? And Arangel was extremely shocked. He knew who this belonged to. Was this the dog next to Dole? He had long seen that the dog was not simple, lazy all day long, as arrogant as Dole's uncle. It turned out that it was the person behind Dole. Fuck, I actually ignored a level 7 boss all this time. Even though this boss was a monster, I made a mistake. Arangel's intestines were about to break at this time. As for whether Ball is level 7, Arangel is very sure, because when he saw Ball after he was promoted to level 6 last time, he still looked very ordinary. He should have thought of it long ago. How could a dog around someone as powerful as Dole be ordinary? It must be a master, and a master among masters. Why is it following Dole? Is it because it is injured? Dole made this kind of potion, and the adult's illness was cured? When he thought of this, Arangel was extremely surprised. Dole saw that they were all thinking, so he turned around and left. He didn't want to linger here any longer. Chapter 310. Having obtained enough upgraded magic cores, and even some extra, Dole heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to leave Luxembourg. All the people here are big guys, either level 5 or level 6. Although there is Ball behind him, his identity is not to be seen. A hellhound, once it appears, it will probably be besieged immediately. He was about to leave, but a wizard stood up and said solemnly, "Brother Dole, do you still have this medicine?" "I don't want the formula, I want to buy the finished potion." Dole turned around, looked at him, and said, "I don't have it at the moment. I lack the main material for refining potions. It is a branch of a sacred tree full of vitality, preferably a branch of the tree of life. As long as you can get a piece, I can waive half of your fee and only charge you 5 gems or ores of various levels above 7. Dole had actually set the price long ago. It is not a problem to sell a bottle of potion for 10 level 7 gems. Hearing this price, everyone around was stunned. It was not too expensive, but a little cheap. However, the main material of this potion was indeed too amazing. The branch of the tree of life was something that could not be exchanged for money. The wizard wrote it down and said, "My name is Sahara. I will go to what city to find you in a month." After he said this, he was ready to leave directly. Dole also turned around and left. He had mentioned the conditions. As Dole just walked out, Arangel and Alan walked out from behind him. Alan handed Dole a card and said, "I got your things for you. I have made no progress in all these years, but I am still good in terms of connections. I will help you get it." Dole took the card, nodded, and said, "Thank you very much." Alan was in a good mood. "Why thank you? I should thank you. Within 10 years, I will definitely challenge the heavenly tribulation and advance to level 7. I have waited too long for this day." His eyes revealed confidence and strong spirit. The disease was completely recovered, and he regained the high-spirited state of decades ago, even better. Dole and Arangel looked at Alan and smiled. As long as this guy was promoted to level 7, he would have another backer. At this time, with Dole's mental power, he sensed 2 very powerful auras rushing out from other parts of the wizard tower. He smiled slightly, and the 2 brothers Fengdu and Fengchen might have recovered. Although it was a trading relationship, the price he asked for was not high, and these 2 people would give him a face. Now, there are 4 level 6 standing behind him. Alan and Arangel looked at each other and smiled happily. Alan said to Dole at this time, "The 2 of them will not come for another 20 days. You can stay here first, just in time to digest the magic core in your hand." Dole nodded. Alan directly arranged a room for Dole to live in. When everyone left, Dole couldn't wait to take out the magic core and began to absorb it. The magic core is not only the pure energy crystal left after the death of the creature, but also a part of the pure residual soul. The residual soul without any memory can be directly absorbed. This is Dole's main purpose. He has no shortage of magic power. His huge mental power and high-end meditation method can plunder the surrounding elemental energy very strongly. What he lacks is the means to increase the upper limit of his mental power. In his hands, apart from the hallucinogenic potion, there was nothing else that could roughly increase the upper limit of his mental power. Thinking of this, after Dole made sure that the surroundings were safe, he placed all the magic cores around him, condensed the magic power with his mental power, connected all these grindings, formed a huge magic array, and then sat in the middle. After doing all this, feeling the rich magic power around him, he took out a bottle of powerful hallucinogenic potion without saying a word and poured it directly into his mouth. He urgently needed to improve his strength now, and he couldn't care so much. As soon as the powerful hallucinogenic potion entered his mouth, it was slightly bitter. Dole entered the meditation method, and the huge storm element was running rapidly. Not long after, the spirit was separated from the operation of the storm element and entered the illusion of the powerful hallucinogenic potion. This was not the first time that Dole entered the illusion, and he had some experience in dealing with this, as long as he protected his mind. This time the illusion was very violent. As soon as he entered the illusion, he found himself in a violent storm. The big raindrops hit his face fiercely. He soon found that he had no means to use, and could only resist with his body. Feeling this situation, he stood silently in the rain, enduring the invasion of the rainstorm and the strong wind, letting the cold rain and hail hit his body and face, hitting his body with holes. The storm was useless, and then there were blizzards, extreme blizzards, high temperatures, and other endless natural disasters. Time passed slowly, and Dole stayed in the tower for more than 10 days in a row, and even took his meals from the storage bracelet. In the room, the density of magic power was extremely high, and the magic power reaction was very fast. He didn't look like an ordinary third-level wizard at all. 15 days passed slowly. Dole opened his eyes and looked at his arms. A strong force flowed in his body. The peak of the third-level wizard. At the same time, his warrior strength also reached the third level. The flame fighting technique he originally practiced was quite compatible with his own technique. After the fire element was abolished, this technique was not compatible with the wizard's power, so he had to find a warrior technique that matched it. However, Dole was not in a hurry. This matter could be done slowly. With his current mental control, it was very easy to maintain the two techniques without conflict. After being promoted to the top of the third-level wizard, if he wants to be promoted to the fourth level, he needs to understand the essence of the storm element and promote the storm element to upgrade. His current level is at most the nascent level in the natural world, and he can't even be considered a nascent in the elemental field of the natural world. Therefore, he needs to upgrade the storm element and increase the volume and range of influence of the storm element from a practical perspective. The volume of the third-level storm element is pitifully small, and the top of the third-level storm element only affects a range of 300 meters. This is only in the world of consciousness. In the real world, it is just a small whirlwind and can't affect anything at all. Now what he has to do is to use meditation to directly manipulate reality and make it affect the outside world. This is also the biggest horror of the elemental field meditation method. If he has a territory in the future, it must be the elemental territory. Once he thinks about it, hundreds of kilometers, or even thousands of kilometers will become a storm world. Whoever comes will die. But that is a matter for the future. How can he affect the outside world now? This requires him to constantly experiment and adjust the density of the storm element to resonate with the real environment. This is not something that can be solved by seclusion. He needs to go outside and keep experimenting. Thinking of this, he relaxed, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. He needs to go out. After thinking about it, there are still 5 days left, so he waited patiently. In the room, the elements calmed down, and Dole cleaned up the crushed magic cores on the ground. All the magic cores were used up, and he also felt a little incredible. The number of magic cores he used was more than 3 times that of others. Chapter 311. Bang, 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 the door suddenly rang. Dole frowned, his eyes penetrated the door, and saw a cold and handsome face standing outside the door. At the same time, there were 2 people walking towards this side. It was the middle-aged man and a young man with an indifferent and arrogant look. Glory Alliance Youth Plan? These people are still not giving up? Dole breathed a sigh of relief, slowly touched the magic circle, and opened the door. The cold woman stepped into Dole's room, and her pupil shrank when she saw Dole for the first time. This guy, His strength has improved again. At this time, the middle-aged man also arrived. He also walked in, and when he looked at Dole for the first time, he was slightly startled. He saw the powder mill that was not cleaned up on the ground, and thought of the recent stories surrounding this guy, and he was slightly shocked. He looked at Dole without blinking, and on the other side, the indifferent young man also arrived. He just glanced at Dole, and didn't pay attention. Dole stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Hello, sir. I wonder what brings you here." The middle-aged man had an aura, and then slowly disappeared. Dole was stunned, and couldn't help but respect him. This man's strength was as high as level 5. The middle-aged man nodded and smiled faintly. "Of course, I came for the youth plan. This year, more than 200 people from various regions applied. After the final selection, only 10 were left, and you are the last one." Dole was a little confused. "Did the sir make a mistake? I didn't know I signed up." The middle-aged man said, "This name was not reported voluntarily, but was reported by various regions of the Northwest Honor Wizard Alliance based on personal strength. At the same time, the token of the Honor Wizard Alliance will also actively select a part of it." In Dole's mind, the Glory Wizard Alliance has infiltrated so much. He thought for a moment and said, "Sir, can I not participate and leave the opportunity to others? It's not easy for me to leave in my current situation." Hearing this, the ice girl and the indifferent young man were a little surprised. "I don't know how many people have been scratching their heads to enter the youth program, but this guy really doesn't want to. Is his brain broken?" The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of this. He smiled and said, "The youth program is a 5-year program of the Wizard Alliance, which aims to improve the strength of our young talents in the Northwest in a short period of time. Generally speaking, the youth program will last for a whole year, and will at least improve 1 major rank." Dole pouted and said, "I will be promoted to level 4 in a very short time without anyone's help. It's not that he doesn't need help, but his own method is faster." The ice girl and the indifferent young man showed a slightly incredible look at the corners of their mouths. He can be promoted to level 4 in a very short time. Is he bragging? It's not so fun to be promoted from level 3 to level 4. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged. He said, "It's not easy to advance from level 3 to level 4. It involves a lot of complicated magic principles. You can reach the peak of level 3 through your own means within half a month, but it's extremely difficult to reach level 4. If you join the youth program and make efforts for our Northwest Glory, there will be at least 2 benefits. First, the library will temporarily open up to level 10 permissions for you. Second, you can use all kinds of resources, of course, within a certain limit. Other benefits are self-evident, including many high-level genius treasures and various soul crystals." Dole thought, the power of an entire country is really good, there are so many good treasures, but he made it clear that he did not want to participate in the internal affairs of the Glory Empire. He would not work for the Glory Empire in the future, and would not be tied to the chariot of the Glory Empire. At this time, the Ice Snow Woman and the cold-blooded young man looked at Dole. Such a generous condition, even the children of these noble families could not refuse, let alone a person who was alone. At this time, they saw that Dole almost did not hesitate, and smiled lightly. "No need, I can rely on myself." The middle-aged man was stunned, and the 2 young talents were also stunned. At this moment, the Ice Snow Woman and the indifferent man looked at this boy who was younger than them for the first time. The Ice Snow Woman looked at Dole and took the initiative to speak. "My name is Aishi. Please give me more advice in the future." The indifferent man glanced at the woman and smiled a rare smile at this time. "My name is Eugene. Please give me more advice in the future." The middle-aged man ignored the 2 people's self-introductions, sighed, and said, "Well, I hope you won't regret it in the future." Dole spread his hands and shrugged. The middle-aged man smiled at this time. "In history, people like you are rare. Occasionally, a few will appear in a few hundred years. Some of them have become famous figures, but most of them have disappeared in history. I hope you can live out your own style." The middle-aged man bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Dole returned the bow. Halfway, the middle-aged man turned his head and said, "I heard that you only need branches of the Tree of Life to refine the kind of potion that can treat hidden dangers. Is it true?" Dole shook his head and said, "At most once, it's hard to collect other ingredients, especially one of them called immortal bacteria. I only have a little bit on hand." Hearing the immortal bacteria, the middle-aged man was stunned. "This thing is even rarer than the branches of the Tree of Life. These 2 are so rare, so aren't the other things even rarer? The value is indeed not low." He nodded and said, "If I meet them in the future, I hope to make a deal." Dole nodded and smiled. "As a pharmacist, I naturally accept everyone." The middle-aged man didn't even tell him his name, and Dole was not angry. After sending the 3 away, he fell silent again. He had to wait 5 days before he could wait for the last 2 people to trade, so he was not in a hurry now. The next 5 days passed quickly, and no one disturbed him again, but Dole clearly felt that there were countless people staring at him near Tower 4 and near his house. He didn't go out, or even check, and was silent in his heart. The transaction was successful, but now I have exposed myself, and it is difficult to go out. Dole thought to himself. Although there is Ball as a bodyguard, it is just to scare them. Ball cannot make a move at all. Once he makes a move and exposes the fact that he is a hellhound, the entire Glory Empire will probably explode. Dole seems to have someone behind him, and is very confident, but in fact he is very weak. Time came quickly. After receiving the news, he went to the top and second floors as soon as possible. At this time, only Alan, Arangel, and the 2 strangers came. At this time, the 2 people were more anxious than last time. Because there were already 3 successful cases, they had long been assured of the efficacy of the medicine, and could not wait to trade. Dole did not even ask the names of these 2 people, and traded directly. These 2 people have always been mysterious, as if they have some background, and Alan and Arangel did not introduce them. Obviously, they don't want me to know, and if I don't want to know, then I don't need to know. Chapter 312. Dole has 2 more bracelets. For a level 6 professional, this low-level storage bracelet is not valuable. Looking at the things inside, Dole calmed down. As long as he can successfully enter the 4th level, he can use these magic cores to stabilize the 4th level, or even enter the middle or late stage of the 4th level. He needs to upgrade quickly to further ensure his safety, and then find a place to quietly hone the storm element. Thinking of this, he glanced at Arangel. Arangel looked at Dole, and his heart sank. Now that things have become like this, it is estimated that it will not be easy for Dole to go back. There are probably many people who want to force him or him to use drugs that are effective for the 6th level. Dole must leave. Even if he doesn't leave, he will have to stay quiet for several years before he dares to come out. It is easy for him to leave by himself, but what should he do? At this time, Dole said, "Dean Arangel, I will come back to find you." After speaking, Arangel looked at Dole's back and walked out very casually, and his expression became very special. Dole was indeed very cool, and he was ready to run away. As for how to get out of here, he planned to rent the teleportation array of the Glory Wizard Alliance. The cost of teleportation was very high, 100,000 gold coins per time, and it could only be teleported to any county near the northern province. Although it was a bit painful, Dole was ready to spend the 100,000 gold coins. Anyway, he had plenty of money on hand. After leaving Tower number 4 and walking to the door, Dole felt more eyes staring at him from all directions. He did not panic, but walked leisurely to Tower number 2. Seeing this, the people around him suddenly became solemn. Dole came to the 3rd floor, walked to the door of a room, took the sign, and paid. The teleportation array is something that looks like a door, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. There are all kinds of instruments and magic pattern arrays around it. Around the door, there are waves of white light, surrounding the door, as if penetrating the void and piercing into the unknown depths. The teleportation array is always open. Dole took a look at this thing, and then walked into it. Standing inside the door, Dole was quickly surrounded by white light, and the world in front of him turned white. Not long after, he felt that the world around him was changing, but he didn't know how it changed. Not long after, the white light disappeared. When he regained his vision, he found that he was surrounded by a wasteland. He took a look and found that this place was not far from Arangel College. Teleportation is really magical. Thinking of this, he flew into the sky, twisted the light, and sneaked in stealth. It was already mid-August, and the weather was hot. Dole returned to the magic tower and called Bernard. Bernard was completing an experiment and was about to succeed, but he was forced to do so by Dole. He was a little unhappy, but he still stopped the experiment and went to the top floor with an unhappy face. When he came to the top floor, he looked at Dole and was shocked. "Why are you at the peak of level 3? He knew that Dole's going out this time must be a big deal, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Dole looked at him and smiled faintly. "I'm going out for a trip, at least half a year, at most a year. If during this period, 2 people come here to help me advance to the magic tower, don't stop me, let Dean Arangel supervise." Bernard was a little stunned. What was this guy going to do? Run away? Was his level 4 course still open? Dole had to hurry up now. Before Bernard spoke, he said a lot of things. He didn't even sit down and flew out directly. Bernard's head was confused. He looked at Dole's hurried departure, and felt a little incredible. Dole only told him, no one else. Not long after Dole left, he received another message that his sister was also taken away by him. Bernard was speechless. Just go, and take your sister with you. What is he going to do? Dole has known this person for so long, and almost knows his character. This guy doesn't look like a person who is impatient. What is he going to do? He takes a maid with him when he goes out? Rosa was not satisfied at all. Dole, this bastard, why did he take her with him? Flying all the way, Rosa looked around curiously, while speculating on Dole's intentions. She saw Dole looking around very vigilantly, and she became even more puzzled. She soon discovered that the direction that Duolai was heading to was not somewhere else, but the Mingyang Mountains. What are you going to do? There is no place we can go. Rosa panicked. Although she had good talent, she was only at level 2 now. Wouldn't it be a death wish to go there? Although Duolai was a little nervous, she looked very calm. That's where we are going. There is a place that no one knows about. We will stay there for a while. You can go if you want to. Why take me? Rosa was puzzled. Duolai looked at her and sized Rosa up and down. His lustful eyes made Rosa panic. She immediately covered her chest tightly. Seeing this, Duolai returned to his original state and laughed immediately. Your brother lives in my magic tower, without spending money or effort. How can it be so good? As a sister, you can treat it as a reward. You don't have to do anything. Just chat with me during practice. Last time in the mountains, he was alone and had no one to talk to. It took more than half a year, and he almost got suffocated. This time, he had to drag someone to take the blame. That's right, the place he was going to was where Wushu took her last time. He just notified Wushu and asked him to leave Arangel Academy and gather in the mountains. This time, the incident was a bit big, so he had to run away. Not long after, a black mist came from a distance behind Duolai. It was Wushu. The mist turned in the sky and soon turned into a beautiful landscape. Wushu's somewhat exaggerated figure appeared. Arangel has not come back yet. He believes that no one should know that he has returned to Arangel Magic Tower. Wushu saw Duolai and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Why are you running away?" Duolai had no choice but to tell the story again. Wushu was shocked and got to know Duolai again. This little guy actually had such a killer weapon. No wonder he ran away after making a fortune. If it were her, she would probably run away too. Thinking of this, she looked at the direction and said, "You want to go to the place where we went up? It would be more convenient if you take the magic tower with you." Duolai smiled and said, "Fengdu and Fengchen, 2 level 6 adults, promised me to repair the magic tower to level 6. Now take it over. Whoever repairs the tower should hide for a while, and go back after things calm down." Wushu thought that there were so many experiments in the magic tower, and felt a little depressed. She thought for a moment and said, "What are you going to do with your experiments?" Dole sighed and said, "What else can I do? I can only give up. But I have a lot of finished products with me. I can make a comeback at your place. What's more, it's better in the mountains. I got a lot of magic cores. As long as I can be promoted to level 4, I can find a way to get through the early stage of level 4 and reach the middle stage as soon as possible." Wushu nodded and said, "That's the only way. It's just right that you are back. I want to verify the conjecture I had before with you. I have a good idea that can allow itself to accommodate the mysterious corpse worm." Chapter 313. In the Mingyang Mountains, at the foot of an inconspicuous hill, the three of them quickly fell into a tiny crack at the bottom of the mountain. The cave was already desolate, and many neighbors who liked to weave webs lived at the entrance. But after sensing the breath of the three, the neighbors quickly disappeared. Entering the cave and seeing familiar things, Duolai and Wushu had different expressions. Seeing this, Rosa was shocked. Good guy, this guy really had a plan in advance, and he actually had a base in such a place. It seems that he had been thinking about running away. From the words between the two people, it was known that this woman was the famous 6th level Black Wizard. Wushu was extremely shocked, and his legs even trembled. Black Wizard. Duolai had dealings with Black Wizards, which was a bolt from the blue for him. After entering the cave, Duolai stretched out his hand and pointed, and all around were filled with various light books, alternating between light and dark, illuminating the entire cave. He glanced at Rosa, who was a little trembling, and smiled faintly. "It will take at most half a year, and we will be out. Stay calm. I have a lot of magic cores on hand, enough for you to advance to level 3, so you can practice with peace of mind. If you want to learn potions, I have materials here. If you want to learn alchemy, I also have some materials for practice. If you want to learn magic patterns, I still have magic patterns here. Rosa looked at Duolai and said weakly, then I'd better practice. I don't have any other talents. Wushu glanced at Rosa, and his cold and strange expression was full of sarcasm. A pure elemental mage is a waste. After reaching level 4, you must choose a direction and improve your ability to build witchcraft models by studying other energy substances or magic patterns. If you don't want to learn anything, you will only reach level 4 at most in the future. Rosa's face turned red from being ridiculed. I'm afraid I can't learn it well. Wushu immediately laughed at this sentence. How stupid, it's up to you. Duolai looked at Rosa and smiled faintly. Don't worry, get promoted first, there will be plenty of time in the future. You still have some basic knowledge of alchemy. You can start from alchemy in the future. The life in the cave was arranged like this. After getting everything done, Duolai couldn't wait to fly out of the cave, quietly stood on the top of the mountain, and observed the weather. The first key point for the promotion of the 3rd level of the storm element to the 4th level is that the magic power reaches its own peak, and the second key point is that the mental state is raised to the peak state, and then you can explore the opportunity to promote to the 4th level. The storm elements of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels are at most going crazy in the sea of consciousness, stirring up magic power, and harassing the barrier of the sea of consciousness. It has almost no effect on the outside world. If you want to be promoted to the 4th level, you must use meditation to initially affect the world and reach the effect of a super small storm element. After the 4th level, he has some destructive power. The strength of meditation represents the size and scale of the impact on the surrounding world after level 4. For example, ordinary meditation, at most, looks a little more powerful, while the top meditation, after reaching level 4, will have the ability to manipulate celestial phenomena. This is the difference between meditation methods. Ordinary meditation methods can only transform into elemental creatures at level 5, while the meditation methods possessed by the top bloodline families can even transform into illusions of meditation methods to attack the enemy at level 4. This is the difference. Dolay sat on the top of the mountain, carefully recalling the introduction and functions of meditation methods, and slowly figured it out. Soon after, he released his mental power, sensed the heaven and earth, simulated the skills of the son of the storm element, and influenced the outside world. His mental power is very strong. He can influence, but it is far from enough to use mental power to pry the power of heaven and earth and create the same effect as the storm element. Therefore, how to advance to the 4th level depends on a chance. This skill is originally the easiest on the sea, because as long as you go out to sea, you can see a complete storm every once in a while, but on the mountain, you can't see a ghost, you can only explore it yourself. The sky on the mountain is unpredictable. It was still sunny in the morning. At noon, the temperature suddenly dropped, the clouds changed, and soon, a thunderstorm suddenly fell, and the rain covered the sky. After sensing for a long time, Duolai had some experience of weather changes, knowing when it would rain, when it would blow, when it would be cloudy and rainy, and when it would be thunderstorms. Soon, 3 months passed in a flash. Inside the Arangel Academy, 2 students who looked like a couple passed by the entrance of Talon. They just took a light look and turned back in disappointment. That damn boy will never come back. Although the magic tower has been under construction, I guess it's all for Arangel. The woman turned around and changed her expression, saying fiercely, "It's been 3 months, and he still doesn't plan to come back. I guess he's not going to come back. What a pity." The lowest level of the potion formula is level 6. The 2 of them just said one sentence each and stopped talking. In Arangel Academy, there are many people lurking here like them, and they dare not say more. Arangel Magic Tower. Arangel sat on the top floor, and there was a knock at the door. He frowned, then stood up, looking at the door with a sharp gaze. The door opened, revealing a familiar figure, the man who wanted to trade with Dolay last time. The man looked dignified and calm, just glanced at Arangel, put his hands in the wide magic robe, and looked at Arangel solemnly. "I have collected the branches of the world tree. Please help me contact Dolay. I want to make a deal as soon as possible." Arangel looked at this man, and said meaningfully, "Lord Sahara is for Lord Connor, 1 bottle may not be enough." Sahara's eyes narrowed immediately, looking at Arangel with a bad face. Arangel was not afraid, just looking at him. Sahara's face turned serious, and he snorted coldly, saying, "Not many people know about this matter. It seems that you are well informed." Arangel relaxed at this time and smiled lightly. "Lord Connor is already level 7. I am afraid that 1 or 2 bottles are not enough. According to Dolay, at least 3 bottles are needed. Therefore, if you have too few world trees, I am afraid that you can only refine just enough." Sahara stared at Iranger and said, You don't need to worry about this. The reward is naturally enough. In addition to the world tree, I also used another thing to exchange with him. You just need to contact him. At this time, the door flashed, and 2 more people walked in. It was Fengdu and Fengchen. Everyone was also level 6, and Eranger felt that his pressure was much less. After all, he was just a beginner in level 6, and was not a match for senior level 6 players like Sahara. Fengdu and Fengchen walked in, and stood with Eranger. Seeing the two, Sahara silently put away his hidden momentum. Lord Connor is a level 7 person, so he naturally disdains to pay attention to a junior. I think you can just give the things to me, and I will take them over. Don't worry, Duel I will still be in the Glory Empire in the future, and he will not cheat you of a branch of the World Tree. Chapter 314. With allies, Erangel naturally has confidence. Sahara looked at Fengdu and Fengchen. These two came to fulfill the agreement, and upgrade the magic tower to level 6. With these 2 people, it is difficult for him to force Erangel. He thought about it, and said in a deep voice, okay, but I need to deliver within half a year. Erangel nodded, no problem, in fact, the time will be shorter. I will contact you then. He also breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment Dole was teleported, he knew that the guy was going to run away, and he was actually relieved. As long as he was not in Erangel Academy, he still had room for operation. And Dole did not disappoint him. As soon as he came back, he arranged everything and slipped away, and he has not been seen since then. Those powerful people, openly and secretly, searched the city of Wutz, but they didn't find the guy. Erangel knew that he would not show up easily, even if he lost his current identity and status. Erangel had a headache for more than 2 months, but it has gotten better recently. The 4th level potion course has been cancelled, and the influence of the academy has been greatly reduced. There is nothing that can be done about it, but as he became a 6th level wizard, the students have returned to their previous level. For this reason, he also went to the Dark Gate Academy and had a friendly exchange with their administrators, and returned with a great victory. The academy's achievements are constantly expanding. Sahara reluctantly put down the sealed branch of the World Tree and left Erangel Academy. Erangel waited for 2 days, and 2 days later, he sent a message out. Not long after, in front of the Erangel Tower, a burly man knocked on the door, and not long after, he came to the front of Erangel. Erangel saw Ball in human form for the first time, and he was a little frightened. The 2 of them didn't say anything and quickly handed over the branches of the World Tree. Ball looked at Erangel deeply, and he said nothing and left Erangel Academy directly. Above the South Bay Swamp, the sky in the east was still blue, and the sky in the west had begun to be overcast, and a small cyclone was slowly forming in the sky. Below the cyclone, a transparent human figure stood in it, carefully controlling the surrounding wind flow and air pressure. After a while, the cyclone continued to grow and turned into a small tornado. The storm started with a tornado, and then slowly grew and turned into a huge tornado that eventually connected the sky and the earth. In the dark and dense black clouds, a terrifying tornado, like an elephant's trunk, stretched out from the clouds in the sky, extending to the midair, and soon extended to the ground, rolling up the water on the ground, branches, and everything it touched was swept into the sky. Dole stood in the middle of the tornado, looking at the scene below, and his heart moved slightly. In the sea of consciousness, the limit barrier of mental power retreated again, and the huge storm element exploded under the influence of the normal storm between heaven and earth. The volume suddenly became huge, the wind speed was more terrifying, and the lightning was more violent. In the violent tornado, red, purple, and blue lightning shuttled through the wind and water like a lightning snake, making a rumbling sound. Of course, this was only in the sea of consciousness. In reality, except for the small storm around him, there was no change around him. The whole promotion process was simple and unpretentious, without any fireworks. After 3 months in the mountains, Dole only gained a little. He suddenly thought of the South Bay Swamp, and came to the sky above the swamp. In less than a month, he understood the basic mysteries of water and wind and understood the secrets of the Son of Storm a little bit. This tornado was just a small experiment, but he didn't expect it to succeed all of a sudden. He carefully observed the tornado, and experienced the mystery. Time passed little by little, the clouds drifted with the wind, and the scale of the tornado was sometimes large and sometimes small, running back and forth over the South Bay Swamp. Bean-sized raindrops fell madly all around, and the entire South Bay Swamp was completely covered by heavy rain at this time, and all creatures were trembling at this time. The clouds and the huge wind energy were naturally not summoned by Duoning, but opportunities. He just took this opportunity to add fuel to the flames, that's all. After being promoted to level 4, he felt that he was connected to the surrounding world. He could control the wind and the rain, and forming a tornado seemed to be just a matter of hand. Of course, Dole didn't think that he had mastered the witchcraft of tornado. Natural tornado, plus the spell model, is the final form of witchcraft. Pure tornado cannot control the scale, cannot control the size, and depends entirely on the natural evolution of the rules of heaven and earth. The power is too small. The power of a tornado of the same size controlled by humans is at least 3 times greater. Dole closed his eyes, and notes flowed in his mind. Soon, the model in his mind was half formed. He had tried countless times before, and now his mental strength reached the standard. Not long after, a new witchcraft model was successfully formed in Dole's mind. He suddenly released the spell model, and threw it away. A spiral wind gun was thrown out by him. Unlike ordinary wind blades, this spiral wind gun is composed of more than 1,000 wind blades, with extremely compressed power, rotating around the center. With one shot, even an ordinary city wall can be punched into a hole several meters thick. The power is very impressive. Level 4 Fusion Witchcraft, Spiral Wind Gun, Power Rating Level 4 High. As soon as the spiral wind gun was used, a wind channel several kilometers long was drawn in the sky, crossing the sky and disappearing in the distance. Dole felt that the power range of this witchcraft was as high as 5 kilometers. This is level 4? So awesome. Winter is almost over, and there is such a heavy rainstorm. This weather is really weird. Yeah, it always snows at this time of year, but it rains this year. Look over there, it's even more outrageous, there is a tornado, I have never seen it in my life. A small group of soldiers stood in the hole at the door, avoiding the freezing rain outside. The raindrops were very big, and they froze into ice the moment they hit the ground, making a thumping sound, like hail. Yes, it is winter now. In addition to the soldiers, there were also some merchants, tenants, and nobles standing in the doorway, avoiding the rain. There were actually hundreds of people standing in the huge city gate. Today's rain was too weird. A thick layer of ice quickly formed on the ground, and most of the people standing at the door were cursing. I don't know how long it took. The clouds in the sky gradually became thinner, and the heavy rain turned into a few snowflakes, falling from the sky. The weather became normal. What's a new city mage tower? Many level 3 wizards stood on the tower, looking at the sky, and they clearly felt the strong fluctuations of magic elements in the air. In the winter, there was a heavy rain and a tornado. It would be impossible if no wizard took action. Which big guy was promoted to level 5? It's really scary. Everyone felt the same. A young man in a noble dress stood on the tower, looking at the gloomy sky in the distance, and said lightly, no matter which wizard was promoted to level 5, he did not violate the agreement, and was not in a crowded area. It is legal. This wizard may be from our Watsa city or other cities. Chapter 315. Others nodded, and one of them said with emotion, a 5th level wizard can lead the Honor Wizard Alliance of a city. I'm so envious. Others also felt jealous. The young man smiled and said, then practice quickly. When you reach the 5th level, you can take over my position and manage the magic tower of Wazi City. The young man looks young, but he is actually 40 years old, just looking very young. Dole successfully promoted to the 4th level. After thinking for a while, he returned to the mountain. After 6 months of practice, his horizons have been opened up a lot, and his understanding of witchcraft is no longer as superficial as before. Witchcraft, after all, is a powerful ability created by humans to imitate the natural environment. Except for some original witchcraft, most of the powerful witchcraft is related to various natural disasters. It is no wonder that they divide the wizards, who are promoted to the 5th level, into various disaster levels. Level 5 is the destruction level, level 6 is the disaster level, and level 7 is the disaster level. After reaching level 5, one can dominate the world and become a famous strongman. Similarly, the responsibilities of level 5 are relatively greater, and the tasks in the wilderness are heavier and more dangerous. Dual Eye has not reached level 5 yet, and has just been promoted to level 4, so he has to go back now, and use the magic core to directly upgrade and accumulate magic power first. The people he is facing now are basically level 5 and level 6, and it is impossible without any strength. He took the time to refine some super activation potions, but he has not delivered them until now. Dual Eye is not going to default on the debt, but is going to use this as a threat. If anyone dares to target him again, he will just break up. With his current strength, he can live comfortably anywhere, so why should he be threatened and coerced every day? This is because he has no backing. If there is an elder or tower master in the Glory Wizard Alliance, who is a relative, he should just accept the order honestly at this time, and no one dares to act rashly. This is the disadvantage of independent wizards. However, after reaching level 4, he can change direction and study the clone. As long as the clone research is successful, he can turn the clone into level 6, and see who dares to act rashly. Back in the cave, Dual Eye looked at a dark room, observed each laboratory, did something, and then looked at other caves. Rosa is in retreat. She is striving for level 3, Wushu is also in retreat, consolidating his strength, and Dual Eye is the only one who has nothing to do. At this time, Bale's dog form came in from outside. He just glanced at Dual Eye and smiled. Promoted to level 4, not bad. Hurry up and increase your magic power to overflowing state. After level 4, there are more things to learn. Your magic tower has been completed. When can you go back and bring the tower here? Dual Eye thought for a while, and said, don't worry, I can't protect the magic tower if I go back now. If you take action, it will be easy to expose your identity. Don't worry, how is the potion? How do they want to trade? Do they have to see me in person? Ball nodded, those guys are very careful, don't trade for now. Dual Eye nodded, then wait, anyway, it's safe here. The old dragon went crazy again a few days ago. Did you go out to eat again? Ball turned his head, and pouted his lips without looking at Dual Eye. Dual Eye's mouth twitched. Can you slow down? You steal one today and one tomorrow. The pigs know you are here. Don't attract all the monsters in the Evil Spirit Mountain. You caused a lot of trouble last time. In the Evil Spirit Mountain, in front of a group of high-level intelligent monsters, he ate a level 7 monster, which seriously damaged the vitality of the Evil Spirit Mountain. High-level monsters are looking for Ball all over the world. This guy has not dared to show up too much until now. Ball immediately said embarrassedly, I know, I will eat less in the future, you are so nagging, like a woman. After saying that, he shook his tail and walked towards another cave. At this moment, Dual Eye felt a wave of magic power rising slowly, and it became stronger and stronger. He turned his head, glanced at the cave, and smiled slightly, double happiness today. Rosa was promoted to level 3, which is good news, although it has little to do with him. Dual Eye returned to his room, and prepared to refine the materials for making a clone. After the last transaction, he had obtained 5 gems, which were the main materials for the clone. The higher the quality of the gems, the higher the quality of the clone. In addition to the gems, he also needed a high-quality corpse as a carrier of the Xianxia worm. He needed to refine a real lich. The lich was the mage version of the zombie. In essence, he was still a corpse. As long as he got a corpse and infused it with corpse gas, he could turn it into a zombie. The zombie that could carry the Xianxia worm had to be at least level 5, so he had to refine the zombie first, and then use the magic circle to infuse energy to bring it to level 5, which would take about a few months. Originally, his plan was to go back at the latest during the Chinese New Year, but now it seems that he will have to postpone it for a while. The corpse is simple. Wushu has complete experimental equipment here. With his own tissue and super-activating potion, he can cultivate a complete self without consciousness, and then make it into a zombie. After parasitizing the mysterious corpse worm, it will be another self, and it will be perfectly integrated with himself. There is no rejection and imagination, which is simply wonderful. Wushu also did this, so she is now 2 level 6 combat forces, not 1. The reason why she came to him is because he needs his potion as an aid. When one day, her clone is perfect, she will probably leave directly. In the wizard's world, there is only use, no so-called feelings. Even strong feelings will become meaningless in the face of hundreds, or even thousands of years. Time passed little by little, and soon, another 2 months passed. Wushu looked at the naked body in the culture tank and checked various parameter data expressionlessly. Under normal circumstances, there can only be one clone. After all, human energy is limited, and it is impossible to control too many clones. Dual Eye refined 2 clones, and one of them was obviously a backup. After the clone was successfully cultivated, the next step was to infuse it with corpse chi and turn it into a zombie. This was exactly the same as what he did at the time. The difference was that she did not have a special activating agent, and the level of the cultivated body was not high. Later, she spent a lot of time cultivating the ability of the clone, unlike Dual Eye, who was cultivated to level 4. Dual Eye walked out, and a series of black in his hand flew out and landed on the clone. Then the two of them stood far away. The black corpse worm suddenly emitted a strong black gas, accompanied by stench, filth, death, and een, which poured into the clone. The plump body of the clone quickly shriveled and turned into a charred corpse without any consciousness. At this time, Dual Eye walked forward, his eyes flashed, and a huge piece of mental power was separated and drilled into the zombie. After finishing all this, he staggered and almost fell. A warm arm supported him, and Dole avoided the fate of falling. Chapter 316. The green light sank into the zombies, and at the same time, the black corpse worms also drilled into the zombies' bodies. Dole forced himself to stay calm and divided about 1/5 of his mental power. He almost went into shock. The pain of schizophrenia was 1,000 times more painful than being stabbed with a knife. He forced himself to watch the clone activate, closed his eyes, and divided his energy on the clone. Opening his eyes, the clone raised his arm with some difficulty and looked at his dry hands. He thought about it, and his mental power communicated with the magic circle of the cultivation tank, and the energy turned into light and supplemented his body. Not long after, his body became full again, but it looked a little black. At the same time, he silently performed another secret method to perfectly merge himself with the black corpse worms, merged his will with the will of the black corpse worms, and slowly replaced it. This process also takes a long time. Seeing things developing slowly and everything going smoothly, Wushu looked at Dwelai's two bodies and smiled faintly. Your talent in biological potions is beyond my expectations. Last year, if I had your skills, I would have been in the middle of level 6. As long as the Xianxia worm has a suitable corpse to parasitize, it will grow very fast. Zombie Dwelai opened his mouth and spoke slowly, hoarsely. The Xianxia worm is one of the ancient strange insects, and it is natural that it will be promoted quickly. He spoke very slowly, almost one word at a time, and his voice was very unpleasant. He turned his neck and continued to adjust the magic circle of the culture tank. The energy attribute of his body was gradually improving. At this time, Ball walked out of the room and looked at Dwelai's clone. His figure suddenly became very big, otherwise he couldn't see inside the culture tank at all. Seeing this, Wushu silently stepped back and gave the home court to Lord Ball. She now knew how terrifying this person was. A level 7 hellhound could kill her with just a small claw. Ever since she knew this, her heart has been chilling, because if this person had taken action back then, she would have died long ago. Lord Ball. Wushu lowered his head and said. Ball's huge figure nodded. He looked at the Dole clone in the cultivation tank and did not use his mental power to explore. Dole, why are you doing so many tricks? Just practice honestly and practice to level 7 in one breath and sweep across the north. Isn't it good? Dole was weak at this time. Hearing this, he almost vomited blood. I am a human, not a hellhound like you. I have the strength of level 6 in adulthood. I want to be able to quickly upgrade to level 6, and you don't need to tell me, he said unhappily. The hellhound reached out and scratched his head, laughing. That's fine. If your clone can be upgraded to level 6, it will have the power to protect itself. Dole has adjusted his clone at this time, and the mysterious corpse worm merged with the clone very quickly, but it still takes a little time. At this time, Rosa also came out, looking at Ball's huge body, standing silently aside, looking at Dole, feeling a little scared in her heart. Here is either level 6 or level 7, and she is the only level 3. She is weak, pitiful, and helpless, which is fully reflected in her. Time passed little by little, and Dole's clone's upper body quickly sat up and sat in the cultivation tank. As energy poured into the clone, the corpse gas on his body became stronger and stronger. I don't know how long it took, his whole body suddenly collapsed and turned into countless tiny black particles, flying in the air. Seeing this, Ball and Wushu flashed at the same time and retreated to the corner of the room. Ball did not forget to pull Rosa, who was beside him. Dole was adapting to the power of the clone. Soon, countless black dots condensed on the ground and formed another Dole. The corpse chi converged, and the energy on his body surged, just like a level 5 master. Dole sensed that all the Xianxia worms had been cultivated to level 5, and only one step away from being cultivated to level 6, and this clone could reach the level of level 6. This kind of ancient strange worm has no bottleneck. As long as there is enough energy in various powerful corpses, it can be promoted very quickly. Sensing here, Dole's clone suddenly collapsed, optimized into countless black smoke and dust, and flew out along the passage of the room. If you want corpses, there are plenty of them in Mingyang Mountain, outside. The clone flew away, and only 3 people and 1 dog were left in the room. It was already spring, approaching summer. Dole's real body looked at the 2 people and the dog and said, "We will go back in summer. I see who dares to act rashly this time." In fact, there was no way not to go back. He had almost spent all the money on him, and all the materials had been used up. There was no point in staying here. Going back was the best choice. In the Arangel Tower, Sahara sat opposite Arangel. Similarly, a man in black who wrapped himself in black clothes also sat opposite Arangel. Arangel looked very ugly at first, but later he calmed down. With the disappearance of Dole, the number of people here has decreased from many to few. So far, there are only these two people left. The medicine Sahara bought was for this man in black. His strength was very strong, so strong that Arangel could not sense his death, so he was very scared. However, this man obviously had no intention of exposing himself, so he just occupied his place and waited patiently. He had waited from last autumn to winter, and from winter to now, almost summer. He did not speak or make a noise, just waiting. Arangel had no temper, and did not dare to speak too much. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, "You too, Dole is coming back." Sahara's eyes suddenly flashed, and he said coldly, "Are you sure?" Arangel did not speak, and closed his eyes again. They were both level 6, so there was no need for him to be afraid of the other party. Sahara glanced at the man in black, but saw that the man in black was still calm. He had waited for so long, and did not care about these few days. He comforted himself, and closed his eyes again. A day and a night passed quickly. When the sun just rose in the early morning, a ray of red light shone in from the window, and the three of them opened their eyes at the same time. In the vast wasteland, a powerful energy reaction appeared in the three people's induction, and at the same time, the other two small inductions were beside them. The two small inductions were very familiar. They were Dole and the little wizard named Rosa, but what was shocking at this time was that only a year had passed, and both of them were promoted to level 4 and level 3 at the same time. It has only been a short time. This guy is only 20 years old now. Arangel was a little shocked, but he did not show any expression on his face. Not long after, he sensed that the group of people had all entered Dole's wizard tower. At this time, Sahara and the man in black stood up and walked directly outside, ignoring the master Arangel at all. Arangel's mouth twitched, then stood up and walked outside. He was the only level 6 in the entire academy. If a fight broke out later, he would have to persuade them to stop. Others did not know the horror of Ball, but he knew it. Returning to the long-lost Arangel Academy and entering Talon, Dole saw the place where he placed the wizard tower at a glance. As he approached, a sense of familiarity came from a distance. The wizard tower is the extension and guarantee of the wizard's life, and the life's hard work of the wizard. The wizard tower at this time has changed a lot. It used to have only 3 floors, but now it has 12 floors. It is a standard hexagonal 6-level magic tower structure, but there is no magic circle on the base of the magic tower, just a simple frame. Chapter 317. He slowly came to the front of the wizard tower and looked at it carefully. Now the academy is on vacation, and there are not many people inside, especially now it is early morning, and there is no third sound in the tower forest except the sound of birds and the faint wind. At this time, Dole and Ball turned back at the same time and saw 3 people. Arangel, Sahara, and a man in black whose strength is unclear. In addition to Arangel, the other 2 strode forward and looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Ball's eyes were a little solemn at this time. Looking at the man in black, his dog face showed a trace of solemnity. "Dole, this man is level 7, and it seems that he is injured." Dole looked at the man in black, and his heart was shocked, and he saw level 7 again. Dole was shocked, and the man in black was even more shocked, because there was also a man in black next to Dole, whose strength was as high as level 6, and the other one was stronger than him, and he didn't know the details of the other party. Sahara didn't know. He strode forward, and was about to get angry. He had been cheating the branches of their world tree for so long, and he came only now. He was really looking for death. He was full of vigor, and was about to get angry. The man in black stretched out his hand, and stopped Sahara, and even took the initiative to suppress his aura. When Arangel saw this, he smiled slightly in his heart. Lord Baal's identity was discovered. This man in black must be level 7. I just don't know who it is, the great man in the Empire. I haven't heard that the level 7 master is in an injured state. But he was a little strange. Why did Wushu come back together, and this one was still wanted? The atmosphere in Talon suddenly solidified at this time, and there was not even a trace of wind in the surrounding world. Sahara was a little strange at this time. He looked at Lord Sahara, but saw that he shook his head. Arangel saw that the atmosphere was awkward and spoke first. "Dole, you are finally back and promoted to level 4. Congratulations." Dole saluted Arangel, and then saluted the 2. He glanced at Arangel, nodded at him, looked at Sahara again, and after seeing his unfriendly eyes, looked at the man in black. He thought about it, turned his wrist, and took out 3 bottles of potion. Seeing his action, everyone looked at the 3 bottles of potion in his hand greedily, especially the man in black, who narrowed his eyes at this time, but burst out with unprecedented flames and brilliance. Dole thought about it at this time, and ignored the sudden desire of the man in black. His eyes were cold and stern, and he said slowly, to treat a level 7, you need more than 3 bottles of this potion, but your world tree only refines 7 bottles, the price is too low, I don't know what else can you pay. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This is obviously a price hike. Dole is now a little puzzled. How did Carl get the branches of the world tree? It is very likely that he paid a huge price, but he doesn't know what the price was. Sahara was immediately angry. If that's the case, you should still have 4 bottles left, isn't that as it should be? Dole curled his lips, not caring about the anger in Sahara's words, and his tone was still calm. Yes, isn't that as it should be? Sahara stared at Dole, slowly releasing his momentum, and a force, like a volcanic eruption, emerged from him. At this moment, the man in black stopped him again, revealing only a pair of eyes full of desire. Pharmacists make a living based on their skills, which is reasonable. Little friend, what do you want? Dole looked at the man in black, took a close look at him, and said, the reward for 1 bottle. He had already set the price. 1 bottle of 8 level 7 gems, or something of the same price, is a very high price in itself. The man in black nodded and said, I only have 4 gems on hand. Can I exchange the other 4 with other things? Dole nodded, yes, high-grade materials and everything, I need them all. The fire in the man in black's eyes gradually faded. As long as Dole was willing to take it, he had nothing to say. He raised his hand and said, I am an alchemist. I have a level 7 storage ring in my hand. I wonder if you are satisfied. Dole was shocked. It was really like a pillow was sent to him when he was sleepy. He thought about it and said, then just exchange it directly. He threw the 3 bottles of potion and flew directly to the man in black. Seeing Dole throw it out so casually, the others were heartbroken, especially the man in black, who moved his mental power and formed a pair of big hands, accurately grabbing the potion in his hands. The fire in his eyes burned again, and he threw a storage ring out casually. Dole raised his hand and grabbed the storage ring in his hand. He just took a look and smiled with satisfaction. You can take it now. If the effect is not enough, I have more here. He turned around and walked towards his magic tower. Dole was so rude, but it made Sahara angry. He was a level 6, and just as he was about to get angry, he saw the man in black next to him glaring at him. The man in black saw Ball's background. At this time, he was still injured and was no match for Ball. If Sahara angered the person, it is estimated that both of them would end up miserably, and the man in black behind Dole was also very powerful at this time. Although Dole looked like a level 4, the explosive power he could possess at this moment would probably scare even a normal level 7. This kid has always been very secretive. He turned his head and glanced at Arangel. Sorry to bother you these few days, I will leave after I recover. Arangel didn't dare to say no, and hurriedly said, I am willing to serve you. He glanced at Sahara, but saw that he was still angry, but he was angry, as long as he didn't fight, he was actually gloating. The black-clothed elder brother still knew what was going on. If he started fighting, these two would die here, and no one would even save them. This Ball boss was a genuine level 7 supermaster with extremely powerful strength. Dole also breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the magic tower, and communicated with the furnace, but saw that the furnace was already full of power. The magic circle had not been used for such a long time, and it already contained enough magic elements. He thought about it, and took out the storage ring. This ring is not gorgeous, but rather plain. When his spiritual power penetrated into it, the vast space inside made Dole a little shocked. It was larger than his 3-story magic tower. Is this the strength of a level 7 alchemist? He thought about it, and transferred all his things into it. With enough space, he could put more things in the future, and there would be a lot of room for manipulation. Dole thought to himself that this transaction was not in vain, and then he took advantage of the power of the boss Ball, and pretended to be powerful. Others may not be able to see the true face of the boss Ball, but those above level 7 can definitely do so. After sending everyone else away, Dole followed Ball, and came to the 3rd floor furnace room. Ball looked at the furnace at this time and said, hurry up and study. After you are promoted to the level 6 magic tower, you and your clone will be able to use more power than level 6, so I won't have to guard you every day. Dole nodded. He had troubled Ball for too long, and it was time for him to grow up. Chapter 318. Well, I will spend all my time on the magic tower in the near future. Boss Ball, are you going back to the hell world? Ball shook his head. No, 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 I won't go back. This world is pretty good. I have to find a way to get promoted to level 8, otherwise going back would be a waste. Dole's mouth twitched, and the sense of achievement of being promoted to level 4 suddenly disappeared. He glanced at the furnace, closed his eyes, and his mental power surged out crazily, rushing in all directions. In the past 6 months, not only has he been practicing, improving his strength, and studying witchcraft, but Hori's alchemy magic house has also been carried out simultaneously. At this time, after the mental power surged out crazily and connected to the furnace was bright and radiated to every corner of the magic tower. One by one, magic power formed magic patterns and branded them in all directions. At first, it was the first level magic pattern, then the second level magic pattern, and finally the third level magic pattern, the fourth level magic pattern, and part of the magic pattern began to condense successfully. Above the third level, rays of light lit up, showing weak energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations continued to intensify, causing the vibrations to shake the magic tower, alarming everyone. They didn't know about Dole's return yet, but the smart ones had already reacted to the shaking of the magic tower. The mentor is back. The master of the magic potion hall is back. Especially Bernard, who woke up from his practice the moment the magic tower shook. My sister is back, that damn Dole is back. If he has any bad intentions towards my sister, I will poison him to death. He got up from the bed angrily, came to the door, opened it, but found that he couldn't open it. At this time, the vibration of the magic tower became more and more intense, and rays of light penetrated into the room from all directions. Bernard saw that the magic circle in the room was getting stronger and stronger. He looked around blankly, thinking, what's wrong with this kid? What is he doing just now? Is he going to enhance the effect of the magic tower? It was only level 3 before, but now it has reached level 6. How could he upgrade the magic tower to a very high level with his own strength? But it should be possible to upgrade it to level 5. As the magic array around him continued to improve, he was a little frightened, because he saw that the magic array around him was indeed getting stronger, and was going in a direction he couldn't understand. He shouted, wow! The vibration of Dole's magic tower woke up many people, and even the people in other magic towers were looking out at this time. Dole used up all the elemental energy stored in the furnace in one breath, so he had to take out his own inventory, magic crystals, magic gems, magic cores, and put them all in. He wanted to upgrade the magic tower to level 5 in one breath. Time passed little by little, and dozens of days passed in a flash. Everyone in Huazi City knew that Dole was back, and even the entire Northwest Honor Wizard Alliance knew that this guy had reappeared, and as soon as he came back, he was crazy about transforming the Wizard Tower. In the Arangel Wizard Tower, Arangel lowered his head in shock, and stood next to the man in black. The man in black had revealed his true face at this time. He was an old man with a somewhat old-fashioned face. At this time, his mental state was very good, and the power in his body could not be sensed at all. From his performance, this adult had recovered. Sahara, the old man in black, and Arangel stood on the top of the tower, looking in the direction of Dole Magic Tower. Sahara's expression was calm at this time, and he spoke softly, this kid's alchemy attainments are not low. At this growth rate, this magic tower can be promoted to level 5 today. A level 5 magic tower, as long as the energy is enough, can deal with 2 or 3 level 5 wizards. Arangel nodded in agreement. Of course, Dole may have inherited the mysterious alchemical magic array. I don't understand the array in this magic tower, but it's very powerful. When his strength improves, this wizard tower is probably more powerful than my wizard tower. Sahara was a little jealous. This kid is really lucky. He glanced at the man in black and said, brother, how about taking this kid back to serve us? The man in black turned his head and glanced at Sahara. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Sahara was stunned and shocked. Die, what do you mean? Combined with the performance of the man in black some time ago, he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned his head and looked at Arangel, the newly promoted 6th level wizard, with a hint of inquiry. Arangel ignored him. At this time, Arangel looked at the man in black and smiled faintly. I hope you keep this matter secret. If others really know about it, the consequences will be disastrous. The whole Northwest is afraid that something will happen. The man in black nodded and said, I know that our Glory Empire wizards are powerful, but we are the only ones who can really influence the situation. No one can easily suffer losses. I will tell them that I will not embarrass Dole. His existence is good for our Glory Empire. My illness has been cured, and that person should be able to treat it. Dole has made great contributions this time. If he is willing, I will recommend him to the Imperial Wizard Alliance. Hearing this, Sahara was shocked. What's the situation? It involves the power of adults. What's the situation? Erangel was a little stunned. He thought about it, shook his head, and said, I believe he won't go. He even wants to leave me and develop alone. With his ability and learning ability, it would be more free for him to open up a place and live by himself. The man in black was stunned when he heard this. All wizards need resources. If he leaves the crowd, where can he find resources? With his current ability, people all over the world want to give him resources, so why should he ask for them? The man in black was stunned. He didn't think of drinking a little. That's right. As long as he announces where he will be stationed, a trading market will immediately form around him. What resources he needs is just a matter of waving his hand. He is only level 5 now. When he is promoted to level 6, level 7, or even level 8 and level 9 in the future, he can support the world by himself. For the first time, the man in black felt that someone's talent could be used in this way. In this way, the geniuses in the Empire are just a bunch of scum who rely on the shadow of their ancestors, but he immediately felt that this seemed to be scolding himself. He touched his chin and said, that's it. Everyone has his own destiny. I am now healed from my injuries and ready to go back. This time it really didn't come out in vain. He was radiant, and his whole body exuded a strange glow. I was injured before, and my strength has been reduced. I was mocked by many people. I will keep a low profile this time, and give them a surprise later. The man in black had a lot of thoughts. After all the hidden dangers on his body were removed, he has recovered to the state of 100 years ago. Although not at the peak, as long as he spends some time, and uses all kinds of natural materials and treasures, he will definitely be able to surpass before. Today, in the future, he doesn't have to act according to other people's faces. Thinking of this, he turned his head and said to Sahara, the matter is done, let's go too. Chapter 319. The Wizard Tower was upgraded to Chris level 5 magic circle. Dole breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although the essence of the Wizard Tower has been upgraded to level 6 by Fengdu and Fengchen, he is still essentially a small wizard of level 4. It took him nearly a year to study the magic circle in Hori's alchemy magic house to this extent, which is already his limit. Next, it's time to make money. For his own practice, and for the Wizard Tower, he spent all his money. Although he got a lot of good stuff from the man in black, the things the guy gave were too advanced, and could not be used at this stage. Thinking of this, he relaxed and contacted the magic circle restriction in the Wizard Tower at the same time, opening the door for everyone. In order to prevent them from making trouble, he sealed all the rooms. It is estimated that they all know that he is back now. He stood in the empty hall on the 12th floor, ready to plan and use this place as his practice room. The 3rd floor is the core of Chris's furnace, which cannot be changed unless he finds another more advanced furnace to replace it in the future. Therefore, he occupied 2 floors, the 12th and 3rd floors, and the others can be opened. Each floor has many rooms, so occupying 2 floors is enough for him to do experiments alone. Just as he was thinking, there was a scattered sound of footsteps at the door of the floor, and soon, there was a knock on the door. Dole waved his hand and opened the door, revealing the figure behind the door. All the people who lived here have arrived, and the last one is Chris, Sano, and Bernard. Bernard took the lead. After seeing Dole, he did not see Rosa. His expression did not change. The two had communicated through voice transmission. Sir, you are back. Tower Master. Meetings, Tower Master. At this time, everyone was shocked to find that they could not understand Dole's strength. For a while, the room was quiet. Dole was in a good mood at this time. He smiled lightly. Yes, after a year, I finally came back. This time I came back. I should not leave. Even if I have to leave, I will take the magic tower with me. Sir, don't leave. I'm still waiting for the 4th level course. That's right, I'm about to get to the 4th level. When I get to the 4th level, I can make more money. As soon as Dole spoke, everyone saw that his temper and personality had not changed, and they immediately became happy and started talking one by one. It was mainly about the 4th level course. Dole was a little puzzled. You have been taking the 4 seasons course for half a year, but no one has made it to level 4? Everyone lowered their heads, even Bernard, who was about to ask for culpability, lowered his head in shame. Although Dole explained different things every day, they were all level 4 content. They didn't even fully grasp it. It was really shameful. Dole's face was serious, and he said, You useless people, you are ignorant, and don't study pharmacology and medicinal materials well. Well, I will open classes in the second half of this year. If no one has been promoted to level 4, I will use my ultimate move and start to torture people. Hearing Dole's words, almost no one was afraid, but they all became excited. They were waiting for this sentence. After a few polite words and confirmation that Dole would not leave, they all became excited, and soon, one by one, they all left the 12th floor. After a while, only Morris, Raman, and Bernard were left in the room. Morris and Raman are now 3rd level lecturers, giving regular lectures every week, while Bernard specializes in alchemy, works in the academy, and semi-manages Dole's wizard tower, so he can be considered one of their own. After the others left, Dole looked at the 3 and said lightly, I plan to leave here next year. The 3 had long guessed that this would happen, and were not surprised. Bernard shrugged, I go wherever you go, anyway, your magic tower is a good place to live. Morris's face was a little ugly, although he had expected this, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't leave, at least not for the time being. He had just gained some say in the family, and it would be too uneconomical to leave like this. After thinking about it, he shook his head. Sorry, lecturer. Raman thought for a long time and shook his head. He had been thinking about this for a long time. He was sure that he could get more benefits after becoming a lecturer, rather than just becoming a pharmacist. Dole smiled faintly. Whether you follow me or not, it doesn't matter. The place I might go to is the new city, which is not far away. We see when the time comes. New city? Lecturer, you are joking. It's not safe for you to stay here in Arangel. Where to go to the new city? Isn't it you? Morris said immediately. Raman deeply agreed with this. Dole smiled faintly. It's just an intention, not sure yet. In most cases, it is possible that I will open up a place and become a lord. The 3 of them felt cold in their hearts. This is even more unreliable. Lecturer Dole is at this level now, and people everywhere want him. If he goes out on his own, wouldn't that give others a chance? Not to mention the distant past. Just recently, the number of terrifying strong people who have spied on Arangel Academy is in the digits. This kind of thing is terrifying to imagine, and until now, these students don't know what happened. Dole knew what they were thinking, but he didn't care. Since Morris and Raman didn't want to follow him, Dole didn't force them. After sending the 2 away, only Bernard was left. Bernard looked at Dole, and his heart was more and more certain at this time. This guy has been promoted to level 4, and he is still stagnant at level 4. How did this guy practice, and why is he so fast? He thought about it, and didn't intend to dwell on this topic. Instead, he said angrily, Dole, you didn't do anything to my sister, did you? Dole smiled, then why don't you go and see for yourself? Bernard became annoyed and turned away. Looking at the empty room, Dole calmed down and prepared to think about his future direction. He had had enough of living under someone else's roof, but his current strength was insufficient, and he could not open up a world independently. He could only rely on the Glory Empire. His reputation had already spread. He was not afraid of people in the open. What he feared most now was the forces in the dark. In the past, it was only a small force like the Guehua bird, but in the future, it might be a more powerful force. Thinking of this, Dole thought that he had to get himself some life-saving things, and returning to the magic tower was just for this idea. The level 6 magic tower was now upgraded to a level 5 magic circle, allowing the clone to control and manipulate the magic tower. It was not a problem to deal with level 5, but it was not a problem to deal with level 6. At that time, Wushu would deal with level 6, and Ball would deal with those above level 7. As long as the number was not large, he could still deal with it. What he feared most was the high-level adventure group. Dozens of level 4 or 5, or even more than 2 level 6 or 7 came together, which would be very scary. Chapter 320. The news of Dole's return spread quickly to all parts of What City. Almost in the afternoon, the first group of visitors came to Dole. Megtan and Hades came together, and the joy on their faces was self-evident. Dole had been missing for a year. Although they knew why he disappeared, the Rose Chamber of Commerce had not had a good year. Relying on Morris and others, the Chamber of Commerce maintained its previous flow, but after all, without the support of high-level potions, the Chamber of Commerce's popularity was greatly reduced. After re-signing the agreement with Dole, the 2 left happily. The next thing was the forces and families that needed high-level potions, but Dole rarely met them, and pushed the matter to the Rose Chamber of Commerce. He was busy until the evening, and then he stopped. At the same time, the news that Dole was promoted to level 4 also spread throughout the entire What City, the Honor Wizard Alliance, and the Pharmacist Guild. Everyone was shocked. A 20-year-old 4th-level wizard, who also studied pharmacism, is undoubtedly a genius level for anyone. The whole city of Watts was shaken. Underground forces. In a base of the Assassin Guild. A man in black held a piece of paper and frowned. It will be difficult for Delay to be promoted to the 4th level. He refused to participate in the Northwest Alliance youth program. This is very interesting. The 4th level warrior and the 4th level wizard are two different concepts. The 4th level warrior can only become a small commander at most, while the 4th level wizard has extremely amazing destructive power. Moreover, after being promoted to the 4th level, the mental power is more acute, and it is difficult to approach quietly. Another person said, "We have received news that Nidora has cooperated with the Black Wizard Wushu, so we will act differently from before. We should take other measures to win him over instead of simply robbing him. I think the organization will not easily try to deal with a biological wizard, because the scope of harm is too wide. If it was just a pharmacist, they might still try to get him and make potions for them. It would be scary if it involved poisons and biological potions." The man in black thought for a while and said, "Then give up. In addition, all cooperation with him will be cancelled in the future. The Watts branch cannot disappear because of this." In a dark place in the Tracy family, a man in black looked at the woman in front of him with an extremely ugly face. After losing dozens of people, they thought they could restrain the other party, but now the other party has been promoted to level 4, which is simply vomiting blood. Finney and Onik, who had just recovered from their injuries, stood intact opposite the man in black at this time. "Sir, what about our plan?" Onik asked unwillingly. The man in black shook his head and said, "Don't intervene yet. I feel something is wrong recently. Many level 5 and level 6 wizards are related to this Delay. No matter who comes, our family cannot compete with him. Let's lie dormant for a while." The news that Delay has reopened the level 4 course spread throughout the city of Watts. Now it is summer, not autumn yet. All the level 3 pharmacists in the Magic Potion Hall have signed up, and even level 3 pharmacists from other regions have come to sign up. Erangel College suddenly became lively. Williams looked at the list and became a little worried. Many of them are well-known pharmacists in other places. If they accept them, how many conflicts will it cause? It's a headache. If Dean Erangel had not been promoted to level 6, he might not dare to accept it. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and signed directly to allow it to pass. Delay stood on the top of the tower at this time, looking down at the surroundings. As a level 6 magic tower, the height is a little higher than the height of the Erangel Wizard Tower. It can overlook the entire Talon, and even most of the Academy. The scale of the Academy has expanded a lot during his absence. The warrior side and the wizard side have expanded outward by more than 500 meters respectively. The scale of the Academy has become larger, and the number of students has increased. Even though it is summer vacation now, there are still many people in the Academy. Many students from other cities have not returned and are still active in the Academy. The Academy looks more lively than before. This is Dolay's intuitive impression. The current master of the Potion Hall is Nicholas, and Dolay did not think about going back. It was meaningless. At this time, he received a consciousness. It was John. Dolay thought about it and prepared to meet him. Not long after, John came up from downstairs and came to the top floor. "Wizard Dolay, I have a request to see you this time." John came in and said directly. Dolay was a little confused. What intersection did he have with himself? He said, "Sir John, please speak." John was a senior level 4. Dolay showed enough respect. John did not say much. He wasted a year, and he could not wait any longer. Pulling out a piece of paper, he handed it to Dolay. Dolay took the paper in doubt, then took a look, and his eyes narrowed immediately. As expected of a senior level 4, he has the goods. He thought for a while and said, "Do you have the materials?" John nodded. "I prepared a few copies, but I don't know if they are enough." Dolay said, "Give it here, I try it." John's eyes lit up and said, "Are you sure, Dolay?" Dolay smiled. "I may not have been sure before, but I should still be sure now. I plan to apply for a level 6 pharmacist after a while." Level 6 potion? John took a breath of cold air. This guy, this promotion speed is a bit exaggerated. He was a little confused. Red blood potion can improve the cohesion of blood to a certain extent. This is the name and effect of this potion. If a warrior takes a level 6 potion, it is very likely to awaken the ability of blood. If a wizard takes it, it can improve the qualifications of a wizard. If John's qualifications are improved a little bit, I am afraid he can officially impact the level 5. As the mentor of the 4 of them, Erangel has been promoted to level 6. These people seem anxious. He smiled and said, "Leave the things here." I give you news in a few days. John put down a bag of things and bowed to Dole. Then I leave it to you. Dole glanced at the things, motioned him to take them away, and raised the formula in his hand. This is the reward. Except for the materials, the other things are not needed. John walked out of the Dole Wizard Tower, and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and glanced, and found that Worth, Sultai, and Simon were all looking at him at the gate. John's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand to greet him. Have you three been waiting for me here? John asked speechlessly when the four met. Worth looked at John and smiled faintly. Brother, who of us doesn't know your formula? What can you do if you go to Dole? How is it? Is there any hope? The red blood potion looks inconspicuous, but the effect is very strong. When John got this formula, the three brothers had seen it, so they were very familiar with it. John nodded, sighed, and said, if that's the case, everyone who sees it can have a share, but I have to take enough for myself first. Chapter 321. The three of them were overjoyed. As long as the senior brother was willing to speak, there would be hope. Was was delighted. Senior brother, what price do we have to pay? 100 high-grade magic crystals. Sultai, Worth, and Simon all breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, they all speculated what price Dole would need to refine this potion. 100 high-grade magic crystals were not a high price, and they were all acceptable. I just don't know how many bottles of red blood potion are needed to activate the witchcraft bloodline in the bloodline. In fact, the best potions are all kinds of medicines related to witchcraft bloodline, but each of them is sky high. For example, the red dragon bloodline potion is a level 6 potion that only big forces can afford. For example, the lava lizard bloodline potion is also sky high. It is the lowest value bloodline potion, and they are disdainful to buy it, so they can only rely on this bloodline purification potion. After a brief discussion, they separated. After Dole wrote down the formula, he destroyed it. This is just a level 5 potion. You can make it as long as you are familiar with it. 2 of the main materials are more troublesome, that's all. After Chris's furnace was upgraded to level 5, Dual-Eye prepared to upgrade the other 2 offensive and auxiliary formations. He was not ready to refine them for that person yet. He had spent all his money now, and needed to make money to buy a batch of materials. The tower built by the Fengdu and Fengchen brothers was a standard tower, and other materials were needed to cooperate with Chris's formation. He had to prepare all of them. After carefully combing the magic tower from inside to outside, it took several days to check the structure and make a list. Dual-Eye was ready to make money again, and make a wave of purchases. Although he had a lot of gems on him, he was not going to sell them, as they would be used in the future. Just as he was about to make a big move, a message came from outside the magic tower. Dole was a little surprised, and released the magic circle of the magic tower. A figure soon appeared at Dole's door. The door opened, and Arangel's clone strode in. Feeling the faint momentum of Arangel, Dole bowed slightly. Have you met Lord Arangel? Arangel glanced at him, and after confirming that this guy was really promoted to level 4, he relaxed and said lightly, the college was promoted to a higher college this time, thanks to you. I came to you to ask what plans you have next. Today's conversation is limited to the 2 of us. Dole smiled lightly. Let's talk about it next year. Stay in the college this year. Arangel nodded, and his expression could not be seen. Okay, let's do this first. I asked Williams to speed up the enrollment. In addition, the college is expanding, and the magic circle. The upgrade cost a lot of resources. In addition, the Empire sent some 3rd and 4th level instructors. Salaries, resources, etc. are all expenses, so the Academy has no money to support you. Dole nodded. None of these are needed. Lord Arangel just needs to ensure safety. I am afraid that you are under a lot of pressure with my current identity. Arangel sighed and said, in the past few days, there have been as many as 7 small organizations secretly investigating. All of them are from high-level, Empire, or other states and provinces. It is estimated that the people who come in the future will be more senior. The things in your hands are too tempting. Dole nodded and said, it's okay. Arangel's momentum slowly subsided, and he said lightly, Wu Shu, didn't he come back with you? Dole knew he couldn't hide it from him, and smiled. She is busy upgrading her clone to level 6, and it will probably take 3 or 4 months to succeed. Arangel's heart sank, and he sighed slightly, saying, you should pay more attention to my senior sister. Dole nodded. Arangel didn't mean much, mainly to test Dole's attitude. If he was willing to stay for half a year, Arangel would be willing to protect him for half a year. Time is like water, and soon 2 months have passed. Dole made money while refining medicine, gave classes, and studied Hori's alchemy magic house. which was quite relaxed and happy. 2 months later, he delivered John's potion, and only 12 bottles were successful. Although this potion was only a level 5 potion, it was very difficult. Dole also spent a long time thinking, and wasted a lot of medicinal materials before it was completely successful. He has one more level 5 potion formula. However, he would not sell this kind of potion easily, as it would only bring trouble to himself. Once someone knew how to make this kind of potion, the first people to come to him would probably be the 3 major families in Huazi City. Dole had been busy for 2 months, and finally had some free time. He was going to go to the Pharmacist Guild to buy a level 6 formula. He was promoted to a level 4 wizard, but he did not have any level 6 formulas on hand, so he needed to buy some. The Rose Chamber of Commerce did not have any level 6 formulas either. This level of formulas was generally controlled by the government. After arranging everything, one day in October, he quietly left Arangel College and headed for Huazi City. As soon as he left Arangel College, Dole's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the world. After being promoted to level 4, after flying, there is a magic called wind magic that Dole has mastered. This magic, when used, can blend into the wind and fly faster than flying with invisibility. Unless it is a strong person who beats him mentally, he can't see it at all. Wind magic is very fast. 15 minutes later, Dole stood at the gate of the city. There is a large formation in Huazi City, and there is also the Glory Wizard Alliance. Dole did not choose to go in with the wind, which would cause the magic circle to rebound. Walk into the city gate. Call a carriage, and go straight to the Pharmacist Guild. The scale of Huazi City has not increased. On the contrary, there are fewer people on the streets. Some of them have gone to Huazi New City. There are more children on the streets than adults. Since the Glory family took over Huazi New City, the Huazi family has not been very interested. With a decrease in population, they can only work on population. However, most of the land in the new city was occupied by the 3 major families. The major families did not lose, but only lost the right to manage the city. That's all. Huazi City is still very lively. At this moment, the ground on the opposite side trembled, and a long army came from the front. Although it was just walking, the huge blood and chi power rushed up to the sky, shocking all directions. On both sides of the road, almost all the people retreated to the side of the road, looking at the convoy, whispering, but soon they all quieted down, shocked by the momentum of the army. Dole's carriage took the initiative to retreat to the side of the road. Feeling the huge blood and chi, his mental power was ready to move. The only thing that a warrior can influence a wizard is the huge blood and chi. To a certain extent, blood and chi are the natural enemies of mental power. Dole just glanced at the convoy and stopped looking outside. The army passed slowly, and it took half an hour to pass through. Dole couldn't figure out what Huazi City was going to do. After the army passed, the streets quickly regained their vitality. Duolai released his spiritual power, and soon found out the whole story. On Mingyang Mountain, intelligent monsters started a war. The South Bay Swamp is now a small battlefield. Are these people going to support? Chapter 322. Dole immediately thought about what benefits he could get from it, and why no one told him about this news. The army just now had at least 50,000 soldiers, which was already a medium-sized war, and there were many benefits to be gained from it. He touched his chin. The carriage started slowly, and soon arrived at the door of the Pharmacist Guild. He took out 2 silver coins, handed them to the driver, and slowly got off the car. Entering the hall, Dole sent a message out, and soon he raised his feet and walked to the 5th floor. When he arrived at the 5th floor, the door opened, and 2 people were already standing at the door to greet him. Wally and Novik were waiting. Dole smiled and greeted him. "Hello, you two. I came here to give money this time." Wally and Novik looked at Dole, felt the breath on his body, and were a little shocked. This guy is really level 4. Level 4, already able to be the president and vice president of a county-level guild. How old is he? After being shocked, Wally came forward and said with a smile, "Lecturer Dole is here. Why don't you say hello first, so that we can prepare well?" How dare Dole say hello in advance? He smiled lightly. "I have to travel low-key now. Too many people paying attention is not a good thing. I came here this time to buy some formulas for level 6 potions, especially mental power, magic power, and vitality potions." Hearing this, Wally and the others understood a little. Nowick frowned and said, "Our county-level pharmacist guild does not have these 2 potion formulas. If you want to buy them, you have to go to Wutzeburg." Dole was a little stunned. "No? Then?" He suddenly thought that since he came here, he had indeed not found anyone selling level 6 mental power potions. His face looked a little ugly. If he went to Watzenberg now, wouldn't it be like a meat bun fighting ball, and he would never come back? Then is there any way to buy the 6th level formula? Wally and Novik smiled bitterly. No, we are not 6th level pharmacists, and we don't have this formula. You could only go to the auction house to have a look, or wait for the next auction to see if there is one, but don't hold your hope too much. This kind of thing is strictly controlled by the Empire, and rarely leaked. Dole's expression was a little ugly. Then are there other 6th level formulas here? Novik coughed and said, there are some, but they are all worthless. Hawkeye Potion, Agility Potion, Scarlet Potion, which are useless for wizards. Hearing this, Dole immediately knew what to do. I have to find the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and contact the upper level. Others may not have it, but Rose Flashback is close to the 3rd Prince of the Empire, so I can definitely get it. However, the output of the 6th level mental power potion may not be given to others, and it must all be given to the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Dole had a headache. Being restricted in one place, being restricted everywhere, it's really uncomfortable. Ball has many books on alchemy, but there is nothing about potions, which is really a headache. He thought about it, and decided not to go to the Rose Chamber of Commerce this time. He had to go to Watzenberg. After making a decision, Dole smiled, then give me all the other potions. How much is one? Wally glanced at Dole, and smiled faintly. 100,000 gold coins each. Dole's mouth twitched. This is a bit exaggerated. It has reached 6 figures directly. These potions are all 100,000. Then will the most needed mental potions, strength potions, etc. soar to about 400,000 gold coins? Thinking of this, he lowered his head and checked the storage ring. Can I use magic crystals to pay off the debt? I don't have enough gold coins on hand. Yes. The gold coins on Dole ran out, and the rest could only be paid with magic crystals. Only then did he collect all the formulas. After this transaction, he had no money left. But he still had 3 bottles of Super Vitality Potion, and he could just go to Watzenberg and auction them off. Thinking of this, he was ready to leave. Walleye and Novik coughed at the same time, and Walleye said, Dole, can we order some mental potions from you, and we will provide the herbs ourselves? Dole smiled and nodded. In the sky was blue and white, and the breeze was gentle. Dole turned into a stream of wind, and went south at a very fast speed. Watzenberg was very far away, and it took him half a day last time. Now that his strength has increased, it only takes 2 hours. He flew at a very high altitude, ignoring all the demons. In fact, it took less than 2 hours to see the mountains on all sides of Watzenberg. From a distance, it looked like a big pit was smashed by something. There was flat ground on all sides, divided into small pieces, planted with various crops, and farther away, there was a wasteland. Landing slowly in the distance, Dole went directly through the gate and had no obstacles all the way. This time, he was well prepared. Except for Wallace and Novik, no one knew that Dole had quietly come to Watzenberg. Standing at the gate of the city, he sent a message out, and soon, Alan's message came. Dole thought about it, and sent a message to McLaren again. Not long after, McLaren's message was delivered back. No one needs the super activation potion privately, so I go to the auction house. Without wizards, there must be a lot of level 6 warriors. The auction house in Watzenberg is much larger than the auction house in Wat City. It is like a huge coliseum. It is divided into various auction venues of different sizes. There is a super auction once a year, a large auction once a month, and a small auction once a week, all held in different auction venues. At the door of the auction house, there is a decorative giant tripod, which symbolizes the prosperity. People come and go under the big tripod, which is very lively. Today is not the auction time, but there are still many people. The auction house also undertakes the consignment of some non-auction items, which are all routine operations. Dole walked in from under the big tripod, and before he looked around, a young man followed him. Hungry young man, do you want to buy something or auction? The young man is very young, but a little older than Dole. I'm here to auction something. It's quite valuable. I want to find your manager. The young man glanced at Dole and smiled indifferently. This is your first time here. I haven't seen you before. Our Watzenberg auction house is the largest auction house in the Northwest. We can trade directly for things below level 3, without going to the auction house? Dole slightly released the aura of a level 4 wizard, and said, what about level 6? The little guy is only a level 2 warrior, and his fighting spirit has not yet completely covered himself, while Dole has condensed the storm aura for a long time. When the aura came out, the little guy was like facing a violent storm, thunder and lightning, and the bright lightning struck his consciousness, and his whole face turned pale. He was startled and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, I'm blind. I go find the manager now." Dole put away his aura. He didn't mean to make things difficult. This guy is a warrior. His mental strength is too poor. "Go." The young man ran away immediately. Dole stood in the hall and looked around. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked out from the back and ran straight to Dole. When he saw Dole, his eyes suddenly lit up. Even if he didn't want to know this man, he had to. This man had caused a huge wave some time ago. Chapter 323. Wizard Dole, you are here. Why are you here this time? His eyes were shining. Looking at the middle-aged man, Dole muttered in his heart, he is so famous now. He smiled lightly, selling a few bottles of potion. It's a little expensive, no one else offers, so I could only come here. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed into a line, and he smiled in his heart. It must be that kind of potion. He immediately bowed and said, Wizard Dole, please follow me. Dole glanced at him and said, don't let the news of my coming out. The middle-aged man then glanced at the young man and put his hands on his mouth. The young man nodded immediately, not daring to speak, thinking, this person is really big. The steward rarely pays attention to him when he sees him. Today he is so humble. The two of them walked to the back, and soon came to a slightly dark and quiet room. The room was very quiet and dark. There was only a thin, shallow light shining down from above, which just hit the table in the middle, providing all the light in the room. The atmosphere was a bit solemn. The middle-aged man came to the opposite side of the table, sat down, and looked at Dole in the dark, his eyes piercing. Wizard Dole, is it the kind of potion that can cure level 6 or even level 7? Dole sat down opposite him, and nodded lightly. He took out 3 bottles from his arms and said, I only have 3 bottles on hand. The raw materials are too rare. I want to get rid of them as soon as possible. I'm very poor recently. The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the potion bottles with envy. He thought in his heart. He also knew Dole's offer, and soon had several plans in mind. Wizard Dole, I have a few ideas for you to consider. The first is that our auction house will buy it now, and we can agree on the price. This is more in line with your current urgent need for money. The second is that you can give money from us as collateral, and we will calculate the interest. After the auction, we will deduct it from the proceeds. Of course, this will take a longer time. The third is that we will buy whatever you want for you, and then we will arrange this high-end auction at the end of the year. You can come to collect the proceeds at that time. How do you think? Dole smacked his lips. All 3 options looked good. He thought for a moment and said, what I want is the 6th and 7th level formula of potion science. Can you also auction it? The middle-aged man's smile suddenly stopped, and he laughed awkwardly. According to the imperial regulations, we can only auction finished products, not formulas, but we can place an order with the Pharmacist Guild on your behalf. Is that okay? The Glory Empire has very strict control over professionals. Basically, what each industry can do is under its control. Most of the auction houses and adventurer guilds are founded by their own people. Unless they go to a place like the black market with no safety bottom line, otherwise these institutions in the open will not challenge the imperial law for anyone. Dole raised his eyebrows. Can you buy it for me? The manager smiled and said, yes, but you need to provide your identity certificate and the attachment of the glory token. Dole touched his chin. This is very official. Who knows if they will make a profit from the price difference? He thought for a moment and said, since we are going to buy it from the Pharmacist Guild, then there is no need. I will sell some other things. I should be able to make up for the money to buy the formula. He has been frantically refining medicine recently. He gave it to the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and there are still a few hundred bottles of mental power potions and magic potions left. He was originally going to give them to Rosa, but he will not give them to her for the time being. He took out a small box and smiled faintly. Just sell the things in it. The manager smiled and took it. A 5th level pharmacist, a quasi 6th level pharmacist, must have sold 5th level potions. He is also a wizard. He used his mental power to buy a glance outside the box, and was immediately delighted. Mental power potions and magic potions suitable for 3rd level wizards have always been in high demand, and now those people have an explanation. He immediately smiled and nodded, saying, please wait, I want to ask, is it delivered in magic crystals or gold coins? Magic crystals. For wizards, the value of magic crystals is still slightly greater, and the most important thing is that they are easy to carry. The steward stood up with the box and said to Dole, please wait. After that, he got up and left the room. Only Dole was left in the dark room. Dole raised his head and looked at the only light above his head. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously, thinking about something in his heart. Time passed slowly, and half an hour passed quickly. Dole was thinking while pondering the next plan. Time passed unknowingly. At this moment, the black corpse worm on his body frantically warned him that there was a toxin invasion. The Xianxia worm itself is a poisonous creature. After possessing the Xianxia worm, he is almost immune to most of the highly poisonous creatures. If someone knows his situation, they will not use poison to deal with him at all. However, who is poisoning him? He was thinking frantically in his heart. Who is going to deal with him? The intelligence is obviously not in place. He carefully analyzed this poison, and its biggest effect is paralysis. He thought about it. It seems that with his current strength, this poison can only cause inconvenience to his movements. It seems very simple. How to disguise this? Just when he was thinking about how to do it, two men in black walked in behind him. As soon as they came in, they went straight to Dole, and one of them had a wooden stick in his hand and hit him directly on the head. He immediately understood that the auction house was a mixed bag, and it was inevitable that some weird people would be mixed in. There was no unity inside, and his information was still leaked out. Dole released his mental power and saw the situation behind him. He pretended to have just heard the noise, turned around with difficulty, and said hoarsely, "Who are you?" The two men in black hit him on the head with a stick without saying anything. Dole couldn't pretend anymore. If he was hit, with the strength of the two warriors at level 3, his head would be smashed. Just when the two were about to reach him, Dole raised his hand, and the surrounding wind turned into two thin ropes, winding around the two people. In just an instant, they were locked in the wind ropes. The two only felt that the airflow around them was a little weird, and they didn't notice anything, but the next step was like being poisoned, and their bodies seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, motionless. Weird, shocked, the men in black were horrified. At this moment, they saw that Dole, who had been a little paralyzed just now, stood up gently with a smile on his face. The two were extremely shocked at this time. At this time, a breeze blew, and the scarves on their faces suddenly broke into pieces, revealing their faces. One had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and the other had triangular eyes. They didn't look good. Dole thought about it, and didn't torture them directly, but used hallucinogens and truth serums. He took out 2 syringes, extracted paralysis potions, and gave each of them an injection. Then Dole took out the hallucinogens and truth serums, opened their mouths, poured them in, and took back the wind element. The two were still struggling, but after a while, their eyes were crooked and their minds were scattered. It was obvious that their consciousness had collapsed. In the darkness, Dole asked expressionlessly, "Who sent you here? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" The two spoke almost in unison. "It was the Danube steward. He asked us to capture you and hand you over to another unknown adult?" Chapter 324. Dole was a little confused. Who was this Danube steward? When did he offend the other party, and was treated with such a despicable method? He thought for a while, and said, "How many stewards do you have here?" 3 senior stewards, and 20 junior stewards. Is this common? Not common. Dole asked for a while, and after the interrogation, I don't know how long it took, the steward came in from outside, holding a heavy bag in his hand. As soon as he came in, he saw 2 men in black standing in the middle of the room, motionless, still beating people with sticks, while Dole stood aside calmly, as if he was interrogating the two. The steward understood it all at once, and was stunned for a moment. Or someone leaked the news, but can this deal with a 4th-level wizard? And a biological wizard? He looked gloomy, walked in quickly, and asked in a low voice, "Master Dole, are you done with the interrogation? Who did it?" Dole glanced at the bag in the steward's hand, and hooked it with his hand. The steward handed the bag over, and Dole took it in his hand. He checked it with his mental power and found that the quantity was enough, which met his expectations. After putting the bag away, Dole did not look at the steward and said without any emotion, "Ask yourself. I drugged these 2 people, and they are unconscious for the time being. I hope to see a few heads when I come next time." After saying that, he turned around and left the room lightly, looking cool and nothing had happened. However, when Dole took a few steps, his figure gradually blurred, and a gust of wind blew, and his figure disappeared at the door. Wind walking technique. Seeing this, the manager was shocked. This was one of the most difficult witchcrafts to learn at level 4. It was too powerful. No wonder people were so confident. He turned his head and looked at the two again. His heart gradually darkened. The auction house was embarrassed this time. After leaving the auction house, Dole felt heavy in his heart. The price of level 5 potions was limited. Hundreds of bottles of potions only sold for 1 million gold coins of magic crystals. If he went to buy the formula, he would probably just buy the magic potion and the mental potion. But he only needed these two now. He urgently needed to improve his level. As for selling them to others, that was another matter. The magic fluctuations generated by the wind walking technique were very small. Under his subtle control, the whole person seemed to be a ball of air, walking in the street. Since his whereabouts had been exposed, he no longer planned to stay here and quickly finished his business. Not long after, he came to the door of the Pharmacist Guild, appeared, and stepped in. The entrance of the pharmacist is more lively than the entrance of the auction house. You can see all kinds of people on the first floor, adventurers, mercenaries, nobles, young masters, all kinds of warriors, hunters, assassins, all kinds of costumes, crowded and noisy. The first floor of the Pharmacist Union is the largest pharmacy sales center in Watzenberg. Here, there are all kinds of level 1 to level 3 pharmacy. After the 4th level, the pharmacy becomes scarce. Dole just walked in, and McLaren came out. After seeing Dole, he waved, and the two walked up the stairs in a low-key manner. After reaching the 7th floor, McLaren pushed open a door, and an old man was waiting. Dole glanced at the old man, and his heart was suddenly startled. The old man was not very old, only in his 50s, but in the wizard industry, a 50-year-old is already very old, and his real age may be 200 or 300 years old. His mental strength is very stable, and he exudes a breath like a mountain. Seeing the old man is like seeing a towering mountain. Dole knew that this was probably a level 5 or 6. He walked in and bowed slightly to the old man. McLaren smiled and introduced to Dole, "This is the vice president of our pharmacist union, who is in charge of the potion formula. Lord Adu, this is Dole, the maker of that potion." The old man glanced at Dole, and was a little surprised. It was hard to imagine that the rumor was true. He was really so young, not just on the surface, but really young. Dole bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Lord Adu. I'm here to buy spiritual potions and magic potions." The old man looked at Dole and murmured, "You are now a registered level 5 pharmacist. You don't need to be examined for the qualifications to buy potions. I'd like to ask, where did that potion come from?" Dole looked at the old man and said without blinking, "It was obtained from a wounded level 7 master." The old man thought for a while and said, "Does he admit that he is from this world?" Dole blinked. This old man is smart. He immediately thought that this potion might not be from this world. He is from the outside world. Adu sighed, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "I guessed that it was not a potion from this world. There are also several potions in this world with the same function, but all of them are expensive and difficult to make. Level 7 pharmacists may not be able to refine them. You, a level 5 pharmacist, can refine them. I guess that it is not a product of this world." He paused and said solemnly, "I am asking you on behalf of the Pharmacists Union, can you sell this potion formula to us?" Dole shook his head and said, "I promise that, sir, that I can only make it myself." Adu nodded regretfully and said, "In that case, I won't say much. 2 potions, a total of 500,000 gold coins." Dole was stunned for a moment. It was more than 200,000 gold coins cheaper than he thought. He thought about it and said, "Sir, what about the strength potion?" Adu nodded and said, "A total of 750,000. Dole breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then add the strength potion." He handed over the black bag he had just received. Of course, the remaining 250,000 gold coins had been set aside. This was the last bit of money he had. He swallowed his saliva. The old man saw Dole's action and smiled faintly. "With your ability, it's not easy to make money. You can make back your investment by selling a bottle of that potion." Dole nodded shyly. He probably guessed the old man's temper. This is a real pharmacist master who is only interested in potions, and doesn't care about other things. "I put 3 bottles of potions in the auction house. I guess they will use them as the finale at the end of the year. In addition to wizards, warriors also need them. This kind of medicine can fundamentally activate people's potential and repair people's injuries. Therefore, all professions can use it. A level 6 warrior should be able to buy it if he saves money." The old man nodded and sighed. In comparison, the potions in this world are much more expensive, and they are all above level 7. This kind of potion is rare. I hope you can make good use of it. Dole nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, things went smoothly. The foundation he laid before was used. He had to meet Alan later to keep in touch. He came quietly this time, without alerting others, otherwise, there would be many people who wanted to pay attention to him. However, since the news has been passed, he will have to use the teleportation array of the magic tower to escape. Without reaching the 7th level pharmacist, He can refine potions to treat the 6th level and 7th level injuries. It is inevitable that some people will go crazy. The most direct ones are various pharmacists and various underground forces, who will come to him frantically. Magic Tower number 4. Alan stood at the door, looking at Dole who came in, and smiled faintly. Chapter 325. After reaching level 4, except for wizards in the Glory Wizard Alliance, all wizards outside will open up a new residence as their own base. Do you have any ideas? Alan asked as soon as he came up. Dole walked into Alan's residence. He had also thought about this problem seriously. Although the wizards of the Glory Empire are relatively powerful, and there are many of them, there are still many places to occupy in the wilderness. There are plenty of places outside the wilderness. He can even occupy a place equivalent to the size of a county, and then apply for a title. Most of the titles in the Empire are obtained in this way. Whoever has the ability to occupy an area can become its owner. Dole's thoughts changed, and he said, I have this idea, but it is not mature yet. I need to reach the 5th level of wizard at least. There are still too many people who are targeting me. Alan nodded. He was in high spirits now, and his confidence and momentum were radiating. He smiled faintly. If you make it public, I can protect you. In addition, your reputation as a pharmacist can also play a lot of roles. When you go back this time, you will be promoted to the 4th level, which should be much better. Dole nodded. I scared away some people, but there are still many people secretly monitoring my residence. This time, I still use the wind magic. Alan was a little surprised. The wind magic is not a very simple spell in the wind magic, because it involves many principles. Ordinary 5th level wizards cannot learn this 4th level magic. He was a little surprised by Dole's talent in magic. As long as you can learn the wind walk technique, things should be much better, but you still have to be careful. If it doesn't work, you can hire an adventure group to protect you. With your current ability, you can occupy a place and set up a trap. An adventure group that is not above level 6 will not dare to pay attention to you. Dole smiled and said nothing. Indeed, as a poison master, he had too many ways. Alan looked for him, but he only knew that he had come to Watsaburg. The two chatted for a while. Dole left Tower 4 and went to Tower 3 before dark. Teleport. This time, he was teleported directly to a peak in the Arangel Mountains. Dole looked around, determined his position, and turned into a stream of wind and went to Arangel College. The sky was already dark. The stars above his head had gradually appeared, and the world around him was unusually quiet. It was always peaceful before the night came. Back to Arangel College, Dole returned to his own magic tower. As soon as he entered, he saw Rosa and Bernard standing in front of his room, knocking hard on the door. Seeing Dole coming in from outside, the two were suddenly embarrassed. Bernard thought to himself, it seems that this guy is not here at all. What's the matter? Dole came up and opened the door. Bernard said embarrassedly, thank you for helping my sister advance to level 3. I will make up for the resources consumed. Dole said as he walked, no need. Your sister served me, and also contributed labor. He glanced at Rosa. After Rosa was promoted to level 3, her timid attitude changed slightly, and she had some confidence. Hearing what Dole said, Rosa knew that Dole was afraid that she would say something irrelevant. Although Dole had no idea about herself in this world, especially the wizard world, the boundary between men and women was very thin. As long as Dole was willing to speak, there were countless girls, who would come one after another, and they might not even look down on her. She mustered up her courage and said, Brother Dole, I want to continue to be your maid. Bernard was stunned, and so was Dole. Dole stopped and said, what are you doing? Being my maid is very tiring. Rosa shook her head. If you are tired here, I guess thousands of people are willing to suffer for you. When Bernard heard this, he came to his senses. Not bad, his sister has made progress, and knows how to create conditions for herself. He closed his mouth and said nothing. Dole smiled and said, if you are willing, I don't mind, but I don't have any salary to give you. I'm so poor recently. Rosa nodded hurriedly. She thought, only a fool would not follow you. With my brother's potion technology, it's just enough to support himself. It's not enough to support another me. If you show a little bit of your stuff here, I can support myself. Dole pushed the door open and walked into the room. Bernard and Rosa came in together. Just as Dole was about to close the door, a few more people came in. Seeing Dole coming back, Morris, Sano, and Ramen came over with flattering faces, laughing. They really wanted to be promoted to level 4, and were ready to come to learn from him. Dole had to make medicine anyway, so he dragged them along to let them watch. No matter whether they could fight or not, they would be his team in the future, and could be used when needed. Wassenberg Pharmacist Guild. An elderly man wearing a black hood came out of the Pharmacist Guild and took a look at the tall wizard tower in the distance, his face neither sad nor happy. That Dole ran quite fast. I heard that the medicine was very difficult to make, and it also required the branches of the world tree as the main medicine. Robbery was probably out of the question, so we could only wait until the auction. The old man glanced at the auction house in the distance and thought, should we go rob it? Then he shook his head again. Wassenberg has a real level 7 in charge. I'm afraid that if we rob it, we will be caught in the next second. It's not worth it. We need to plan something. Otherwise, we have to spend money to buy it. If we just spend money, we probably can't compete with those nobles. Thinking of this, a trace of cruelty flashed across the old man's face. Then, he gradually disappeared in the crowd. In a magnificent city, in a very inconspicuous small palace among the magnificent palaces, two young men sat face to face. One of the young men wore a yellow four-clawed dragon python wizard robe, and the other wore a two-clawed white-black dragon robe. The white-black dragon robe was Andrew. Andrew was elegant and refined, and his temperament gave him a very good impression. The young man sitting opposite him was full of the aura of an emperor. The two sat face to face in harmony. I still think highly of Dole. He is not much worse than the geniuses of several major magic families, and he is also a pharmacist. Although he may be several levels behind others in terms of combat, I think his future achievements will be much higher than those people. The young man in the yellow four-clawed dragon python wizard robe picked up the water cup, took a sip, and smiled faintly. Many talents in ancient and modern times have accumulated a lot of experience and made great achievements at the age of 30. Don't be anxious, wait a while. Andrew knew that the man in front of him was a slow person. After thinking about it, he didn't rush. He had met Dole several times, and knew that he was also a rebellious master. These two people were probably destined not to be together. At most, they were just a cooperative relationship. He smiled faintly. Prince Hassan, for the entire Rose Chamber of Commerce, the existence of Dole is at most icing on the cake, so let's not talk about it. After all, it is also an extremely unstable factor. Prince Hassan nodded elegantly and said, the Rose Chamber of Commerce is currently spread throughout the Glory Empire and radiates to other empires. It has formed a complete business chain, and its scale is gradually expanding. 1 or 2 people can't affect anything. It's just that I heard about something else. Chapter 326. Andrew frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, is it about that potion? Hassan nodded heavily, and said, the Empire and the Warcraft have been at war for many years, and many high-level people have been injured. If we can get the formula, it will be really useful. Andrew's heart skipped a beat. It might not be an easy task to ask for someone's formula. Hassan saw Andrew's expression and smiled faintly. Don't be nervous, I'm not asking you to ask for it. If a biological pharmacist is forced into a corner, the damage caused cannot be underestimated. It's best to solve it peacefully. If it can't be solved, we will take other measures. In fact, let alone us, others have probably taken action. Andrew's face suddenly changed. Hassan continued, it is said that this potion is not easy to make. According to the response from below, it is said that 2 rare things are needed. One is the branch of the tree of life, and the other is the immortal bacteria. These 2 things are indeed hard to find in the world. I have asked the people below to search. As long as these 2 things can be obtained, and the formula is in hand, things will be much easier. Andrew's heart had sunk to the bottom. He could imagine that what city might have become a whirlpool. With Dole's temper, it is estimated that this time there will be a river of blood and countless casualties. He thought about it, and told what he saw that day, especially the black unknown thing, which has a strong infectious ability. If it is really used, the consequences may be unimaginable. Hassan frowned and said, let's talk about it later. It's not our concern. Whoever initiated it will worry about it. In addition, you spread this news, and don't let some people mess around. The Empire cannot be in chaos. Dole could imagine that many people would be interested in his formula, and he could also imagine what kind of pressure Arangel College, and even Waz City were facing. As long as they didn't come to him, he pretended not to know. At present, his tasks were only 2 points, refining medicine, making money, refining poison, protecting himself, and readjusting the Xianxia worm clone. In the top floor, standing in front of Dole was another Dole. Compared with Dole himself, the clone Dole was dark, twisted, terrifying, and not like a real person. He seemed to be another personality of Dole, full of all kinds of negative emotions. Of course, this was not the case in reality, but because he carried the Xianxia worm, his essence tended to be dark, and Dole was still Dole, without any change. The clone has now been upgraded to level 5, and it is only one step away from being able to produce corpse gas by itself and directly enter the terrifying level 6. And Dual Eye's will, in the combination with the Xianxia worm, has also become extremely strong. Although his body is only level 4, his will has been completely upgraded to level 5, or even level 6. Without a strong enough will, he can't bear the instinctive impact of the Xianxia worm at all. The ancient thoughts imprinted in the body are not so easy to deal with. Controlling the Xianxia worm is actually turning into the Xianxia worm itself. Each Xianxia worm is very weak. His consciousness is full of eating, devouring, growing, and evil, terror and many other emotions. Dual Eye controls the Xianxia worm, which is actually fighting against this thought every moment. After more than a year, his will has become extremely firm and indestructible. On the one hand, he needs to overcome the will of the Xianxia worm itself, and on the other hand, he needs to integrate his own willpower. The profession of insect master actually requires a very strong self-consciousness. After being promoted to level 6, the will of countless Xianxia worms will be sublimated again. Dole needs to improve his will again before the Xianxia worm is promoted. He needs to swallow a large amount of hallucinogenic drugs to fundamentally improve his mental power. After staring at the clone Dole for a long time, I don't know how many thoughts have been exchanged. Dole suddenly stood up and walked outside, while the clone Dole turned into a black mist and disappeared in the room. Refining medicine, making money, cultivating Xianxia worms, and going to class when he is free, this is what Dole does. Other things will be discussed when they come. The reception room is set on the 11th floor. This is where Dole receives other people. In addition to Dole, Rosa also lives on this floor. From the 10th floor, it is the laboratory of Bernard, Morris, Sano, Ramen and others. They have moved up there. With the blessing of the 5th level magic tower, the magic tower is full of elements. The whole tower is like a vortex, absorbing the magic elements above the tower forest, supplying them to the tower, integrating them into the crisp furnace, and dispersing them to various places. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. On this day, Dole was practicing, and a angel suddenly sent a message to him, which made him frown. There have been people harassing the academy these days. The academy has repelled them 3 times. I don't know where they came from. Come and help. Dole replied almost immediately, I'd be there right away. On the top floor of Dole's wizard tower, a black mist suddenly gathered to form a new Dole's winged fruit body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. An ordinary wizard tower was put on his body, and an ordinary magic robe appeared in his hand. The next moment, he strode out of the wizard tower. Dole's clone is composed of the Xianxia worm and his own body. He did not practice any meditation method. He relied on the ability of the Xianxia worm itself and his own mental power. He could also cast some magic, but most of it relied on the Xianxia worm's own tyranny and its strong toxicity. As long as the Xianxia worm bites, the toxicity contained in it can be enough to kill the opponent. The clone came outside the tower and quickly turned into a stream of wind, heading towards the Erring Wizard Tower. Soon, he saw Erring under the tower. When he saw Erring, this 6th level wizard was also alone, wearing a wizard robe, holding a magic wand, and had a cold face. Seeing Dole coming, Erring's eyes shrank immediately. Too familiar, this is the Xianxia worm clone, this? Erring swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a little incredible. He knew that Dual Eye had Xianxia worm, but the other party had refined Xianxia worm and himself into one so quickly. He thought about it, and his heart suddenly shuddered. If Dual Eye also mastered this technique, then junior sister, would she be promoted to level 6? Thinking of this, he felt infinitely complicated. The disciples under the master's door in the past died or were injured. At present, only himself and Wushu have achieved something, and now they have reached level 6. Now it seems that the master's vision is still vicious. Dual Eye walked over slowly and looked at Erring, and a smile appeared on the stiff clone's face. Lord Erangel, what should we do? Erangel had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he didn't show it on the surface. He said coldly, what else can we do? No level 7s come out, and we will kill as many level SIXs as come. He glanced at the wizard tower behind him. At this time, an extremely powerful force on the wizard tower connected with him. The whole person's power was extremely fierce, and the magic light was overwhelming. Chapter 327. Dole was startled when he saw this. Erangel was indeed born a dark wizard. He was so decisive and ruthless that he could not learn it at present. He nodded and said, okay, I will follow Lord Erangel's arrangements. Erangel looked at him and said, there is a wizard who is coveting us in the Erangel Mountains. I can only determine his general destination. It happens that you have a clone. You can just conduct a carpet search. After finding the other party, I will kill him. The other party is a dark wizard, so don't hold back. Hearing the 3 words dark wizard, Dole was immediately startled. He had long thought that he might be targeted by a dark wizard, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. What is the other party's level? Arangel glanced at Dole, level 5. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. Level 5 is still okay. The means should not be too incredible. He can still deal with it. He looked around vigilantly. Where is the other party? Irang looked at his left side. Because of the power of the magic tower, he is now hiding in the Erong Mountains. He should come for you. Duolai nodded. The students at Erong Academy are at most level 3. Can he come for them? Well, then I go over and take a look. Having said this, Duolai walked out with a simple magic wand. This clone can't hold the lightning-struck locust with staff. The thunder contained in it will make the black corpse worm very uncomfortable, and even the thunder element witchcraft can't be cast at will. He can use the wind, water, and fire elements. The clone has no magic power, only mental power, but he can cast any witchcraft with a spell model. Even if the release speed is a little slow, he can also use the black corpse worm to pounce on the opponent and poison him to death. Dole came to the wall of the academy, and saw that there was no one around. He suddenly turned into a black mist like sand, and went out of the mountain. Above the academy, Arangel looked in the direction of Dole, and was startled. Wushu and Dole have a cooperative relationship. This guy's clone is already level 5. If Dole is angry, he can immediately transform into a black wizard. Coupled with his own terrible attainments in potion science, whoever provokes him will be in trouble. This kid has grown into a terrible figure in these few short years. Arangel was somewhat relieved inside. His small temple still couldn't accommodate too big a god. The 4 disciples, who were once proud of him, were now left behind one by one. He quickly calmed down and put aside his distracting thoughts. His mental power was connected to the magic tower, covering the area of dozens of kilometers. He directly opened the magic circle to search. After a while, Dole knew why Arangel knew the arrival of the black wizard. In a ravine in Arangel, he found several bodies of students. These bodies were abused before they died. It was horrible to look at. There was no normal bone in their bodies. At the same time, all the blood in their bodies disappeared completely, not even a drop. This is the usual method of the blood mage. Seeing this, Duolai felt a little guilty. These people died because of him. When he thought of this, he felt a little murderous. His strength was not much different from Woody, but the number of Xianxia worms was also hundreds of thousands. They flew from Arangel Academy and walked along the mountainside, searching inch by inch. At the same time, he felt that a huge force in Arangel Academy also enveloped the mountain range. It was Arangel who was searching. He naturally used a huge magic circle, not his own power. Although the 6th level is powerful, and the mental power is very terrifying, it is still not enough to search a mountain range. There are only level 1 magic beasts in the Arangel Mountains at most, and the others are just wild beasts. Whenever a level 2 magic beast appears, the Academy will organize wizards to strangle it. High-level magic beasts are very detrimental to the lives of students, but level 1 is acceptable. Dole's search range is very wide. He flew over several hills in an instant, and soon found clues. The information he got from the corpse just now was that the other party was a blood mage, and he should use a blood weapon. The biggest advantage of the blood weapon is that it is powerful, and has a wide range. Any creature with blood on its body will be restrained by the blood mage, but it is not suitable for hiding. Dole soon smelled an extremely strong bloody smell in a valley. Although the Xianxia worm supports corpses, it is also extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. He immediately took back all the Xianxia worms, formed a body, and sent a message. At this time, the other party seemed to have discovered Duolai. A strong blood energy flew out from a certain place in the valley, turned into a red ribbon, and enveloped Duolai. Are you here for that potion too? The blood energy was very strange, bloody, and pervasive, but it had no way to deal with Duolai's insect body. At the same time, it sensed that Duolai was not easy to mess with, so it immediately changed its posture and focused on communication. Duolai looked at the red ribbon in human form, carefully sensing the power of the other party, and sneered. I'm not here for the potion, I'm here for you, blood mage, show yourself. He suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, and went to the source of the blood energy. Blood is filthy, evil, bloody, and weird. The Xianxia worm that Duolai turned into is not afraid of blood, but he can still feel the weird power in the blood, which wants to penetrate into his body. Fortunately, the Xianxia worm has been upgraded to level 5, otherwise it can't resist the erosion of blood. While rushing to the source of blood, he carefully observes the power of blood. The Xianxia worm itself does not have blood, but the blood contains the power of erosion. Dual Eye has to be very alert to deal with this erosion. The blood mage also felt the source of Dual Eye's power at this time, and was a little surprised. Xianxia worm? At this time, in the valley, a wizard in red looked at Dual Eye in shock, with a look of shock in his eyes. After Dual Eye turned into mist, the dense and terrible insects in the mist immediately made him realize that the opponent was difficult, and the opponent completely restrained himself in terms of ability. He turned the blood power into the most filthy power and rushed towards the insects, but it was useless. This was a level 5 Xianxia worm, and his eyes lit up. If he could get a few Xianxia worms, his life would be much better in the future. Thinking of this, he spread his body, turned into a blood light, and pounced on the insects. In the valley, 2 different colors, one black and one red, pounced on each other and soon entangled together. Xianxia worms are famous poisonous insects in the world. They were enveloped by blood and became ferocious. They immediately devoured blood. He himself was an expert in devouring corpses. He devoured them in big mouthfuls. The violent, corrosive, and various negative forces contained in the blood quickly turned into nutrients after being filtered by the body. Some Xianxia worms, after being enveloped by blood, quickly became sluggish. That was because they were not at a high enough level and were restrained. After sensing this situation, Dual Eye quickly approached the sluggish Xianxia worms, opened their mouths wide, and devoured each other. After the 2 Xianxia worms devoured each other, one of them immediately gained a great boost and turned around to start swallowing blood and energy in big gulps. Chapter 328. Even so, pieces of Xianxia worm corpses quickly fell, were swept up by the blood, and disappeared without a trace. But he did not get a live Xianxia worm. At this time, some Xianxia worms flew outside and formed a small dole, about the size of a palm. As soon as he appeared, he raised his hand, and flame elements quickly gathered from all directions and condensed in his hand. At this time, a mental wave came from the blood. "Damn it, where did you get this Xianxia worm?" The blood roared, and the blood mist in the air was also divided into 2 parts under the entanglement of the Xianxia worm. That part turned into a series of entangled blood-colored lights, like a flash of wind, and turned back to cover the black fog. At this time, Dole's fireball arrived and directly hit one of the blood. The flames exploded quickly, and the burning flames made a sizzling sound, and large pieces of blood mist disappeared. Blood energy quickly gathered in midair as energy. Magic blood heavy flame. The blood energy quickly changed into the form of blood-colored flames, burning towards the black fog. When Dual Eye's Xianxia worm touched the blood flame, the temperature rose rapidly from inside to outside, and soon reached the critical point that the Xianxia worm could withstand. Dual Eye's clone's face changed, and he raised his hand. Water energy and wind energy from all directions quickly condensed, forming energy turbulence, which enveloped the blood flame from all directions. The elements in the surrounding heaven and earth were drained by him, and quickly turned into a magic vacuum zone. Although it was just a clone, Dual Eye relied on his powerful mental power to create an elemental vacuum zone, further weakening the opponent's blood flame. The ice water quickly turned into a tornado, and forced its way into the blood flame. The crazy blood flame hit the tornado, and immediately made a series of unpleasant sizzling sounds. At the same time, large pieces of Xianxia worm corpses fell down in the air. This scene made Dual Eye feel uncomfortable. This blood mage was indeed very restrained against creatures. This blood flame burned from the inside out. Unless he could upgrade the Xianxia worm to be as strong as copper skin and iron bones, there was no way. This time, he lost thousands of Xianxia worms. The blood flame was immediately cooled down by the ice water, accompanied by the screams of the blood mage's mental power. The magic was broken, and large pieces of blood flame disappeared, which was equivalent to the blood mage's body being torn apart. The endless blood in the sky was him. He was the blood, and the disappearance of the blood was equivalent to the disappearance of the body. The 2 of them only entangled for less than a few seconds, and each of them only cast a spell, most of which were bayonet fights with their own functions. Blood and black fog entangled together and devoured each other. Soon, a magnificent and majestic momentum from the horizon found his side, turning into a series of terrifying energy fluctuations, coming here. This is a Angel. The blood mage's magic was destroyed, and the blood did not have much effect on the black corpse worm. When the blood mage felt the strong power in the sky, he knew that he should retreat, otherwise he would be dead. This damn insect master, isn't he a black wizard? Why did he cooperate with the Rangel? The blood in the sky quickly dropped apart, quickly separated from the black fog, and went to the horizon. At this time, Dole was chasing behind, and the black corpse worm opened its terrifying teeth and ate. He now discovered that the Xianxia worms did not only eat corpses, but also ate meat very aggressively. After a while, some of the Xianxia worms had eaten so much that they were about to split on their own initiative, and some showed signs of being promoted. One chasing and one fleeing, the two flew dozens of kilometers in one breath. Not only was Duolai chasing closely, but the speed of Erangel behind was even faster. Erangel saw the insect cloud that Duolai had transformed into, and his heart sank. He still underestimated the means of this little guy. It had only been a short time, and the scale was almost the same as the scale when he first saw Wushu. If he was given a little more time, he would be promoted to level 6, and I am afraid he would not be his opponent. At this time, the blood energy in the sky was condensed to only a small dot, and the speed was extremely fast. He hurriedly adjusted his state, and passed Duolai from behind. When he was about to catch up, he shouted, "Get out of the way." Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a shocking lightning flashed out from the momentum. Xianxia worms are most afraid of lightning. After sensing the movement behind, the black mist that Dole turned into quickly broke away from the tail of the blood energy and fled to the side. He is only level 5 now, and he can't compete with a level 6 master. It would be bad if he was accidentally injured. The blood mage was also a little angry at this time. Damn it, he shouldn't have come. He made a prompt decision and divided the blood energy into 3, one to the left, one to the right, and one drew an arc in the air and rushed to the back. When Erangel saw this, the lightning in the sky was brewing, the lightning was roaring, the power of the sky was magnificent, and a very bright white followed him flying forward in the sky at a very fast speed. At this time, Erangel raised his hand, and under the extremely terrifying control, the lightning was directly divided into 3 in the air. When his fingers fell, there was only a loud crackling sound, and the terrifying lightning fell in 3 directions at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Rumble. A violent and dull sound echoed in the valley. After running several miles away in one breath, Duolai was also shaken by the strong power of thunder and lightning. A 6th level wizard was promoted to the destruction level. This one was terrifying. He looked back and saw that the place where the lightning struck had already made a rumbling sound of mountain collapse. The mountain within a radius of hundreds of meters was cracked, and rolling rocks fell. It looked very scary. And the blood energy that existed in the sky just now was not left at all. A 5th level powerful man died in the hands of Erangel? Duolai was a little stunned. He seemed to have underestimated the power of a 6th level wizard with a magic tower. At this time, Erangel in the sky turned his body, and went to Erangel Academy, and sent a voice at the same time. The blood mage is dead, come back. Died with just one blow? Duolai was shocked. After struggling for a long time, I was able to kill less than 1/10 of the opponent's body. A level 6 wizard killed the opponent in one go. The difference is quite big. However, Dole thought that this might be Erangel's way of shocking the surroundings. If he was below level 5, no one would dare to pay attention to him. If he was level 6, he would have to think twice. After all, Erangel had a magic tower. As long as the magic tower was still there, his magic power would be endless, which was much stronger than a level 6 wizard without a magic tower. While thinking, he staggered back to the place where he had just fought. The black corpse worm pounced down and ate all the dead black corpse worm bodies and cleaned up the battlefield. Although he suffered a lot of losses this time, he understood some of the shortcomings of the black corpse worm. He went back to find a way to improve it and strive to avoid being affected by the same type of attack next time. In the wizard tower, Dole opened his eyes. At the gate, a black figure stood gracefully. Soon the gate opened, and this pretty figure walked into the tower in a graceful manner. Wushu lifted the curtain, revealing a messy face, and walked lightly, and soon came to the top floor. Duolai saw Wushu's appearance, and his mouth twitched. This guy's aesthetics is indeed a bit unacceptable. You live on the 6th floor, the whole floor is yours. Wushu walked in slowly, looking at Duolai with a pair of bright eyes, and smiled faintly. Okay, it's still comfortable for you here. When you leave here, I will be your bodyguard. Duolai looked at her expressionlessly, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I thank God if you don't come out. Wushu snorted coldly, staring at him straight. I have been promoted to level 6. Her tone revealed a strong intention and confidence. Chapter 329. Dole's mouth continued to twitch. No matter what level you are a dark wizard, big sister. If you show up, I will be tracked down by the Honor Wizard Alliance. Wushu bit his lip and snorted coldly. Okay, I won't come out. Besides, I will make some potions. You help me sell them. I'm very poor recently. Dole looked at the other party with calm eyes, but actually despised him in his heart. When have you ever been rich? Being chased like a dog, how can you have time to make money? He nodded in agreement. Wushu turned around, twisted his beautiful buttocks, and quickly disappeared at the door. Dole touched his eyebrows and felt a headache. Rosa poked his head out of the room, looked at the door, and said cautiously, Master Wushu is here. Although he was promoted to level 3, Rosa was not so confident when facing a real level 6. The other party could kill him with just a breath. Dole turned his head, looked at him and sighed, Yes, she's here. Go get me some luosheng grass. I'm going to give a lecture later. Rosa nodded, walked out with a cheerful step. She didn't have the talent of a pharmacist, but she had a good talent for alchemy. Recently, she was studying Dole's book Holly's Alchemy Magic House. She could already help Dole imprint the first, second, third and fourth level magic patterns on the magic tower. Dole was very pleased about this. He was finally able to help, and it wasn't a free meal. The fourth level class was overcrowded, and almost no one missed the class every time. When Dole brought the luosheng grass to the desk, everyone immediately sat up straight and stared at it. This is definitely useful information today. Luosheng grass can be used in many potions. Even for some students, this is likely to be the last obstacle to their promotion to level 4. Dole looked down and glanced at the students' expressions, and angrily scolded, Look at you useless people, you need me to explain everything clearly, and you can't figure it out by yourself. I spent only 2 days to figure out the tempering process of a broken luosheng grass. Look at you, you have listened to so many classes, but none of you have reached level 4. Below the classroom, Morris and others lowered their heads in shame and dared not look up. Dole only said these 2 sentences, and then he reluctantly connected his mental power to the magic screen and began to give a serious lecture. Luosheng grass is a medium-sized herb with mild medicinal properties. Most of the potions that need to neutralize the medicinal properties need to use it. He had no choice but to bring this thing out and explain it in detail, hoping that someone can be promoted to level 4 with it. Soon, a class ended. After finishing his speech, Dole took a sip of water, looked outside, and said, It's still early today, so you can ask a few questions. The people below were writing furiously, and almost no one looked up when they heard this. While Morris was taking notes, he was complaining in his heart, Who dares to ask questions? If the questions are not good, you will say a few words to them, and they will be in trouble in front of everyone. Bernard was also quiet at this time, not daring to speak. He secretly looked in other directions, but saw that no one dared to look up. Raman, Sano and others also did not dare to raise their heads. The atmosphere at the scene became strangely quiet. Dole looked at everyone and curled his lips. These people are really invincible. He put away his things and was about to leave. Just then, she saw a white hand raised at the back of the classroom, and her owner still kept his head down, not daring to raise it. Seeing this hand, everyone around was stunned. Is there really someone who dares to ask a question? But when he saw who was asking the question, he understood. Dole saw this hand and smiled, and said lightly, Yelena, stand up and talk. Yelena is a pharmacist from another city. She is very strong in pharmacy, and is even a registered 4th-level pharmacist. However, she only knows one kind of pharmacy, and does not know other pharmacy, so she came to Dole to take classes. She is already 30 years old this year. When she stood up, she looked like a girl of 17 or 18 years old. Her eyes were firm and determined, and there was an uncertain and guilty attitude, which made people around her scratch their heads. Teacher, I want to ask, do you need to pay to learn the mental power training method you mentioned before? Dole suddenly realized that those who came later might not have really learned the mental power control method he improvised. He nodded and said, that method does not require any technical content. You can find a classmate in the class and ask him to teach you. There is no tuition fee, not now, and not in the future. Everyone can learn at will. He calmed down and said, Do you have any technical questions to ask? Yelena lowered her head guiltily, no. Dole's happy expression suddenly turned into majesty. Class dismissed. After saying this, he turned around and left. Back to the magic tower, Dole just walked into the room. Rosa was putting something on the table. Seeing him coming back, she put a stack of letters on his table. Dole saw the letters, walked over slowly, and opened them one by one. Most of these letters were applications to join his magic tower. Recently, he would occasionally hold a small class in the conference room on the 4th floor, which also led to a large increase in the number of people joining. He just looked at the names, and threw them into the trash can. After selecting a few, he saw Yelena's letter. He took out Yelena's letter. The others were of no value, and were thrown into the trash can. He handed the letter to Rosa, and said, "Approve this person." Rosa took the letter, and took a look at the name on it. She understood everything. This Yelena, like him and his brother, is a freelance pharmacist. If Dole wants to leave in the future, these are potential helpers. She nodded, then looked at Dole strangely and said, "Tower Master, it seems that you have only accepted female pharmacists recently. Have you considered male ones?" Dole thought about it, and it seemed to be true. He shook his head immediately. "I want someone who is free from worries, regardless of gender, male or female, and who can follow me in the future is the real one." Rosa nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Tower Master, you are 20 now. Don't you want to socialize?" Dole turned his head, and looked at Rosa seriously, but saw Rosa looking at him seriously. In this world, in the life of nobles, after the age of 16, they have to participate in various social activities. It doesn't matter whose party, they can go if they can. This is not only to watch the fun, but also to expand their network. The noble party has two meanings. One is real socializing and making friends, and the other is men and women socializing. According to the saying that people become adults at the age of 16, most men and women will start looking for their other half. Whether it is true or false, being single is always wrong. As for the people in his tower, they occasionally go out for parties, and bring some friends, which is considered normal, but he has never brought anyone back, which is obviously abnormal. When Dole thought about this, he sighed slightly and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. Just do your own thing. If I go out now, I will just be looking for trouble for myself and others. If I want to have fun, I am not in the mood or the time. If he goes out to play now, he will just be looking for trouble for himself, and give others opportunities. It is better for him to stay at home honestly." Chapter 330. Rosa glanced at Dole. Her face turned red, she spat at him vigorously, then turned around and ran into the room. Dole saw this and smiled and shook his head. After the death of a blood wizard, Arangel made a big fuss in the next 3 days, madly spreading his momentum outside, shocking the surroundings, and reported the brilliant achievements to the Glory Wizard Alliance. The Glory Wizard Alliance quickly locked the identity of the dead object, the most notorious blood wizard Fry in the Alliance, for which Arangel also received a large bounty. In a world where level 7 is not allowed and level 6 is king, Arangel has one person and one tower, which is enough to shock the surrounding villains. When this news came out, the area around Arangel quickly became much quieter, but some people continued to wander around. 3 days later, Dole received good news that someone in the class finally promoted to level 4. This person was none other than Morris. After Morris returned, he studied for 5 days without eating or drinking, and finally refined the 4th level strength potion. Once this news was recognized, the whole potion class was excited. The first 4th level appeared. Morris was also happy in his heart. He finally reached the 4th level. He immediately took the energy potion. After recovering his spirit, he began to let his subordinates post messages widely. He wanted to hold a banquet. For a while, the students of the 4th level potion class took action. It was the second day when Dole received this news, but he did not participate in Morris's incident. At this time, he was still in seclusion, studying the 6th level potion. Now he is already a 4th level wizard. Drinking the 5th level potion is useless. Only after refining the 6th level potion can he quickly pass the accumulation period of the early 4th level. Although the magic core can also do it, the power of the magic core mainly lies in the accumulation of energy, and it is extremely slow to improve the essence of mental power. Only through the magic potion and the magic core together, the speed of improvement will be more obvious. October 15th. Everyone in the entire Arangel Academy knows that the magic potion hall among wizards, in addition to Dole, and one of the disciples of Dean Arangel, finally has a 3rd 4th level, which is a good thing for any extraordinary 2nd level person. After all, there is one more source of supply for the 2nd level potion circulating in the market, which brings a little vitality to the huge market. And they all believe that if there is a 4th level, there will be a 2nd and a 3rd. The teaching ability of the 5th level pharmacist lecturer from the north is obvious to all. Morris's banquet was held in the magic potion hall. Dole showed his lower body, and then disappeared in the crowd. Level 6 potions are not so easy to make. Before level 5, they are all a mixture of medicinal properties. After level 6, a complete bridge must be built between the medicinal power and the medicinal properties. Only by perfect mixing can they be made, just like using potions to complete a witchcraft model. All proportions must be perfectly integrated, and the temperature of refining and the integration of mental power must be excellent. Wushu looked at Duo Lai's method of refining level 6 potions, and shook his head. Duo Lai's level is still at level 5, and he has no concept of level 6. Duo Lai put down the medicinal materials in his hand. After hearing what Wushu said, he remembered a potion, which is the Super Vitality Potion. The final fusion process of the Super Vitality Potion is the automatic combination of medicinal properties and medicinal properties to form perfect crystals. These crystals are the main components of the Super Vitality Potion. He had never noticed it before. After Wushu's reminder, he suddenly understood. He stood up straight. Do you have a finished level 6 potion? I want to see it. Wushu shook his head. I'm so poor that I'm about to sell my pants. Where can I get the potion? But just remember the direction I told you. Duo Lai looked at her pants, and the corners of her mouth twitched. This guy was wearing a very thick dress, with 2 white bare legs underneath. Where did the pants come from? He lowered his head, thought for a while, and said, I understand. I go to the Glory Wizard Tower in Watsaburg to look at the literature. There is still too little information here at Arangel. He now regretted why he was so anxious to come back. Wouldn't it be better to read more books there? Anyway, there is only 1 class a week now. Wouldn't it be better to leave the time for himself? Thinking of this, he put down the potion in his hand and calculated the time. The class was tomorrow, so there was no hurry. He would go after the class. At this time, the warning magic circle on the magic tower frantically warned him that the Chris chain defense array seemed to be cracked by someone. Duo Lai raised his head, his eyes serious, and his mental power surged out crazily, connecting to the magic circle. Almost in an instant, he saw that on the first floor, a hidden mental power changed dozens of magic patterns in a second, and was madly invading the magic circle, but the Chris chain magic circle itself was changeable. No matter what kind of magic pattern the opponent used, there was no way to break through in a short time. He needed time to calculate the magic pattern repetition rate and repetition nodes of the Chris chain magic circle to facilitate the breakthrough. Seeing this, Duo Lai turned his perspective to overlook the wizard tower. He quickly found the instigator. At this time, on the top of the first floor, a woodpecker stood on the eaves, quietly staying there, looking so lifelike that it seemed impossible to tell that it was a man-made thing. At this time, a spiritual force belonging to a human was emanating from the woodpecker. Dole thought about it, and quietly activated the Chris magic fire pupil. The magic tower flickered gently, and on the 3rd floor, on the Chris furnace, magic patterns flowed, and the energy quickly gathered to form something that looked like an eye, and it was lifelike. The energy of this thing was not high, but it gave people a weird and hot feeling. This was also the first time that Dole used the magic fire pupil. He only knew what effect it would have, but he didn't know its principle. After the magic fire pupil was formed, Dole felt as if he had an extra golden pupil of flames, and the world within a radius of dozens of kilometers was suddenly in his sight. This was the world that Chris' magic fire pupil showed him. Duo Lai was still a little uncomfortable. He changed his perspective, stretching it out and away. Sometimes he was tens of kilometers away, and sometimes he was inside the tower. He seemed to be able to observe any position and any direction. This feeling was very interesting. But strangely, he did not sense any energy fluctuations, and could hardly sense that there was such a thing in the tower. Duo Lai played for a while, then zoomed in and focused his eyes on the woodpecker. This was not an ordinary woodpecker. It had a kind of spirituality. It should have been deliberately raised by others. He used the magic fire golden pupil to gently sense the energy of the woodpecker, and then adjusted the power of the magic fire double pupil. After a moment, the magic fire double pupil, which was like an eye, shook slightly. An inexplicable force penetrated out, and the woodpecker that was tirelessly penetrating Duo Lai's magic circle suddenly turned into a ball of fire, and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the power of the demon fire double pupil had not disappeared. He could sense that when he burned the woodpecker, he burned an extremely weak spiritual power, and that spiritual power did not completely disappear after being destroyed. After most of the spiritual power was burned by the Mo golden pupil, part of the spiritual power was escaping quickly. Dole was shocked. This demon fire double pupil actually had the function of tracking the opponent's spiritual power. This was too exaggerated. Chapter 331. At this time, the spiritual power was severely damaged by the magic fire, and it quickly disappeared, flying out at an extremely exaggerated speed. Dole didn't have time to study the distance of the magic fire golden pupil, so he let go of his eyes, and followed the spiritual power closely, going out. This was the first time he used the magic fire double pupil, and he had no chance before. Now it seems that this Chris Magic Fire double pupil has many functions that he needs to study carefully. Just this inexplicable attack method and tracking the injured spiritual power can make his attack method diverse and unpredictable, which helps to conceal, greatly increases the mystery, and makes people afraid. While thinking about this, he thought about the source of the power of the Magic Fire double pupil and the operation of the magic pattern, to see which magic patterns are working. The magic patterns were all refined by him, and many of them were known, but not why. Now it's just in time for actual combat to quickly understand. The spiritual power fled frantically, and soon came to a high ground in the wilderness. At this time, Dual Eye was observing through the power of the Magic Fire pupil. He saw that this place was about 30 kilometers away from Arangel College. He saw an exquisite pavilion, standing quietly in the deserted wilderness. At this time, there were 3 people in the pavilion, all wearing very gorgeous magic robes. 2 of them were watching the scenery on the side, pointing and laughing from time to time, while the other one was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. In one of his hands was a crystal-clear crystal stone. At this time, the person with closed eyes suddenly opened his eyes, and his face changed slightly. "My woodpecker has been destroyed, and the other party may chase us in some special way. Let's go!" He stood up slowly. His burly figure, confident and conceited expression and posture did not give people a sense of urgency. The 2 turned around at this time, and one of them smiled lightly. "Catch him if he wants to. Are you afraid that he can't do it? We are just testing, not provoking, and we are not dark wizards." The counterattack of Arangel Academy spread throughout the city of What's a few days ago, and even everyone who paid attention to it, so they all knew Arangel's attitude and would not tolerate dark wizards. The man who controlled the woodpecker hummed and said, "Let's go, no need to test him. He does have a wizard tower, and the level is not low, at least level 5. It's not possible for the 3 of us to do it. Let's cooperate instead." The man's smile gradually turned cold, and his expression was slightly defiant. A little wizard who just reached level 4 can also talk about cooperation. "According to what I mean, we should go directly to his door, and use money to smash him to death. The formula of that potion must be obtained by our holy temple." At this time, Dole had already arrived above the pavilion in the sky and heard their conversation. He was a little stunned. "So it's the holy temple. There are many talented people in the organization, but you guys think highly of yourself just by throwing money at me." He was too lazy to continue listening. The power of the Magic Fire pupils condensed slightly, and a huge suction force was generated. The elemental power in the sky condensed, and turned into a black and red magic light covering a radius of dozens of meters at a lightning speed. The speed was very fast. When the magic light condensed successfully, Dual Eyes smashed it towards the pavilion without thinking. The magic light was extremely powerful. From formation to smashing, it took less than a second, as if even the sky and the earth were about to be smashed. In the pavilion, the 3 people sensed this, and their faces changed drastically at the same time. In this wilderness, who can find them? Who can attack them? The answer is self-evident. Dole's attack was extremely swift, and the power formed by the Magic Fire pupil was extremely overbearing. They couldn't help but pay attention. However, the power was too fast. The 3 people didn't have time to form an effective defense. They just changed their minds, and abandoned the pavilion and fled outside. Boom! The Magic Fire pupil fell directly on the pavilion. The defense formation on the pavilion only resisted slightly, and then it was quickly declared broken. The magic light smashed down and destroyed the pavilion. It fell to the ground and exploded. Circles of power rushed out crazily, and the ground was splashed with earth and rocks. The air waves rolled around, covering a range of hundreds of meters. With the pavilion as the center, smoke and dust filled the sky, and it was impossible to see what was below. The 3 people were flying in the sky at this time, and they couldn't see who was attacking them at all. At this time, looking at the attack below, they were in doubt. What is this thing? It's too powerful. It's considered to be extremely powerful among the 5 level ones. The 3 swallowed their saliva, and one of them flew away without saying anything. The other 2 were very calm. They radiated their mental power, and searched in all directions, trying to find the attacker. Both of them were 5 level wizards, full of confidence. They couldn't withstand such an attack, but from the release speed, the opponent would definitely not hit them. When Dole fired the magic fire, the effect was a little surprising to himself. This power was indeed worthy of being a 5-level wizard tower. It could cause such damage even from dozens of kilometers away. Doesn't that mean that in the future, within the power range of the magic tower, he could kill anyone he wanted? He thought about it, and rejected the idea. Tracking the opponent's spiritual power requires strength support, and at such a long distance, This magic fire double pupil will directly reduce the power of the furnace by 1/10, which is not cost-effective. Forget it, just give these 3 people a warning. He wanted to leave directly. At this moment, he sensed that the 2 had tracked his position. He was shocked. A level 5 wizard is indeed extraordinary. After the 2 noticed Duelai's spiritual power, they immediately chased after him and released spiritual information to Duelai at the same time. In the sky, 2 spiritual powers directly confronted each other. Who are you? Why did you destroy our magic weapon? Your behavior is too overbearing. On the wasteland, Duelai's spiritual power did not retreat too much. Although he was only level 4, he was more powerful than the ordinary level 5 under the blessing of the magic circle. The opponent's experience did not shake his power at all. You 3 are going to kill me with money, right? This is my response to you, Holy Temple, right? From now on, not only I, but also my disciples will cut off business with you. The 2 were shocked. The one who controlled the woodpecker was shocked. You are the lucky 4th level wizard Duelai. How is this possible? Aren't you only 4th level? Dole snorted coldly. Your intelligence is very accurate. Then guess what hit you just now? The 2 people's faces changed wildly at the same time. Don't appear within a radius of 50 kilometers of a Rangel Academy in the future. I have remembered your mental power. Dole said this coldly, and then he withdrew his mental power. He found that at such a long distance, although there was a magic circle to protect it, the power of the wizard tower was constantly being consumed, and the consumption speed was very fast. Just leave after pretending and never stay. In the wilderness, a breeze blew, and the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the scene of the pavilion just now. On the ground, a huge pit appeared, which was 100 meters deep and 200 meters in diameter. With the pit as the center, dirt and rocks were scattered radially on the ground within a radius of 500 meters. Trees fell down, and the scene was in a mess. Chapter 332. Such power has reached the high end of level 5, a real destructive ability. The 2 took a breath. The man who used the woodpecker touched his chin and spoke in a heavy voice. This is probably the power of his magic tower. This power is already quite impressive. It can cause such an effect from dozens of kilometers away. It is estimated that his wizard tower is not simple. It is worthy of being the masterpiece of the 2 adults Feng Du function. What kind of wizard tower is this? What type of magic circle? I have never heard that the magic circle has such an effect at level 5. No matter what it is, we have failed this time. This Duelai is so arrogant that he doesn't even take our holy temple seriously. The man was a little indignant. Forget it, let the top management negotiate. It is not convenient for us to come forward now. Although the mission failed, the magician was not disappointed, and showed a relaxed look. It's not that we are too incompetent, but that the other party is not simple. In the wizard tower, Duelai opened his eyes, and felt a little irritated. My strength is still a little too weak, so now anyone dares to pay attention to me, and the furnace of the wizard tower is now a little low level. If you don't pay attention, the energy stored in it will be in danger of running out. Forget it, I don't want to think too much, just make money. Duelai thought about it, and decided to live under the wings of a Rangel first, make money, save equipment, save materials, and upgrade the magic tower. As for the sacred temple, Duelai decided to let a Rangel deal with it. He didn't intend to show up. This organization is so arrogant, whoever wants to go can go. The Holy Temple is a very famous organization in the West Ring continent. It is a religious organization spread by the Holy Empire in the East Ring continent. It has very strong hard power. They spread the doctrine of light everywhere and cause division. They are very opposed by other continents. If it is not difficult to deal with it openly, it is estimated that the entire Glory Empire will mobilize the power of the whole country to eliminate this organization. So from an official point of view, Duelai is not afraid, but they are strong in themselves, and they are afraid that they will do something in private. Duelai just put most of his mental power back and turned his head to see where the 2 people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce were standing at the door. In addition to them, there was also a level 5 wizard who looked quite powerful. Duelai frowned. Was it the Rose Chamber of Commerce that couldn't help it, or the people behind him that couldn't help it? Duelai suddenly felt very annoyed, really annoyed. He sent a message to Bernard, asking him to meet these people, and then his figure flashed and disappeared in the wizard tower. He simply gave up the wizard tower, and went directly to Watzenberg. The scale of Huazi City is still too small. The Glory Wizard Alliance is not as intimidating to wizards above the high level as that of Watzenberg. Anyone dares to come. If it were Watzenberg, they would not dare to come and go casually just because of the huge Glory Wizard Alliance. What, Wizard Duelai is out? Megtan was surprised. He learned that Dole had been in the wizard tower because of his recent classes. He also heard that he had no money and had been refining medicine. Now he is not here? What is going on? But it is best that he is not here. He was relieved. The person who came with him today was not a good person. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the level 5 wizard immediately showed an unhappy look. He looked at Bernard, and his spiritual power slightly revealed. Are you sure that Dole is not here, not missing? Bernard's shoulders sank, and he seemed to be carrying hundreds of kilograms of food. His waist bent down, and sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Bernard was also a man who had seen the world. He forced himself to stay calm, straightened his bent waist, and looked directly at the other party. Sir, please tell me your name. If Brother Dole comes back, I promise to let him know your name as soon as possible. The wizard looked at Bernard with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After accompanying the third prince for so many years, this was the first time someone made an excuse to not see him. He slowly withdrew his aura, expressionless, and said slowly, when will he come back? Can we stay in the tower for a few days? Bernard's shoulders lightened, his face changed slightly, and he slowly said, this is not up to me. Brother Dole hopes that all the people living here are pharmacists. Without his permission, I can't let you in. The control of the magic tower is in the hands of Brother Dole. The man slowly said, what if I have to live here? On the top of the tower, Dole's clone looked at everything below and shook his head secretly. Under normal circumstances, the Rose Chamber of Commerce was his beginning, and should not have been the end of his rise. But the other party was so aggressive that he could not decide this matter. He thought about it, communicated with the wizard tower with his mental power, and Morris's reaction furnace released a powerful force, covering the entire magic tower. At the same time, the power of Chris's chain magic array radiated out, pressuring the wizard tower within a radius of hundreds of meters. In this range, all non-wizard tower personnel felt a powerful force of the machine locking themselves, like a mountain descending, and fell hard on their shoulders. Of course, there were not many people staying near Dole's wizard tower. Even if they were trading potions, they were generally not here. Dole let Magtan and Hades go, and focused his power on the wizard. The wizard's face changed, and the powerful power on his body immediately rose up, confronting Dole's wizard tower power. The purple-red aura enveloped his whole body, like a black and red flame, but the next moment, his face changed and he suddenly retreated. The ground collapsed where he just stood. The wizard's face turned pale, he looked at Bernard, but saw Bernard shrugged. Dole has part of his spiritual power stationed here. I just summoned his power. Bernard was also a bachelor, and immediately threw the pot to Dole. The wizard raised his head, and looked at the wizard tower above his head, with an ugly face. The other party didn't want to see him, and drove him away directly. How could this be possible? He released his mental power directly, and crashed into the magic tower. I am the third prince's man. I specially asked you to discuss business. How dare you not see me? He knew that Dole's mental power was here, so part of his consciousness was also here. Not seeing him must mean not wanting to talk to him. The wizard tower was quiet, and there was no sound at all. After a while, Bernard looked at the wizard, shrugged, and said, how about you come again next time? He looked at Hades and Magtan, and the three of them exchanged glances. Magdan's face was also not good. Can someone give you the formula? Not to mention the third prince, even the Gory Wizard Alliance would not be able to do that. And Hades was hesitant beside him. In his heart, he hoped that this matter would pass quickly. After a while, there was no movement inside or outside the wizard tower. The wizard then looked at Bernard with a cold look. I will stay in what city for a month? I personally suggest that Dole come to see me in person. After saying this, he turned around and left, leaving behind a cold back. Chapter 333. At this time, Dole had already arrived at the gate of Wutzeburg. He communicated with the Honor Wizard Alliance with a token, reported, and changed his appearance as usual to enter the city. Wutzeburg is surrounded by mountains, and there is not enough space inside, so the city walls and buildings in the city are built very high to accommodate more people. Walking on the street, the luxurious shops on both sides, the tall buildings, and the local unique decorative shapes look very prosperous and rich, with a sense of comfort that makes people linger. Dole walked around the street for a while, and when the sky darkened, he went directly to the wizard tower to stay up all night. For wizards, except for normal rest, once they start activities, there is no difference between day and night, so the wizard tower is open 24 hours a day. Dole entered the magic tower, and soon entered the floor of the book collection. From floor to floor, he now has a level 10 authority, and can read a lot of books. He didn't want to waste time, so he went directly to find a level 6 pharmacy book. Unfortunately, there are very few books of this kind. It seems that someone deliberately does not put such books outside. He searched for 2 hours before he found 2 books with a few words about the 6th level potion. There is a common sentence in these 2 books that impressed Dole. The 6th level potion has gone beyond the scope of ordinary mixed potions and entered the field of alchemical potions. Every 6th level potion is full of wisdom and laws. Dole was a little surprised by this. These wizards like to play tricks. Isn't it better to be straightforward? He searched carefully for several hours, and searched all the floors that can be searched with the 10th level authority, but he didn't find the 3rd book. Dole was a little confused. Aren't the books on pharmacy placed in the Pharmacist Guild instead of the Glory Wizard Tower? In the entire Northwest, the highest level pharmacist is level 7, but there is only one. There are not many level 6 pharmacists, about 6. Of these 6 people, except for one who works for the Pharmacist Guild, the other 5 are working for various families and forces. In short, none of them works for themselves. All this information was told to him by McLaren. There are quite a lot of level 5 pharmacists, otherwise there wouldn't be so many level 4 wizards in Watzenberg. He thought about it, and sent a message to Alan and McLaren. He planned to ask about the situation. The message from Alan came quickly. It was obvious that the adult was not practicing, but seemed very idle. He glanced at the message and frowned. The method of refining the 6th level potion has always been mastered by the Pharmacist Union. In addition to the formula, you need to join a certain school of pharmacists to formally learn the method of making the 6th level potion. The essence of the 6th level potion is to mix the medicinal power into a tiny crystal form to exert a potion power of 150. This requires direct intervention of mental power, similar to magic patterns. Seeing this news, Dole felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten feces. How could he join a potion school? However, he did have some ideas about how to directly interfere with mental power and crystallize the medicinal power. Through some of Alan's words, he suddenly became enlightened. He carefully thought about the process of refining the 6th level potion, from purification to proportioning, and then to the final medicine, and thought about the possibility of mental interference. The 6th level spiritual power potion seems to have a lot of medicinal materials, but most of them are neutralizing medicinal materials, and there are only a few that work. If you want to combine all these things to form crystals, there are probably thousands or tens of thousands of possible changes. Dole closed his eyes, thought carefully, and deduced in the sea of consciousness. Spell models need to be deduced, and refining medicine also needs to be deduced. Reading it, I instantly felt that the profession of wizard is really difficult, unlike warriors, who just need to rush. Without drawings and ready-made potions, it is almost impossible to deduce a new product out of thin air. Dole thought for more than an hour, and gave up this idea. He decided to buy a bottle of 6th level potion. 6th level potions are not easy to buy. Because of the scarcity of water, you can hardly find 6th level potions except in the auction house, so this matter has to wait. Thinking of this, he read other books on formations and alchemy to enrich his knowledge base. At dawn, Dole received a message from McLaren. The content of the message was basically the same as Alan's, except that he invited Dole to visit him. Dole thought about it, and given his current situation, he still refused the request. If he was discovered, McLaren would probably not be at peace, and they might even set up some traps for him, and they would no longer be friends. Forget it. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed quickly, and it was time for class. Dole put down his books, left the Wizard Tower, and soon left Watzenberg and returned to Arangel College. Coming quietly and leaving quietly, Dole has become accustomed to this kind of life. Windwalk is getting more and more proficient now. As long as you are not too close to the wizard, almost no one will notice that there is a person hiding in the air. When I returned to the room, I saw Rosa preparing something for me. Rosa was startled by Dole's sudden appearance, and patted her slightly enlarged chest. You scared me to death. Can you be more normal next time you come back? After a long time, Rosa also knew Dole's temper, and occasionally blamed him. Dole walked forward and smiled faintly. This is the way wizards above level 4 act. You need to get used to it, and keep your mental power alert at all times to ensure your safety. Rosa pouted, I'm not you. If there is a wizard higher than me to deal with me, I can't do anything. She put down the things and said, this is the content of your lecture today. In addition, my brother has also been promoted to level 4. Dole's heart moved. 2 level 4s, it seems to be a good thing. Then congratulate your brother for me. I have to go after class today. Dole felt a little disgusted. It was terrible to have a home, but not be able to go back. Rosa nodded and said, Besides the level 5 wizard, there were other people who visited you, but they all left when they saw you were not there. Did you leave your name? No. Dole nodded. Then don't bother with it. Those who hide their heads and show their tails are all people who are afraid of the light. He turned his head and looked through the wizard tower to the Arangel wizard tower. He seemed to see Arangel looking at him at this time. Chris's furnace needs to be upgraded. He now needs a furnace above level 7, but the value of this thing requires millions, or even tens of millions of gold coins, which is not something he can afford now. It's really a headache. If there is a high-level furnace that can accommodate more power, he can drive the wizard tower around and kill any creatures of level 5, or even below at will, and see who dares to come to him randomly. What made him happy was that the major families in what city had not harassed him until now. This was really gratifying, especially the Tracy family. After being messed with by him twice, they had begun to learn their lesson. Chapter 334. When he has time, he will catch the strange fire sparrow. He must avenge himself. In addition to the strange fire sparrow, he also decided to catch the assassin guild. These two organizations have repeatedly troubled him, and really thought he was made of mud. Thinking of this, he picked up his things, left the wizard tower, and went to the classroom. The lecture process was naturally boring, and even a little dry, but there were 2 level 4s in the class, and everyone was more motivated. Some people listened with spiritual light in their eyes. Obviously, they were not far from the level 4. Seeing this, Duolai was very relieved. After the course, he left the classroom directly, returned to the wizard tower, changed into a dress, and went out again. He was going to participate in the monthly auction. Just after he left in a swagger, I don't know how much news spread out. In the wilderness, the sky was clear and cloudless. The weather in late autumn was a little cool. Standing high in the sky and looking to the north, some high mountains had even begun to accumulate snow. Winter was coming soon. Dole thought of his days in the northern kingdom, and still missed them a little. In the blink of an eye, it had been 5 years since he came here. Time had passed so quickly. The Wind Walker was used. Unless the mental power was swept on a large scale, his figure could not be found at all. Not long after, he arrived at Watsaburg. Tens of kilometers away, he sent a message to the Glory Wizard Alliance to report his arrival. It was actually very annoying to report every time, but there was no way, this was the rule. Not long after, he stood at the door of the huge auction house. Today is October 30th, and tomorrow is October 31st. It is the day when the auction house holds its monthly auction. Some high-level potions will flow out, and Duolai's goal is among these potions. Level 6 potions can be used by level 4 wizards. Level 4 wizards are actually quite rich. I wonder if I can get them with money. Thinking of this, he walked into the auction house. By the way, I came here to see if there are any advanced furnaces. The auction house can auction anything, from magic crystals that are less than the size of the little fingernail to wizard towers that are tens of meters high and airships that are hundreds of meters long. It can be said that as long as it is allowed by the imperial law, anything can be sold. Not to mention level 6 potions, if there is a chance, level 7 potions can be found in the auction house. Although Duolai only arrived 1 day in advance, the door of the auction house was still crowded, and they arrived early to compete for a position. This is the first time Duolai has come to a place of this scale, and he is still a little uncomfortable. After entering, it is messy inside, with people everywhere, and the people from the auction house are standing at the back selling tickets. The queue was very long, but it was clearly divided into many teams: adventurers, mercenaries, nobles, ordinary warriors, and most importantly, there was a separate passage for wizards. The separate passage for wizards was naturally the least crowded, and Dole walked away, following behind one of them. The man looked back at Dole and said nothing. There were 3 people in front of Dole, all of whom needed a private room. These wizards had different strengths, from level 2 to level 5, and they all lined up honestly. There were 5 people responsible for buying tickets for the wizards, 3 of whom were warriors above level 5, and 2 wizards whose strengths were unknown. Obviously, these are masters who maintain order, and they are also the foundation of the auction house. Soon he came to Dole, and he spoke slowly and solemnly, a smallest private room. He was wearing an ordinary dress, so he took out the 4th level wizard badge of the Glory Wizard Alliance and showed it. The young man who bought the ticket saw the badge, so he nodded and handed Dole a key, 3rd floor, number 102. The money for the private room is not expensive, only 3,000 gold coins, but for ordinary people, this is a sky-high price. For ordinary 2nd level wizards, this can buy 10 bottles of 4th level potions, which is not necessary at all. But for high-level wizards, these are not worth mentioning. There are many venues for the auction, and the scale of this auction is relatively large, so it is placed in the largest venue. After entering, he came to the second floor. Under the guidance of the waiter, he quickly found his room and walked in. The small private room is indeed small. It can only accommodate 2 people side by side. There is a table and 2 stools. There are several very fresh-looking fruits on the table. The auction will not start until tomorrow, and Duolai is not in a hurry. After asking people not to disturb him, he sat on a stool and closed his eyes to meditate. Not long after, he opened his eyes with a frown on his face. Erangel was looking for him. "Where are you?" "I'm at the auction in Watzenberg." The other side hesitated for a moment and said, "After the auction, come back. I need to see you." "Okay." Duolai didn't understand why this guy was looking for him, so he sent a message to Lam. Not long after, Lam replied, "The Empire has blocked some of the Academy's supplies. It should be the work of the envoy of the third prince." The corners of Dolai's mouth twitched slightly, and he just replied, "I know." Then he stopped paying attention. The night fell and ended quickly. When the dome above his head was slightly lit, the whole auction started to move. People came and went inside, arranging various things, and many people poured into the auction hall that had been silent all night. The auction was about to begin. Dolai sat upright, ready to wait for it to start. At this moment, the door of the private room rang, and the waiter brought in the auction list. Dolai gave out a tip of 2 gold coins and took the list to look at it. It was the first time he knew that the private room had this advantage. There was actually a list, so he didn't have to waste energy to pay attention to other things. Sitting on the stool, he opened the list, took a closer look, and felt a little moved. The scale of this auction is a bit larger than previous auctions. From large-scale materials of level 3 to high-end materials of level 5 and 6, there are also 2 or 3 relatively rare level 7 materials. There is everything, including high-level potions, alchemical products, weapons, armor, etc. In addition to these conventional things, there are also some slaves for sale. A group of dwarves, a group of werewolves, and 2 female elves are all on the list. Seeing this, Dolai has a new understanding of the power of the auction house. Dare to auction elves directly, and are not afraid of causing revenge from the elves? He always thought that such transactions of special races would be put on private auctions, but he didn't expect that this kind of orthodox auction would also work. He has never seen an elf, but this time he can see it, and see if it is as beautiful as the legend. As for the dwarves and werewolves, Dolai sometimes encounters them on the road outside, which is not very rare. The elves are really rare. The level 6 mental potion he wanted to buy was on the list above, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The money was not wasted. After taking a closer look at the list, he found nothing else to focus on, so he put the list down and closed his eyes slightly. The auction hadn't started yet, and it was a mess outside, not worth paying attention to. At this moment, a quarrel broke out outside the private room, and Dolai couldn't bear to see others quarreling, so he simply closed the small door. Chapter 335. Soon after, there was a knock on the door, and the waiter pushed the door in without permission. He looked at Dolai with a grim expression, bowed his head slightly and said, "Respected wizard, can you please change your seat? We will give you enough compensation?" Dolai was stunned for a moment. "It's good here, I don't want to move," he said expressionlessly. The waiter bowed and saluted, then turned around and left in embarrassment. He went to ask the next person. Dolai stood up and looked out. There was a lot of noise in the passage at the door. It seemed that someone couldn't find a private room and seemed to be making trouble. And their status seemed to be not low. "The third floor is a small private room. Is it that serious?" the waiter asked around, and almost no one gave up. Soon, the waiter came again. Dolai raised his eyebrows, and he might have something to say this time. "Sir, as long as you are willing to give up the room, the Lord will offer 4,000 gold coins." The waiter came again and asked humbly, with a very respectful attitude. Dole didn't want to embarrass him, so he just said calmly, "Go ask someone else." The waiter bowed and turned away. Dole saw that someone was finally willing to give up the space this time. But only 3 of them went in, leaving 2 people outside. Is he going to add more money? Dole thought maliciously. Not long after, the waiter came again. Dole deliberately looked more hateful and said impatiently, "What's wrong with your auction house? The tickets have been sold out, and you still want to do these messy things." The waiter hurriedly said sorry, and left the room. The waiter was doing this for a living, so he had no way to refute it. However, the 2 men had been in front of the waiter this time, and they were unhappy when they heard this. "You kid, you talk like that, I don't want others, I want yours, pack up and get out. As he said this, he was about to break into the private room arrogantly. Dole curled his lips, and took out the staff from the storage ring with a full mind. As soon as the staff appeared, there was a breeze around it, and the aura of a fourth-level wizard was fully revealed. Seeing this, the two men stopped in their tracks, and looked at Dole with surprised expressions. How come they had never seen such a young fourth-level wizard? Dole looked at the two men and said lightly, I'm standing here, how can you ask me to get out? The two men were immediately in a dilemma. Their strength was only about the third level, but they were unscrupulous because of their family status. They had no way to deal with wizards, who were not afraid of trouble. Dole snorted coldly, get out. The two men left in disgrace. But they were not particularly willing to leave, but gnashing their teeth. Dole glanced at the steward who came with him and sneered, Is this how you do things at your auction house? The steward didn't seem to care much. He bowed slightly and smiled faintly, We are all willing. If you don't want to, forget it. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Besides, you have offended the two young masters of the Sikung family now. Just imagine what you should do. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back, turned around and walked away disdainfully to the next private room. Dole was stunned. This steward is a bit crazy. It seems that this kind of thing happens frequently. After thinking for a while, he stood at the door, snapped his fingers 3 times, and then returned to the private room, silent. Such a huge auction house. It is so chaotic downstairs. It is really unreasonable. He instantly had a very bad impression of the auction house. Last time he was attacked, and the private room was robbed like this. He really thought he was made of mud. Hunter followed Duke and Sun, and found several private rooms, but no one was willing to give them up, so he had no choice but to go to the 4th floor. The cost of the private room on the 4th floor is naturally twice as expensive as the 3rd floor. The view here is wider, and it is a place for real local tyrants. Although these two are a little arrogant, it is enough to get a private room on the 3rd floor, let alone the 4th floor. But if these two want to come, then come. When they came to the 4th floor, they didn't dare to be presumptuous, but just asked the waiter to ask gently. At this moment, Hunter suddenly felt a little itchy on his body. He scratched it gently, and the itchy place soon stopped itching. But after a while, the itchy place began to itch again, and it became more serious. He scratched hard a few times, and found that the more he scratched, the more itchy it became. The more he scratched, the more itchy it became, and the itching reached his bones. He felt something was wrong and hurried out. He raised his head and glanced at the two young masters, only to see that they were scratching all over like him. His face changed instantly. Oh no, maybe I offended that pharmacist, I'm in trouble. He forced himself to use his fighting spirit to suppress the itch from the inside out, then rushed over, grabbed the two and walked out. Itchy? Why is it so itchy? Who did this? Duke still had some brains, and he knew that he was in trouble at this time. Maybe there was a pharmacist on the 3rd floor just now, and he accidentally offended him. Sun also looked grim. He was carried by Hunter and rushed down, thinking, there are so many people down there, who knows who did it. In the logistics department, Hunter came to the back of the auction house, found the pharmacist, and quickly asked someone to treat him. It was only 2 minutes after he came down from the top, and the itch on his body became more and more severe. The 4th level fighting spirit did not work. This was simply impossible. Where can there be such a powerful itch medicine? The pharmacist of the auction house was usually very idle. When he saw the 3 people come in and looked at their symptoms, his face suddenly changed. He put on gloves and waved his hand casually. 2 guards immediately stepped forward and held down the 3 people. He opened the clothes of the 3 people and just took a look, and his face changed. The good skin had been scratched to pieces by the 3 people, and the bottom was bloody red, and the 3 people didn't know it. Good guy, who did he offend? He took out the tweezers, took a little blood from each of the 3 people, and then signaled to let the 3 people go, and put the blood under the microscope to look at it. Soon, he prepared 2 kinds of potions. Preparing medicine is a talent of the pharmacist, and he is not sure whether it can cure the itching of the 3 people. The potion is a potion. When applied to the 3 people, the red color quickly disappeared, revealing the horrible skin. During this period, the 3 people screamed like pigs being slaughtered. The pharmacist breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the 3 people calmly and said, I just gave you a warning. If other poisons were used, you would probably die. Hunter was in so much pain that he thought of all the people he had just met, and then thought of the young man in the private room. Looking at his bloody skin, Hunter's face was not good at all. The other party only used itching medicine, but if he used poison, the consequences would be unimaginable. He resisted the pain and immediately turned around and left, leaving the two young masters of the Seekung family. The pharmacist quickly reported the matter. The auction began. Duolai looked at the list and prepared to take a break. The items auctioned at the beginning were all things he didn't need, such as finished alchemy, weapons, armor, bows and arrows, etc. These were all urgently needed by the warrior profession. However, these things were also fine products. Once they were put on the market, the warrior professions bid wildly, which made people feel a little surprised. Chapter 336. Dole closed his eyes and focused a small part of his attention on the following. While practicing, he thought about some things. After reaching the 4th level, in addition to accumulating magic power, he began to explore the essence of his own meditation method and understand the path of heaven and earth. For example, the magic virtual image formed by the Son of Storm element he practiced is still virtual, and if he wants to reach the 5th level, he needs to materialize the storm element. When the storm element is truly materialized, he can directly summon the power of the storm to form a large-scale storm and deal a devastating blow to the target. At the same time, the essence of each element of the wind, thunder, and water system also needs to be deeply explored to further expand the perception and research of them. Dole has a very clear idea of the next path. About 2 hours later, the finished alchemy props were finally sold out. Among them, the highest level 8th level armor was sold at an extremely high price of 30 million gold coins. Next is the turn of each raw material. Level 5 refined iron, 200 kilograms, starting price 100,000 gold coins. 110,000. 120,000. 200,000. Deal. Level 5 fierce wind tiger's full skin, without any wounds, starting price 10,000 gold coins. 12,000. Dole has saved some money recently, but only a few 100,000 gold coins. Some of these things look good, but they are not what he needs, so he needs to be patient. Soon, it was the turn of the potion part. Starting from level 5, all the way to level 6, not long after, there were finally 2 bottles of level 6 mental potion for sale. 3 bottles are auctioned together, starting price 45,000 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, a bottle of level 6 spiritual potion costs at most 10,000 gold coins, but this guy starts at 15,000 gold coins, which makes Duolai feel a little painful. No one in the hall spoke, and the people in each private room began to fight. 50,000 gold coins. 55,000. 70,000 gold coins. Duolai shouted painfully, which was more than twice the price. After 70,000 gold coins, there were only 2 people bidding. One of them chased closely. 75,000. 80,000. Duolai thought for a while, and shouted directly 90,000. Both of them were silent. This was already seriously beyond the scope of the level 6 potion. At this time, Duolai's heart was bleeding. He spent 3 times the price to buy it. It was really abominable. After refining it, all of it will be thrown here for them to rob. Duolai felt a little indignant. After snatching it, he had nothing to do in the entire auction, but Dole was still a little curious and wanted to see what the elves looked like. The auction of potions lasted for a long time. Strength potions, agility potions, and blood potions were praised by the warrior profession, while wizard potions were praised by the tycoons and nobles in the private room. For a while, the atmosphere was very intense. Dole was also made to lose his temper by the tycoons in Watzenberg. They really had a lot of money. However, these high-level potions were a bit expensive, but they could not be bought anywhere else, only here. After the potions were sold, there were various rare materials. Dole had seen dragon claws and dragon teeth in the material list, and sighed in his heart. Watzenberg is Watzenberg, everything can be found. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the last stage, the auction of slaves of various races. At this time, the atmosphere of the auction reached a climax. Many people were waiting for this time. Whether it was dwarves, other races, or elves, they were all extremely useful. Dwarves were born blacksmiths, and they could be bought back to cast weapons and armor. Elves were born natural affinity. As long as they were trained well, they would be born magicians and archers. Of course, the elves were all female, and most people bought them back to do that kind of thing. The bad nature of the human race was undoubtedly reflected at this moment. Dole adjusted his sitting posture and looked into the hall. At this time, a wooden cage was pushed out from the back and came to the middle of the hall. First, the dwarves came out and auctioned 2 by 2. These 2 were slightly older old men, both men, but they did not affect everyone's enthusiasm at all. As soon as they opened their mouths, they offered 500,000 gold coins. It was the exit for people from the luxury private room on the 5th floor. After hearing this offer, most people shook their heads, and only 2 or 3 people on the same floor continued to bid. Dole did not listen to the offer, but observed the dwarves carefully. Although he could occasionally see them on the streets outside, it was the first time he saw them locked in a cage for people to admire. The height of the dwarves was only half that of ordinary humans, and the tallest was only 1.2 meters, but they were very strong horizontally, with thick legs and strong arms, and could easily lift a hammer weighing more than 50 kilograms. The 2 old dwarves looked like they had not eaten well for a long time, and they were skinny and hungry, but they still looked very strong. Big beard, messy hair, full of dirt, dull eyes, rough and dark skin, as if dehydrated. Dole shook his head, and sighed in his heart. This is the disadvantage of low strength. Now he has become a slave, and can't even control his freedom. The auction of dwarves was not very fierce, because the price was very high. Only 3 or 2 people bid, and it was sold quickly. Next came the second batch, and the third batch. Next came the werewolves. Dole often saw werewolves. This kind of people is almost exactly the same as humans before transformation, and it is impossible to tell them apart. But once transformed, they will change in size, have powerful strength, sharp teeth, and bloodthirsty state. They are a very scary race. This race is generally used as guards or killers, assassins, etc. The competition for the werewolf auction was also extremely fierce, and soon, it was divided up. At this time, the atmosphere of the auction reached a climax, because the last item was here, the auction of elves. There were only 2 elves, both female, and they were auctioned separately. When the auctioneer's last words fell, the venue suddenly became unusually quiet. When the wooden cage with the magic circle was pushed into the hall, there was a burst of ghost howling, weird laughter, playful laughter, and lewd laughter all around. At this time, Dole was also staring at the elf. His eyes were also straight, because this elf was too beautiful. Her smooth and fair skin, almost without a flaw, seemed to be fragile, delicate and smooth, and her exposed thighs and arms were round and plump. Just one look made people feel itchy. Her face was also very perfect, and the proportions were very appropriate. There was no fat, white and smooth, and her pitiful eyes made people feel a desire to protect her. She curled up in the cage, holding her thighs with both hands, completely covering her chest and sitting on the edge of the cage, leaning and lowering her head, and her figure could not be seen, but just by relying on her exposed arms and slender thighs, you can know that her height is not low. There was a magic circle outside the cage, and the elf completely lost her power. She had almost no power to resist, and let everyone around her look at her body. Dole sighed. For humans, body shape and appearance are a terrible weapon and a capital for survival, but for these foreigners, this is the source of their pain, because they are not of the same race. No one can pursue them, only plunder. Chapter 337. The auctioneer was smiling at this time, and said in a sonorous voice, "This is a wood elf, also called a forest elf, so its skin is white and looks very good." He walked to the wooden cage, gently touched the elf's skin, showing a lustful expression, and then he said loudly, "The reserve price is 1,000,000 gold coins, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 gold coins." The scene suddenly reached a climax, and someone immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,100,000 gold coins. Someone else was unwilling to be outdone. Dole saw at this time that every time he shouted, the elf's body trembled, and his excited expression at the beginning seemed to have gradually cooled down, and his heart was full of sighs. This is the week. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. There was no need to stay here. Opening the door, walking through the aisle, and coming to the management office at the back, he spent the money, and took the potion in his hand, and he turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, he glanced at the hall, and saw the butler who had been teased just now standing in the middle of the building, staring at him. Dole glanced at him, then ignored him expressionlessly, and prepared to leave directly. Hunter saw Dole ignoring him, and snorted coldly, "You have offended the 2 young masters of the Seacombe family. Let me see what you will do." Dole walked to his side at this time. He slowly stopped, turned his head to look at him, and smiled faintly. "That's my business. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I can make you live a life worse than death?" Hunter was startled, took 2 steps back, and said in horror, "How dare you?" Dole pouted, and then slowly walked out. Hunter said coldly, looked to both sides, and yelled, "Come here, catch this man. I suspect he is a black wizard." Hearing the word black wizard, the people around were stunned. Even Dole was stunned. "What's going on? This man is a black wizard." Everyone's eyes turned to this side, and the guards and some people around quickly wrapped around the middle. Seeing this, Dole hurriedly turned into a gust of wind and went out in an instant. If he was framed as a black wizard, it would be terrible. If he was caught, it would really be like yellow mud falling into his pants, not shit. The wind-walking technique was performed, and in less than half a second, Dole stood at the entrance of the auction house, and was about to walk out. At this time, his front suddenly darkened, and a huge figure stood in front of him. He punched him, and Dole's world suddenly darkened. At this time, a fifth-level warrior has already experienced the power of momentum. When this punch fell, Dole felt that he was facing the posture of a gust of wind. The wind that Dole turned into was swept by the gust of wind and immediately rolled back. His whole body suddenly appeared, rolled on the ground, and turned over several times, looking very embarrassed. Fortunately, the man did not intend to kill him. He was just slightly injured. Dole did not expect such a change. After appearing, he half knelt on the ground and immediately shouted, "I am the honorary elder of the Honor Wizard Alliance. Stop immediately." He had to bring out his identity at this time. When he said this, the warrior standing at the door was stunned. "What, honorary elder, isn't it a black wizard?" At this time, a group of guards rushed out from the auction house and surrounded Dole, but they were all at a loss. "Honorary elders of the Honorable Wizard Alliance, at this moment, a sinister voice came from behind. "I suspect that you are a fake, catch you." Dole looked back and saw that it was the damn steward. He took a long breath, recovered his blood and chi, formed seals with his hands, and quickly sent out several messages. The frontal attack of the fifth-level warrior was still somewhat threatening, and it was fortunate that the other party did not use his full strength, otherwise he would have confessed this time. These little people really can't be underestimated. If you are not careful, you will be calculated by the other party. He slowly stood up and looked at the steward with a stern look. "I have sent a message to the wizards of the Honorable Alliance. You wait for me." The steward was stunned. The soldier standing at the door was at a loss. He just heard about intercepting the Black Wizard, but he didn't think that this man was just framed, and he was the honorary elder of the Honor Alliance Union. Now things are in trouble. He looked at the damn hunter and thought, "You framed a wizard, you will be in trouble later." He stood at the door, walked in gently, looked at Dole, and said in a muffled voice, "This wizard, is there any misunderstanding?" Dole turned his head and looked at the soldier, snorted coldly, "Misunderstanding? When people come, we will know whether it is a misunderstanding or not." The auction was going on in the auction house, and most of the people were concentrated there. There were very few people here, and occasionally some people came in and out, but they were only a few cases. The tension at the gate had already attracted the attention of some senior executives. Hunter snorted coldly and said, "Whether you really sent a message or a fake message, I am just following the normal procedures of our auction house. Since you said you are not a dark wizard, how do you explain the poisoning of me?" There was another uproar around. Dole looked at him and narrowed his eyes. "Then you continue to do it." Hunter looked at Dole with doubts in his eyes. This guy is so calm. Is he really a member of the Wizarding Union? At this time, a group of people came down from above, fully armed. One of them was very powerful. He glanced at the door and shouted, "What's going on? Where did the dark wizard come from?" Hunter hurriedly walked up and said, "Brother, is it him?" The man glanced at Dole, and his aura directly enveloped Dole, but at this moment, he found that Dole's breath was somewhat familiar, and he was stunned. Isn't this the fifth-level pharmacist who sells that kind of advanced potion? Although this person disguised his identity, his aura is not fake. Between wizards, they all rely on breath sensing, never on appearance, and he will never make a mistake. He glanced at Hunter, and suddenly felt angry. He guessed that this guy was making trouble again, offended the other party, and then wanted to retaliate. He glanced at Hunter, his eyes slightly stern. "You go down." Hunter was stunned and said, "Butler, what about this person?" The butler was immediately angry. "Get out of here? Don't understand?" After saying this, he slowly restrained his momentum and came to Dole. His face looked a little ugly. "I'm sorry, it's our mistake at work, and it's causing you trouble." Dole also saw at this time that this person was the one who received him last time, and this guy recognized him. He touched his chest and said slowly, "I'm not a bother. Let's wait a while, until the people from the Glory Wizard Alliance come. Some people say I'm a dark wizard, and this matter must be discussed." The manager looked grim. This person was the lifesaver of Lord Allen. Lord Allen had publicly stated that anyone who dared to embarrass him would be against him, not to mention that there were several other level 6 wizards who supported this person. Chapter 338. His face was a little bitter. He knew some of the things his subordinates usually did, but generally they had good eyesight and knew who to offend and who not to offend. It seemed that this time was bad. This guy was really good at causing trouble. He executed several people last time. Why did someone come here to cause trouble again this time? What was going on? He looked around, glanced at Hunter, turned around, and smiled. Then let's talk for a moment. Dole shook his head and said, no, right here. Everyone around was stunned, especially Hunter. Who was this person? How dare he talk to the steward like this? Sweat began to flow down his forehead, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. At the gate of the auction, it was indescribably quiet and weird. At this moment, a luxurious carriage quickly came outside. The carriage was not very luxurious, but very simple. But the weird thing was that it had no wheels and just floated quietly on the ground. When they arrived at the door, 4 wizards came down from above. 2 of them were senior officials and 2 clerks. One of them was Alan. As a 6th level wizard, Alan's appearance made the surroundings of the auction house extremely quiet. The 5th level warrior stood silently on the side, with his hands crossed and hanging in front of him. At the door, Hunter's legs softened directly. When the steward saw this, his face turned pale. Damn Hunter, damn 2 rubbish of the Seekung family, after this matter is over, I will settle accounts with you. And he will naturally hate Duolai, but Duolai is an important customer. Even if he hates him, he can only do it quietly. 10 minutes later, in a huge office of the auction house, Alan looked at everyone, and after understanding everything, he turned to a middle-aged man. That was the vice president of the auction house, Singlen. Your auction house is quite good, arbitrarily framing wizards as dark wizards. You can handle this matter. He saw through Dole's disguise at a glance. This guy always disguised himself every time he came, and he was used to it. Singlen glanced at everyone, and his face was not much better. Master Dole is also an important customer of ours. We will auction his potions at the year-end auction house. Let's do this. In addition to punishing the relevant personnel, we will give Master Dole a silver card and a lifetime membership room above the 5th floor, so that no one will harass him in the future. Alan nodded. This method of handling is still reasonable, but Dole has made another potion. And put it up for auction at the auction house? Isn't it difficult to make this thing? He turned his eyes to Dole. Dole looked at Alan's puzzled eyes and sent a message back. There's a level 7 who asked me to refine some of that potion with the branches of the Tree of Life. The rest are here. If you have injured friends, you can come here to buy them. Alan's mouth twitched. Where did he get so many injured friends? It was unlucky enough that he was injured alone. He coughed and said, okay, I will personally send a letter to accuse the Seekung family. Singlen and he were old acquaintances, so he couldn't go too far. Anyway, Hunter and the 2 people from the Seekung family couldn't escape. Hunter casually accused a wizard of being a dark wizard, and he would be skinned alive. Although Dole taught them a lesson, it was just itchy, nothing more. Although the incident was not a big deal, the impact was very bad. If anyone dared to say that a wizard was a dark wizard in the future, how would wizards go out in the future? The auction had to bear a lot of responsibility. This incident just passed, which was beyond Dole's expectation. Dole met a new senior executive, Singlen, a 6th level warrior. Singlen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Alan who came this time. If someone else came, it would probably be a big loss. He glanced at Dole and waved his hand. The person behind him immediately brought a silver card and handed it to Dole. Dole did not stretch out his hand. The silver card flew out of the man's hand and automatically fell into his ring and disappeared. Although it was a bit disgusting, today's incident ended in such an anticlimactic way. The matter was resolved perfectly. Singlen blocked all his men, leaving only Dole and him, as well as the steward who first contacted Dole, 2 wizards above level 5, and Alan. He looked at Dole with burning eyes and said directly, I have another version of the story here. I wonder if it is credible. Dole frowned and said, what version? Singlen said, I heard that to refine that kind of potion, only branches with strong vitality are needed. Dole shook his head and said, branches of trees with strong vitality are only one of the main materials. Evil spirit fungus is the second, and there are 3 or 4 more difficult to find medicinal materials. At present, except for branches with huge vitality, the other materials I have on hand are only enough for 3 times of refining. Alan was also the first time to hear Dole talk about the formula. He was stunned when he heard this. The branches of the Tree of Life alone were difficult to get, and the evil spirit fungus, what the hell is that? But it is even harder to find than the branches of the Tree of Life. It depends on luck. He and another wizard exchanged a glance. This potion was indeed powerful, but the formula was indeed difficult to find. Singer thought for a moment and said, "If our auction house issues a task and finds these materials, can we order a large quantity from you?" Dole was shocked when he heard this, because when Singer said this, coupled with his identity as the vice president of the Wassenberg auction, he had a strong spirit and confidence, which gave people a heavy pressure. "Order me this magical potion that surpasses ordinary potions." "What is the auction house doing?" He thought for a while and said, "As long as the raw materials are enough, it can be done." He raised his hand, took a jade piece in his hand, added all the raw materials needed, and stuffed some more ingredients in it. It is impossible for them to see the real formula, let them figure it out. For high-level potions, the formula can be deduced. As long as there is a rough formula, the original formula can be found based on the principles of water and fire balance. However, the super vitality potion cannot be deduced at all. Many things in it use methods that are not from this world. Dole is not afraid of their deduction. He plans to change the name of this potion to Body Repair Potion. As the name suggests, it is specially used to repair the body. The name is worthy of the potion's effect. Singer nodded and said, "Then it's a deal. If we find the raw materials, we will send them to you. In addition, do you need to study the 6th level potion?" They have investigated Dole's every move in the auction house. Obviously, this person is ready to be promoted to the 6th level potion. Dole nodded embarrassedly. At this time, Arangel smiled and explained, "Pharmacists above level 6 must have inheritance for 2 reasons. First, it is for the consideration of the Empire to curb wild wizards and black wizards, and limit the number of wizards above level 5. Second, potions above level 6 involve some potion formulas and alchemy methods, which cannot be learned without special teaching. Therefore, if you want to learn level 6 potions, you need to be reviewed by the Pharmacist Union before you can obtain relevant information. All unions in the Glory Empire are under the jurisdiction of the Empire, and supervised by the Glory Wizard Union." Sindlin said this, obviously wanting Dole to walk more in the Pharmacist Union. Chapter 339. So that's how it is. Dole immediately understood that the Empire was trying to control the unstable factors at this time, so the Pharmacist Union was right. He thought about it, and understood the considerations of the Glory Empire. It was not impossible to join the top leaders of the Pharmacist Union. "Okay, I apply to join now." He thought about it. Alan's face showed a look of relief at this time. Sindlin showed a look of relief, and the top leaders of the auction house also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. They now knew who this person was, and the top leaders were all scared and sweating. Although they were a little tense before, the other party did not make too many demands later, and the ending was still acceptable. Everyone nodded. It was nothing serious. They now understood the identity of this person. Those above level 6 might not care about the other party, but those of level 5 and below were all within the killing range of this person. If they threw something out of him, their auction house would be finished. This is the deterrent power of biological pharmacists. Alan nodded. He came here to support Dole. After glancing at Sindlin and giving him a warning look, Alan nodded and said, "Then I go with you." Alan certainly didn't go with Dole for nothing. The others dispersed, and Alan followed Dole and McLaren, who came to ask questions, and walked out together. After coming outside, Alan put forward his request. He needed some level 6 potions. When Dole was promoted to level 6, he would send someone to get them. Dole nodded directly. The Pharmacist Union had already received the news at this time. Dole, a little wizard who was famous among the pharmacists in the entire Northwest, was going to join Watzenberg. Although it was not a big deal, it meant that they would likely have an extra level 6 pharmacist in the future. It is still very important for some people. It didn't take much effort to join the top of the Pharmacist Union. With his level 5 pharmacist, he easily obtained the identity of the Watzenberg pharmacist. The 2 vice presidents, who managed pharmacists, attended and received Dole. Dole soon got what he wanted. The other party didn't look at his face, but also looked at Alan's face. Dole was naturally very grateful for this. Of course, Alan didn't care. His life was saved by Dole. The 2 were considered to be friends regardless of age. After coming out of the Pharmacist Union, Alan heard about Dole's situation and was a little surprised. He was such a powerful pharmacist and should not be treated like this, but when he heard the other party's identity, Alan was also a little helpless. Involving the royal family, this matter can only be handled by Dole himself. If others fail to handle it well, they will provoke the Imperial Law Enforcement Corps, which is a real big trouble. There will be a lecture tomorrow, and Dole has to go back early. After bidding farewell to Alan, Dole put the Honor Wizard token into the storage ring. shielded the inside and outside, turned into a breeze, and returned to Arangel Academy. The weather was a little cold at this time. After all, it was almost winter. Dole did not go back to the magic tower, but stayed outside quietly for a night, and then went directly to the classroom the next day. After the course, he reported to the Arangel Tower. The top floor of the Arangel Tower. The solidified air, the heavy atmosphere, Arangel's expression was calm, but his eyes were very dull. After Dole walked in, Arangel sighed and said, "I'm afraid I can't keep you here." Dole didn't expect Arangel to say this. He was a 6th level wizard, a powerful existence, and was forced to say such words. He was a little confused. How much power can a third prince mobilize? "Dean Arangel, what are you doing?" Arangel looked at Dole with deep eyes, and said helplessly, "That's not the case. Although he is just a prince, his identity is not simple. His mother is the sister of the commander of the 1st Legion of the Empire, and his grandfather is the minister of the Empire's military affairs. Although they didn't speak, the power that the third prince can mobilize is very large. They just spoke to me, and there are no less than 10 level 6 wizards putting pressure on me." Dole was stunned. Can it be operated like this? What should I do? Arangel looked at Dole and smiled faintly. There are so many things you can do. You can open up a place for yourself or go to Watzenberg. Anyway, I can't keep you here. You know that I have no background. I don't care about some cats and dogs, but I can't resist the general trend. It's really not easy to force a level 6 wizard to this. Dole felt heavy-hearted. He thought, what will happen to the pharmacy class after I leave? Erang pouted, since the Honorable Wizard Alliance of Huazi City doesn't care, why should I care? I only output level 1 and 2 warriors and wizards here. Now there are so many level 3 wizards, which is beyond the scope of ordinary academies. Dora thought to himself that it seemed that Erang really wanted to give up the pharmacy class. If that was the case, he would just leave. As for where to go, he hadn't decided yet. He would ask his students later. Since he was leaving, many of the operations in Huazi City would be useless, so he should take revenge. Thinking of this, Dole thought of the strange Fire Sparrow and Hoswell. Several people from the Watts family had also caused trouble to him. Forget it. For the sake of the military office, let them go. But the Tracy family? This revenge must be avenged. Dole thought for a while, and said, it's almost the end of the year. After this semester, I will leave. Arangel sighed and said, okay, I will announce this matter later. I hope it can be resolved as soon as possible. Dole nodded, then said a few words and walked out. The things involved in an academy involve all aspects. It is too easy for the imperial officials to target any force. It can easily curb the lifeblood of the other party. This is the case with Arangel Academy, which has no background and no power. Back to his wizard tower, Dole was worried. As soon as he came to the door, he saw 2 people standing at the door. These 2 people are wizards, both level 3. They looked at Dole with unkindness on their faces. Dole didn't pay much attention to them, and walked directly to the bottom of the tower. At this moment, one of the 2 sneered, boy, you don't even give the third prince face. I think you don't plan to stay here. Dole walked up to the 2 people at this time, and felt a little funny. Level 3 facing level 4 is like a 3-year-old child facing an adult in his 20s. Do these 2 people think that they can threaten him with their status? He looked at the 2 people and showed a calm smile. I didn't sell it to Arangel. What's the difference between staying here and staying somewhere else? The 2 were stunned. What does this mean? Doesn't he care about Arangel Academy? The man's expression changed, and he said, if you can give us the formula, we can tilt the resources to Arangel Academy. Dole shook his head and said, no, you can do whatever you want. After this year, I will leave here and go to Watzenberg. I hope that your third prince has the means to threaten the Northwest Pharmacist Guild. After saying this, Dole left directly. The 2 were shocked. Dole didn't leave to pay attention to them, but walked forward. The door of the wizard tower opened automatically, and he walked in slowly. He was very short of money now. After buying the 6th level mental power potion, he had little left, so he had to make money quickly. Chapter 340. Each bottle of the 6th level spiritual power potion is not cheap. As long as he can make the potion and solve the problem of raw materials, he will have a steady flow of money in the future. The next day, class started on time. After the class, Dole did not leave, but his voice was slightly lowered. After a pause, he said, after this semester, I will go to Watzenberg or other places next semester. If anyone is willing to follow me, the wizard tower will keep your place. If you don't want to go with me, then I will return the money to you. That's it. Dole left after he finished speaking. All the students were stunned by the news. A lot of things have happened in the college recently, and Morris is also clear about it. As a noble, his news is much better than others. He lowered his head, turned around, and said to Sano next to him, "It seems that Lord Arangel is not going to offer a level 4 pharmacist course. The pressure from the rose merchants is too great." Sano curled his lips and said, "It doesn't matter. I have already touched the threshold of level 4. I will see how it goes later." Next to the two of them, Sketcher sighed and said, "Lecturer Dole's teaching level is better than those lecturers in Watzenberg. If he wants to leave, I will go with him. I want to be promoted to level 5 as quickly as possible. Only after level 5 can I be considered a real pharmacist." Hearing this, Morris and Sano looked at each other, and their hearts were full of bitterness. Sketchers can leave, so what about them? Morris gritted his teeth and said, "I will go back to discuss with my mother. If not, I will take her with me to follow the lecturer. Following the lecturer is definitely better than following the family or the academy." Sano was also struggling at this time. Yes, if I can become a level 5 or even level 6 pharmacist in the future, that would be the real honor. What is a small family? I am the family. Yes, that's why I am struggling. Morris hesitated. What's the point of struggling? Just leave when you say so. We are all students of Arangel College now. As long as we apply for graduation, we can leave directly. Let's go. It's right to follow the lecturer. Besides, the lecturer has a lot of orders. You can follow the orders when the time comes. Another student next to him, Denku, quickly expressed his thoughts. Although he is now a lecturer of the college, he signs a contract once a year. In fact, he can leave at any time. While the three were still talking, other level 3 pharmacists such as Yulong also came over and expressed their opinions. For a pharmacist, nothing is more important than his own growth. As long as he can become a level 5 or 6 pharmacist, he will be a family. And except for Morris and Sano, the others present were all civilians. After saying how powerful they were, they basically had their own ideas. At this time, the other people in the class also gathered together, communicated with each other, and thought about their own destinations. Dole's words almost set off the entire potion class. Back to the wizard tower, Dole didn't care how Arangel handled his own affairs. He closed himself off and devoted himself to studying the 6th level mental potion. The biggest disadvantage of being at odds with the Rose Chamber of Commerce was fully reflected at this time. That is, he didn't have enough medicinal materials available. In Waz City for so many years, except for the Rose Chamber of Commerce, he didn't contact other forces and organizations, and the various families also ignored him. At this time, the disadvantages were revealed. But now the remaining medicines are enough for him to do research. After getting the orthodox way of refining medicine, Duolite only read it once, and he was extremely indignant about the refining of medicines above level 6. Yes, it was indignant, because after level 6, refining medicine became alchemy, which required extracting the medicinal properties, and then combining different medicinal properties, mixing them in a very fine proportion according to the alchemy method, and finally interfering with mental power, as if imprinting magic patterns, to form fine medicine crystals with different medicinal properties. The medicine still looks like liquid, but in fact it is full of tiny particles. No wonder he couldn't refine it even if he died. The medicine is the essence of tens of thousands of years of human beings. If it is really like this, level by level, without any content, it would be abnormal. After understanding it, Duolai extracted the medicinal properties step by step according to the above, and the last step was fusion and alchemy. He had already achieved level 5 magic patterns, so refining medicine was not difficult at all. But even so, he spent 5 days to refine the level 6 mental power potion before the second class. There were a lot of potions. A total of 20 bottles were filled. According to the auction house price, one can make a lot of money by refining medicine. He calculated that even if he sold one bottle at a normal price, he would make a net profit of 5,000. If he sold it at an auction house, he would make more. No wonder senior pharmacists and senior alchemists are not short of money at all. This is simply a huge profit. However, refining potions is not a simple matter. It requires years of accumulation. If there is not enough profit, who would be willing to do it? After the refining was completed, Duolai breathed a sigh of relief. He finally succeeded. He took a break, recovered his spirit, and then went to class with something between his legs. As soon as he came to the door, Morris stopped him, bowed slightly, and said to Dole, "Lecturer, I have learned in the past few days that due to the pressure behind the Rose Chamber of Commerce, all the major forces in Huazi City are unwilling to accept you. What is your next plan?" Dole nodded and said, of course, I will go to Watsaburg. Watsaburg has a more complete potion system. I have just practiced the 6th level mental potion. The next step is magic potion. The medicinal materials here are not enough. Morris nodded. He knew that Dole did not have enough medicinal materials to supply. He made up his mind and said, during the days when you were in seclusion, we contacted the students in the magic tower. Most of them are willing to go with you. According to this model, we can set up a separate potion organization and let each adventure group supply goods. The price will be raised a little bit. Dole nodded and thought to himself, it seems that this guy is ready to follow him. So he smiled and said, I have been thinking about this these days. Watsaburg is the administrative center of the Northwest. The conditions there are a little better. As the center of the state and province, no one can interfere. There are many professionals and families. If all of us go there, the market will not be saturated. But let's talk about it after this year. Regarding the medicinal materials, I will spend more time to contact other caravans or go to Watsaburg to purchase them. You say, are you all willing to follow me? Morris nodded fiercely. Dole thought about it, and a gleam of brilliance appeared in his eyes. If you all follow me, then I can directly open up a territory and become the Lord myself. It's all the territory of pharmacists. I don't think ordinary people will offend it. This is feasible. Morris remembered what Dole just said at this time, and was a little stunned. Have you practiced the 6th level mental potion? Dole nodded and said, let's not talk about it for now, go to class, and then we will have a small meeting in the magic tower. Chapter 341. It is very common for wizards to open up their own territories after they have the ability, just like Arangel. He conquered the Arangel Mountains and named them after himself. He occupied this place and opened a college. Of course, there will be a problem. The occupied place needs to be under a certain county or county town, and needs to pay taxes to the empire, which can easily cause conflicts with the locals. For example, a city with a strong military force, like what city has few uncontrolled places around it. If he takes a fancy to a place that the locals are going to occupy, it will cause a big enough conflict with them, unless his strength is strong enough. When he thought of this, his wizard tower, the power and means he now has, and the influence that he and many pharmacists can bring, he felt relieved. Pharmacists are the targets that any force wants to capture. As long as Arangel does not prevent him from taking all these people away, and then going to Watsaburg to make a name for himself, it should not be difficult to find a suitable position. In fact, Dual-Eye wanted to go to some places, like the borders of several countries, to do business with people from multiple countries, but he felt that making money was too slow when dealing with the Glory Empire. Thinking of this, he simply ignored the third prince. As a pharmacist, he had too many ways to find the source of medicine. At this time, he was going to contact Carl to see what a large-scale company like the Flame Chamber of Commerce could do. After using up all the materials on hand, Dual-Eye had a full 50 bottles of level 6 mental power potions, as well as a lot of level 5 potions, and a few copies of various high-level poisons. More than 10 days later, Dole disguised himself, took advantage of the night, quietly walked out of the magic tower, and soon disappeared into the darkness. The weather turned cold, everything began to wither, and the night air gradually became cold. As soon as he entered the wilderness, he could see a layer of white frost on the ground. Looking up, and seeing the white moon, Dole suddenly remembered when he just came out of Duoming City. It seemed to be spring, and the moon was rounder than it is now. He came out of Duoming City, passed through the plains of thousands of kilometers, and passed through 2 fortresses before coming here. As a pharmacist, he naturally hopes that his potion can be sold and there are materials. Dole thought of 2 fortresses. As a wizard, he naturally hopes for a more stable place. The fortress of the Glory Empire seems to be very suitable for development. Whether it is wizards or warriors, they are all potential users. Dole thought about it, and prepared to see if any of the students had channels in this regard, and could supply the fortress. When he thought about it, he suddenly felt a little cold, and a very familiar wave came from not far behind him. That was the thought of his own Xianxia worm. In the darkness, Dual-Eye blinked his eyes, not knowing why he was exposed, and was discovered by the strange fire bird. He hadn't gone to trouble the other party yet, but the other party actually came to his door. It's just that the other party found him like this. In this wilderness, the other party couldn't be here for a picnic, so it could only be him. He frowned, and the speed was not slow at all. He turned into a breeze, and went straight to the sky at full speed. At the same time, while flying, he checked the things on his body to see if anyone had done anything to him. These damn organizations, as long as they have money, can always find loopholes around them, and leave enough tracking marks. There are many ways for wizards to leave marks, such as smell, fluctuation, tracker, even mental fluctuation, blood, which can make the other party track themselves and make people defenseless. Last time, they tracked themselves through the refined tracker, but they suffered a big loss in the end. This time they come again? Why? Anik and Finny, and 10 people brought them from the wilderness. There are 3 people in the pharmacy class who provide them with information, so they can know that Dole will go to Watsaburg in the next few days. They arranged means in advance. As soon as Dole came out, they immediately followed, and they had a high-level hidden scroll, so they were unnoticed. In order to catch Dole this time, they even compromised with the Assassin Guild. In addition to them, the Assassin Guild was also in front. Seeing Dole suddenly speed up, the person in charge immediately shouted, "Get on the flying ship and chase him directly." He casually took out a thing that looked like a flying ship and threw it in the air. The thing immediately grew larger and turned into a real flying ship, about 10 meters long, and the whole body was black, which was very inconspicuous in the dark night. After the transformation of the flying ship was completed, everyone jumped on it immediately. A wizard immediately stepped forward and began to operate the flying ship. The flying ship started very quickly, and in just a short time, it disappeared in the air like a black dot. In the dark sky, an inconspicuous whirlwind shuttled quickly, at a very fast speed. He almost didn't plan to turn, and went straight through the sky. He didn't care about any danger ahead. At this time, he felt that the speed of the people behind him also suddenly increased, and Dwelai's heart sank. I'm afraid that tonight will not end peacefully. He immediately formed seals with both hands and released the message. In the wizard tower, Ball shook his head and slowly climbed up from the ground. In the darkness, his 2 eyes exuded a darker and deeper color. Finally, there is food, but this time it seems that the other party is well prepared. We can't let it capsize in the ditch. As a level 7, Ball has learned to be very obedient after suffering the biggest loss in his life. At this time, he felt that there was movement next door, so he slowly raised his feet and came to the door. He looked next door. In the dark night, an invisible mist floated in the air. At the same time, in another place, an invisible mist was also flying out of the wizard tower quickly. You also received the news? Ball looked calm. In the black fog, Wishu's mental fluctuations came out. This time the other side has a lot of people, and they seem to be very powerful. I go and take a look. Bear nodded and said, then let's see who gets there first. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Bear suddenly disappeared. When the black fog saw this, a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes, and then he restrained his breath and flew out quickly. She really wanted to know how the other side knew Dwelai's location. You know, Dwelai always made sufficient preparations every time he went out. Although there were all kinds of people in the pharmacy class, it was rare to do something to Dwelai. The night sky was starry, and the air was cold. There were already many snow stains on the top of the mountain. Under the moonlight, it emitted a white light. Dwelai had just landed on the mountain at this time, looking at the darkness behind him with doubtful eyes. He was confused now. He had almost changed all his clothes, but still couldn't escape the other party's tracking. He was wondering what went wrong, or did the other party find a cursed master to track his hair, or blood and body? If it was a curse, then he should be able to sense it, and he usually paid attention to this aspect, so almost no one would have the opportunity to touch him. Chapter 342. He thought for a long time, his brows furrowed into a river shape, but he still couldn't figure it out. The world of wizards is really weird. At this time, he felt something, looked back, and found the other party's flying tool. His heart was suddenly shocked. In order to deal with him, the other party actually dispatched a flying ship. He really had himself in his hands. Since you are like this, don't blame me for being rude. Dole's heart moved, and his mental power emanated from his body, connecting the sky and the earth, ready to interfere with the surrounding weather at any time. The most advantageous part of the meditation method of the Son of the Storm element is his magnificent mental power. The mental power communicates with the sky and the earth and changes the climate conditions in a small range. However, he soon discovered that there was no power that could be leveraged to form the simplest storm, because the temperature in winter is very low, and an effective high and low pressure difference cannot be formed. He sighed and thought to himself that if he wanted to find a base in the future, he must find a suitable place, otherwise his meditation method would be too restricted and could not be fully utilized. He could only delay it with poison and witchcraft. The Tracy family, when I return this time, I will destroy you and let the entire wizard world know how tragic it is to offend a pharmacist. Thinking of this, he withdrew his mental power, raised his hands, and the power of wind and ice in the surrounding heaven and earth gathered from all directions. Soon, 4 crystal-clear ice spheres formed in the heaven and earth. But if you look closely, you will see that these 4 ice spheres are not fixed, but the light inside is flowing. I don't know how much witchcraft is gathered. If someone sees it, they will definitely be amazed. He actually condensed a large range of witchcraft so perfectly. He waved his hand casually, and the wind gun quickly disappeared from the air. The wind gun was silent, and all the sharpness was restrained. All the power was completely concentrated on one line. After flying out, it was as if the wind merged into the air, and no trace could be seen. Annie and Finny stood on the flying ship, staring at the things in their hands fiercely, and staring at Dole's figure at any time. After suffering a big loss last time, the two of them rested for more than a year before they fully recovered. This time, when they said they wanted to deal with Dole, they immediately stepped forward. One of them lost an arm, and the other lost a leg. Although they can grow back in the future, this revenge cannot be avenged. At this time, they saw Dole landing on the mountain on his own initiative. The two raised their eyes, and looked down intently, and took out their staffs at the same time. However, the leader this time was not him, but the deputy commander of the strange fire sparrow, Tim, a level 5 wizard of the Tracy family. Timo was a middle-aged man, with almost no special features, a very ordinary person. He stood in front of the flying ship, looking at Dole, the dark mountain peaks, which looked extremely ferocious at this time. He looked back and said coldly with a blank expression, "The other party has released witchcraft, which is very advanced. I don't know what it is. Open the magic circle." Several wizards behind him nodded immediately, and activated the relevant magic circle. On the flying ship, a faint light was alive, and there was a slight light in the dark night. At this time, the flying ship suddenly shook violently, and everyone fell to one side in embarrassment. One of them suddenly shouted, "Commander, the magic circle has been broken, and the flying ship is damaged." Everyone was still shaking. When they heard this, they were shocked. This was a flying ship. A 4th-level wizard could break it with witchcraft. How powerful was this magic? "Quick, get out!" Tim shouted suddenly, and disappeared into the flying ship first. The flying ship was still several kilometers away. Dole fired 4 wind guns at a time, and released 3 waves in one breath. After the first wave hit, he chased the flying ship frantically, trying to shoot it down. The power of the wind gun was extremely concentrated in his hands. In terms of power, it was not weaker than the 5th-level witchcraft. This wave of attacks directly blew up the opponent's flying ship. The light was dim and dilapidated. The flying ship only resisted 1 round before it was directly damaged. At this time, Dole saw that the flying ship was shaking and soon disappeared. At this time, they put it away. There were some black spots in the sky where the flying ship was. That was a person inside. So without saying a word, he directly threw the wind gun over. Under the moonlight, the wind gun was still transparent and silent. At this moment, several black spots in the sky suddenly burst out with strong power, and waves of repulsive force rushed in all directions, protecting everyone in it. The wind gun hit it, making a series of shocking sounds, but it was all blocked. "He is really rich. He has such advanced equipment." Dole sighed. He saw that the other party used a very powerful defensive magic weapon to form a circle of defense shield. His wind gun hit it, but it could only shake the defense shield, but it did not break it. The flying ship is an alchemical creation for traveling. The low-end goods are not very strong in defense. It was directly blown up by his wave of attacks. This was determined by his own characteristics. But the things he took out later were different. This was pure defensive equipment. A wave of wind guns hit it, but it only dimmed the light for a while. This is simply amazing. Dole was complaining in his heart. In fact, the people in the strange fire bird were not much more shocked than him. The disc under his feet was a level 7 defensive equipment, but it was hit by the opponent and dimmed in one breath. The magic pattern could not bear the opponent's attack. "What kind of monster is this guy?" Tim, the leader, snorted coldly. He didn't care about the equipment. He looked behind and said, "Onik, master this magic weapon. I will go down to catch him." Onik was frightened by Dole's attack. At this time, he hurriedly took over the control, constantly took out magic crystals, and stuffed them into the magic weapon frantically to replenish the consumption of the magic weapon. The disc-shaped magic weapon became brighter, at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Tim, wearing a magic robe, jumped out of the disc. While flying, he waved his hand, and thousands of ice crystals fell. Under the moonlight, it was like a light rain going towards Dole. The ice crystals reflected the moonlight, like a beautiful scenery. Dole also saw Tim, and felt the momentum that burst out from him in an instant, and his heart trembled. Is this guy a level 5 wizard? He had just taken the advantage of attacking first, but now that he was attacked by others, he didn't have much advantage. Seeing the ice crystals all over the sky, and feeling the shocking magic and sharp edge emanating from them, Dole shook his body, and flew directly into the mountain. As he flew out, he waved his hand casually, and a tornado rose from the spot, and went towards the ice crystals all over the sky. The ice crystals were released by a level 5 wizard, and they contained powerful magic. The tornado blew up a strong wind, which restrained this attack to a certain extent, but the ice crystals still had 1/10 of the number left after passing through the tornado. Puff puff puff. There were suddenly more than a dozen large pits of more than 1 meter on the top of the mountain. Those ice crystals hit the peak and immediately caused a slight explosion. Feeling this, Dole, who was flying in the mountain, flew faster. Tim has been paying attention to Dole's movements. Windwalk is the best way to escape in the witchcraft world. It is silent, but its advantages and disadvantages are obvious. In Windwalk, he cannot cast witchcraft other than wind spells, and he does have a way to track the opponent. He took out a mirror and looked directly at it. A small red dot was flying wildly on it. Timo just took a look and sent a message to the disc in the sky to block it in front. He looked ahead and flew forward rapidly, observing the small mirror while flying. He flew out of 3 hills in one breath. He raised his head suddenly and stretched out his hand to grab forward. The huge mental power enveloped like a shadow. Dole fled frantically. After all, the opponent was a level 5 wizard, and mental power alone could crush him to death. At this time, he felt something wrong in front of him, and suddenly stopped and shot to the side. Chapter 343. On the mountain in front, a large piece of snow suddenly exploded, forming thousands of ice crystals, shooting towards him. Dole was not in a hurry, and looked behind him. At the same time, his mental power swept to the top of his head. There were people above his head and behind him. If he was a normal wizard, he would have escaped by now. His figure fell suddenly, and the ice crystals brushed past the place where he was originally, making a shrill whistling sound. Onyx stood in the sky, looking down, and immediately shouted, "He fell, cover me and attack." As he said, he took the lead, and a large ball of fire was generated out of thin air, bombarding the mountain. At the same time, others also took out their best witchcraft and went towards Dole. Fireballs, ice crystals, ice arrows, wind blades, flame rays, and dozens of powerful witchcrafts. For a time, the sky was shrouded in colorful magic. These were all level 3 to 4 spells, which suddenly erupted together, alarming all the monsters in the entire mountain. Dole also felt the threat above his head at this time, and his heart was alarmed. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than the release speed of magic. He suddenly crashed into the mountain next to him. His body disappeared directly. Dozens of spells fell, some fell on the mountain peak, and some fell into the dark valley. Boom boom boom. The mountain collapsed, and the entire mountain peak disappeared directly in half, and the rubble flew. Less than half a second later, there was a loud rumbling sound in the valley. Dole did not go directly into the mountain, but when he hit the mountain peak, the windwalk spell stuck to the mountain peak and went to the side. He was not an earth-based spell, and he could not escape underground, and escaping underground did not allow him to escape into the stone. There was an explosion above his head, and fireballs, wind blades, ice arrows, etc. brushed against his body and fell into the valley, scaring him into a cold sweat. The mountain peaks exploded, and rocks fell. The battle was huge. Dole observed the surrounding terrain, while sticking to the mountain peaks, and continued to fly into the mountains. Tim held a mirror in his hand, and kept observing Dole's direction. After seeing him escape, he continued to chase him from behind. He hated wind wizards, because they ran away too fast. He immediately activated the communication spell to inform Aniko, and the others of Dole's movements. Dole played hide-and-seek in the mountains at night. This was the first time in the history of the world. At this time, the distance was close, and he finally saw the key to the problem. The 5th level wizard was holding a mirror in his hand in the air several kilometers away. He could find his exact position by looking at the mirror. Obviously, the mirror was the key alchemical equipment and magic weapon to find himself. Mirror-type magic tools have a wide range of functions, most of which are for investigation. He alone knows several methods of refining such equipment, and can indeed track his position in many ways. With so many students, it is hard to prevent someone from approaching him and taking something from him. This should be a curse. This time, in addition to revenge on the Tracy family, he should also learn the dangerous witchcraft. In the sky, Anik and Finny received instructions and chased Dole from the sky, dropping magic from time to time and hitting him near him, which made Dole feel scared. These people are level 3 and level 4, and their witchcraft is powerful. Although they are not as good as the level 5 wizard behind, they are faster. The 5th level wizard was a water-based wizard, so he was slow and couldn't catch up with Dole's speed, which gave him a chance to escape. Otherwise, he would have been captured alive or turned into a corpse. In the dark night, Dole fled back and forth in the forest. This was just an ordinary forest. With the sound of noises above his head, explosions in the mountain, and the sound of gravel splashing, he soon reached the other side of the mountain. The world in front of him suddenly became clear, and he had already passed through the forest. Behind him, Tim controlled the flying technique and followed Dole fiercely. When he saw that there was no obstacle in front, he immediately waved his hand, and a large range of ice arrows in the sky shot towards Dole's back at an extremely fast speed. He had already caught up to less than 1 kilometer behind Dole, which was the best range for a 5th level wizard to cast spells. As soon as the 5th level wizard made a move, Dole felt his whole body cold, and his whole body was covered by a sharp breath. The mental warning signs were issued frequently, and he hurriedly flew to the side. He had just escaped, and hundreds of ice crystals passed through the air where he was originally standing, making a whistling sound, and one of the ice crystals almost rubbed his body. It was a close call. But the next moment, Dole's warning signs were issued again, and he hurriedly turned again and tried his best to break through. He was a little anxious. If Lord Ball and Wishy didn't come, he would have died here. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the flying disc above his head. In the mountains, he could still rely on his excellent speed advantage and use the mountain terrain to hide himself, but in open places, he could only turn left and right, up and down, and at this time, the flying disc in the sky began to have an advantage. He dodged several ice crystal rains in succession, and saw that the 5th level wizard was about to catch up with him. Seeing this, Dole secretly became fierce, and directly launched the mysterious corpse worms hidden in Anik and Finny. On the huge flying disc, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they couldn't see where Dole was, with the direction pointed out by Lord Tim, they could always force the opponent to slow down with a large-scale attack, so that Lord Tim behind them could catch up, and even felt a little relaxed and happy. Anik's face was a little fierce, but also with a hint of joy. After being tortured by the damn black fungus for several months, he can finally take revenge. He and Finny looked at each other, and both of them were a little happy. At this time, Tim said another command. One person controlled the flying disc, and the other waved his hand, and large pieces of flames illuminated the starry sky, indicating the direction of attack for everyone. At this moment, Anik and Finny both felt a splitting headache. The pain was so intense that it seemed as if something was devouring their heads and chewing their brains. Anik immediately dropped the controls. Her eyes bulged out in pain. She lost her strength, fell to the ground, and screamed heartbreakingly. Finny was the same. She huddled up in pain and trembled all over. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was going on? The flying disc lost control and flew forward at a constant speed. Tim chased after Dole. In the night, he looked majestic and graceful. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, watching Dole darting left and right, up and down in the distance, like a naughty monkey. At this speed, he would be caught in less than half an hour. In the dark night, he could already sense Dole's flying technique with his mental induction. This was indeed a wind flying technique that was 1 level higher than the flying technique he used, and the speed was much faster. After he issued the order, he no longer cared about the flying disc above. Their mission was to contain the other party. At this moment, the witchcraft in the sky fell, with the fireball spell at the head, and countless other spells fell together. As expected, Nadola changed direction again and went to the side. Chapter 344. This time, the distance was shortened again. He looked in the direction of Dole and issued another command. At this moment, he frowned because the flying disc was running farther and farther in one direction. The next moment, he received a voice transmission from the person above. Anik and Finny were hit again? When did it happen? He chased Dole closely and looked at the flying disc in the sky. His face suddenly became uncertain. Should he catch Dole or go to save people? While he was hesitating, he sensed that Dole in front of him suddenly stopped, withdrew from the windwalk, and was directly exposed in the sky. He stood in front of the world and looked at him coldly. The two were less than 300 meters apart. In the night, the hair on each other's face could almost be seen in the dim light vision. Tim was shocked. What did the other party mean? Dole looked at Tim. This was the first time he looked back at the other party. This level 5 water wizard had never been seen in what city? This was a hidden master. He looked at the other party coldly, and immediately sent a message. Lord Ball, don't eat it yet, catch it first, I have a use for it. Why did he stop? Because Lord Ball is here. Tim looked at the flying disc flying farther and farther in the sky, and his face became more uncertain. Boy, why don't you run away? He slowly approached Dole, trying to catch him in an instant. Dole looked at him and smiled faintly. Because my backer is here, strange fire sparrow, I will eat all of you. Just be my test subjects. Tim was startled, and at this moment, he felt someone behind him, and he was immediately horrified. Ball was naturally already nearby. As soon as Dole finished speaking, he jumped out of the air and grabbed Tim with a slap. However, Tim, who was level 5, was not as fast as the level 7 in reaction speed. He was caught directly. The series of defensive measures on his body made crackling sounds. All of them were useless. He was directly crushed, and then the whole person was caught in the hand. Tim's face was ashen. In the distance, on the flying disc, a series of black corpse worms flew out of the void. They drilled into the defense array on the flying disc and swallowed the energy on it in big mouthfuls. The people in the flying disc were immediately shocked and released various witchcrafts to attack the things outside, but all the witchcrafts fell on the black corpse worms and were completely useless. Soon, the energy on the defense array was exhausted, and the black corpse worms drilled into it. Roars and screams suddenly came from the distant sky. Standing in the darkness, Dole saw that the situation was settled, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been chased for almost an hour, and he was in a bad mood. After sending a message to them to imprison the man in the wizard tower, he continued to fly forward and had to rush to Watzenberg before dawn. It was almost dawn now. Auction house. Dole used the same face as last time this time. He caused a little trouble when he came in, but soon, when he met the steward he met at the beginning, the trouble ended. This steward was called Axe, one of the stewards. When he saw Dole, his eyebrows jumped. After bringing the man to the dark room last time, Axe sat across the table and asked with some doubt, Wizard Dole, why are you here this time? Dole looked at him, curled his lips, and said, of course I sell potions, level 6 mental potions, and some level 5 potions. There were only 2 people in the room. It was empty and quiet, and Dole's voice was clearly transmitted to Axe's ears. Axe was a little bit overwhelmed. How long has it been since he returned, and this guy has researched out level 6 mental potions? My God, he straightened his posture for the first time and asked with a frown, how many bottles of level 6 mental potions are there? Level 4 wizards can use level 6 mental potions to improve their strength. There are countless level 4 wizards in Watzenberg who look forward to more shares every day. Anyway, cultivation is definitely not enough. Now there is another supplier. He believes that most people should be very satisfied. Even if the quality is defective, it is better than nothing. Dole didn't say much, and directly took out all the potions and put them on the table. Seeing the table full of potions, Axe's mind was a little confused. He was a little shocked. This output was a bit amazing. It's no wonder that McLaren, Allen and others have such strong trust in Dole. This high productivity is just like a sow. He immediately adjusted his mentality and said, okay, we can arrange it at the monthly auction the day after tomorrow. You have other potions to sell. What are they? Let's see if we can put them together for the auction. He had no doubt about Dole's ability. Dole calmly took out a note and said, other potions are not worth mentioning, but mental potions are more important. Axe took the list with both hands, took a look, and then nodded. Indeed, except for the 6th level mental potion, the others were ordinary 5th level potions. This number was nothing in Watzenberg, but even if this little guy only knew the 6th level mental potion, it was enough to gain a foothold in Watzenberg. These days, what is the most popular is definitely a high-level pharmacist. When he was thinking about whether he should win over the young man in front of him, Dole took out another list, looked at him, and gently placed it in front of him. I have a list of things that are not to be seen in public. Can you help me sell it? He glanced at the other party, took the note in his hand, and glanced at it lightly. He was shocked by the glance. What are these? My God, this is dragon snake venom, fire lizard venom, all kinds of level 5 poisons, powerful poisons. What is this? This is a diffusible poison powder, my God. He swallowed his saliva and raised his body backwards involuntarily, trying to stay away from Dual Eye. He was a little scared. Fortunately, he didn't offend him to death last time. If he offended him too much, they would play with him no matter where he put it in the auction house. He knew that the other party was using the opportunity of selling potions to show their deterrence to them. This deterrence was very powerful. He tried to calm himself down and made fair suggestions. We can help you deal with these things privately, but what about the price? Dole looked at the other party with a calm look. You guys decide how to deal with it. My goal is to get the money. He paused and said in a heavy tone, I'm short of money recently. Axe's mouth twitched. I don't know how much these level 6 potions cost. You can still be short of money. No one would believe it. Thinking of this, he stood up and said in a steady voice, We have taken over your business, and you can see the money when you come next month. Dole nodded, and he also stood up and said, This is naturally the best. In addition, I will move to Watzenberg after the new year. I hope we can cooperate more by then. Axe's eyes lit up. No problem, I will be responsible for you personally at that time. Dole breathed a sigh of relief and said, How did you deal with the last matter? What about the compensation I need? Axe's mouth twitched. There was compensation, and it was paid a long time ago, but not at their auction house, but at Lord Allen's. The Seacombe family paid a lot of money, and because of this, the Seacombe family hated Dole to death. Chapter 345. All those things are with Lord Allen. If you have time, you can go to Lord Allen to have a look. Do you have anything else to do? Axe was a little scared of this young man now. Dole thought about it, relaxed his expression, and smiled faintly. Then let's do the third business next. I want to buy something. Axe's scalp tingled. As a pharmacist, what did this guy want to buy? It couldn't be a level 6 poison formula. He said calmly, Please tell me? Dole said without hesitation, I need a high-quality, high-capacity alchemy furnace, preferably made of dark and fire properties. The better the quality, the bigger the better. Axe breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't buy the poison formula, he nodded and said, Although the kind you mentioned is rare, we can help you keep an eye out. The dwarves should have a lot of unsold inventory. We can help you contact them. Dole was stunned. Good guy, it's worthy of being Watzenberg. An auction house actually has so many doors. He nodded and said, That's it, I need a reply as soon as possible. The two delivered all the remaining things, and Dole turned and left, not wanting to stay here at all. He didn't get any good impression here twice in a row. He didn't like this place at all. In the slightly dark room, Dole's back slowly disappeared at the door. Cold sweat broke out on Axe's head. He carefully held the things in his hands, immediately sent out a message, and quickly called for special people to come and deal with them. The things in his hands were simply bombs. Soon, Axe appeared in Sindrin's office and told him the story. Sindrin called the pharmacist of the auction house over and asked about the situation carefully. He decided not to make it public and conceal the matter. With Dole's batch of poisons, they could take the next step. However, he had learned Dole's tricks. The last time he came, the auction house had offended him. This time, he directly gave them a warning and used these poisons to show his power. This little guy is really not simple. After driving everyone away, Sindrin stood alone in the room and thought quietly. Back in the sunshine, Dole felt a little more warmth on his body, and the haze brought to him by the auction house behind him slowly disappeared. Selling poisons was just a cover, and his purpose was to deter. With a smile on his lips, he slowly walked to the street. He didn't have a good look last time, so he would take a good look this time. As the center of the Northwest Province, Watzenberg is surrounded by mountains. On each mountain, there is a watchtower every few meters, guarded by wizards and warriors. Each watchtower is a magic circle with various functions. Of course, the most common one is reconnaissance. The annual maintenance fee and daily consumption of these magic circles are not small. Watzenberg does not look big, but the space planning inside is very good. Some crowded people here do not seem to be as impetuous as in big cities. Instead, they are very comfortable. Everyone walks around on the street with smiles on their faces. The living standards of the people here are obviously very high. Ordinary people also wear very good clothes, while some nobles wear more colorful, gorgeous, and noble clothes than their own dresses. People here seem to pay more attention to aesthetics. Dole turned into a restaurant, ordered a random meal, and then praised it highly. The big city is different. He went to the bathroom, changed his original appearance, and walked out slowly. On the street, humans died, and from time to time you could see various races, dwarves, werewolves, and some tall barbarians. In addition to various races, there were also some nobles leading various domesticated and well-behaved monsters following their masters, looking mighty and heavy. Dole felt that this was the real magic city. Compared with the Northern Kingdom, this is where people should live. The cities in the Northern Kingdom can only be regarded as the countryside. However, it is obvious that the Northern Kingdom has more warriors, and the people are more sturdy. In terms of overall combat effectiveness, it is not weaker than the Glory Empire. Thinking of this, Dole slowly walked into the city. Not long after, he came to the bottom of the Glory Wizard Tower. At this moment, behind him, a crisp sound of horse hooves came from a distance and slowly stopped beside him. Dole turned his head and saw a young man, a noble boy in gorgeous clothes, jumping off his horse and looking at him with a smile. I am Gretel, meet Wizard Dole. Gretel is also a wizard, and even a member of the youth program, so when he saw Dole, he was a little surprised and came forward to say hello. What shocked him was that this person was already level 4. Without the resources of the Glory Wizard Alliance, he could reach level 4 by himself. This was simply surprising. You know, the people in their youth program had just reached level 4 not long ago, and were still consolidating their strength. Dole looked at Greta without any impression. He bowed slightly and said, "Hello, I don't think I have seen you before." After saying this, he frowned. Greta smiled lightly with a gentle expression. Dole Wizard, please don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions, I am from the Orn family, our family specializes in various medicinal materials, I think we can cooperate with Dole Wizard. He knew Dole's background very well. If he could bring his magic tower to Watzenberg, he would immediately become the 3rd largest pharmacist in the Watzenberg area, and there would be many opportunities for cooperation in the future, so he came up to say hello. Dole was stunned for a moment. It was really someone sending a pillow when he was sleepy. No, this was business coming to him. At most it was a business partnership. He thought about it and said, Orn family. Specializing in various medicinal materials? He didn't know the distribution of power in Watzenberg, so he was not familiar with whether this guy was telling the truth. Greta nodded, with a confident smile on his face. Please believe me, there is no one who knows more about medicinal materials than our Orn family, and there is no medicinal material dealer with a wider business than our Orn family in the entire Northwest, he said in a serious tone. Dole raised his eyebrows. This guy is quite confident. He nodded and said calmly, if that's the case, please help me prepare 100 sets of medicinal materials for the 6th level mental power potion and transport them to Arangel College. Then the money and goods will be settled. Greta was stunned, and then took a breath. On the one hand, Dole's medicinal materials are large in quantity, and on the other hand, the other party's eyes clearly do not trust him. 100 sets, this is a great test for him. What does 100 sets mean? Oh my god! Greta was refreshed and immediately vowed, I will receive the goods in 10 days. He turned his head and glanced at the wizard tower in front of him, and said, Are you going to the wizard tower? We can go together. Dole was a little surprised, even a little stunned. This guy can really get the medicinal materials for 100 potions? The major chambers of commerce in Huazi City combined do not have this strength. One medicinal material, if calculated as more, can be refined into more than a dozen bottles of potion, and if calculated as less, there are at least 7 or 8 bottles. One bottle is 10,000 gold coins, which is at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, and the raw materials are at least more than 10,000. 100 portions, that is more than 1 million. Such a big business was completed so easily. Chapter 346. Is this so-called Orn family really a full-time herbal medicine dealer? He blinked his eyes, and some doubts in his heart. He didn't have 1 million gold coins now, so he could only pray that he could get 1 million gold coins at the auction in a few days. Headache. He put this matter aside and smiled. I go find Master Allen. He is in Wizard Tower number 3. Greta suddenly realized that Dole had cured Master Allen with a potion, and this matter had spread throughout the entire Wassenberg. That's it. I go to Tower number 1. The youth program is about to end. Let's report our strength. In fact, Master Dole is also a member of the youth program. It's a pity that he didn't participate. Dole looked at Greta, and could clearly sense the 4th level mental power in him. He smiled calmly, no need too slow. Greta stopped talking immediately. This was too depressing. He said in a muffled voice, I heard from Ash and Eugene that among our generation, I admire no one but you. The most important thing is that the other party is still a pharmacist, not a pure elementalist, which is the most exaggerated. Dole shook his head and smiled faintly. Some things are opportunities, and some things are hard skills. If I had your family background, I wouldn't have to work hard to practice potions now. Wouldn't it be great to enter level 5 early? Greta was choked and speechless. This person really doesn't know how to chat. As a family of medicinal materials, he naturally dabbled in potion science, but he was not very proficient. There were some pharmacists in the family, but there was no real genius. If Dole drove his wizard tower over, It would be a strong impact on the entire pharmacist industry in Wassenberg. The two chatted awkwardly until the door of tower number 1, Gretel left gracefully, and Dole turned and walked towards tower number 3. On the top of tower number 3, Alan stood at the window, looking in Dole's direction, his eyes full of wisdom and intelligence. Gretel from the Orn family is not bad, willing to take the initiative to make friends with ordinary wizards, and his temper is better than others. Although Dole is not an ordinary wizard, he is a rootless duckweed after all, and is not favored by family members and some forces. Countless magic patterns flashed in Alan's eyes, and the momentum on his body slowly converged. After the injury healed, he was practicing every moment. Now he is not far from the 6th level of perfection. When he reaches the great perfection, he will control the wizard tower, find a deserted place, survive the wizard catastrophe, achieve the 7th level, and be promoted to the level of natural disaster. Level 7 natural disaster level, a godlike existence in every empire. He thought he would never have this opportunity before, but now this opportunity is coming. Alan's heart is full of confidence and ambition, which is what he deserves. At this moment, the voice of the disciple came from the door. "Teacher, Wizard Dole is here to see you." Dole is visiting purely this time, without any other purpose. After all, this is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. As long as people are willing to see him, he will come to see more and build relationships. Wizard Alan is also very talkative. Dole is willing to talk to him, and he is also willing to communicate with Dole. The two talked about a lot of things, about wizards, about other things, and everything. Although Alan is usually a little strong, he has a wide range of knowledge, which opened Dole's eyes. After talking for a long time, he left the number 3 wizard tower. When he returned to Arangel Academy, it was already night. This time, there was nothing blocking his way. Entering the wizard tower, Dole came to the 3rd floor, where the copper furnace was. This is also the place to suppress some other people. The houses on the 4 sides are all various suppression formations. As soon as he entered the room, Ball changed into a human form and walked out of the room. Behind him, a group of strange fire sparrows were dragged out half dead. There were 7 people in total. The strongest one was level 5, and the others were level 3 and 4. Onik and Finny were among them. Their conditions looked terrible. They were almost losing their minds after being eaten by the mysterious corpse worms. Those people had not been tortured yet, but when they saw Dole, they all showed fear. How could they have thought that a little Dole who had no background had such a terrifying background behind him, a level 7 master and a level 6 master, which was even more terrifying than the power of their entire family. This is simply impossible. Dole raised his hand, and the power in the furnace surged. The magic patterns in the surrounding rooms lit up, and dozens of light bands popped out in the surrounding space, each of which accurately grabbed a person's arms. When the light bands were retracted, everyone was hung in the air. Tim was hung up, and he looked at Dole expressionlessly, and then looked at the strong middle-aged man of level 7, with a desperate look. Dole came to Tim at this time, and a voice sounded faintly in the empty room. "How did you track me, and what means did you use?" Tim showed a miserable look. I said, "Can you let me go?" Dole had no expression on his face. The red light of the stove shone on his face, even a little scary. "Let you go? I can let you die happily." He snapped his fingers. A burst of electricity flashed on the light belt at this time. Tim twitched immediately. White smoke continued to come out of his body, and the smell of barbecue soon appeared in the hall. The rest of the people who were hung up suddenly showed fear. Onik and Finny were tormented by the black corpse worms. At this time, their bodies were full of holes and dying. Seeing this situation, Onik immediately shouted desperately, I said, "Please, let me die happily." She no longer had the strength to shout, and she was almost moaning silently, looking extremely miserable. Dole looked at Onik with some surprise. He snapped his fingers, and the current stopped quickly. Tim twitched all over, and white smoke and hot steam came out of his body. "Speak," Onik said with difficulty. "We use a spell called fusion." Dole frowned. "Fusion? What is this thing? The name looks weird." "Since it is a curse, there must be a medium." He spoke again. "Where did the medium come from? I don't know if I once left something outside." Onik raised his head, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his disheveled eyes. "Of course, it is Bernard." "Hurrah!" A burst of electricity came from the light belt and eyes, and Onik fell into great pain. Dole snorted coldly. "Anyone can betray me, only Bernard can't. I suggest you confess obediently, otherwise, I will torture you forever." His eyes swept to Tim again. Tim was a little unconscious at this time, and spoke with difficulty, "I don't know." He lowered his head suddenly, as if he was dead. Dole shook his head in his heart. These wizards. Their physical fitness is too poor. How can they not do it after just a little torture? He turned his eyes to other people. Whoever he looked at lowered his head, and dared not look directly at Dole. Dole kept his eyes on Finny. He looked at her carefully. Her clothes seemed a little messy. Then he looked at Ball and asked in confusion, "Has this girl been tortured by you?" Ball shrugged and admitted it. Finny is prettier than Anik, and has a very good figure. Ball had cheated this girl before, and had sex with her. Now he is doing it again, and taking advantage of her. This guy is really a beast. No, he is a beast from the beginning. Chapter 347. He sighed, then turned his gaze to the others, his expression grim. I am a pharmacist, and I have many ways to make you speak. Now, whoever speaks first, I can make him die first. If you don't speak, I will torture you every day until I have tortured you enough. After saying this, he turned his wrist, took out a syringe, and came under the unconscious Tim. The light belt loosened, and Tim's figure was level with him. Dole inserted the syringe into his neck. Tim's figure shook violently, and the wound on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The granulation of the wound turned over, and new skin was about to grow. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. When it was half healed, Dole snapped his fingers, and the current surged again on the light belt. Tim was in pain again. At this time, smoke began to come out of Aniko's body, and the smell of barbecue began to spread in the room. Finny looked at Dole and Ball numbly, and said weakly, I tell you, I tell you. When the others saw this, they hurriedly shouted, I tell you, I tell you. They were frightened by Dole's methods. Dole showed a devilish smile on his face. Don't worry, take your time. I want to know the base of the Strange Fire Sparrow, the members of the Strange Fire Sparrow, and the role played by the Tracy family. Whoever knows more will die first, otherwise, I will make you unable to live or die. As Dole uttered word by word, everyone fell silent, looking at Dole, and they were extremely shocked. This person who seemed to know nothing actually knew so much. Ainiko's face was bitter. The family was in trouble this time. They really offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Ball stood behind Dole, his mouth twitching. This little thing was really an interrogation expert, really a devil. But this method was really effective when dealing with enemies. Look at these people. They are really spineless. Thinking back to the past, forget it. Thinking back to the past, my enemy was tortured for decades, and finally couldn't hold on. In the wizard world, death is not scary. The scariest thing is that you want to die, but can't die, and you have to endure pain every day. This is the scariest thing. The Chris furnace exuded an astonishingly high temperature, illuminating the entire room red. More than a dozen ribbons hung down, hanging different people. After a while, Dole took a notebook and recorded everything. In addition to these things, he focused on interrogating Tim, a level 5 wizard, about the exercises he practiced, the spell models he knew, and whether there were any hidden treasures. After a while, everyone was filled into the Chris furnace, and turned into nutrients. Originally, Dole was going to use them for biological experiments, but he thought better of it. It was already midnight when he finished all this. Dole thought about it, and decided to take revenge now, while it was dark. If all these people were dead, the Tracy family, or the Strange Fire Sparrow would definitely notice it. He would kill them before they ran away. He called Ball, and the man and the dog rushed to What City overnight. In a basement of the Tracy family, a man in black had an extremely gloomy face. Tim's life box was broken just now, along with Aniko, Finny, etc., all shattered, which only showed one thing, that the group of people sent out to capture people were all wiped out. That damned Dole, there really is someone behind him, and he is a very powerful person. Even a level 5 wizard can't resist. This is too terrifying. He just thought about it for a while, and then issued an order, asking everyone to evacuate their original positions. They can't stay here. Even the Tracy family can't stay here. The black-clothed man was extremely shocked and panicked that Tim could be killed silently. That was a level 5 master, one of the best in the entire What City, and he died just like that, quietly, without even a little ripple, as if the dead were just ants, beggars on the street. Notify everyone to retreat, and leave What City. He issued an order again, and then took all his things and evacuated in a hurry. It is now night, and all 4 gates of What City are closed. For ordinary people, it is impossible to get out, but the Tracy family has been operating for so many years, so naturally they have their own channels. Not all members of the Tracy family are involved in some dirty things, so when everyone dispersed and left, there were actually not many people. At least in terms of power on the surface, The young talents of the Tracy family had no idea about some of the things going on behind the scenes of the family. The man in black changed his clothes, dressed up as a businessman, and left the family's secret room. He quietly came to a house in the slums. In the dark night, the house was very quiet, and there was no one. The black-clad businessman waited for a while, and about a moment later, 3 or 5 people quietly knocked on the door and came in. The aura on them was very strong, at least level 4. This was part of the backbone of the family, responsible for the operation of the strange fire sparrow. The man in black looked at them and sighed. He said something and left separately. Then he quietly walked to the well beside the yard and jumped in first. There was an aisle in the middle of the well. The middle-aged man in black jumped into the air, stretched out his hand, and easily entered the aisle. He walked forward without looking back. The aisle was very dark. There were no torches, but there were faint lights of magic patterns illuminating the surroundings. In addition to the function of illuminating, these magic patterns also have the effect of concealing this passage. The atmosphere was very depressing. Almost no one spoke, and they just kept walking forward. The aisle was very long, as if it was connected to the endless distance. I don't know how long I walked, and 3 aisles appeared in the darkness. The man in black took the lead in walking in the middle aisle, and the others walked separately without saying a word. I don't know how long I walked, until I reached the end. The man in black breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. He carefully checked the surrounding soil and mud to make sure no one had been here. After doing all this, he jumped lightly. In winter, a piece of barren land, a piece of mud suddenly rushed out of the ground, and then a black shadow rushed out of the ground. After coming outside, he looked behind him. Where are the walls of Oz City? Where are the lights of thousands of houses? And where is their history? He was a little unwilling to leave like this. It was simply a shame. The other party was just a pharmacist. Thinking of so many years of hard work, just a move in vain, he was really unwilling. One day, I will come back. There was no one in the wilderness, he shouted angrily, ready to fly away directly. At this moment, he suddenly stood still. He felt a mental power stronger than the 6th or 7th level wizard shrouded himself. He dared not move. His heart was suddenly filled with despair. Who betrayed me? There are only a few people who know this secret passage. Who is it? He turned around with difficulty and looked behind him. Dole and Ball stood in the air, looking coldly at the man in black. The Tracy family serves an organization called the Scorpion, providing money, slaves, and even various talents to the Scorpion. The person in charge of this matter in the Tracy family is the head of the family, Ung, and his cousin Inno. I wonder who you are. The man in black's face darkened. There were so many of them. Damn it, Tim and Aniko must have betrayed together. Chapter 348. He looked at Dole, and closed his eyes slightly. It was useless to say more now. If he lost, he lost. I didn't expect that his hidden strength was so strong, and there was a strong man who was impossible to guess, so he showed bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. I have nothing to say. I am Eng Ying's tone revealed a strong unwillingness, which was almost transformed into substance. Dole slowly floated in front of him and looked at her carefully, without any expression on her face. Don't pretend, Inno, don't worry, your lovely brother Ung will accompany you soon. All your underground grids have been infiltrated by me. There is no room for escape. The 132 members of your family are all under our surveillance. Next to Dole, Ball turned into a human form. Just standing there, he put great pressure on Inno. Dole is not scary, but that strong man is scary. Hearing what Dole said, Inno's face suddenly changed, and he became angry. You are talking nonsense, you are lying to me. If you are so powerful, why did you take so long to trouble us? Dole doesn't like to argue with others, but now he has time, so it doesn't matter. The strange fire sparrow targeted me, but didn't it fail? My original plan was to refine a poison that only targeted your family, disguised as a disease, so that you would be finished quietly, but since you are so eager to jump out, I could only deal with you first. I came to the Glory Empire, and am considered an outsider. I plan to keep a low profile, and not to cause trouble. But not causing trouble does not mean being afraid of trouble. Looking at the big hole under Inno's feet, Dole carefully sensed it, and was slightly surprised. Your Scorpion organization is quite powerful. You can actually avoid the detection of the Glory Wizard Tower, and build such a passage under their noses. I, Dole, really admire you. If it weren't for the fact that Einike and Finny couldn't stand the torture, I'm afraid Dole would never have thought that the seemingly sealed Huazi City was already riddled with holes. At this time, Huazi City was like a sleeping lion in the dark night, seemingly powerful, but actually vulnerable. Ino laughed bitterly, and he suddenly shouted, "My lord will avenge me." In Baal's eyes, another kind of power suddenly emerged from Ino. This power seemed to be hidden deep in his heart. It was suddenly detonated, and his entire spiritual power was destroyed in an instant. He was stunned. Making trouble under the nose of a level 7, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Under the exquisite control of the tyrannical force, a sharp claw appeared and grabbed Ino's head. He probed the power out, and strange powers flowed in his hands, exploring the source of the power and the way it worked. Dole also noticed something was wrong. After Ino shouted, his mental power could not sense it at all. He was slightly stunned. "Lord Baal, what's the situation?" Baal's hand grabbed Ino, and in the dark night, waves of strange breath flowed through his body, which belonged to the breath of purgatory. After a while, Baal took his hand off Ino's body, sighed, and said, "I don't know what organization this poisonous scorpion is from, but it can actually plant a very powerful mental suggestion. Just now, he accidentally detonated that kind of mental suggestion, and his mind was destroyed. He is dead." Dole glanced at Ino. His breath was still there, but his spirit was gone, and he had become a vegetable. His mouth twitched slightly. Since he came to the Glory Empire, there have been 2 underground organizations. One is the Sand Scorpion, which is just a huge underground adventure group, not to be feared, and the other is this Poison Scorpion, which is developing power everywhere, and has such strange means. The Glory Empire is not as peaceful as imagined. He thought about it. If he opened up a territory in the future, what should he do if he encountered these 2 guys targeting him? This seemingly inconspicuous, but privately very large organization, if it wants to unite to deal with someone, it will be very terrifying. Now he is only a 6th level pharmacist, and he is still uncertified. He can only make 6th level poisons. He has no way to deal with those above level 5 or 6 or even level 7. Thinking of this, he frowned. After spending so much time to get a corpse, Dole waved his hand, and the spiritual power enveloped him, and threw it directly into the ring, ready to go back and use it as experimental material. He looked at the distant Huazi city, and waited for a moment. In the dark night, the wind blew on my body, and it was a little cold. There were 2 snowfalls this winter, but they didn't stop, and the ground was now barren. The city of Watts was also dark at this time, with only a faint light on the 4 walls, which was the light of some torches and magic lamps intertwined together, just to see the situation not far from the wall. And here under my feet, it was obviously far away from the city. Not long after, a black fog carrying a large number of people quietly flew from a distance, looking a little scary and hideous in the dark night. Wushu's message arrived soon. 100 people were captured, 76 were killed, and 24 high-level officials were left. The Xianxue worm is an ancient poisonous worm with various abilities, including paralysis, coma, plague, ulceration, and all kinds of abilities. If controlled by the Xianxue worm, as long as there is a gap in rank, it can only be a prisoner. Just like Dole controlled Onyx and Finny, as long as they were activated, there was no resistance at all. Wushu's clone is a 6th level master, plus the insect body. It is silent and divided into thousands. It is not easy to capture a few people with lower strength than him. It is also troublesome to bring so many people back. It is impossible for Ering not to know about it. Dole immediately decided to let Wushu take them to another place, and he would find an excuse to drive the magic tower out tomorrow. In the dark night, there was silence and indescribable killing. No one knew that the powerful Tracy family was left with only an empty shell overnight. Starting tomorrow, everyone in Huazi City will find that the former powerful head of the Teresi family will only have a few people left. The 3 major families will become 2 major families starting tomorrow. Looking at the Huazi City in the darkness in the distance, Dole just sighed a little, then turned around and disappeared in the wind. Overnight, it seemed that nothing had changed in Huazi City, but it seemed that something had changed. The next day, many people found that the Teresi family, which was the most active in the past, seemed to be particularly low-key today. After many days, they found that many people in the Teresi family had completely disappeared. Several active and powerful prodigies on weekdays had completely disappeared from everyone's sight, and the entire Teresi family seemed to be in great grief. I don't know where these people went. Most people don't know what happened. Those who know the matter have swallowed it in their stomachs. Those who don't know the matter are still confused and angry. Who did their family offend? The impact of this incident on the top management is even greater, and everyone knows it well. Overnight, everyone had a new concept of Dole, the young wandering wizard from the north. Chapter 349. Genius, low-key, extraordinary means. In the underground world, the assassin organization is even more low-key. They know that this is because they have not been caught by the other party. If they are caught, the fate is estimated to be the same as that of the Tracy family. Overnight, all important personnel disappear completely, leaving no one behind. And this time, it was already 10 days later. On the 11th day, Dole used the excuse of testing the performance of the Magic Tower and the impact of the Magic Tower's flight on each room as a test, and started the Magic Tower and flew to the endless wasteland. The entire test process was very rigorous. His various colleges acted as observers and assistants to record various information. During the flight process, magic will indeed have a certain impact on the inside of the Magic Tower. For example, when using a large amount of energy, the internal energy will have a certain energy surge due to the low level of the furnace, but it will be fine after flying for a while. For example, the flying speed of the Magic Tower is not fast, because the output of the magic pattern is not enough, and the carrying power is not enough. For example, during the flight, the magic patterns in each room are affected by the surge of energy, and some magic arrays will produce certain energy fluctuations, etc. Of course, these fluctuations are very subtle. Chris's magic circle is generally very stable. For a magic circle made by someone who is not an alchemist, this is already very good. Dole pretended to be serious. After testing it, he still had some experience. After writing down these things, he prepared to go back and urge the auction house. The high-level furnace is the top priority at the moment. The level of the furnace determines the energy carrying capacity of the Magic Tower. After finishing the Magic Tower, Dole drove everyone back and came to a wasteland. After meeting up with Wushu, he moved everyone to the prison cell on the 3rd floor and drove the Magic Tower back to Arangel Academy. The whole process lasted about 4 hours. The flight distance exceeded 300 kilometers, the flight speed exceeded the speed of ordinary flying ships, and the energy of the furnace was almost consumed by 80%, and this was just ordinary flight and some tests. After mastering this information, Dole had some new ideas for the improvement of the Magic Tower. After returning to the Magic Tower, Dole's next plan was to interrogate. Unfortunately, Ino could have been interrogated and some information about the Killer Guild could have been obtained, but now it seems that there is no hope. Although the organization of the Strange Fire Sparrow was not completely wiped out, there are still some people left, but these people are no longer a force to be reckoned with, and the Tracy family has been considered cold so far. Dole did not want to make things too big. These people were enough as experimental materials. As for the property of the Strange Fire Sparrow, Duolai was indeed a little envious, but considering the Glory Guild and the City Lord's mansion, he did not take action. It is estimated that as soon as he took action, the Glory Guild would immediately take action. Their intelligence is much more powerful than his. The next step is the Assassin Guild. Duolai's eyes flashed. Soon, 5 days passed. On this day, Duolai received the news. He got off the bed with a little ease, walked gently to the middle of the living room, sent a message out, and then checked his whole body and shielded himself with a special tool, which looked like a necklace. This thing was made by him. It can block blood induction, block most of the flesh and blood induction, and can effectively block various curses below level 6. He didn't tell anyone, and then quietly left the Magic Tower. As soon as Dole left, Arangel stood on the top of the Magic Tower, looking in the direction he left, his eyes thoughtful. Soon, he also disappeared at the top of the tower. Dozens of kilometers later, Arangel stood next to Dole, and the two flew together. The Glory Guild asked me to tell you something. They have received the message. Arangel sighed. You scared a lot of people this time. Although the Tracy family is not a large family, it also has level 4 and 5 masters. You wiped them out overnight, and no one has discovered it. This is really a great job. Even the Watts family is now wary of you. Dole's voice came from the wind. The Strange Fire Sparrow has dealt with me many times. This time I seized the opportunity, and used all my favors and power to wipe it out. Another purpose is what you said about deterrence. I don't want some cats and dogs to harass me in the future. Arangel knew about the existence of Ball, and also knew that Wushu was now in contact with Dole. Now a level 6, a level 7, and a level 4 horror pharmacist have completely formed the requirements of a super medium-sized force. A powerful level 7 is more useful than any level 6. Forget it, let's not talk about this. What are you going to Watzenberg for? Dole smiled faintly. Of course, I'm going to collect debts, make money, and then spend money. My magic tower is not yet at level 6, I have to get it to level 6 as soon as possible. Arangel suddenly became depressed and stopped talking. Back then, it took him nearly 100 years to upgrade the magic tower to level 6. Good fellow, You have only spent a few years to upgrade the magic tower to level 6. How can others live? How can those wizards, who claim to be geniuses, live? You are cruel enough. The two flew in silence and never said a word again. Soon, they arrived outside the mountain of Watzenberg. After reporting, the two flew directly from the mountain to the city, stopped near the city gate, and slowly entered the city. The Honor Wizard Alliance has very strict management of ordinary wizards. Every wizard needs to report before entering the city. Otherwise, as long as they are discovered, they will be caught and locked up, unless they are awakened locally and tacitly allowed. It is extremely difficult for foreign strangers to survive here. After entering the city, the two separated and each did their own things. Dole came to the auction house with his original appearance this time, and soon found the busy X. As one of the chief stewards, Axe had a lot of things to do, but when he saw Dole, he immediately stopped and focused on greeting him. After disappearing for a while, Axe came back and took Dole to the dark room where he had been last time. Axe took out all the money for the goods, including those that could be seen by others, and those that could not be seen by others. In total, there were 1.4 million gold coins. Seeing this money, Dole breathed a sigh of relief, as it was enough money for the Orn family. After counting, Dole casually asked, "What about the furnace?" Axe was refreshed and said, "In view of your strength and ability to make money, we have reached a preliminary agreement with the other party. After all, few people use this kind of thing. Generally, it is refined for whoever wants it. Now it depends on what kind of regulations you need. If you are in urgent need of money, we can help you advance the money first." He also knew that this guy came immediately after being notified to come to collect money. Obviously, he was in great need of money, so Axe was ready to do a favor. As long as he was still in the northwest, there would be no shortage of potions above level 6. He would not let go of this person, who might bring tens of millions of benefits in the future for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of gold coins. Chapter 350. Dole pondered for a moment, and said, "I ordered a batch of medicinal materials worth 1 million gold coins from the Orn family a few days ago. Although the goods have not been delivered on time, I have to use the money. 300,000 gold coins also bought a good forging furnace." Next, he repeated the specifications of the furnace he needed. Axe pondered for a while. What Dole said was basically equivalent to level 8 alchemical equipment. It was just that if it did not require magic patterns, it would be much easier to say. It could be regarded as a level 6 large alchemical creation. Even so, according to his requirements for fire resistance, this thing is worth more than millions of gold coins, and tens of millions of gold coins are also possible. This guy is really carefree. He pondered for a moment, and said, "We have no doubt about Dole's ability to produce potions. How about this? I will communicate with him first to see how far I can go, and then contact him later." Dole thought, okay, this matter is not too urgent anyway. Then, he gave all the potions he had made in the past few days to X, and asked him to sell them on his behalf. Because of the problem of the raw materials of the 6th level spiritual power medicine, he only took out a dozen bottles this time, and there were many other low-level potions. "I will go to the people of the Orn family now to buy the medicine back. Around the end of the month, the spiritual power potion can be supplied again." X heard this, and immediately felt confident. This guy is really as prolific as a sow. This is a living cash cow. Hunter is so stupid. If it were him, he would have to hold on to his thighs. Then I will contact them now. The dwarves are actually asking for a very urgent question. He lowered his posture because he would also get a huge commission for this deal. Walking on the street, Dole casually sent a message to Gretel, and turned to look around. Around the auction house, there are all kinds of luxurious buildings, hotels, red restaurants, high-end restaurants, theaters, pharmacies, etc. This can be said to be the most prosperous area in Wassenberg. Dole has come here so many times, but he has never really played around. At this moment, he lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked at one of the red restaurants and casually reported a name. Standing at the edge of the street, he looked around, and soon, he saw Gretel coming from the far end of the street with 2 guards. Gretel looked at Dole with an apologetic look on her face. It was agreed that the goods would be delivered in 10 days, but now it has been 17 days, and the goods have not been delivered, so she looked at Dole with some guilt. He quickly came to Dole, extended his hand and saluted, saying, "I'm sorry for asking you to make a special trip. If you are still short of goods, they will arrive in 3 days. Something happened in the family 2 days ago, and I wasted a lot of time to persuade you to death." Dole looked at Gretel, and was actually a little dissatisfied in his heart. The delay in delivery time delayed him a lot of things. He looked at him and said, Let's go inside and sit down and talk carefully. To be honest, I am in short supply of medicinal materials now. He pointed to the red building behind him. Gretel breathed a sigh of relief. His face became serious, and said, "Then please, all the consumption today will be counted on me." At this moment, the guard behind him coughed loudly. Dole was a little stunned, and looked over with Gretel. "Master, this is the red building. The adults will not beat you to death?" The guard said carefully. Dole raised his eyebrows. The family education of the Orn family seemed to be very strict. There are two types of brothels. One type of brothel is an ordinary brothel, specializing in selling bodies and doing sex trade between men and women. Anyone who comes is welcome as long as they pay. This is the most ordinary brothel, while the other type of brothel is more upscale. There are all kinds of geishas, talented fairies, and girls who accompany wine. High-end prostitutes are of a higher grade. Going to a brothel is naturally to go to prostitutes, but going to a high-end brothel may not be to go to prostitutes. Orn coughed, and then whispered, "We are not going there to do anything, just to talk about something." The guard stopped talking immediately. The two looked at Duolai and immediately looked down on the young man. Duolai didn't care about these. He just wanted to find a quiet place. A high-end brothel would be fine, or other buildings next to it would be fine. He also took in the expressions of the two guards, turned his head, and pointed to the Chinyan pavilion next to him, saying, "Why don't we go there and find a private room?" Greta was immediately refreshed and smiled lightly. "Okay, that's fine, I have a member there." Dull shock. "Hey, our family is divided into several groups, and one group is responsible for the purchase of a certain catalog of medicinal materials. The medicinal materials for the 6th level mental potion involve several people, and it is not easy to dispatch them. Moreover, many people are not familiar with you. It feels a bit risky to give you so many medicinal materials at once." Although Greta is a genius, he is not domineering. As soon as he came in, he complained as if he had met an old friend. "It took me a lot of time to convince those people, but the medicinal materials are still a little short. I am communicating these days." He was so arrogant a few days ago, but he broke his promise a few days later. Although Greta was very thick-skinned at home, he still felt a little embarrassed. Dole didn't know the things in these big families. The Orn family was indeed the largest among the several herbal medicine merchants in Wassenberg, so doing business shouldn't be a problem. He thought about it and said, "If that's the case, I pay you a deposit of 500,000 first. How can you do business directly by letting others pull you to the door?" Dole also felt that he was a little inconsiderate. Treadlet was a little stunned. So straightforward? At this time, a waiter knocked on the door and came in. It was a very iconic girl, who seemed to be very familiar with Gretel. When she saw him, she whispered, "Still the same as before?" Tret temporarily stopped talking to Dole, saw the woman, smiled slightly, and said, "Change to the upper 3rd grade." The girl was stunned. The upper 3rd grade is not cheap. Who is this person that Master Gretel entertained? But she didn't ask much, nodded, bowed slightly, and walked out. When she left, she took another look at Dole. "A very young wizard. I have never seen him before. Who is this person that makes Master Gretel pay so much attention?" Dole looked at Gretel, actually a little surprised. This guy didn't have the arrogance of other geniuses at all. He was very kind to everyone. Such a person is either very cunning, or naturally confident and cheerful, with a pure heart. To sum up, it's 2 words, big heart. Such a person will definitely achieve success in the future. Although he didn't know what the upper 3rd grade was, it shouldn't be cheap. Greta sent the woman away, and turned his eyes to Dole. Chinyan Pavilion is relatively quiet here, and it is more suitable for business. Most businessmen like to come here. If you come here often, you will see many businessmen. He paused and smiled. Since Wizard Dole doesn't care about my lack of credibility, then I will definitely be able to reach you in 3 days. Dole nodded and said, "Next year, there will be no need to go through so much trouble. I should come to Watzenberg. Of course, I may also go out to find a place and occupy the mountain as the king." Greta was stunned for a moment, and then touched his chin. "With your current ability, it is indeed not appropriate to be inferior to others. You can also go out and work alone. In the Northwest region, if you want to occupy a place by yourself, there are still many suitable places." Chapter 351. There are too many places in the human kingdom that border demons. Just open up a place, and it will be enough. Many newly promoted nobles do this. Dole looked at Greta and shook his head. "We see when the time comes. I have made a lot of enemies now. If I go out independently, I guess many people will find trouble with me. Let's try it in Watzenberg first." Treb breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He looked at Dole and smiled faintly. I know your concerns. You are afraid of people like Shilon, right? But don't worry, as long as you can successfully open up, occupy a piece of land, and expand the territory of my glorious empire, then the empire will reward you at the top. A small person like Shilon will not do anything to you. What's more, with your current strength, as long as you improve one level, you can suppress one side by yourself. Greta actually wanted to say, you have suppressed an old family for hundreds of years. Why are you afraid of this? If I had your ability, I would have gone out to work alone long ago. There are people behind Dole, but few people really know about this, so Greta doesn't know either. The two discussed for a while, and Greta left in a hurry. The family had made things difficult for him before because he had no business foundation. It was a bit risky to give him 1 million goods directly. Now with these 500,000 gold coins, he can do more. At least the family members will not make things too difficult for him. He has already done this business. This is a business worth 1 million gold coins. From today on, Gretel is also a person who can do business above level 5 in the Orn family. For this business, Gretel seems to be cool on the surface, but in private, he doesn't know how much effort he has put in, and even used some of his privileges in the family. Now it is finally going to be done, so he is excited. After Gretel left, Dole sat in the private room, eating and drinking, and left not long after. The drinks sold in Qingyan Pavilion were quite good, so he had many ideas in his mind. Walking out of the city and coming to the outside of the mountain, Dole waited for a while in the wilderness. Not long after, the figure of a angel slowly emerged in front of him. He came to Dole, stretched out his hand, and a ray of light emerged in his hand, slowly handed it to Dole. Dole was a little stunned. Seeing this group of light was like seeing thousands of magic patterns. There was a piece of matter in the middle of the magic patterns. These magic patterns formed a strange space energy, which shrunk the extremely large object to the size of a fist, and was caught in a angel's hand. Dole blinked his eyes. Could this be the use of magic patterns by a 7th level alchemist? This is too wonderful. At this time, a angel spoke. I know you were short of herbs recently, so I asked someone to buy some. Please calculate and convert them into finished potions for me. My disciples are short of potions now. Erangel didn't want to let Dole go, because he had 4 disciples, all of whom were level 4, and Lam was also successfully promoted to level 4. They were also very short of potions. If Dole left, then their promotion to level 5 would be a long way off. Dole looked at the light, just thought for a moment, and then used his mental power to attract the light. The light quickly entered his storage ring and disappeared. He looked at the number of herbs, thought carefully, and said, Thank you, Lord Erangel. I will give you the potion later. Erangel smiled faintly. No, I let Lam come and get it. Dole suddenly became thoughtful. It seems that Erangel is not just for himself, but also for his subordinates. He has no problem with his personality. After the two traded, they flew to Erangel Academy together. What Dole lacked most now was medicinal materials. Erangel's move undoubtedly solved part of his problem. Moreover, among these medicinal materials, there were also some medicinal materials for magic potions. He could try to refine magic potions when he returned. Compared with the tight supply of mental potions, the market for magic potions is not small at all. The essence of magic potions is compressed attributeless magic power, similar to the effect of magic cores, but without magic core essence, but the effect is also very obvious, which can help people survive the magic accumulation period, but this thing is complicated and difficult to refine, and there are few finished products on the market, which are basically digested internally. As long as Dole is willing to sell it, wizards above level 4 will be happy to pay for it. The number of pharmacists is too small. A truly high-level pharmacist directly determines the number of high-level wizards in the region. This is simply too realistic. When Dole understood these, the timidity and cowardice in his heart disappeared, leaving only confidence and pride. In this day and age, whoever has the skills and abilities can rule the world. This transaction did not go wrong again. 3 days later, a convoy arrived outside Erangel College and arrived at the Dole Magic Tower. The escort was Gretel, who personally escorted him, and a 5th-level wizard master from his family also came with him. When Dole came down from upstairs, the 5th-level wizard from his family was still a little unbelievable. Too young, so young, and he was a 4th-level wizard. This Dole was really a monster. It was the first time he saw a wizard who rejected the youth plan of the Glory Wizard Alliance, and was able to progress faster than them. Greta glanced at the surprised uncle, and smiled slightly. Uncle 7, how are you? Are you shocked? Uncle 7 had no expression on his face, but his mind was already in turmoil. He glanced at Greta and whispered slowly, "A big business worth 1 million gold coins. You are really good at seizing opportunities." Greta whispered, "Opportunities are in the hands of those who are prepared. Since I knew it was him, I have made a lot of preparations." "Congratulations, nephew, you are about to step into the middle of the family." "Congratulations." At this time, Dole had already walked down and looked at Greta with some joy. However, in business, the two still checked the quality and quantity of the medicinal materials together. It must be said that Greta's everything was pretty good for himself and for business, so Dole paid all the remaining funds on the spot. Greta was very excited. With this 1 million gold coins, he could do a lot of things in the future. Both of them were happy. After putting everything in, Dole invited the two to visit the Wizard Tower together. As soon as he entered the Wizard Tower, Uncle Chi's heart sank. He felt great pressure. This Wizard Tower was not as simple as it seemed. In this tower, he should not be the opponent of the other party. The Wizard Tower itself is the accumulation of all the power of a wizard, the accumulation of knowledge, and the accumulation of ability, which far exceeds the power of the wizard himself. The three entered the Wizard Tower, starting from the first floor, and walked and looked. Soon, Gretel sighed, "You are the first in hundreds of years to have a Wizard Tower built by yourself before the age of 20 in our northwest, in Wassenberg. Dole's Wizard Tower is rough in general, with many places imperfect, no decoration, and simple decoration, but the materials are very solid, a full-fledged 6th-level Wizard Tower, and it is said to be the masterpiece of two 6th-level wizards, Fengdu and Fengchen. There is no problem with the foundation, it just lacks time. If you spend some more time to decorate the inside of the Wizard Tower, it will look more perfect." Chapter 352. The Wizard Tower was very empty, with not many people inside, but he did not dare to underestimate it at all. Judging from the perception of spiritual power, the wizard formations on all sides were of many levels and not low. Soon, they came to the 11th floor, the reception hall. As soon as the two walked in, they saw a 3rd-level wizard girl, carrying a fruit plate, walking out of the room to entertain the two. Dole briefly introduced Rosa, the sister of a student, who was temporarily serving as a maid here. Greta glanced at Rosa and quietly gave Dole a thumbs up. Rosa looked timid, but her figure and appearance were first class, and her strength was also very strong. Dole was very lucky. Dole ignored his gaze and asked the two to sit down. "Since we have completed the first deal, let's talk about the second deal. I will use the 1 million medicinal materials for 3 months at most. The next deal will be in early March next year. It will also be a 1 million deal." Greta was shocked when he heard this, and immediately became energetic, saying, "Okay, no problem. In addition, bring some medicinal materials for magic potions." Treat felt his breathing quicken. These were 2 deals. He calculated in his mind how much profit he could make from them. Soon, he smiled lightly. "No matter how much money you pay, we can get it as long as you can ask for it. This is the basis of our cooperation. Now there is no problem. Level 6 medicinal materials are not scarce. For their own family, it is easy to get them. Medicinal materials above level 7 are the real scarce goods. Sometimes you can't buy them even if you have money." Everyone had a great time talking. Not long after, Gretel said goodbye. He was thinking about when Dole would come to Watzenberg. He would probably arrive in Watzenberg in March next year. The closer the distance, the more secure it is. He had put in a lot of effort to get here from Watzenberg. If the distance was too far, something could easily happen on the way. After Gretel left, the whole Arangel Academy was in an uproar. The business coverage of the Wizard Dole was wider, which surprised many people. When they learned that the caravan coming was from the Orn family, I don't know how many noble adventure groups dropped their jaws. The interior of Waz City was also full of suspense. Inside the Rose Chamber of Commerce, Magtan looked depressed. When the Orn family caravan just arrived at Arangel Academy, he got the information, and he felt very unhappy at this time. Such a huge business should have belonged to their Chamber of Commerce, alas. Although the third prince has great power, he only has the power to suppress the imperial capital and the counties below. At the provincial level, those big families will not care about you as a prince. Every prince needs the support of the big families. Without support, no matter how powerful the prince is, he will become penniless. The provinces are the jurisdiction of the branch royal family of the royal family. Apart from the taxes paid to the empire on a regular basis, they will not pay attention to you. Magtan sighed and reported the news. He didn't care much about it. While Dole was in a good mood recently, he went to visit him and tried to get some medicine. Since there is no affection, let's talk business. Dory was very busy in December. After the news of his promotion to the 6th level pharmacist spread, the Honorable Wizard Alliance of Huazi City, major chambers of commerce, auction houses, and almost all businesses related to potions came to him, and the prices were not low. They only needed one thing, that is, the 6th level mental power potion and magic potion. Dory's production is limited. He is fully committed to refining potions, and only produces 30 or 40 bottles every week. It seems a lot, but if it is spread out to all the 4th level wizards in Huazi City, each person has less than 1/3 of a bottle, and the gap is very large. The Honorable Wizard Alliance of Huazi City had offended him before, and he cut off more than half of their potion supply. This time, they came to lick their faces, and the person who came was the newly appointed 5th level wizard online. There are as many as 24th level wizards in Huazi City, and they have to come to lick their faces. The Rose Chamber of Commerce, other chambers of commerce, and all the noble families in what city came to him. In addition to these, Lam, John and other 4th level wizards from the academy also paid high prices to buy, so Dole was very busy until the new year. December just passed and the new year began, and Dole finally breathed a sigh of relief. This year, Dole was 21 years old. After the course of this semester, almost 1/3 of the class was promoted to 4th level pharmacists. He felt very relieved. The most important thing was that most of these people were willing to follow him. Dole made a lot of money, and his students naturally followed suit. Except for the 6th level potion, Dole sent all other potions to the Wizard Tower, and assigned them in the form of tasks, so that everyone could make money together. The only thing that can gather people's hearts is interests, or the direction of progress. Without any of them, who would follow you for nothing? On January 1st, Huazi City welcomed the new year, and the city was very lively. Dole walked in from outside the city step by step, strolling towards the Glory Wizard Alliance. On the street, nobles, ordinary people, beggars, people of various professions, men and women, sang and danced to welcome the new year. The streets were mainly populated by young people, either 3 or 5 good friends, or 2 people in love, and some couples were so deeply in love that they even kissed each other in the street, and their hands were dishonestly touching each other's thick clothes. The streets were full of joy. The population of Huazi City seemed to have recovered a little more than after the attack on the South Bay Swamp. Dole was wearing an ordinary wizard robe, and he was very eye-catching when walking on the street. People from all directions looked at him, and everyone consciously made way wherever he passed. They were full of awe and envy, and some were afraid. Wizards represent mystery and power. Some women also looked at him with admiration, and made some slightly open gestures. For these, Dole just smiled faintly. This time, he did not take a car, but walked and soon arrived in front of the Glory Wizard Tower. The Glory Wizard Tower was very quiet as usual, but the difference was that the interior of the Wizard Tower was also decorated with lights and decorations of various colors. It had nothing to do with occupations. This was everyone's good wishes at the beginning of the new year. Dole came to Tower number 1, showed his token, and walked slowly into it. He was reluctant to come, but as an honorary elder of the Glory Wizard Alliance, he had to come. Fortunately, this was his last time. After the meeting, he proposed to resign and prepared to go to Watzenberg after the new year. The level here was still a little low, and not suitable for his development. At least the other level 6 potions still needed to get the real formula from the Watzenberg Pharmacist Guild. Entering the Guild of Glory, the young wizard who was receiving him bowed slightly, without any expression on his face after seeing Dole. Please follow me. The adults are waiting. Chapter 353. On the 13th floor of the number 1 Wizard Tower, in a large conference room, the magic lights are bright. At this time, all the wizards above level 4 in what city are in it. In addition to the level 4 of the Glory Wizard Alliance, there are also level 4s from other forces, families, organizations, and almost all level 4s that can be contacted are in it. This year is the time when the number of high-level wizards is the most. Although the lights are bright, the atmosphere in the conference room is a bit depressing. Sitting at the top is Onlai, a level 5 wizard from Watzenberg. As for the former President Daniel, he was demoted to a deputy position. At this time, he sat below Onlai with an indifferent expression. Sitting next to him, another Vice President O'Neill looked ahead with bored eyes, as if he was in a daze. The masters of the Watts family, the Tracy family, and the Cecil family are all in this list. The Watts family has 3 level 4s and 1 level 5, and they are the strongest. The Cecil family has 1 level 5 and 2 level 4s, and they are not weak either. The worst is the Tracy family, which has only 2 level 4s and no level 5s. In addition to the 3 major families, the level 4s of other families are also included. Looking at the three major families at this time, their expressions are full of ambition. The level 5 of the Tracy family has died, and no one can be seen alive or dead. The level 4 has also lost a lot. Now is the time when their family is the weakest. All families want to get a piece of the pie. Therefore, the Tracy family has had a very difficult time recently. The instigator is the only level 4 who has not come today, Dole. The atmosphere at the conference table is a little weird and a little depressing. The major families in What City and Arangel College each occupied a place and watched. At this moment, a voice came from the door of the conference room. Wizard Dole is here. In the conference room, everyone sat up straight and looked at the door. The faces of the people of the Tracy family became very ugly, and the expressions of others began to become serious, or playful, or attentive. Almost all wizards above level 4 have requests from Dole, which is the power of level 6 pharmacists. The level 4 wizards in the Glory Wizard Alliance have a bad look on their faces. Since the forced transaction of the Fire Spirit Element meditation method, Dole has cut their orders in half, and the Tower Master Hoswell and his school have been cut directly. At this time, the conference room can see a face that is about to eat people. Dole looked around and didn't recognize most of the wizards, but it didn't prevent him from seeing the camp to which the other party belonged. No one spoke in the conference room, and the silence was a little depressing. As everyone's eyes fell on him, Dole became thoughtful. He then thought that this was the look he should bear with his current position and ability, so he walked in as if nothing had happened. He looked around and saw that there was a seat left next to Arangel, so he slowly walked over and sat down quietly. This meeting was initiated by Onlai. As the newly appointed president of the Honorable Wizard Alliance of What City, his purpose today was very simple, which was to get to know all wizards above level 4 and to teach them a lesson. Dole was not the protagonist, so he was very humble and quiet, which was in line with the basic personality of a new wizard. The door of the conference room slowly closed, and the atmosphere suddenly gathered. Onlai sat in the main seat, looking down from the left. The members of the Glory Wizard Alliance, the Watts family, the Cecil family, he paused for a moment on Tracy's family, and then the Arangel Academy. He nodded to Arangel, expressing his great respect. This was the only 6th level wizard in the city of Watts, enough to suppress all resistance. His eyes fell on Dole. Dole alone disintegrated the entire strange fire sparrow, and this ability was not even as good as his own. He nodded to him, and then the 4th level wizards of various forces. After a glance, Onlai looked serious. Since the two cities of Watts and Fengshu occupied the South Bay Swamp, they began to develop the South Bay Swamp. So far, our Wizard Alliance has invested too much, so according to the instructions of Wattsburg, we are going to establish the Watts New City Wizard Alliance branch. This time, I called you here for this reason. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The highlight of this year is here, but they didn't expect that President Onlai would talk about this matter as soon as he came up. Controlling a branch of the Alliance means great power. The Watts family has obtained the jurisdiction of the new city of Watts, and they have no way to intervene. The only thing left is the management of the branch of the Honor Wizard Alliance, so everyone is very alert at this time. The president, the 2 vice presidents, and many wizards began to discuss fiercely and draw up a list. The one who went to suppress the branch must be a level 4, and in order to fight for this position, the meeting room suddenly quarreled. All the wizards who wanted to participate in the quarrel immediately quarreled, while the wizards who were not prepared to participate, such as Arangel, sat aside and shut up and watched the show. This matter has nothing to do with them, and they don't need to say anything to avoid conflicts of interest with anyone. The establishment of the Glory Wizard Alliance branch, funds, and resources are all things that the new president needs to consider. No matter who wins this position, they need to have a good relationship with Onlai, need Onlai's support, and need the support of Huazi City, but it is impossible to rely on 1 or 2 wizards. Therefore, every wizard needs to pay a huge price to have the capital to participate. Capital is the quota. At this time, the foundation of each family can be seen. Among the 3 major families, except for the Teresi family that has been abolished, Huazi City has spent a lot of financial and material resources to build the city. Only the Cecil family is left. It can be said that the Cecil family is the only one. After only half an hour of discussion, the Cecil family took the position of the president of Huazi New City. Since the position of the president is determined, it also eliminates the possibility of other people participating, and can only start with other people. They took out their own list for the Cecil family to choose, and they felt very uncomfortable. The list was not discussed for long, and was soon finalized. A team of about 100 people was arranged in the new city. This was the first thing today. After the confirmation, the Cecil family couldn't help laughing. After all, they won the qualification of a city's Honor Wizard Alliance branch. Other forces were somewhat frustrated. In the future, the new city of Watts will be dominated by the Watts family and the Cecil family. Everyone was unhappy. The achievements of wizards do not come from the family, but wizards from the family must progress much faster than wandering wizards and civilian wizards. With enough resources and enough skills, family wizards still have some advantages in the wizard world. After confirming, Onlai coughed and said slowly, "Then let's decide on the next thing, the establishment of the new city academy. In the Glory Empire, every city must establish an academy. The head of the academy must be at least level 5 for county level, and at least level 4 for county level." Most of the people present have this idea and ability, so after hearing this, most of the forces have ideas, and the forces with level 5 wizards all sit up straight. The stronger the strength and ability, the more opportunities there are. Chapter 354. Arranger had a blank expression throughout the whole process, sitting quietly on his own work, but he sighed slightly in his heart. In order to build the academy, he spent his life savings, used up all his connections and favors, and finally turned from black to white, and successfully built the academy. In front of him, these people might fight to the death to build an academy in the new city. He looked at Duolai next to him, and his heart was silent. I thought Duolai would also seize it, but when I saw him close his eyes slightly, and didn't want to talk at all, I realized that this kid might not be interested in this. If it was him, he might have a better chance. After all, the resources in his hands have far exceeded those of the major families. Duolai felt Arranger's gaze, looked over, and the two looked at each other. The artistic conception contained in their eyes was self-evident. Aren't you going to join? If you can get the qualification of an academy, no one will touch you easily. No, I will go to Wattsburg after the new year. I will study for 1 or 2 years, and learn the 6th level pharmacy thoroughly. Erang was silent. The current wizard knowledge of what city is not enough for Dole to develop, so it is reasonable for him to leave. Okay, I will assist you then. Erang turned his head expressionlessly, and continued to look at the field. At this time, the competition has become completely fierce, and all the major families have come out to fight to the death. Dorley just watched the show, and didn't say anything. Not long after, the competition was over, and after the screening, an unexpected person appeared in Dole's field of vision. Worth of the Watts family. When the dust settled, everyone looked at the Watts family silent. The Watts family took another city, and the entire Watts city was now the world of the Watts family. The Tracy family was particularly jealous, and some people looked at Dole with murderous intent. Dole felt the murderous intent, and he looked at them one by one, his eyes cold. Those people lowered their heads one by one, not daring to look up. At the conference table, the families were fighting to the death, and the bayonets were bloody, and they were completely bloodthirsty. Dole didn't care about all this. Most of the content of the meeting was about the affairs of Watts' new city, and Dole couldn't get a word in at all. Why should he care about this as a person who was leaving? A long time passed, and they had a meal in the middle. In the evening, the meeting was finally over. Dole raised his feet, stood up, and was about to leave the meeting room. At this moment, Onlai's heavy voice sounded, "Dole, I heard that you are leaving what city?" The meeting room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Where Dole stood, he felt everyone's eyes again. Heavy, but full of suspicion, scrutiny, and doubts. Dole glanced at everyone slowly, and finally looked at Onlai, and nodded slowly, "Yes, the highest level of potions in Watts City can no longer meet my needs. I plan to go to Wattsburg after the new year." Hearing this, some people breathed a sigh of relief, some frowned, and some became happy. After Onlai confirmed the information that Dole was leaving, he slowly stood up from his seat and said with a smile, "Congratulations. Wattsburg is the northwest center of our glorious empire after all. The level of pharmacists there is much higher than here. Go there to learn better." "Not bad, not bad. If you need recommendations, I can introduce you to a few level 6 pharmacists, or even level 7 pharmacists." Dole shook his head and said, "I have already dealt with the Pharmacist Guild. I will discuss it with them after I go there." Onlai nodded. As a level 5 wizard, the potions he can use are all above level 7. He doesn't have much contact with Dole, but this guy is improving so quickly. If he makes good friends with him now, he can use him after level 7 in the future. The level 7 pharmacists in the Empire are also pitifully scarce. There are only 5 or 6 in the entire Northwest. Every time a potion is released, everyone has to scramble for a batch, which is very hard. Then I wish you a safe journey. Dennis and O'Neill stood up at the same time and congratulated Dole. Dole also returned the greetings one by one. Dole glanced at the many level 4 and level 5 pharmacists in What City, stayed a little longer on the tower masters such as Hoswell, and then turned away expressionlessly. Hoswell must be his target in the future. After this guy switched to the meditation method of the Son of Fire element, he has not yet broken through to level 5, but he is holding his breath. Dole prepared a big gift for him, which will prevent him from breaking through in his lifetime. Walk out of the Glory Wizard Tower and come outside. The sky has completely darkened, the sky is gloomy, and a little white snowflakes are falling. The city has begun a curfew. There is no one on the street. It looks deserted, which is in sharp contrast to the bustle during the day. Dole slowly walked out of the city, and soon disappeared in the wind. A dozen days passed in a flash, and soon it was January 15th. The students came back from home, and the lonely wizard tower began to be filled. A few days later, after handing over all the procedures with Vice Dean Williams and others, and talking with the Rangel and Lamb, Dole's magic tower slowly rose from the backyard and went to Watzenberg. At this time, everyone in the academy saw this not-so-tall magic tower slowly leaving and heading into the distance. Some people knew that this magic tower would never be seen again in Huazi City. The past few years in Huazi City were not the most comfortable years for Duolai, and were even full of various colors, but they were indeed the years when he grew the fastest. From the beginning of the 3rd level pharmacist to the current 6th level pharmacist, he almost improved 1 level a year. His strength also changed dramatically, and he even had the magic tower. This was his second home, but now, he was leaving here. Erangel Academy, gurus, a group of excellent students, and people who had dealt with Duolai, looked at the magic tower slowly passing by their heads at this time, and they felt bad in their hearts. They would never be able to buy cheap potions again. Duolai left, taking most of his students with him, but left a few to the academy. As later lecturers, his incense has not been cut off. He is not here, but his spirit is still there. Chapter 355. Wassenberg, the center of the Northwest Province, is surrounded by mountains on all sides. The interior area is very large. At first glance, it looks like an extremely large mountain city. There is a sentry every 5 steps, and a sentry every 10 steps on the mountain. Various magic circles are everywhere. People from the Wizard Alliance and the Shengshur Guard are stationed in various sentry towers at all times. From the distant sky, Watzenberg is very magnificent, majestic, magnificent, and fantastic. Dole had already prepared a case, so when the magic tower flew from a distance, each sentry tower saw it, and lit up bright fireworks, and let it go. Glorious Wizard Alliance. At Wizard Tower number 3, Alan raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a young man in front of him, who also turned his head and looked at the sky. When they saw a hexagonal magic tower coming from the east and flying in the sky, the young man and Alan smiled at the same time. The young man was Gretel from the Orn family. Gretel stood up and said respectfully, "Teacher, Dole is here." Alan nodded, his expression solemn and full of wisdom. "Well, this time, the Northwest Province will usher in a new force, a pharmacist force, and he will open the magic tower directly, which is not a good thing for other pharmacists. For Watzenberg, it is a good thing. A high-yield 6th level pharmacist is rare. Dole will get the honor and knowledge he wants, and no one will stop him in this matter." Gretel smiled and said, "The auction house has obtained Dole's exclusive supply. Recently some people have made a fortune." Alan pretended to be too much, looked at Gretel, and said, "You also made a fortune." Gretel said shyly at this time, "Teacher, what I earn is small money, hard-earned money, not much, and real pharmacists make money quickly. In these 2 months, what Dole can earn is enough for me to earn for several years." Alan glanced at him, and nodded slightly. He knew that the Glory Wizard Alliance was also trying its best to find immortal bacteria and branches with huge vitality, striving to refine more of that kind of potion. For the Glory Empire, there are more than 1 or 2 injured level 6 or even level 7, which can effectively enhance the strength of the entire empire. The opinions of the Glory Alliance Wizard headquarters have long been out. Get the formula as much as possible, and then win over as much as possible. Although the opinions of various forces are not unified, Dole's safety is still guaranteed. There has been some news recently from the 3rd Prince, who had been entangled with Dole, but no one paid much attention to it. Dole is a member of the Glory Wizard Alliance. It is really a fantasy for him, the 3rd Prince, to want to interfere in the affairs of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Alan simply ignored it. If you can do your best in every industry, you can make money. If you improve your elementalist strength to level 6 or 7, You can make a lot of money just by working part-time or part-time every year. You have talent, but you are not diligent enough. Alan glanced at Gretel. Gretel knew her own affairs, so she smiled bitterly. Disciples have too many things to do and cannot practice wholeheartedly. Being in a family has its advantages and disadvantages. People like us who have benefited from family resources naturally have to contribute to the family. There is no other way. Alan snorted. Because of Dole, he had contact with Gretel a few days ago and thought that this child was not bad, so he decided on the name, and the Orn family and himself were all happy. Of course, this was also due to Dole. If it weren't for Dole, I'm afraid Alan would not care about this level 4 wizard at all. Wassenberg Pharmacist Guild. On the top floor of the Pharmacist Guild, 2 people were looking over here. They were a Adu from the Pharmacist Guild and another middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a very high forehead and looked full of wisdom. At this time, he looked at the wizard tower flying slowly in the distance with a calm look. That kid is here after all. Adu, what do you think? Should we train him with all our heart or leave him alone? Adu smiled faintly. This kid has a talent for potions that I have never seen before. As long as there is a formula and a method, he can make it. It is not necessary to train him to the point where he is not good enough. It is just that we are stuck on the formula. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. You are so optimistic about him. Adu smiled bitterly. It is not a question of whether I am optimistic or not, but he does have the ability. The mental potion is an example. He has been tinkering with it for less than half a month and has already made the finished product. This is already very scary. The middle-aged man touched his chin and suddenly smiled. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious about what kind of changes this young man can bring. The pharmacy industry has always been controlled by a few people. In addition to talent, many people keep their methods of refining potions to themselves and are unwilling to pass them on. It's good that this kid is willing to teach others. If the pharmacist industry can develop, the wizard level of our glory empire will also be improved by 1 or more levels. What do you think if I propose that he set up a pharmacist college? Adu was shocked. There are 3 colleges in Watzenberg, the Knight College, the Vocational College, and the Wizard College. The Wizard College trains various wizards, and naturally also has a pharmacist major, but their pharmacist major is very expensive, and the pharmacists trained are very poor. If their pharmacist union supports Dole and sets up a separate pharmacist union, perhaps Watzenberg will have a good show in the future. However, Adu quickly shook his head. Based on Dole's current ability, he may not be able to afford the expenses of an academy. For potions, at least there must be a complete supplier of medicinal materials and a complete potion chain, which he does not have. I have seen several potions he often sells. Although the output is high, the variety is very small. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, looked at Adu meaningfully, and said, I have obtained the authorization of the Wizard Union. He will soon get a batch of new potion catalog refining methods. The premise is to establish a new academy dedicated to pharmacists. Adu was shocked. It seems that a lot of things have happened in Watzenberg recently. Thinking of Dole knowing Alan, and the 2 brothers Fingdu Fengchen, and indirectly helping several other level 6, he has no shortage of support from senior management. He thought for a moment and said, although that's the case, it's still unclear whether he's willing to set up an academy. Besides, he's only level 4 now. If someone makes trouble for him, he probably won't feel good. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I'm not worried about that. He has a level 7 and a level 6 black wizard behind him. Who would dare to deal with him? Adu was relatively isolated from the news and didn't know about these things. After hearing these, he was greatly shocked. This kid, if there is such a power behind him, then it's more than enough to set up an academy. This thing, there's hope. At the same time, many people in the Pharmacist Union stared at the magic tower in the sky with uncertain faces. Chapter 356. The market for pharmacists is huge. At least in Watzenberg, any kind of medicine is in short supply, and even has to be purchased at a premium. However, if 20 or 30 level 3 or 4 pharmacists come from outside at once, the market may not be saturated. Once the market is saturated, the business of these pharmacists will be affected. Therefore, as long as they are pharmacists, they are very concerned about the magic tower above their heads. The landing point of the magic tower can only be inside the tower group of the Glory Wizard Alliance. When seeing the magic tower flying over their heads, all pharmacists can only stare blankly. At the same time, the people of the entire Watzenberg saw Dole's magic tower. Some people showed fear, some showed curiosity, and some showed joy. The joyful expression was naturally that the man finally came. For many professionals, the magic tower in the sky brought them good news. As early as a few months ago, there were rumors in the professional world that a very powerful pharmacist would bring his students to Watzenberg. Now they finally saw it. For a moment, all the families, professionals, adventure groups, and mercenaries in Watzenberg looked up at the huge magic tower in the sky. Watzenberg was shaken. After entering the sky above the city, the Glory Wizard Alliance took over the entire airspace. Under the guidance of the other party, Dual Eye slowly passed over the city and flew to the Tower Forest, where the Glory Wizard Alliance was located through a specific trajectory. The Glory Wizard Alliance is not just the few high towers outside, but with them as the edge, there is a Tower Forest in the center. In addition to the relatively large main tower of the Wizard Alliance, there are dozens of other types of towers in the middle, some high, some low, some fat, some thin, and of various shapes and colors. Overall, there are 15 or 16 towers. There is also a tower that is taller than the tower of the Wizard Alliance, with more than 40 floors, which is simply a crane standing out from the crowd. Dolay's tower is very inconspicuous among them. He quickly landed at the location designated by the other party, and fell down with a bang. The magic circle on the magic tower slowly closed, and the light slowly faded, revealing the exquisite tower body. The magic tower with 12 floors is very inconspicuous in the surroundings. At this time, many wizards gathered on the ground, looking at the magic tower and pointing. Tlet, Eugene, Ash, and 6 others stood together, looking at the wizard tower together, with their faces showing their own expressions. Owning an independent magic tower is what all wizards dream of. They didn't do it, but it was done by a civilian wizard. This thing is simply outrageous, and the other party is the same age as them, both 21 or 22 years old. Real peers. They stood here, of course, not because Dole came, but because the Glory Wizard Alliance summoned them to go on a mission, which is also a trial, so Gretel hurriedly walked out from Alan and came outside. The timing was just right. As soon as she came out, she saw Dole's wizard tower landing. Gretel thought to herself, this is really clever. Not long after, a middle-aged man came from a distance. He took a look at Dole's wizard tower and his face looked a little bad. All the people in the Watzenberg youth program, who were born rich or noble and had no shortage of resources, actually lost to a civilian wizard. This is simply incredible. There are a total of 10 people in the youth program, from major families, or descendants of strong people. Each of them is a true genius, or born with a magical physique, but they just lost to a civilian. This matter is simply outrageous. The middle-aged man himself felt bad, but he knew that his students also felt bad. So, he tried not to look at the wizard tower. At this time, the other 4 people also came from outside, and hurriedly stood in front of the middle-aged man. Everyone was here. The middle-aged man looked at the sun in the sky, and the huge pressure enveloped everyone, and he nodded slowly. This time he came on time. He slowly said, the last trial of the youth plan will start again. As long as you pass this trial, you will be given a natural treasure to increase your physique and strength. If you can't pass it, there is no way. This is the last test. This time we are going to an ancient ruins, which has all kinds of mechanisms and poisons. I have finished my words. Now you can go and prepare. Gather here again in 2 hours. Hearing about exploring the ruins, everyone was stunned. This is a good thing, especially Eugene, who was even excited and beaming with joy, and the Ice and Snow Womanish also showed a surprised look at this time. This world has gone through many eras, ancient and immemorial, and there are many relics left, but they are all extremely dangerous. Unexpectedly, the Glory Wizard Alliance was willing to let them explore. They were really generous. She also became excited. She turned her head and glanced at the wizard tower in the distance, sighed in her heart, and then turned around and left. This young man who was thought to be a bit boastful back then has actually walked ahead of all of them. This is probably a true genius, even more perverted than those of them who have natural magic physiques. Gretel saw the others walk away, glanced at the backs of Eugene and Ash, and then looked at the others, so she shrugged, saluted the middle-aged man, and then sent a message out. Soon, the news came back. He smiled faintly, and walked towards Dolay's wizard tower. The door of the wizard tower that had just arrived at Watzenberg was opened with a bang. Dole was very busy at this time. In addition to checking whether the various indicators of the magic tower were complete, he also had to check the various performances of the magic tower after flying for such a long time. After the inspection, he also had to check whether there were veins on the ground, whether the magic elements in the surrounding sky were abundant, and whether the energy could be replenished quickly. After flying for more than 4 hours, the energy in Chris's furnace was almost exhausted. The level of this furnace was not enough to support the wizard tower. Dole had to quickly find a way to contact the auction house to see if the ordered furnace had arrived, and by the way, he would digest all the recent inventory. Of course, before that, he had to give the students a lesson on the precautions here, where to buy medicinal materials, where to sell, etc. Otherwise, everyone would be at a loss when they came here. In addition, he had to report to the Glory Wizard Alliance, and there were many things to do. At this time, he received Gretel's request, and after thinking about it for a while, he agreed without saying anything. Gretel must have something to ask him, otherwise such a person would not come to him easily. After checking all the performance indicators of the magic tower, Gretel came to his room. At the same time, Morris, Bernard, Sano and others were also standing at the door. Dole asked them to wait for a moment. Gretel also saw Morris and others, and his eyes were slightly shining. These are all potential customers in the future. Although they are not as abnormal as Dole, they are also better in that there are enough people. As long as they do well every month, they can easily earn tens of thousands of gold coins. Thinking of this, he greeted the other party in a friendly manner. At this time, Dole sent them a message to tell them who this was. After Morris and others reacted, they were all shocked. This is the super genius of Watzenberg, who is younger than them, and is already a 4th level wizard, so they dare not neglect it, and return the gift. Chapter 357. When Gretel disappeared at the door of Dole's room, Bernard and others were surprised. Morris coughed and said, "The Orn family is a famous medicinal material merchant family in Watzenberg. If he can come here, we will definitely have no shortage of medicinal materials." It seems that Dole has already thought of a way, but he is only 22 years old and looks too young. Alas. Morris is almost 30 years old now, and naturally envies people who are younger and stronger than him. Bernard, Sano and others spoke at the same time, feeling sympathetic. This is a true genius. But the boss of our family is not bad either. He is only 21 years old now, and is also level 4, not much worse than Gretel. When they thought of this, everyone cheered up again. Everyone stood there, and had nothing to do, so they directly discussed the level 4 potion, communicating what they knew with others and listening to what they didn't know. The academic atmosphere was very strong. This is what Dole was happy to see. Gretel walked into Dole's room, and just glanced around, and she felt a chill in her heart. It was stimulated by various dangers. In this seemingly small office, there were countless terrifying creatures around. He almost had goosebumps, and he almost opened the magic shield to defend himself. This is the residence of the top pharmacist, which is a bit too scary. At this time, Dole, who was standing inside, waved to him, and the two came to a brighter large office. At this time, the door of the room was closed, and Gretel's sense of danger was gone. Dole poured water for Gretel, and then asked, "What's the matter? You need to come to me?" Greta took the water, drank it slowly, and then looked at it in surprise. This water didn't seem to be ordinary water, and it tasted good. He smacked his lips and said, "In a while, I will go to an ancient ruins with other people in the youth program, so I need some antidotes, some range poisons, and matching antidotes." Dole looked at Greta with some surprise. Ancient ruins are a good place. If you are lucky, you can get a lot of novel things. He just thought about it, and knew why the other party came here. They are not afraid of large creatures. Everyone is above level 4 and strong enough, but they are afraid of some microorganisms, which make people hard to guard against. He thought about it and said, "Okay, wait a moment." He left the office, and prepared poison for him. He has everything of this kind of thing here, a lot of it. After Dole left, Gretel secretly glanced at the door, and stood up quickly like a thief. He took out a huge kettle from the storage ring, poured all the water in Dole's kettle into it, and then pretended to sit there as if nothing had happened. This water tasted really good, and after drinking it, the body felt warm and good. The wool of the rich should still be taken advantage of. About 5 minutes later, Dole came back from the back, and came to the office. He habitually touched the kettle, and added water. At this time, he was stunned, looked at the kettle, and then looked at Gretel, a little funny. "You secretly took away dozens of silver coins from me." He put down the kettle, and stopped caring about the water. Instead, he took out several sealed bags, and about 100 bottles of different colors. At the same time, Dole didn't mind his behavior. He took out a piece of paper, and handed it to Gretel, saying, "This is the instructions and usage. The antidote is also included. Take it back, and read it slowly." Gretel was relieved to see that Dole was not angry, but he was stunned when he heard that the pot of water was so expensive. What a good thing. He looked at the things on the table, took a look at the note, and suddenly felt a little numb. The lowest here is the 4th level poison powder, the highest is the 6th level, and there is even a poison of unknown power. Good guy, it's simply a black wizard walking in the bright world. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. He couldn't help but worry about himself. Could he handle these things? He swallowed his saliva and asked, "How much do these cost in total?" Dole looked at him and smiled faintly. "It's not expensive, one contract is enough." Greta was stunned for a moment. He smacked his lips, and suddenly laughed. "Do you want me to be a supplier for your magic tower?" Dole nodded. Greta shook her head and said, "One thing is one thing. I will definitely take a certain share of the supplier, but these things are also valuable. I won't take advantage of you for nothing." Dole glanced at him. "You haven't taken advantage of me yet." Greta blushed slightly and said, "Do you still have this water? I buy some more. It's effective and tastes good." Dole shook his head and said, "For this kind of drink, I plan to set up my own brand and open a few stores outside. I let you drink it for free." Greta's eyes lit up immediately. "Your idea is really a business genius. I guarantee that if you really sell this thing, it will definitely be a big hit. I want to invest in it." He immediately stood up and said aggressively. He tasted it himself. He also came from a family of medicinal materials, so he naturally knew what this thing was used for. For a moment, Greta's heart was surging. If this can be sold, it will definitely be a big hit. Dole looked at Gretel, smiled and nodded, and took it out in front of Gretel. He naturally had this idea. He had just arrived and had no resources or connections, but this guy came to him on his own. This was his original plan. He thought about it. "Let's open a beverage store. You are familiar with this place. You can choose the location yourself. I will provide the raw materials. Of course, I have more than one beverage here, but there are 3 other ones. The others will be launched later. This beverage is actually a medicine that can be stored for a long time, is not afraid of evaporation when encountering air, and will not be polluted by any pollution. It is diluted by adding various spices and sweet condiments. The value is not low. It can only enter the high-end market. If he does this himself, he will definitely be annoyed to death, but Gretel and others are different. He originally planned to see if Eugene and Ash have any way, but unfortunately, these 2 guys did not come. Gretel was talking, and suddenly Dole frowned, and then a smile appeared on his face. As he was talking, the 2 came. Gretel agreed very much, but he was a little worried about such a large market. Although their own family is one of the largest families in Watzenberg, he alone cannot do it. "Let's do this. The 2 of us will plan first. We will talk about it after we go to the ruins. I guess we need to attract some partners. I'm afraid my influence is not enough to suppress it. It's better to bring someone as important as my teacher, or a few other people with the same status as me. Unfortunately, in the youth program, other people have no interest in doing business." Dole smiled at him faintly, poured a glass of water again, and then poured 2 drops of a bottle of potion into it. Gretel saw all this. Looking at the potion bottle in Dole's hand, his eyes were straight. This is the thing. At this moment, the door behind opened, and 2 people with goosebumps walked in. Gretel looked back, shocked, and looked at the expression on Dole's face, and immediately understood. Chapter 358. Eugene and Ash were frightened by the various terrifying auras in Dole's room. What on earth was this place? What on earth did this guy cultivate? Why did he feel like he would die at any time? However, when they walked in and saw Gretel sitting there, they immediately understood. At this time, there was a pile of colorful potions on the table, and Eugene and Ash immediately understood. It felt like this guy came directly and took the lead. Eugene and Ash had a general relationship with Dole, but they had seen each other before. When they saw the scene, they looked at each other and came to Dole. Eugene said directly, "Wizard Dole, you already know why we are here, just like him." Dole smiled faintly, waved his hand, took 2 cups, and poured a glass of water for each of them. "Don't worry, drink some water first. The potions in front of Gretel are all prepared for you, enough for you." He felt that the 2 of them were also going to come up, so he took them in advance. The 2 frowned when they saw the things on the table. They took Dory's water and took a sip each. However, after taking a sip, the 2 had different expressions. Eugene looked at it carefully and felt something strange. The water seemed to be delicious and tasted like medicine. After drinking it, his body felt warm. He took another sip. Ash next to him raised his eyebrows and drank it all. He felt warm and comfortable. He felt that he was activated and full of energy. Gretel looked at the 2's actions with a smile. When they finished drinking, she smiled and said, "How is it? It feels good, right?" Eugene nodded, looked at the empty cup, and licked his lips. "It's really good. What's the name of this drink?" I've never seen it in the market. Other pharmacists have opened drink shops, but none of them are as delicious as this one. Greta looked at Ash. Ash blushed, and her cold face showed a slight movement. It's effective and tastes good. If you sell it, you will definitely make money, but the price should not be low. Dole laughed when he heard this. I have a business and want to talk to you too about it. The next thing was much easier. When they heard that Dole was going to open a store with several similar drinks, the two immediately became interested. Dole took the opportunity to pour a few more cups for the two, and then he and Greta drank some magic potion together, and the matter was settled. Greta chose the location, and Ash and Eugene acted as ambassadors to promote it. At the same time, they provided funds to decorate the store, and Dole provided materials. The four of them hit it off. After saying this, Greta was overjoyed. He had seen the money rolling in, and Eugene and Ash were also satisfied. Gretel smiled cheerfully. Let's do this first. When we come back from the ruins, we will implement this. These antidotes and poisons. Calculate how much they cost, and let the three of us buy them. Gretel had already used witchcraft to make 2 copies of the note, and gave one to the two of them. When they saw the effect and function, they were quite satisfied. It was not in vain. In the ancient ruins, the most feared thing is all kinds of poisons, and various tiny harmful creatures. With this batch of antidotes and large-scale poisons, their chances are much greater than others. Dole offered to give them away, but Gretel wanted to buy them, so Dole quoted a factory price. Then give me the cost price, a total of 50,000 gold coins. Gretel was a little surprised when he heard this number. He knew these things would be expensive, but he didn't expect them to be so expensive. And Dole was going to give them away. This guy has a big vision. Eugene and Ash were even more surprised. They were not Gretel. They had their own business. They could only use 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins. These things cost so much. If they were really sold, according to the price of the potion hall, they would definitely cost more than 150,000 gold coins. As soon as they saw this, the three of them felt heavy. Finally, they looked at each other, and Gretel took out 30,000 gold coins, and the other two took out 10,000 gold coins each, bought everything, and then carefully divided them. These things are all powerful weapons. They are special poisons that are extremely effective against level 4 or 5 monsters. The three of them dared not be careless at all. In fact, among the three, only Gretel was sincerely seeking help from Dole, while the other two just wanted to come here to build a good relationship. After all, this was a 6th level pharmacist who could provide them with 6th level mental potions. Unexpectedly, there was also this benefit. Although Eugene and Ash were arrogant, there were very few 6th level pharmacists in the family. Even if they were geniuses, they only had so many quotas each month. If they wanted to advance quickly, they had to get to know more other pharmacists. They just didn't expect that coming here would have such a big benefit. After sending the three away, Dole also prepared to report to the Glory Wizard Alliance. It was estimated that there were already many people waiting there. He packed up, changed into a formal dress, said hello to everyone, and said he would come back for a meeting later, then walked straight to Tower Number 1 of the Glory Wizard Alliance. At this time, in Tower Number 1, Alan was wearing a noble black magic dress, looking at Shilon, the two inspectors Shifeng, and the two inspectors Wood and Wayne, and the other staff of the Glory Wizard Alliance office, all of whom were called here. There were 2 main tasks. The first was to welcome the arrival of Dole, the 6th level pharmacist, and the second was to review his qualifications again, to see if he had done anything that would harm the Glory Empire. It was said that the Dole Wizard Tower was being reviewed, but in fact it was only Dole who was being reviewed. The rest were all citizens of the Empire, and did not need to be reviewed at all. Only Dole, an outsider, had an uncertain risk factor. Alan's eyes were mainly on Shilon. He knew the conflict between Shilon and Dole. If she dared to make trouble today, she would not only be dismissed, but her father's position would also be removed. Alan had tolerated her father and daughter for many years. After regaining his strength, Alan felt that he should do something to restore his authority and confidence. He swept his eyes, and everyone was as if they saw a brilliant light, and their hearts were trembling. When Wizard Dole comes, he will be examined according to the rules. He must not cross the line, speak carelessly, or be hostile. A 6th level pharmacist brings his own students, and most of these students are 4th level. This is a fresh blood for us in Watzenberg, and it is also a strong blood. They will be the 5th level, 6th level pharmacists of our Watzenberg in the future, and even the 7th level masters. Therefore, they are not allowed to slack off no matter what. Everyone looked at each other, with different expressions. Shilon was a little indignant in his heart. Everyone knew that the guy cured you, and you must speak for him. Later, you must ask him carefully. Last time, her anger had broken through the sky, and she finally caught the opportunity. As for Alan's words, he didn't take it to heart at all. The president of the Northwest Glory Wizard Union is a 7th-level master who is usually not seen. Therefore, all affairs are handled by the vice presidents, who are responsible for their own areas. Alan forcefully took over this job, which had already caused dissatisfaction among the supervisory department. Therefore, he was determined to embarrass Dole no matter what. Chapter 359. Others looked at each other in different ways. Some wanted to make friends. After all, most of them were level 4. Some didn't care, and had nothing to do with them. As long as they didn't violate the laws of the Empire, it was just a formality. Everyone had their own little thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the conference room opened with a bang. Dole stood outside the door. He walked in slowly, and walked into the conference room. The conference room was a circle, surrounded by a round table. Everyone stood behind the table, and Dole was in the middle, looking at them, and examining himself. This was the review meeting. As soon as Dole came in, he stood in his position, took a deep breath, then saluted Alan, and then saluted the people around him. At this time, he unexpectedly found an acquaintance, Shilon. Dole met you all. I hope you will show mercy to me when I join Watzenberg this time. My file has been sent by the Honorable Wizard Alliance of What City. Please review it, he said without humility. Glancing around, he found that most of these people were level 4, none of them were level 5, only Alan was level 6, suppressing everything, and he had some understanding in his heart. Level 5 wizards are probably in seclusion every day, doing research, trying to make money, or going out, making money, and then building their own wizard tower. How can they be in the mood to do these idle things of review? After Dole finished speaking, the conference room became quiet, and the atmosphere became a little weird. Alan was the first to speak. He smiled lightly. Welcome to Dole Wizard. It is an honor for us to come to Watzenberg. I heard that in addition to you, you also brought some other students. Do you have a list of them? At this time, Dole took out a stack of papers from his hand like a magic trick. He waved his hand, and these papers flew around like flowers scattered by the goddess, falling in front of everyone. Dole smiled lightly. Originally, I was planning to come alone, but later the students wanted to come with me, so I brought them together. They are all wizards born and raised in the 3 cities near What City. There are also wizards from other places, but they are also wizards registered in the Glory Wizard Empire. Qualification review should not be a problem. The Glory Empire has very strict control over wizards. Every wizard must be registered, otherwise he will be treated as a black wizard. So Dole said this. Alan looked at the list in his hand, the mental communication magic circle, and carefully read the Northwest database, and they all matched. These are all his people. There is almost nothing to review, and they are all pharmacists, and there is no place that doesn't like them. He looked around, his voice became low, and asked, if you have any questions, please raise them. The meeting room was quiet again. At this time, Shilon's eyes lit up. The opportunity came. He glanced at Shifeng next to him, and seeing that the other party did not make any move, he became fierce in his heart, so he turned his head and stared at Duolai, and said in a low voice, we all know your origins. You came from the Northern Kingdom and practiced the Fire Element meditation method, which is a very unpopular meditation method. What I want to ask is, what meditation method are you practicing now? The people around him immediately looked at Shilon, not knowing why. Duolai's face was still calm, looking at Shilon, thinking, this guy really didn't give up. Wood looked at Shilon and thought, this guy is going to find trouble with Dole again. Didn't he lose face enough at Arangel Academy last time? Seeing Vice President Allen's face change, he hurriedly said in a deep voice, as an inspector, your task today is just to witness. It should be our inspectors, who are in charge of asking about this kind of thing. And the question you asked is a little inappropriate. Meditation is the foundation of any wizard. No one has the right to ask. You are provoking Wizard Dole. Wayne, who was next to Wood, looked at Shilon, then at Dole, and finally at Alan, muttering in his heart, my goodness, what is the Marsha family going to do? Is it going to lose the position of inspector? He said slowly beside him, Inspector Shilon, if you are not qualified for this position, I suggest you vacate it. As one of the 4 major families, the Lei family was naturally happy to see this. The inspector was supposed to inspect any official in office. Shilon was handing the handle to himself. Before Dole spoke, Shilon was punished by the 2 inspectors, and his face turned green immediately. Alan's face looked a little better. He looked at Shilon, then at Duolai, and said slowly, Duolai doesn't need to answer this question. Shilon, if you have any more questions, you can ask again, just don't touch on the core content. He was ready to give her another chance. Shilon gritted her teeth. She thought of something else, and said angrily, I was wrong about what happened before, I apologize. I heard that half of the people of the Tracy family in what city evaporated overnight. Did you do it? Hearing this, the people around him suddenly fell silent and looked at Duolai. There is a high probability that this was done by Dolay. Even Alan himself thinks so. Massacre of a family, this is a serious crime. Alan's face turned green at this time. He shouldn't have believed the damn people of the Physos family. He would go back and remove his position. He was about to speak to help Dolay to smooth things over. Dolay smiled faintly and said, I did it. This is the reason. He conjured up a stack of papers again, scattered them around the net, and distributed them in front of everyone, but there was no Shilon's. Everyone looked at the papers. Shilon saw this, and his face turned green. Why don't I have it? Dolay looked at him, and said directly and bluntly, You are just an inspector, your duty is not here. Shilon pointed to the person next to him. Why does he have it? Dolay's mouth curled up. It's none of your business. Shilon was furious. At this time, everyone was looking at the information. The content on the paper was very explosive, and there were many witnesses and physical evidences, which could be matched with what happened in Huazi City. Everyone was shocked. They also knew about the organization of Guehua, but this was an internal matter of Huazi City, and they could not intervene. They just didn't expect that it was like this behind the scenes. Dolay also pulled out a cancer for the Glory Empire. After a long time, Alan pointed to the paper in his hand, his eyes solemn, and slowly said, How did you get all these? Dolay shrugged and said, Of course, they got it from torture. I have records left by the photo-taking equipment. In addition, they also involved several vice presidents of the Huazi City Glory Alliance. When I mentioned this today, I asked the Glory Wizard Alliance to investigate them thoroughly. Hearing this, Shilon didn't dare to speak. At this time, he also glanced at Shifeng's note next to him. The content on it was really outrageous. This Guehua organization did almost everything in secret, taking human lives lightly, trafficking women and children, killing and looting, and doing everything. They were almost halfway through the Assassin's Guild's work, and most of the bounties were initiated by them. If she continued to ask, she would feel like she was an accomplice of this strange fire sparrow, and this was no joke. Chapter 360. After a long time, Alan's face calmed down. Notify Onlight to investigate this matter thoroughly. If anyone is really related to what Dolay said, the Black Prison lacks high-level wizards. Hearing the word Black Prison, the whole conference room became quiet, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. Everyone was very cautious. Yes, Vice President. The person next to him said immediately. Dolay looked at Shilon at this time and smiled faintly. In addition to these, I also want to sue Inspector Shilon for abusing his power. Inspector Onlai, no, the current president of the Huazi City Honor Wizard Alliance can testify for me. If the Honor Wizard Alliance does not deal with Shilon, I ask for a bloody battle with him. Hearing this, the temperature of the conference room suddenly rose a few degrees. A bloody battle is the way wizards deal with things. If one party is dissatisfied with the other party, and there is no good way to deal with it, a bloody battle can be carried out when it does not involve life and death. If it involves a life and death feud, it is a life and death battle. A life and death battle is only about life and death, while a bloody battle is only about victory and defeat. Hearing this, everyone looked at Alan and then at Shilon. Shilon was stunned, and her face suddenly became gloomy. These people only heard about Shilon forcing Duolai, but they didn't expect it to escalate to a bloody battle. The opponent is level 4, and Shilon is also level 4. How long has the opponent endured? However, Shilon is a senior level 4, and Duolai has just reached level 4. There is also a gap in meditation. Shilon practices a very advanced meditation method, and Duolai doesn't know what meditation method he practices. The two are not on the same level. Alan glared at Dolay and said, I will report this to the vice presidents and tower masters of the Glory Wizard Alliance. I will announce it after they make their decision. As for the bloody battle, don't mention it again. Shilon is the inspector of our Glory Empire. If there is a bloody battle, then there must be something wrong with our inspector. Hearing this, Dolay's heart sank, and then he thought about it, and was happy again. When the people around heard this, they were not happy for Shilon, but fell into deep thought. Alan put Shilon on the fire at this time. If the Physos family went to the position of inspector, they might be replaced by others. Inspectors and supervisors were established for the convenience of major families, and have never been out of the control of the top magic families. The title of an inspector is even more useful than the identity of an elder or a great elder. Wood and Wayne looked at each other and understood, while Shifeng, who was next to Shilon, frowned at this time. Alan looked at his men, whispered a few words to each other, frowned, and then said to the others, "Is there anything else? If not, just leave it as it is. Welcome the arrival of Wizard Dole." The welcoming ceremony was simple, just a few words from everyone, plus Shilon's angry expression. Dole didn't care about it. He now has a lot of means, and is not afraid of being targeted. What's more, the power behind him can now float on the surface. Slowly leaving the Wizard Tower, Dole went back to prepare the personnel list, and handed it to the Wizard Alliance together, preparing for all members to join the 4,000 Wizard Alliance. Dole quickly returned to his tower. When he looked up, he saw a shocking scene. In front of the Wizard Tower, there was a plaque, Dole Potion Tower. At this time, in front of the tower, Bernard, Morris and others were moving a few tables with various potion bottles on the tables for sale. Dole was stunned. What was going on? What shocked him most was that many level 2 wizards lined up to buy in front of the table. It was very lively for a while, and even many people appeared in front of the Wizard Tower next to it to watch. In the wizard world, which level of wizards has the most number? It is naturally level 1 and level 2 wizards. The potion is simply in short supply. When Bernard and others came out to shout, the surrounding wizard towers heard the news and all came out. Bernard and his team sold potions relatively cheaply, but it was only a little cheaper than the one sold outside. However, it was also very popular at this time, so the corners of the mouths of several people at the gate cracked, as if they had eaten some honey. Seeing this, Dole did not blame them. He turned into a gust of wind and quietly passed by without disturbing them. Dole had just returned to the Wizard Tower when he received a voice transmission. "Tell your people to go back and set up a shop or something, don't sell here." Dole raised his eyebrows. This was Alan's voice. Hearing his words, Dole could imagine that he had a headache. Dole smiled faintly, and then sent a message. Bernard was very happy selling potions. In what city, there were few wizards, and potions were often based on the market. Not many bottles could be sold. On the contrary, potions for various warriors were selling well. So as soon as he got here, he proposed that everyone should count the magic potions and other potions used by wizards, and he would sell them. He and Morris hit it off immediately, so as soon as Dole left, they had this scene. Everyone was very happy to sell, and in a short time, the inventory was sold out, and there were still many people queuing outside. At this time, Morris and Bernard's faces changed at the same time, and they all smiled bitterly. Closing the stall, closing the stall. Brothers, next time, we plan to open a shop specializing in potions. Don't worry, there will be plenty of potions in the future. The crowd suddenly became agitated. It was not easy to buy potions, so why not sell them again? Some people started to make a fuss. What's going on? Are you going to raise the price, profiteers? That's right, you bunch of dog medicine sellers must want to raise the price. No, you have to sell it today, otherwise we will call the law enforcement team. Stop it, that's my potion, I have money. The people around rushed over, scaring Bernard and Morris. Bernard shouted, "It's useless to call the law enforcement team. It's just that the higher-ups asked us not to sell it." Impossible, the higher-ups never care about the things below. That's right, the dead liar deceived us, just to raise the price. Beat them to death. Bernard and Morris immediately ran into the tower in a hurry, even leaving the table behind. And outside the Wizard Tower, there were still many people shouting in indignation. It was very lively. The Wizard Tower group of the Glory Wizard Alliance, there are more than 30 wizard towers standing here, high and low. Usually, few wizards stay there, and it looks like a no man's land. Except for Tower Number 1, it is hard to see people in other places. Today, the arrival of a new wizard tower has made the whole tower group excited. The most important thing is that this is a wizard tower brought by a pharmacist, and it is full of various 3rd and 4th level pharmacists. When the Dole Wizard Tower was opened and advertised to sell potions in large quantities, the whole Wizard Tower group was excited. So the situation that Dole saw appeared, but most wizards were serious, and soon, they reacted to Alan, who directly stopped Dole's behavior. Chapter 361. Soon after, in the meeting room on the 4th floor, Dole sat in the first seat, and below him were all the members of the Wizard Tower, without missing a single one. In order of precedence, Bernard sat in the middle, and in the front were Sano and Morris. Ramen did not come with them, but stayed in a Rangel college. His ability to lead a class alone was much better than that of Luo Chiu in phase. Dole glanced at all the students and felt relieved. At this time, all the students below also had some thoughts in their minds, as they had just caused a big mess. However, Dole's face was not ugly, but smiled. Not long after, when the last female student came in, the door of the meeting room slammed shut. There were a total of 39 students, half of whom were at level 3 and half at level 4. Male students accounted for the majority, with a total of 30 students, and there were only 9 female students, which was a little less. Dole coughed and smiled faintly. We just came here, and we've become famous. Morris, Bernard, you guys are really capable of doing things. Hearing that there was no blame in Dole's words, everyone relaxed and smiled. Especially Bernard, who showed a slightly obscene smile at this time. Dole's smile faded. Let's officially start the meeting now. The meeting room was silent, and everyone became serious. The content of the meeting was also very simple. Dole solved half of the medicinal materials, and Gretel asked someone to solve it. Although he left the manager to solve most of it. As for the income of some special medicinal materials, it was still an unknown number. He needed to find the previous supplier, the adventure group, the mercenary group, and the drug dealer again. Dole should ask who to do this. In addition to these, the sales channels also need to be refound. In the past, others placed orders, and they refined themselves. Now here, the order volume must be more than in what city. Dole decided to investigate the market first, and then reformulate the sales plan. Dole proposed to buy a store and sell directly outside, but the sales staff was a problem. Most people still prefer to use the order model. So the matter of buying a store was put aside. The meeting lasted until the evening, and everyone dispersed, and went to do market research separately. Dole left his clone in the wizard tower, and then his real body walked out of the wizard tower. He also wanted to do an investigation. Watzenberg is surrounded by mountains. It is relatively safe inside, and does not involve more chaotic public security issues, so there is no curfew. When Dole came out, there were more people on the street than during the day. The area near the wizard tower group is a restricted area for ordinary people. Warriors rarely come here. Only wizards, or wizard servants, and slaves can be seen here. On the street outside the wizard towers, people were coming and going, very lively and noisy, mostly young people. People here were relatively open-minded, and men and women could be seen hugging each other everywhere, which looked very romantic. Dole was touched. It had been a long time since he saw so many people at night. He felt as if he was not in the world. If the world was peaceful, I'm afraid every night should be like this. This idea was just thought about in his mind for a while, and then he raised his foot and walked forward. I haven't been to Watzenberg for so long, and I haven't walked around properly. Not long after, he came to the most prosperous commercial street in Watzenberg. It was more lively than other places. There were lights hanging next to each shop, and the light from them illuminated the street like daytime. Here, most of the people are nobles and their servants and guards, dressed in bright clothes, with steady steps, confident and elegant. Some are rough and barbaric, and so on. He came out in an ordinary dress this time, without too much decoration, ordinary, and soon blended into the crowd. Since it is a commercial area, there are naturally all kinds of things sold inside, from small things like buttons to large things like furniture. At the end of the commercial street, there are places frequented by various professionals, pharmacies, blacksmith shops, medical clinics, and several places similar to martial arts halls, and various unknown shops with the name of XX training classes. Dole turned around and didn't find a place to buy raw materials, and he was a little confused. Moreover, this place is very prosperous, with professionals everywhere, going in and out of various shops. There are no vacant shops around, and there are no shops with bad business. It is simply a fantasy to want to buy 1 or 2 shops here. Dole also took a look. There are also several beverage shops here, which look very high-end, and the people coming in and out are all nobles who are not short of money. He walked into a store at random and ordered a few signature dishes, but walked out again soon after. It had no special features, but was simply delicious. The key point was that the price was not cheap, which was simply a robbery. Seeing the various people inside, Dual-Eye shook his head. Watzenberg was really the administrative center of the Northwest, and there were really many rich people. If he opened a store here, he would make a lot of money. The higher the wizard, the more money he lacked, because the price of various high-level materials was not cheap, and every experiment would consume a lot of money. Although potions made money, there were enough wasted medicinal materials, and he had to try to refine other potions. Before he succeeded, he spent countless money. In addition, he also needs to work hard on the alchemy of Hori's magic house, which requires a lot of money. So the problem now is that he is still short of money. With a few million in hand, he doesn't feel like a rich man. Too poor. Dole walked around on the street, and soon arrived at the door of the auction house. At this time, he came back to his senses, glanced at the auction house, and prepared to go in to see that the last batch of medicine was delivered, but the bill had not been settled. By the way, he asked about the furnace. If he could get a level 7 or 8 furnace, he would be willing to pay any money. The quality of the furnace determines how much energy the wizard tower can store, and determines the flight speed, attack strength, and defense capabilities. It can be said that the furnace is the foundation of the wizard tower, and it cannot be sloppy at all. There are fewer people in the auction house at night than during the day. Dole walked in slowly, and the people he met along the way were stronger. Most of the people he met before were extraordinary level 1 or 2, but now he can meet extraordinary level 4 or 5 masters. On the way in, Dole attracted some people's attention, rejected the invitations of several adventure groups, and sent a message to Axe. Not long after, Axe replied to the message, and soon appeared in front of Dole. Axe is also a warrior with 2 days off. His warrior strength is as high as level 5, and his wizard strength is only level 1. He can barely use the teleportation spell. Dole thought in his heart that this may be caused by his profession. Originally, he could have become a simple and excellent warrior. Seeing Dole, Axe showed joy on his face, and smiled lightly. I didn't expect that you just came in the morning, and came to us in the evening. It's really my luck, and the luck of our auction house. Dole smiled. I came to ask about the money and the forge. Let's talk somewhere else. There are too many people here. Dole glanced around, and many people around were staring at them. Chapter 362. It was the same room as last time. The theme of dimness never changed. Axe called a servant, brought in some water, and sat down slowly face to face with Dole. Your forge has been finished. It will be built according to your requirements and as advanced as possible. However, the dwarves require cash payment, not using imperial gold notes, and the price must not be less than 8 million gold coins. This is just forging, and it does not require enchantment. If it comes with a magic circle, the price is estimated to soar to 20 million. Axe drank a sip of water, and felt a little surprised by the amount of this business, so he asked tentatively. As the chief steward in charge of reception at the auction house, he has seen all kinds of storms, but this kind of transaction over the million level, even he himself dares to know. After all, this is only a minority. Dole touched his chin. 8 million gold coins, or cash. This is amazing. So far, he actually only has 500,000 on him. It seems that he has to retreat well recently, and turned all the medicinal materials into potions. He raised his head and said, okay, I work overtime these few days, and turn all the herbs on hand into magic potions. It should be enough. The herbs worth 1 million gold coins from Lorne, if converted into profits, are close to 8 million. Excluding consumption and costs, there is about 5 or 6 million in income. Add other potions, it's almost enough. Axe's heart was trembling at this time. Wizard Dole, you can slow down. There are so many potions on the market all of a sudden, which will cause a sharp drop in potion prices. Dole frowned, but I'm short of money, and I only have the herbs for this kind of potion at present. I haven't contacted the herbs for the magic potion yet. Axe smiled faintly, considered his tone, and said softly, these problems are not big. I have 2 plans. You may consider them. The first is that you can be the pharmacist of our auction house. We provide materials, but we will charge 40% of the fee. The second is that we can help you with the medicinal materials, but we will charge 30% of the fee. Dole looked at Axe expressionlessly, and his mouth twitched. Your auction house really knows how to do business. 40%, 30%, he. Axe's mouth twitched. He knew that Dole would react like this, and this was not his price. He whispered, this is the rule of our auction house, and I have no way to decide. Dole nodded, his expression full of confidence and strength, and slowly said, I will remember your favor, and I will give you a few bottles of good things later, half of the market price. Axe nodded politely, looking calm. He didn't think Dole could come up with anything good, except for the 6th level potion. After getting the news, Dole walked out of the auction house directly. Standing at the door, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was still short of money. Just then, Dole heard a voice in his ear, Wizard Dole, how are you? It was a female voice, and it was very familiar. Dole was stunned. He didn't know any female wizards except those in a Rangel Academy. If there was one, who was it? He turned his head and saw a familiar figure, but he hadn't seen that figure for 7 or 8 years, and it seemed a little mature. He was shocked. He had heard the news from Carl before, but he didn't expect that he would meet him after 2 or 3 years. But how did he know this face of mine? Did Carl tell him? There were 2 warrior men beside Jasmine at this time, who seemed to be protecting her. Dole slowly walked over, looked Jasmine up and down, and said in surprise, "Jasmine, why are you here?" Jasmine was also a little happy. It was indeed Dole. He really didn't use his real body before. She forced herself to stop smiling, just as if she met an acquaintance, and said, "I came from the Northern Kingdom. After staying in the fortress for half a year, I came directly here. If I hadn't got your information from Wizard Carl, I wouldn't know that you are so successful now." Seeing Jasmine's expression, and her expression, and then looking at the 2 guards beside Jasmine, he became thoughtful. Good guy, this guy seems to have something to hide. He put away his expression, as if he had just met an ordinary acquaintance, and slowly started a conversation. "What are you doing here? Do you want to buy something? I know a big steward of theirs. Can I go through the back door?" At this moment, the guard next to him could no longer hold back, and snorted arrogantly, "Does our Maja family also need the relationship of a small wizard like you?" Dole glanced at the guard next to him and blinked. This guy is quite strong, a level 5 warrior, and has comprehended the existence of momentum. Within 5 steps, Dole can only wait to be slaughtered, but beyond 5 steps, if Dole lets him live, he can live, and if he lets him die, he must die. Strength is confidence, and family is confidence. He smacked his lips. The Maja family, a super family in Watsonburg, controls most of the energy industry in Watsonburg, has many shops, and is also involved in the sale of basic materials such as spices and salt. The family assets are trillions, which is indeed a behemoth. Dole did not feel embarrassed and smiled lightly. If that's the case, then goodbye. Dole quietly made a gesture to Jasmine to make sure she could see it. Jasmine just glanced at him, and the 2 understood each other. She walked away and took one last look at each other. Jasmine was 4 years older than him. He was now 21 and Jasmine was 25, which was the most beautiful moment in a woman's life. With the tall body of a northerner and the physique of a wizard, she looked graceful and outstanding wherever she stood, even in an ordinary magic robe. 2 words, beautiful. In Jasmine's impression, Dole had changed a lot. He was only 14 when he left. Now, 7 years have passed, and his appearance has almost changed drastically. Even his aura has become extremely powerful. Wherever he stood, he gave him a feeling of grandeur. If he hadn't had his image in advance, he wouldn't have dared to recognize him. Moreover, Dole's character has also changed a little. At least, he is not as impulsive as before. A 4th-level pharmacist, despised by an ordinary guard, has become calm and unperturbed. If it were many years ago, I'm afraid the guard would have died. This guy has grown up too fast. She naturally saw Dole's gesture, which was a little secret among wizards. She nodded slightly. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land should be a matter of celebration, but the different identities of the 2 people led to the inability to recognize each other when they met, which is really a sighing thing. Leaving the auction house, Dole took advantage of the night, walked out of the crowd, and soon came to the quiet Wizard Tower group. One night passed quickly. In the next few days, Dole was conscientiously refining potions, preparing to turn all the remaining spiritual power medicinal materials into spiritual power potions. Rosa helped beside him. Her potion talent was not good, but it was not a problem for her to help. After reaching the 6th level of potion, refining a potion, such as a mental potion, would take about 3 days. The process was very complicated and no mistakes could be made, so Dual-Eye would go all out every time he refined the potion. Chapter 363. After level 6, refining medicine is like alchemy. This is absolutely true. This is his 5th large-scale refining of spiritual potion, a total of 60 bottles of finished products, taken out to sell. The average price is 900,000 gold coins, taken to the auction house. It is estimated that it can be doubled, but such a large number may cause the price of spiritual potion to drop, so he is only going to take out 30 bottles. And the other 30 bottles will be sold in other forms, or sold to others. He is really in urgent need of money now. When the last bottle of potion was filled, there was still a little left, and Dual-Eye poured it into his mouth without saying a word, including the medicine basin. Rosa saw Dual-Eye like this, with an envious expression. She also had potions to drink, but it was given by her brother at that time, and she couldn't use the potions here. And the potion his brother used was made by Dual-Eye. After finishing all this, Rosa felt a little sleepy. Seeing that it was finished, She opened her mouth and yawned directly. Dole smiled and said, "Go to sleep, we're done here." Rosa nodded and turned to leave. Rosa was about the same age as Dole. She was covered in a magic robe, and only a shy face could be seen, but Dole knew how thin this little girl was. After being in the wizard tower for so long, her body had grown a little, but she was still thin. Dole looked at her back and felt as if he was using child labor. With a self-deprecating smile, Dole took out a bottle of level 3 energy potion and poured it into his mouth. After the potion went into his throat, a cool breath spread throughout his body, and he immediately became energetic. Then he walked out of the room slowly. These days, he was away, but his clone was still in charge of most of the affairs. All personnel have been registered under the Watzenberg Honor Wizard Alliance. Most of them went to the Pharmacist Alliance to reapply and take the examination. Such a large number of pharmacists have long attracted the attention of many people. In the past few days, many people have extended olive branches to them. In the matter of collecting medicinal materials, they have now encountered a bottleneck, that is, except for scattered adventure groups and mercenary groups, and some poor students in the academy, adventure groups, shops, and families do not sell the medicinal materials. This is a bad phenomenon. Dole asked them to make a list, and he was going to ask about it personally. If he knew who was behind the scenes, they would stop doing business in the future. Who gave them the courage to intimidate a high-level pharmacist? If it was the Pharmacist Alliance, Dole had thought of a way to deal with them. But if it was those aristocratic families, there was no good way. Gretel and the others went to the ruins. It was a bit difficult to handle this matter these days. When they came downstairs, Dole called Morris and Gretel, and the three of them went out immediately. The Garcia family. As night fell, in a side hall, the lights were shining, and everyone was singing and dancing. A bald man smiled, and said to the middle-aged man next to him, "How is it? How are the people from Dole's wizard tower being won over?" The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. "Those people are very united, but it's not easy to win them over, but soon, without medicinal materials, they can't support it for too long." The bald man's smile slowly faded away. This Dole is also capable, winning over so many pharmacists, but unfortunately, he has no capital, no connections, and no personal connections. Otherwise, a pharmacy tower would simply be a money-making tower. The middle-aged man's expression became serious. "Yes, sir, but in the past few days, not only are we trying to win over, but several other families have also taken measures. I'm afraid that if this matter is not handled well, it will be difficult to explain to Lord Allen." The bald man snorted coldly. "Allen?" His voice gradually became a little less confident. "Allen is just repaying a favor. But if you say that you are standing up for that kid, it is impossible unless you are standing on the basis of Taoism. Moreover, we are now doing business, not suppressing openly. Lord Allen should not care about these things." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "I hope so." The middle-aged man suddenly remembered something and said, "I heard a few days ago, from one of my subordinates, that a foreign wizard named Jasmine in our mansion seemed to be an old acquaintance of Dole, the master of the Dole Wizard Tower." The bald man was a little surprised to hear this. He frowned and said, "Don't worry about these things. The third young master likes Jasmine. Just tell the third young master this news." The middle-aged man said, "Yes. There is a team of pharmacists from outside. Almost every family is trying to win them over and threaten them. It's not just their family that is doing it. And without Gretel, the Orn family is even more ruthless. They almost only let people from Gretel's line contact the other side. Obviously, this is determined to make wedding clothes for Gretel." The bald man thought for a moment and said sternly, "Salinci, go and find someone to teach Gretel's men a lesson. Before Gretel comes back, tell the Orn family not to move." The middle-aged man Salinci nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Wijwa." At the same time, this kind of drama is played out in almost every force and every family, with intrigues and deceptions, and business activities are also a life-and-death struggle. After a few days, this struggle will only become more and more intense. The Orn family is the largest medicinal material dealer in the entire Northwest. There are countless adventurers cooperating with them, and there are also several caravans. The business scope covers the entire Northwest and North, the West, and the Central region, bringing medicinal materials to all parts of the world. Naturally, there are countless capable people under their command. The family even supports 2 level 6 pharmacists, and 1 level 7 pharmacist. With the arrival of Dole, Gretel first established a connection, so the family did not take this matter too seriously. They believed in Gretel's ability. "What? Chase was injured. Who did it?" In the family meeting room, a middle-aged man frowned when he heard this. In front of him, a steward whispered, "I don't know who did it, but it is certain that it was done by several other families. The middle-aged man had a square and dignified face. He thought carefully and said, "It should be that other families have ideas about the people in Dole Wizard Tower, and deliberately prevent us from contacting them. In the past few days, in addition to the adventure group and mercenary group, and retail investors, who can receive medicinal materials, have other families sold medicinal materials to Dole Wizard Tower?" The steward thought for a while and said, "No, but there have been contacts, and it seems that some agreement has not been reached." The middle-aged man nodded. 38 pharmacists. This is a very powerful pharmaceutical force no matter where they are placed, and everyone wants to grab them. But that Dole is not a fuel-saving lamp. I guess whoever opposes him will not be able to get the medicine from him. When Gretel contacted Dole, their Orn family investigated Dole and found that this guy was not soft or hard, but he was extremely capable, so they probably took some measures. He thought for a moment and said, "Since the other families are prepared to use coercion, then we should cooperate with them in a big way. Go, let Grace go." Chapter 364. Gretel and Grace are brothers. Gretel has a stronger wizard talent and is a true wizard genius, while Grace has no wizard talent at all. Instead, he has a very strong warrior talent. He is 2 years younger than Gretel, and is now a 4th-level warrior, being cultivated as the future of the family. When the middle-aged man mentioned Grace, the steward was shocked, but he didn't say anything. The head of the family is a man of his word. If he dared to talk back, he would probably be slapped twice. He immediately lowered his head and said, "Yes, I will go and inform Master Grace right away." In the backyard, in such cold weather, a young man was wearing only a set of loose pants, bare-chested, holding a huge sword in his hand, waving it vigorously. With his every move, white smoke came out of his body and spread to the surrounding world. The air in a radius of more than 10 meters made a whirring sound with his movements, and it was magnificent. I don't know how long it took, and the young man finished dancing with the sword. He turned his head and took a look. He found that the steward beside his father was here, so he waved. The maid hurried up and brought the towel and clothes. The young man wiped his body, washed his face in the water tank next to him, tidied himself up, and then slowly came to the steward. "Staff Yatu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yatu smiled faintly. "Of course there is something. The head of the family asked you to contact the new Dole Wizard Tower. It would be best to reach a cooperative relationship." The young man was naturally Grace. Grace frowned. He didn't want to be too involved in the family's affairs. Nothing was more important than practicing martial arts. He thought for a moment and said, "Did something happen? Hasn't my brother been in contact with Dole?" He suddenly remembered that his brother seemed to have gone to the ruins, and now his steward should be in charge. Yata said expressionlessly, "Zeiss was injured." Grace's eyes showed a little fierceness. Zeiss was a family member, and even more so his mother's. He had watched the two brothers grow up since they were young. Who would be so bold as to hit Uncle Zeiss? He must be tired of living. He immediately became furious. Who did it? Yatu shook his head and said, "It's not clear who did it yet, but it should be related to several other big families, so the adults let you contact them. If you are not wrong, you can show your skills." Grace's heart sank, and his eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness. He nodded heavily and said, "I know, you go tell father, I will handle this matter." Grace's strength is not worth mentioning at home, but he ranks at the top among the younger generation. Once Grace takes action, other families can only exclude the corresponding young people. For young people, Grace is not afraid of anyone. The steward left quickly, and only Grace was left in the courtyard. Dole didn't know that someone in Watzenberg had begun to attack him privately. Regarding medicinal materials, he already had a plan. Since the chambers of commerce controlled by the big families and individual investors could not be found, they could only find foreign chambers of commerce, similar to the branches of the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and they had to be the branches in charge of medicinal materials. They did not sit idle during these few days. Everyone went out to find out the general situation of the power in Watzenberg. Everyone knew that they would definitely be targeted if they came. So they were not in a hurry. Anyway, they could still practice on days when they were not refining medicine. The magic elements in the wizard tower were abundant, which was just enough to improve their strength. Dole occasionally circulated his notes for everyone to learn, so it was not that he had nothing to do. He planned to establish a Dole school and become the master of the school. This would help everyone to gather their hearts, facilitate external transactions, and talk business. On this day, the sky outside was gloomy, and in less than half a day, it began to snow. Dole made the last batch of mental potions in the past few days, and prepared to go to the auction house. Come out of the wizard tower, and walk out of the tower group. The sky began to snow. There were not many people around the tower group, but everyone was very happy. In the crowd, a tall young man, his whole body was covered by the big crab, his hands were clasped in front of his chest, and under his hands was a huge sword standing on the ground. At this time, he stared at himself closely. Dole naturally noticed this man. He was amused after just a glance. This guy looked similar to Gretel. Gretel was gentle and elegant, while this guy had a serious face and a huge body. It was obvious that the two people were on different paths. This guy should be Grace, Gretel's younger brother. Seeing Dole leave the tower group, the young man strode over directly. Warriors were not allowed to enter the wizard tower group without reason, unless they were slaves, servants, followers, etc. of the wizard. Grace was not considered a wizard, so he was not allowed to enter. He could only wait for Dole to come out. Coming to Dole and standing still, Grace looked him up and down, then bowed slightly, and said in a gentlemanly manner, "Meet Wizard Dole, can we talk?" Dole looked at him, bowed slightly as well, and said lightly, "Sure, go to the auction house. I have something to do there." Grace nodded, not caring. The two of them took steps, and walked in the snow. At the same time, many people who were watching the wizard tower took action. Grace's contact with Dole was not good news for other families. They could hurt Zeiss, but they could not take rough measures against Grace. Dole walked and observed the surroundings, and suddenly understood in his heart. As he walked, Grace said, "A few days ago, Uncle Zeiss, who was delivering medicine, was beaten up, so the family sent me to contact him. Before my brother comes back, I will be responsible for everything. What medicinal materials do you need? Make a list, and we will trade at 10% above the market price." Dole frowned, turned his head, and narrowed his eyes into a line. "Is this your idea or your family's idea?" Grace smiled lightly, looking down. "In the whole of Wassenberg, we are the only one willing to provide you with medicinal materials. Why not increase it by 10%? Dole raised his eyebrows, but was not angry about it. He then asked, "What about the other thing?" Grace didn't. Thinking of Dole's attitude, he thought about it, and said tentatively, "Dole Wizard Tower must provide our family with enough strength potions and agility potions, and the market price must be less than 80%. Dole turned his head, and looked at Grace expressionlessly. "If it was your brother who came today, I might bargain for his sake, but if it was you, just get out of here and disappear from my sight. You are going to make me angry." Dole was indeed a little angry. What did the Orn family think of him as? A fat sheep that could be profited from at any time? Greta's face sank. "Let's talk business. Your attitude is a bit too arrogant. Do you have the ability to let me get out?" Dole suddenly stopped. Chapter 365. Grace looked at Dole, and suddenly a great crisis came to his mind, as if he had encountered a life-and-death crisis. All the hairs on his body stood up, and frantically issued warnings. How is this possible? What means did the other party use? Why can't I sense it at all? Between life and death, Grace never dared to underestimate Dole again. This was a real wizard. He calmed himself down, walked forward 2 steps silently, looked at Dole, and opened his mouth. "If there is something, we can discuss it." But his hand hidden under the big claws trembled slightly. Dole just glanced at Grace, and then continued to walk forward. After passing by Grace, he quickly disappeared in the wind. Grace stood in place, and suddenly a trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and he was a little scared. They are both level 4. Why can the other party bring him such a big crisis? How is this possible? Just a moment ago, he couldn't help but almost took action, but once he took action, he was afraid that he would face a catastrophe. How is this possible? The light snow turned into heavy snow at this time. Grace stood on the street motionless. Just then, a family wizard approached Grace from the side. Grace took a look and saw that this was his guardian, the family's 5th-level wizard worshipper, Fenghua. Fenghua looked at the direction where Dole left, glanced at Grace, shook his head, and said, "You should be thankful that he is 21 years old. If it was last year, you would probably have died." Grace frowned. "This is impossible. The same 4th level? Why is he so strong?" Fenghua shook his head. "This is his clone, a 5th-level clone. If the rumors are correct, this should be his Xianxia worm clone. Xianxia worm is an ancient strange worm with infinite power. If he is trained to the 6th level, no one in the entire Watzenberg will dare to touch him, including the Lord of the Honor Wizard Alliance." The sweat on Grace's forehead immediately flowed down. He said with difficulty, "Then tell me, is it too late for me to chase him and apologize now?" Fenghua shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I go and talk to him first. This kid should go sell medicine. I'm familiar with Axe. He told me that they have 80,000 million in business recently, so there is still room for this matter to turn around. Although Grace didn't like the family business, he was very smart. He immediately thought, 8 million business, that means the other party is very short of money recently. If we do business normally, he will definitely not refuse. Yes, the premise is not to take it. I am angry. Recently, the wizard world is not peaceful because that kid spread the news that he will continue to open a pharmacist class. If he really does it, it will probably cause a stir in the whole of Watzenberg. This kid has no other skills, but he is a first-class teacher. If 1/3 or 1/4 of the pharmacists in Watzenberg go to him, the price of Watzenberg's medicine will probably depend on his face. Finghua sighed and said, actually, I also plan to sign up. I have been stuck at the 4th level pharmacist for a long time. Grace looked at Lord Finghua in shock. He seemed to have miscalculated the other party's ability. Dole's anger was fake. After walking 10 meters, he returned to his original appearance and his expression returned to calm. This is also one of the strategies. This time, the strength of this clone has reached the 5th level, but it cannot be used at will. The sequelae are too great. The poison gas and corpse gas released by the mysterious corpse worm can easily spread and cause a large area of panic. This time, the clone is used to deter the forces in the dark. Arriving at the auction house, as soon as he entered the door, Axe appeared in front of him and greeted him warmly. Dole was a little surprised. This guy clearly knew his every move. Logically speaking, it was impossible to meet him every time he came to the auction house. At this time, Axe was also a little frightened, because Dole brought him enough threats. Even the magic circle in the auction house was faintly warning him at this time. In the quiet little dark room, Dole took out all the potions at once, including those made by several 4th level students, and put them on the table. There were a lot of them in total. There was a large capacity bracelet on the clone, which he made himself. The ring was too small to hold too many magic patterns, and his mental power was not fine enough to reduce the size of the storage equipment without reducing the capacity. Axe looked at the things on the table, and was slightly frightened. He asked carefully, are you going to auction all these? The aura exuded by Dole today was indeed a little amazing. He didn't dare to ask in the same tone as before. Dole nodded, let's separate them. Sell what can be sold directly, auction what can be auctioned. Give me the list when the time comes, and I will only take the money in the end. In addition, if there are any high-grade herbs above level 6 here, I need to buy some for experiments. Axe knew that Dole had a hard time after Gretel left, so he nodded and said, we have some herbs that can be sold without going through an auction. They are all customers who are in urgent need of money. I can help you arrange them. He took a close look at Dole and became even more shocked. With the blessing of the auction house's magic circle, he could see much more than others. At this time, Dole did not look like a human, but a bunch of dense things, which together formed the appearance of a person. He was greatly surprised. This was the method of a biological wizard. What was he doing? Shock? The two were talking and reached a preliminary agreement. Just then, there was a faint knock at the door. Axe looked up and saw that it was Finghua. He frowned. What was he doing here? Finghua was a member of the Orn family, and he was also a guest elder. He was responsible for the safety of a family's legitimate son. He was of a very high level. What was he doing here? Finghua and he were old acquaintances. He quickly winked at him. Dole also saw Finghua, and he immediately understood. He had sensed the other party's breath when he was talking to that Grace on the street just now. He saw that the two seemed to be old acquaintances. Finghua walked in slowly, secretly signaled Axe, and came to Dole, smiling faintly. Finghua, the guest elder of the Orn family, greets Master Dole. Dole stood up, said nonchalantly, why, the younger one's words don't work, and the older one's turn? Finghua was choked by Dole's words, and his face looked a little ugly. What old and young? Is it necessary for our Orn family? He calmed down and spoke slowly. Master Grace's words just now may have offended you. I will take him to you to say goodbye. Sorry, we want to sit down and talk business formally. Dole's mouth cracked, and he said lightly, then let's talk. Finghua breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Axe and said, lend me your room. Axe shrugged and said, use it. He secretly gestured, don't conflict, this guy is very dangerous now. Finghua nodded. How could he not know that this guy is very dangerous now? The ancient strange insect Xianshur insect body, if this makes the other party angry, it's no joke. Finghua coughed and said, we are still following the plan when Master Greta was here. The number and range of medicinal materials will be expanded from level 1 to level 6, all of which will be supplied to you. Different from Master Grace's plan, we propose that we need to buy a quarter of the output of you and your students, according to 80% of the market price. Of course, our price of medicinal materials will be lowered to 80%. Chapter 366. Dole was slightly stunned. Is this the final offer of the Orn family? 80% of the market price, and 80% of the raw materials. He seemed to be thinking about it. He thought slowly and said, I don't care if the price of raw materials is reduced to 80%. According to our success rate, even if it is the original price, our profit will be very high. As for selling potions at 80% of the market price, I can't accept it. It must be at least 95%, otherwise it will disrupt the entire potion market, which is suspected of malicious competition for us. Axe beside him nodded. The potion market will only increase the price. There is no reason to sell at a low price. The Orn family is sure that Dole has no raw materials. This is still a change of soup but not medicine, using the market position to lower the price. Thingwa made seals with both hands. I don't know who he discussed with. Suddenly, his expression was shocked and said, the lowest offer we can accept is 90%, and the price of raw materials remains unchanged. Dole smiled slowly at this time deal. But his face twitched, and he was careless. He calmed down his emotions, and clapped his hands. At the gate, Grace walked in slowly. He looked at Dole, and slowly let out a breath. Dole glanced at Grace and said, the agreement is signed by our Master Grace. Dole smiled slowly. It doesn't matter who signs it. I just need to see the result. In addition, I am a result-oriented person. It's best not to let me think about any problems in the middle. I don't like to play tricks with others. As soon as he said this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Although Dole was talking with a smile, the strong aura and threatening tone revealed by him were not discounted at all, and they were all sprinkled on everyone. After saying that, Dole looked back at Axe and said, please hurry up with the stove. I will pay off the balance in the shortest possible time. Axe swallowed his saliva and said, okay, probably within 2 months. The threat of a biological wizard is self-evident. It was already afternoon when he came out of the auction house. When he arrived at the door of the auction house, Dole saw a tall figure. His target was himself. A faint spiritual power fell on him. There was also a familiar figure next to the tall figure. Jasmine, from the Marsha family. Jasmine stood behind the man with her head down, saying nothing, and her face was not very good. Unexpectedly, Dole became the object of pursuit by various forces as soon as he came here, and he also became a tool of the Marsha family. He was filled with emotion. Without strength, he could not go anywhere. Seeing Dole coming out, she sighed in her heart and shook her head slightly. The tall figure, wearing a gorgeous magic robe, looked at Dole at this moment, and was slightly shocked. Just now, he heard that this guy seemed to be intentionally intimidating and took out his strongest power. He was still a little unconvinced. Now it seems that it is true. The strategy just decided has to be changed. He looked at Dole and walked slowly. Dole stood still at this time, looking at the other party, not knowing his intention. The man came over, saluted Dole, and carefully observed Dole's body, and was a little afraid. I am Augustus, the purchasing manager of the Marsha family, and I want to discuss a business with Master Dole. Dole looked at the other party, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I have never heard that you need to block people on the street to discuss business. As a noble family, the Marsha family is so ignorant of etiquette. These big families have been targeting him these days. Do they really think that he, Dole, has no temper? Augustus lowered his head and looked at Dole with the upper part of his eyes. He didn't understand why the other party was so strong today. He turned around and said slowly, please. Dole shook his head, you are late. I have reached an agreement with the Orn family, and do not need a second supplier for the time being. After saying that, he was about to leave. Augustus's face changed. He made seals with his hands, and soon got some information. Seeing Dole's back leaving, he hurriedly caught up. Master Dole, please stay. Dole turned his back to Augustus, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Of course, Augustus couldn't see it. Oh, do you have anything else to say? Augustus came to Dole's side, frowned slightly, and said, we still want to do business with you and buy your production. Our requirements are not high. We only ask for 10% of the production every month, and 80% of the market price. Dole frowned. These big families like to play these self-righteous tricks. What do you, the Marsha family, think of me here, a vegetable market? 80%, sending beggars? Augustus frowned, and he said, how much do you want? Dole didn't even look at him and left directly, come with sincerity. In business, Dole might give the price of 80% to the Orn family, but they don't have the face to do so for other families. However, he was also a little shocked. These big families are really powerful. The strength of any person sent out is above level 5. Are level 5 cabbages? You know, Erangel has been practicing for many years, and is only level 5. He was promoted to level 6 recently. In Watsonburg, any family member is level 4 or 5, which is really surprising. Glory Wizard Alliance. Alan stood in the room, closed his eyes, his spiritual power connected to the Glory Wizard Alliance, and had reached every place in Watsonburg. This was a routine check as the vice president, and it was also a way of cultivation, to experience the world, nature, the complexity of human beings, and touch the essence of the world. After reaching level 6, it is necessary to study the essence of the world and supplement life. In addition to meditation itself, it is also necessary to study everything. As the vice president, he has the special tool of Watsonburg wizard formation. At this moment, the corners of his mouth changed slightly, and Dole came out, and it was his ultimate killer, the Xian corpse worm clone. He had a headache. This guy was really not a good person. But after a while, he calmed down again. At least, he was very restrained in all aspects, and did not need to warn. Nothing happened to the Orn family, the Marsha family, and the auction house. He breathed a sigh of relief. Dole has been making frequent moves recently, and so have other families. It is obvious that they have pissed off Dole, sending out the strongest clones to intimidate them, so that the families will be cautious and dare not underestimate him, is also a strategy. However, these two big families are indeed bullying people. They can only offer 80% of the market price. The Orn family at least provided medicinal materials, but the Marsha family wanted to get something for nothing. How could such a good thing happen? At this time, Alan saw Jasmine. Hey, this child seems to have good talent. He thought about it, and began to have evil thoughts. In the Glory Wizard Tower, each vice president has his own power and his own disciples. Because of the great loss of power, he has not had any disciples for so many years. His previous disciples have long set up their own schools. Now he has only accepted Gretel. Now seeing these good seedlings, he can't help but want to get them. Dole is too talented and doesn't need his guidance at all, otherwise he would want to attract Dole's attention. Who is this child? What is her relationship with Dole? He saw that the girl had secret communication with Dole. Chapter 367. The issue of medicinal materials has been temporarily resolved. Dole went back to prepare for a meeting, and let the students take charge of the matter themselves. He would not interfere. Up to now, the students have discussed and resolved their own issues. Dole generally did not care. However, it seems that some positions and departments should be set up for separate management. Otherwise, it would not be appropriate to always call on the same few people. They also need to make money by refining medicine. Dole thought about it, and prepared to call a meeting. Winter passed and spring came. When the barren land began to have a little green, all the wizard forces in the Glory Wizard Tower, and the entire Watsonburg received the news that the new Dole Wizard Tower was ready to start classes. It would recruit any students in the traditional teaching mode. There were 3 batches of courses: the 3rd level pharmacist course, the 4th level pharmacist course, and the strongest 5th level pharmacist course. The 3rd level pharmacist course was taught by Morris and others, while the 4th level pharmacist course and the 5th level pharmacist course were taught by Dole himself. As soon as this news came out, the entire wizarding world of Watsonburg was in an uproar. Those who knew Dole were eager to try, while those who didn't know were speculating, who is this person, how could he be so exaggerated, dare to open a course under the Pharmacist Union with great fanfare, which made the pharmacists of all branches feel embarrassed, and even directly opened a 5th level pharmacist course. Is this preparing to mass-produce 5th level pharmacists? You know, in the entire Watsonburg, pharmacists above the 5th level are rare. As long as the 4th level is promoted to the 5th level, then the value will increase immediately. There are hundreds of 4th level pharmacists in Watsonburg, but there are only dozens of 5th level pharmacists, and only a few 6th level pharmacists, and even single-digit 7th level pharmacists, which can be seen from this. As soon as Dole's level 5 course plan came out, it almost shocked all the wizards in the entire Watsonburg. At this time, all the high-level forces were shocked and secretly thought that Dole's counterattack was coming. Andrew stood on the street of Watsonburg, with a slightly calm look on his face. In his mind, no matter how prosperous Watsonburg was, it was not even 1/10 of the imperial capital. Next to him, Andre stood aside bored and looked up at the surroundings. Next to the two, there was also a middle-aged man with a pale face. He looked at Watsonburg with a somewhat unswerving expression. Anyone who ran here from the prosperous imperial capital would not be in a good mood. The 3 of them walked straight towards the Glory Wizard Alliance, with a clear purpose. At the same time, the Glory Wizard Alliance began to monitor the three people. After all, there were three powerful wizards, and the Glory Wizard Alliance had to respond. Not long after, Dole also received the news. People from the Rose Chamber of Commerce are here? Dole was refining the potion while his mind was running to the side. Next to him were many level 4 students, who were watching Dole refine the level 5 potion. Dole was now trying his best to improve the strength of these students. After refining a potion and explaining all the processes, he sighed and said, "Refining a level 5 potion requires more precise mental control and a better grasp of the potency of the potion. If you can't do these well, then you will be a level 4 pharmacist for the rest of your life." Next to him, many level 4 pharmacists felt ashamed because they were a little behind what Dole said. Morris smiled awkwardly. "Lecturer, we still need to practice your vortex method more. We still lack mental control." The corner of Bernard's mouth twitched. He looked at the others, and they all looked pale. Only a thin woman showed confidence on her face. Dole also noticed this woman. He smiled faintly and said, "It seems that only Vasha's skills are better." Everyone turned their eyes to Vasha, who lowered her head shyly. Rosa was also there at this time. As Dole's assistant, she put all the potions into the bottle at this time, and the potion was considered to be made. Dole didn't care how much they learned. Anyway, he had taught them everything he should teach. As for how much they could learn, it was their personal ability. However, it seems that most people are due to insufficient mental control. This requires long-term training and cannot be achieved in a short time. Morris and Bernard looked at each other and made up their minds to practice the vortex method when they go back. The same mentality of others. Dole waved to Vesa and said, "You can be my assistant for the next few days and try to reach level 5 as soon as possible." Vesa was stunned, then ecstatic, and then nodded wildly. The other showed a sullen look. Dole turned his head and looked at the others solemnly. "You all need to train well and try to improve your mental control and advance to level 5 as soon as possible. There are more level 4 pharmacists in Watzenberg than dogs on the street. If you still don't make progress, I'm afraid resources won't be so easy to get." "Yes, lecturer." After class, Dole returned to his room. The two brothers Andrew and Andre are here. These two guys are both level 3, and their strength can only be considered average, but the white-skinned old man next to him is quite strong. What are they doing here? Are they going to force me to hand over the formula? Dole touched his chin and thought about various plans. The Glory Wizard Alliance did not force him, so he guessed that the third prince should be more restrained now, and should just cooperate. If he was forced, haha. He thought to himself that it was better to cooperate, otherwise, don't blame yourself for falling out. Having been in the Glory Empire for so long, Dole felt that he only owed Lamb a favor. Others had already been repaid or thrown away, and there was not much favor to speak of. After closing his eyes and practicing for a long time, Dole did not wait for the Andrew brothers to come to the door after all, but received another message. The message was from Jasmine. She could come out and ask to meet him alone. Dole actually didn't have much time. He had to seize every moment to practice, refine medicine, and master the spell model. He didn't have much free time. If it was Jasmine, he would be willing to spend some time. If he could get her out and put her in his wizard tower, it would be much more perfect. Thinking of every bit in Duoming County, Dole still missed it a little. That was a tragic and sad time in his life. Only Jasmine accompanied him through it. Dole had a place for her in his heart. Thinking of this, he packed up a little and went out. In spring, Wassenberg is more lively than in winter. It is already the end of March and approaching April. Although it is not as warm and blooming as in the south, it is also full of greenery and vitality. On the streets, tall trees can be seen everywhere. At this time, new buds have sprouted, and the whole world is full of vitality. The place where the two agreed to meet is just a small beverage shop with various beverages. Not long after, Dole came to it, found a private room, and walked in slowly. There was only Jasmine in it. Jasmine stood up from her seat, and looked at Dole with a little excitement. She came to Dole's side. Dole was also a little excited, and didn't know what to say. After not seeing each other for so many years, both of them have grown a lot. For a while, after meeting, they didn't know what to say. Chapter 368. At this moment, Jasmine suddenly stretched out her hands generously, and walked towards Dole with a smile. Dole felt something, and also opened his hands. The two approached and hugged each other. Feeling the warmth and familiar smell of each other, Dole was filled with emotion. Jasmine was also overwhelmed with emotion. After all, they hadn't seen each other for many years. After a long time, the passion faded. Dole let go of her hands, looked at Jasmine's face, sighed, and said, I didn't expect that we would meet again after so many years. Jasmine looked at Dole and joked, Why, don't you want to see me? Dole smiled faintly. Both of them calmed down at this time. Dole looked at Jasmine and smiled lightly. Are you on contract with the Marsha family or something else? Do you want to withdraw? I have many positions here. It just so happens that your alchemy ability can help me. Jasmine's face froze, looking a little unhappy. Then she sighed and said, Back then, I signed a very long contract for the progress of my practice and cultivation. I guess I can't go to your place for the time being. Now it's equivalent to selling it to the Marsha family. Everything I have now can be said to be given by the Marsha family. It's not that easy to get out. Jasmine's words were simple, but Dole could understand her difficulties for so many years. He thought about it and said, If you force it to stop, what price will you have to pay? Jasmine was a little embarrassed. That's probably not something that can be explained by 1 or 2 million gold coins. The Marsha family is in charge of transportation and manufacturing. I know most of the secrets now. If you want to leave, I'm afraid they won't let you go at all. Dole frowned, looking at Jasmine, feeling a little unhappy. Find a chance to get away, come to me, it's better than staying there all the time. I see the guards look at you in a strange way, is there something else? Jasmine said with a difficult expression, The third young master of the Marsha family has taken a fancy to me. Dole raised his eyebrows, looked at Jasmine up and down, and smiled slightly. It seems that he has taken a fancy to your beauty. Jasmine blushed and said, Get lost, you are so frivolous. The third young master is a famous playboy. I don't want to commit myself to him and ruin myself. Dole was slightly stunned when he heard this, since, if that's the case, then find a chance to leave. When I reach level 6, I will probably be able to protect you. Jasmine curled her lips and looked at Dole, as if she was watching a joke. Level 6, how easy is it? In the entire Watzenberg, there are countless level 4s, who can't be promoted to level 5, and level 5s, who can't be promoted to level 6. Level 6 is another threshold for passing the tribulation and being promoted to level 7. Every 50 years. It's a big deal for major families to have a level 6. In her opinion, Dole was just bragging. She herself has just reached level 2 so far, and she doesn't know how far away she is from level 6. Dole smiled faintly. He really couldn't reach level 6, but his clone could. However, he didn't plan to explain this matter, but started to chat with Jasmine casually. Jasmine's situation was similar to his. After leaving Doman County, he had a bumpy road before reaching the Glory Empire. Unlike Dole, he didn't enter the Empire directly, but interned in the Wizard Tower of Campbell Fortress for half a year before becoming a citizen of the Glory Empire. Jasmine became a formal wizard in Doman County, but the formal wizard knowledge she learned in Campbell Fortress was very different from that of Dole. Later, after coming to Watzenberg, she worked as a wandering alchemist for a while, and was finally noticed by the Marsha family and became a dedicated alchemist of the family, and her life gradually got better. However, her life was not so easy. Soon, because of her appearance, she was noticed by the family's senior leaders, and had to pretend to be with them. Dole sighed a little. According to the wizards in the normal world, I am afraid that they would have obeyed the power by now. After all, the meditation method and resources are under the control of others. For their own future, they can't disobey. But he knows Jasmine's character. She will never give in. She is very stubborn. Jasmine told Dole her story, while sighing aggrievedly. Dole had no choice but to hand him a tissue and pat his shoulder, sighing that life is not easy. It was originally a happy thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Both of them talked about their experiences, and were a little unhappy. Dole had experienced life and death crisis several times, which made Jasmine sigh that both of them had a hard life. After chatting for a while, Jasmine wiped her eyes and said, I asked you out this time because I have something important to do. The Marsha family wants to deal with you. Dole nodded, showing that he was confident, and said, They have already started to deal with me. In addition to the Marsha family, the other 3 major families and some small families are also on guard against me. But this situation will soon collapse, don't worry. It has become a routine for a new wizard force to be either on guard or to be wooed. This is a typical social phenomenon. Dole didn't want to be someone else's weapon, he just wanted to do his own business, so far, he could only rely on others first, and when the people below found a good opponent, he would get rid of the clamp of the Orn family. Jasmine shook her head and said, Do you know a man named Andrew? Hearing this name, Dole frowned immediately. Andrew went to contact the Marsha family. This is not a good sign. He thought about it and said, Andrew is the 3rd prince of the empire, and he is the ruler of the Rose Chamber of Commerce. What is he doing in the Marsha family? Jasmine became nervous. It seems that you know him. We are discussing your affairs. I don't know the details, but it may be disadvantageous to you. Dole nodded and said solemnly, this news is very important to me. I will be prepared. Back to the wizard tower, Dole stood in the room, thought about it, made seals with both hands, and sent a message out. Soon, the message came back. After receiving the message, Dole was relieved. He immediately turned around and walked towards the room. A moment later, Dole, dressed in ordinary clothes, walked out of the room. The furnace came back, a little later than expected, and more expensive than expected. Of course, after auctioning off 3 bottles of Super Vitality Potion, he was no longer worried about the money. Now the auction house had to pay him, so Dole was not in a hurry. In addition, some 6th level and 7th level medicinal materials that the auction house contacted also had some clues. The higher the medicinal materials, the more expensive they were. Dole only had half of the money left from the auction of the Super Vitality Potion. Dole is now famous. Although he did not participate in the year-end auction, he also knew that the name of the Super Vitality Potion had long surpassed the names of many potions, approaching the 8th level and 9th level potions. In addition to wizards, other professionals are also flocking to it. Moreover, the approximate formula of the Super Vitality Potion was also announced, and those injured 6th level and 7th level professionals were all ablaze with fire in their hearts. For a time, the whole of Watzenberg was boiling. It is precisely because of this that the major families made up their minds to force Dole to take sides. Chapter 369. He is now a human-shaped treasure, and everyone wants to control him. Dole came to the street in ordinary clothes. It was late at night, and he could disguise himself, so no one knew he had gone out. He came to the auction house, and went up to the 2nd floor, and soon saw Ike's. The only difference is that in addition to Ike's, there are other people there, including the dwarves. After seeing Dole, Ike's was shocked. He clapped his hands and said, the real master is here, Master Sunny, the wizard, who wants a high-quality stove. Dole was a little confused. This was the dwarf master who made the stove. Why did he come in person? Aren't you afraid of being caught? The dwarves are short, but not thin. Instead, they are very strong. They are very strong vertically. Each one looks like a high-level warrior. The exposed muscles are high and bulging, giving people a sense of explosive power. The bronze skin and dark eyes are somewhat similar to humans. Big beard, messy hair unkempt, this is a standard dwarf look. When Dole looked at the dwarf, the tallest dwarf among the dwarves was also looking at Dole. A wizard, a thin wizard, but this guy didn't seem to be very thin, his eyes seemed to have a penetrating power, and it seemed that this was not the other party's true body. The dwarf frowned, Wizard Dole, right? You seem to be very insincere. In the dark room, Axe was slightly stunned. Dole looked at the dwarf, and was also stunned at this time. In the quiet room, Dole was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Master, we are just trading. I pay, you pay, what does sincerity have to do with it? Money is the greatest sincerity. The dwarf sneered and turned his head away. I don't like talking to guys who are not human. Dole raised his eyebrows immediately. This guy saw that he was not his real self. At this time, Axe also saw why the dwarf master was angry. He smiled bitterly. It is precisely because he is not a human that he dared to come. If he came today, I am afraid that the transaction would not be successful. I don't know how many people are watching here outside. Now it was the turn of the dwarves to be stunned. What kind of logic is this? He thought about it, couldn't figure it out, and suddenly became irritable. Then let's do it this way. Pay the money, and we will leave. You humans are too complicated and too prosperous here. It affects us young men, and makes us not want to leave. Behind him, a group of dwarves were quiet, and didn't dare to say a word. Dole didn't know what happened. The situation on the scene made him a little confused. What happened to these dwarves here? Exton laughed and said, Okay, Master Sunny, please follow me. Master Sunny then walked out with Exton. Exton and Dole blinked, and Dole followed. The meeting room of the auction house was very quiet. After walking out, there was a lively sound outside. Soon, Dole heard the conversations around him, and then he understood why Master Sunny was angry. After the dwarf master came to the human society, he was fascinated by the wine and beauty in the human society. In 3 consecutive days, he emptied all the money on the dwarves. Although Master Sunny did not go along with him, he was also very greedy, so he was sulking at this time. Dole suddenly understood that these dwarves were not as simple as imagined. The women of the dwarves were short, dark and thick, and none of them were pretty. After coming to the human race, they would naturally fall in love with the beauties of the human race, just like the human race was infatuated with the beauties of the elves. Human nature is food and sex. He felt a little funny. He was ridiculed by the dwarves. This was an unexpected disaster. Not long after, the group passed through the second floor and came to the warehouse in the basement. Dole saw the furnace he needed. A red furnace, 16 meters high and about 25 meters wide. The huge furnace was decorated with various patterns and was very simple. The texture of the furnace was very strong. Although there were no magic patterns, the texture alone gave people a very solid, hard and indestructible feeling. This was definitely a good thing. Dole saw at a glance that the various precious metals contained in it were not few in number. No wonder the price had to go up. That's why. When Axe saw Dole's eyes, he knew that the deal was going to be done. Although Master Sunny's asking price was a little high, it was acceptable to him. Master Sunny also grumbled at this time, "Our dwarves have first-class enchanting technology. Not letting us enchant is simply looking down on us, so I have to raise the price." Axe's mouth twitched. Dole stood in front of the stove, looking at the huge stove. With a slight smile on his face, "I agree to the price increase. This stove meets my requirements, but I don't look down on the dwarves' technology, but I have a magic tower, and the stove must be equipped with a magic array. No matter whose technology is enchanted, it will be useless." Master Sunny was stunned, looking at Dole, and looked him up and down. "You said you have a magic tower?" He turned his head and looked at the stove, and suddenly understood something. "As an energy reserve, my stove is fine, and if your magic array is advanced enough, it can even reach level 7 or above. It seems that it is not our technical problem, but your problem. Well, if that's the case, we cannot raise the price." Dole was a little confused about the dwarf's brain circuit. He shook his head and said, "Master Sunny, just for your quality, I have nothing to say about raising the price. That's it, Manager Axe, pay it. The dwarf's casting technology is world-class." Dole extended his mental power into it, and after a careful inspection, he found that the inside and outside of the stove were consistent, and the quality was very high. This has completely met his requirements, and even exceeded a lot. Elder Sunny was about to speak, and Axe quickly pulled him, and whispered beside him, but Dole obviously heard something about wine girls, and so on. Soon Master Sunny's eyes were straight, so he closed his mouth quietly. Dole didn't know what kind of deal they had, and the money wasn't with him, so he just looked at the stove seriously. The two of them didn't know how long they had been mumbling. After Dole checked it for a while, the deal was successful. The so-called Master Sunny, and the people he brought left with satisfaction, and Dole was also quite satisfied. This stove weighs hundreds of tons, and it's a problem to transport it back, so Dole plans to stay here for a few days, put magic patterns on it, and then shrink it and take it back. With the strength of the insect clone at level 5, it only takes about 3 days. Speaking of which, the insect clone has a big disadvantage, that is, it can't practice the meditation method of the Son of the Storm element, and can only use its own mental power to control it. Moreover, the magic power of the Shin Corpse Worm has not been released so far. Every time he releases witchcraft, he can only build a witchcraft model and extract it from the surrounding heaven and earth, which is very troublesome. Unless he cultivates all the Shin Corpse Worms to level 6, the Shin Corpse Worms will derive corpse gas by themselves, and then he can practice the meditation method using corpse gas. At that time, this clone will be a proper black wizard. Thinking of this, he had a headache. Chapter 370. After sending Master Sunny away, Dole made his own request. He wanted to occupy this place for a few days. Axe had made a big deal. Originally, he had to charge for renting this place, but that little money was nothing compared to the value of this big furnace, so they reached an agreement that it could only be kept for 5 days, and then the fee would be charged. Such a big deal was naturally not the ability of Axe alone. There were many people behind him, but he was the only one who contacted Dole in the end. Dole stayed underground and began to draw magic patterns, while Axe returned to the upper floor and came to a bright office. There were 2 people in the office, a man and a woman, sitting face to face in front of the office, seemingly discussing something. The man was wearing ordinary light armor, and the woman was wearing a bright red wizard robe. The wizard robe exuded a terrifying aura, which made Axe's proud expression suddenly restrained. Axe walked in. The man sitting in the office looked up at him and said, "Is the troublemaker Dole still here?" Axe nodded and said, reporting to the master, "The furnace is too big. Dole needs to brand the magic pattern and shrink the furnace before he can take it back. I would like to trouble Master Honglian to watch it here for a few days." The woman in red was naturally Master Honglian. She turned her head and looked like a girl under 20 years old, but it would be wrong to look at her like that. She was at least over 80 years old. Master Honglian frowned. Isn't that little guy a pharmacist? How can he be so good at alchemy and shrink such a huge furnace? He must be a level 5 alchemist at least? Axe said carefully, I don't know, but if he said he could, he must be able to, and he came as a clone this time, so he asked Master Honglian to take charge. Master Honglian frowned. Dual-Eye's clone is not simple. He inherited the Xianshi worm of Wushuiang, a famous black wizard in the northwest. This ancient strange worm is extremely powerful and cruel, and has been upgraded to level 5. The level 5 Xianshi worm cannot be underestimated. If this guy really gets angry, everyone in the auction house will die except himself. Okay, I take care of it here for a few days. However, you know what the characteristics of Xianshi worm are. It's best not to provoke him when you are not sure. Dual-Eye likes to work hard on potions, and doesn't like to socialize with people. I guess he is not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. Honglian is an old wizard, so he naturally knows what wizards are thinking. If they can live in the sun, who would want to be a black wizard and stay in the dark all day? Axe smiled bitterly. If anyone dares to provoke him, he will have his clones. Now, except for the Honor Wizard Alliance, that guy dares not to come head-on. Originally, the City Lord family, the Marsha family, the Orn family and other large families were prepared to force him to win over, but when Dole's clone appeared, they immediately stopped and began to use various coercive methods to do this, because the name of the Black Corpse Worm was too big. In history, most families have risen and fallen, but there are not a few families that were directly wiped out by a black wizard. They don't want to follow the footsteps of their predecessors. The leader of the meeting whispered at this time, it should be no problem. Pass the order to close that area and leave the space for him. In addition, keep an eye on those idiots in those families, and don't make trouble. The last conflict was about the Sikong family, and it almost scared people to death. Eccles obeyed immediately. After speaking, he retreated immediately. He didn't want to stay in this place for a minute, especially facing Master Honglian. This 6th level master practiced a special technique. The place where he stood was like purgatory, full of violent flames, fire poison, tyranny and other auras. Facing them with a lower life level, he felt very depressed. Only masters like the master would not be affected. Run away quickly. The room became quiet. Nanwo, tell me, what kind of meditation method is that little guy practicing now, and why is his mental control so strong? The president of the auction, that is, Nanwo, he belongs to the City Lord Department. At this time, he said calmly, no matter how powerful he is, he will eventually give money to our auction house. Isn't it better to have more such people? Honglian looked at Nanwo, and sighed in his heart. After all, he was not a wizard, a crude warrior, and he didn't know anything. She looked at Nanwo deeply, and then said, I go down and get to know our little friend. Nanwo nodded, you are welcome. In the auction house, Nanwo has the greatest administrative power, but Honglian has the final decision-making power. As a 6th level wizard, her ability to perceive danger is much stronger than Nanwo's, not to mention that the wizard formations of the entire auction house are under her control. Honglian can use her own judgment to make a stronger decision than Nanwo for any dangerous factors. At this time, in Honglian's perception, Dual-Eye's whole person is blurry, and his original appearance cannot be seen clearly. In her spiritual world, his whole person seems to be a complete figure, and it seems to be millions of tiny aggregates. Although Dual-Eye's level is 1 level lower than his, if she underestimates Dual-Eye, she will be in trouble. This is an ancient poisonous insect, and a level 5 one is comparable to a level 6 super killer. Dual-Eye's body seemed to be weightless, and he lightly jumped to the edge of the cauldron and looked into the inside of the cauldron. The empty and vast metal wall with a metallic substance, Dual-Eye can distinguish up to 5 kinds of precious metals. If it is a complete body with magic patterns, the price of this furnace is at least 30 million gold coins. But now, he only spent 12 million to get it. To be honest, Dual-Eye felt painful for this price. When he quoted the price, his heart was bleeding. He could have left some money to buy more medicinal materials, but now, it is gone. The super vitality potion was sold for some money, but he spent more than 10 million yuan just to buy precious medicinal materials. Among the high-level medicinal materials of level 6 or 7, it was not money at all. Any one of them cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. When he saw the list, his heart was bleeding. He shook his head, put all these things behind him, and then closed his eyes, borrowed the magic power from his original body, and then all the power from the wizard tower fell on his clone. The eyes of Dole's clone turned dark black, and then colorful rays of light emerged from his body, covering the entire furnace. When the light fell on the furnace, it quickly formed white magic patterns and imprinted on the wall of the furnace. If you look closely, these magic patterns are all space magic patterns, and they are of different levels and functions. But when the magic patterns are imprinted on the furnace, the already formed magic patterns emit rays of light and connect with the surrounding magic patterns. This speed is actually very slow. Dole has to use his own strength and the power of the wizard tower to transmit power through the air. The transmission rate of power is very low. He has to ensure that his mental power is sufficient and stable. It is actually very difficult.